Konoha village. It was a bright and sunny noon, with the warm rays of sunlight lazily cascading down, enveloping the world in a comforting embrace. As mealtime approached, the streets bustled with life. Villagers gathering in small groups, making their way to the familiar restaurants. Among them, the renowned Icha Icha ramen was already teeming with patrons, a long queue snaking down the street. Where there is joy, sorrow often follows. Ming gazed blankly at his own restaurant, desolate and devoid of customers, letting out a quiet sigh. System, can we not lower the prices of the dishes? At this rate, my little shop cannot possibly sustain itself. Host, as the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world, how could a few hardships possibly deter you? The system replied with utmost seriousness. Ming twitched the corner of his mouth, staring vacantly at the menu on the wall. A bowl of beef ramen was priced at 128 yuan. This price was incomprehensibly higher than that of the Icha Icha ramen across the street. Attracting customers under such circumstances seemed nothing short of a miracle. Ming supported his chin with one hand, staring dazedly at the bustling Icha Icha, his thoughts drifting far away. Indeed, Ming was not from this world, he hailed from the distant earth. Just as many tales of transmigration depict, Ming was struck by lightning and found himself in the Naruto universe. Initially, he was filled with excitement, believing he could become a genius ninja, dominate Konoha, defeat the Akatsuki, challenge Uchiha Bido, and even vanquish Kaguya Otsutsuki to unify the Naruto world. However, there is a saying, ambitions are grand, but reality is often harsh. Indeed, Ming found himself as one of the tragic figures in this tale. Not only was he an orphan, but he also lacked the talent for ninjutsu. If that were all, it might have been bearable, as there were inspiring figures like Rock Lee without ninjutsu talent. One could still train in taijutsu. But reality dealt Ming another blow. As an orphan in Konoha, without the kindness of a neighbor, he would have perished on the streets from hunger. Thus, his primary concern was not training, but rather securing employment. After all, while taijutsu may seem accessible, the reality of pursuing it could land one in the hospital. Had Rock Lee not had a supportive teacher to guide his training and provide logistical support, could he have achieved success in taijutsu? It is known that, after years of development, the number of talents in taijutsu in Konoha could be counted on one's fingers. Fortunately, perhaps fortune had turned in his favor, for not long ago, Ming finally received the boon of a transmigratory system, the system officially known as the Culinary God System. Contrary to Ming's past understanding, this system was rather proud. One glance at the first task it assigned made that clear. Task: defeat Icha Icha ramen and become the most renowned restaurant in Konoha. Task hint: as the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world, how could there be no little monsters to aid your ascent? Task reward to be determined by the hosts. Final results. Upon reading this, Ming couldn't help but raise a middle finger towards the sky. What kind of system is this? Shouldn't the protagonist first defeat small monsters in the novice area, level up, and gather equipment before confronting the boss? Starting out at hellish difficulty, is it not? Everyone knows who Icha Icha ramen is for fans of Naruto. It is the go-to place for the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Even Kakashi, a figure of great renown in the ninja world, is a frequent patron, illustrating the establishment's immense reputation. Yet the system's first task was to defeat this legendary establishment. Was it not asking for Ming's life? If it were merely that, Ming would have faith that with the system's assistance, defeating Icha Icha ramen would be a matter of time. Before this, he couldn't even fry an egg, but after acquiring the system, it directly imbued him with vast knowledge. Take the restaurant's first dish, beef ramen. For instance, he didn't need to train at all, as he could effortlessly knead the dough, his technique akin to that of a seasoned master with decades of experience. However, let be stated thrice for emphasis. The system set an outrageous price for the beef ramen, 128 yuan. Meanwhile, Icha Icha ramen's signature dish, the Icha Icha ramen, was exceptionally delicious and priced at a mere 20 yuan. That's a six-fold price difference. If Ming's restaurant were a renowned establishment, it might be understandable people would consider it worth the price, eagerly lining up for reservations a month in advance. But alas, this was a newly opened restaurant. a new restaurant directly across from Ichiraku Ramen. Without comparison, there's no pain to in the past. The villagers of Konoha had complained about Ichiraku Ramen's high prices, as a meal there could suffice for 2 or 3 meals elsewhere. Take Naruto Uzumaki, even after becoming a ninja and filling his pockets. Each visit to Ichiraku was a bittersweet experience, though the food was delightful. He knew he'd have to work hard to earn money afterward. In this light, it's easy to understand the desolation of Yang Ming's establishment. Bored, Yang Ming cast a glance at the system. System objective: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra level: none. As the culinary deity, future dishes will undoubtedly require chakra. Young man, strive forth. Culinary talent: unknown. Skills: none. Culinary god comprehensive rating: novice. The journey to becoming a culinary god has just begun. Follow the system's guidance to rise to the pinnacle of the food chain in the Naruto world. Yang Ming silently rated the system with a score of 1, wary of giving it more lest it become arrogant, yet fearful of giving lest it drive him to despair. With such a system, it expected him to become the culinary deity of the Naruto world. If this world were not mad, then surely Yang Ming himself was. If anyone is foolish enough to pay for that egregiously priced beef ramen, I shall eat my words in front of the entire village. Yang Ming thought in exasperation. Perhaps even the heavens wished to see him eat his words, for at that moment, a customer finally arrived. At his empty shop, in the desolate establishment, this customer stood at the entrance, a diminutive figure suddenly illuminated by the sunlight, golden hair shimmering brilliantly. With a youthful voice, he exclaimed, "Boss, I would like a bowl of beef ramen, please." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming promptly dismissed his earlier proclamation, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Certainly, coming right up." "Ah, that child. I have heard he is the only one who has failed. Humph, he deserves it. If he were to become a ninja, it would be disastrous." "Who told him to?" "Never mind. I shouldn't say anything. What if he hears? After the graduation exams." The words of the parents pierced through Naruto's heart like a sharp dagger, leaving behind a profound scar. Why, despite my relentless efforts, do I still find myself in this predicament? I had even made a promise with Iraki-sensei that if I became a true ninja, he would treat me to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto's solitary figure wandered through the streets of Konoha, with the surrounding villagers parting like the Red Sea, casting disdainful glances at this spiky-haired boy. Perhaps he was accustomed to such treatment, or maybe he was simply in a foul mood today. Naruto refrained from lashing out and resolutely headed towards Ichiraku. As he gazed at the long queue outside the ramen shop, Naruto clutched his growling stomach, and for some inexplicable reason, tears blurred his vision. This was the third time he had failed. Logically, he was the sort of person lacking the innate talent to become a ninja. Without becoming a ninja, he could never aspire to be Hokage, nor gain the villagers' recognition. Indeed, for Naruto, earning the villagers' approval, this seemingly simple desire, served as his greatest motivation to become Hokage. Yet, it remained merely an unrealistic dream. Wiping away his tears, he lifted his head and saw the contemptuous faces of the villagers at Ichiraku, and for some reason, he felt a surge of rebelliousness. Humph, today, I shall not indulge in Ichiraku Ramen. Coincidentally, across the street, Yang Ming's restaurant stood there, and inexplicably, Naruto found himself walking towards this establishment he had never visited before. The restaurant was modest, merely about 40 square meters in size, and the owner appeared to be in low spirits, as evidenced by the 2 tables and a few stools scattered about. Unlike Ichiraku, which exuded vibrant charm, this place was astonishingly simple, devoid of any decorations, unless one considered the menu on the wall as such. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach rumbled once more, and without much thought, Naruto called out to Yang Ming, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of beef ramen." "Certainly, coming right up." To his surprise, the tall, slender owner was surprisingly amicable, showing no trace of disdain like others did, but rather exhibiting a gentle demeanor reminiscent of a caring older brother. Perhaps the restaurant's lack of patrons was merely due to its location opposite Ichiraku. Not long after, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, and the thin tendrils of steam danced about the shop, enticing Naruto to inhale deeply. How fragrant! His hunger intensified, and he eagerly anticipated the taste of the beef ramen from this establishment. "Here you go, your beef ramen." With that, Yang Ming's kind face appeared before Naruto, accompanied by a bowl of beef ramen that appeared rather ordinary at first glance. The crystal-clear broth cradles tender slices of beef, delicately resting atop the noodles, while a sprinkle of scallions bestows a touch of artistry upon the dish. This is a humble bowl of beef ramen. Naruto felt a twinge of regret. He had distinctly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma moments ago. Was it merely his ravenous state conjuring illusions? Shaking his head dismissively, he thought, never mind. I shall dive in. Grasping a pair of chopsticks, he performed a customary gesture of gratitude before eagerly lifting a mouthful of noodles to his lips. As the noodles touched his palate, the unique fragrance of the scallions merged with the subtle essence of the broth, erupting like a volcanic explosion, filling his senses instantaneously. Delicious. The flavor clung to every corner of Naruto's mouth, persistently igniting his taste buds and overwhelming his senses. He then carefully selected a thin slice of beef, apprehensive that a firm grip might tear it apart. With a wide-open mouth, he savored it in a single bite. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could beef possess such remarkable chewiness? As he began to gnaw on the exquisitely thin slice, it revealed an unexpected resilience. Moreover, as Naruto chewed slowly, the rich juices within burst forth like a bomb, presenting a harmonious blend of the broth's delicate flavor and the beef's succulent essence. In that moment, a vision enveloped him. He imagined an endless grassland where a cow reclined lazily, continuously grazing on the verdant grass. This serene atmosphere seeped into Naruto, allowing him to momentarily forget the unpleasantness of his graduation exams and the villagers' unkind demeanor, leaving only the exquisite taste that held dominion over his heart. Thus, in the next moment, he unabashedly grasped the large bowl, devouring its contents with fervor, the sounds of slurping reverberating throughout the restaurant. Eventually, even the broth was swept away, leaving only the gleaming bottom of the bowl. I am sated. Thank you for your hospitality. Naruto beamed, patting his round belly. Had he encountered such delightful food at Ichiraku, he would have surely ordered several servings. Yet today, merely one bowl of beef ramen had bestowed upon him unprecedented satisfaction. Perhaps this was a balm for his spirit. This establishment was truly exceptional. It far surpassed Ichiraku ramen. Henceforth, he resolved to frequent this place. Leaning back in his chair, half closing his eyes, he observed Yang Ming, whose kindly visage resembled that of Uncle Ichiraku. Although his face appeared gaunt, lacking nourishment, and accentuating his prominent jawline, it did nothing to diminish Naruto's fondness for him. How could one who crafted such delectable food possibly be malevolent? Naruto pondered silently. However, he soon found himself reconsidering this notion. Thank you for your patronage. A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. Ah, very well, 128 yuan. Wait a moment. Naruto paused with his hand in his pocket, staring at Yang Ming in astonishment. Boss, could you repeat that? How much did you say? A bowl of beef ramen is 128 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Naruto fixed a serious gaze on Yang Ming. At that moment, the boy, who always wore a sunlit smile, transformed in Naruto's eyes from a friendly older brother into a villain of the darkest sort. Boss, you're extorting me. How can a bowl of beef ramen cost so much? 128 yuan. Naruto's roar echoed throughout the shop, attracting the attention of many villagers outside. However, upon realizing it was the most despised troublemaker from the Hidden Leaf, they quickly averted their gazes as if trying to avoid bad luck. Yang Ming maintained his ever-present sunny smile and spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Our establishment is honest. A bowl of beef ramen is absolutely worth that price. Impossible. Naruto was momentarily stunned. At that instant, he wanted to shout. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Initially, as he glanced over the menu, he had thought the price of 128 yuan included a decimal point, a common tactic used by small shops. Yet, there was no decimal point. Looking at Yang Ming's beaming face, he felt an overwhelming urge to throw a punch, testing just how thick-skinned the man truly was. However, Yang Ming's next words doused him with cold water, startling him. Naruto, if you dine here without paying, word will spread. Do you still wish for the villagers' approval? This statement struck like a well-aimed blow, completely shattering Naruto's resolve to fight back. If the entire village knew he was a freeloader, the already unwelcoming villagers would undoubtedly regard him with disdain. At that point, gaining their acceptance would be impossible, and even purchasing daily necessities would become a challenge. After all, which business owner would want to deal with a mooch? Naruto was no fool. In fact, Due to his childhood experiences, he was far more astute than his peers, though he often acted outlandishly to draw attention. Indeed, Yang Ming had intentionally crafted those words. With a hint of amusement, Yang Ming observed the little rascal before him. It was clear that nurturing such a character was rather delightful, especially considering he was the destined child of the future Hokage. Watching Naruto retreat under his subtle pressure, exuding an aura of dejection, filled Yang Ming with an indescribable thrill, tinged with a hint of guilt. Does this count as bullying the weak? Yang Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps he should refrain from teasing him further, lest he inadvertently break him. However, events unfolded in a manner entirely unforeseen by Yang Ming. As the destined child of the Hokage world, Naruto was not merely fortunate. More importantly, he was utterly unprincipled. As Naruto's former neighbor, now transformed into a relentless pursuer of wealth, loomed before him, he hesitated briefly, then resolutely grasped his empty wallet. It appeared to be the moment to wield that particular technique. Taking a deep breath, Naruto formed seals with his hands against his chest. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, a thick plume of white smoke enveloped him, obscuring his figure completely. Seeing this, Yang Ming was taken aback, wondering if he had inadvertently triggered some butterfly effect that enabled Naruto to master the body flicker technique. If that were the case, his business for the day would be utterly in vain. In a state of urgency, Yang Ming dashed into the swirling mist. However, upon catching sight of the figure within, he was flooded with shame as he felt blood rush to his face. What he witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. A female version of Naruto. Goodness. After traversing through time for so long, Yang Ming had nearly forgotten about this signature move that had catapulted Naruto to fame in his early days. Although this technique was not earth-shattering, it had undoubtedly etched its name in the annals of ninja history. It had once rekindled the spirit of the Third Hokage in his twilight years and compelled Jiraiya to willingly part with his renowned techniques. Boss, consider this a meal on me, won't you? A sweet and endearing voice chimed, causing Yang Ming to break out in goosebumps. Put some clothes on, he bellowed at Naruto, now in her female form. No way. You have to promise me first, she retorted playfully, her hands cupping her face in a bashful manner, swaying her figure and even casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Ming. In that moment, Yang Ming felt an overwhelming wave of hostility from the universe, leaving him utterly disheartened. He could finally empathize with the struggles of the Third Hokage and the dilemmas faced by Jiraiya. I am straight. I am not interested in that. He shouted inwardly with fervent indignation, simultaneously raising his middle finger to the cosmos. Thus, he addressed the system within him. System, what should one do if someone attempts to dine and dash? Upon detecting the host's encounter with an unforeseen event, the system automatically installed a patch. The patch was deployed. Please check your inventory. A flash of white light illuminated the shop, and a robust puppet suddenly materialized. As Yang Ming scanned the puppet, its information was instantly revealed. Name, unnamed. Level, Chunin. Ability, Toxic Needle Hell, Precise and Rapid Fire Barrage. Ability description, the puppet releases smoke bombs before unleashing a flurry of steel needles at the enemy. Yang Ming nodded in approval. This was excellent. His little shop now had a bodyguard, alleviating his worries for the future. He casually named the puppet Chubby, a moniker both fitting and memorable. Amidst his musings, Chubby positioned itself in front of Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto felt a chill run down her spine, crossing her arms and calling out in a sweet yet demanding tone, "Boss, what do you intend to do with me?" Yang Ming's forehead twitched, veins protruding as he retorted, "Dine and dashers shall face the consequences." At that moment, Naruto realized she had indeed stepped on a landmine. Even the third generation could not resist this ninjutsu, yet it proved ineffective in this small shop. To his dismay, even he himself would face the punishment of a smack on the rear. No, I aspire to be the Hokage. How could I endure such humiliation here? With an utter lack of decorum, Naruto's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The mere thought of years later, when he finally became Hokage, only to hear villagers instructing their children, "Dear child, do not emulate Lord Hokage, lest you end up dining and dashing, receiving a smack on the behind," was nothing short of a nightmare. Fortunately, just as despair threatened to engulf Naruto, a voice as melodious as a celestial choir wafted through the shop door. "Boss, allow me to settle Naruto's bill. Please do not make things difficult for him." Upon seeing the tall figure, Naruto was overwhelmed with emotion. Nearly brought to tears as he exclaimed, "Teacher." When Mizuki made his entrance, Yang Ming was genuinely taken aback. This unfortunate ninja, whose fate in the original tale was grim, could very well be a match for Yang Ming, who possessed the strength of a Chunin puppet. Yet, as he observed Mizuki valiantly stepping in to pay for Naruto, an inexplicable sense of dissonance washed over Yang Ming. What could it be? Due to the hazy memories of the original storyline since his arrival, particularly regarding earlier events, Yang Ming could not immediately recall the cause of this feeling. With someone supporting him, Naruto straightened his back, the pain in his legs forgotten, and declared to Yang Ming, "You unscrupulous owner, I shall never return to your establishment." At that moment, the system interjected. Ding. Special mission activated. Save the unhappy. Mission description. As the future supreme culinary deity of the Hokage world, how could one allow the protagonist to be unhappy? Mission requirements. Earn the protagonist's genuine admiration. Mission reward. Jinin chakra level. Initially, Yang Ming had no intention of heeding the system's call, yet upon glimpsing the reward, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jinin chakra. In the world of Naruto, what could be more alluring than possessing formidable chakra prowess? Although it might be deemed rather embarrassing, as it was merely the lowest tier of Jinin chakra for Yang Ming, who lacked any innate talent for ninjutsu, there was no reward more desirable than this. Thus, Yang Ming's mind began to race. Having lived at the societal bottom, he had harbored a tinge of jealousy and resentment towards Naruto, hence his earlier attempts to mentor him. To his surprise, Naruto held such a negative impression of his humble shop that he boldly declared he would never return. If it had not been for the triggering of this special mission, it would have been one matter. However, now, Yang Ming was at a loss. Who was unaware that Naruto was as stubborn as they come. Once he set his mind on something, he would pursue it relentlessly. Just as he had sworn to Sakura that he would bring Sasuke back to Konoha, despite the multitude of insults hurled at him for his foolishness, he had never wavered. Thus, Yang Ming found himself in quite a predicament. Shuemu lingered in the small shop for a while, gaining insight into the origins of the matter. In pursuit of his ulterior motives, he suppressed the nausea rising within him and donned a benevolent smile befitting an elder. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and then spoke earnestly to Yang Ming. "Boss, your pricing is undeniably unreasonable. I have ample reason to believe that your establishment is operating illegally, and I will report this to Lord Hokage to have your shop shut down." What? Unreasonable pricing? Indeed. A spark of realization illuminated Yang Ming's mind. He finally grasped how to persuade Naruto. Wasn't it true that Naruto felt he had been wronged for ordering such an expensive bowl of ramen? However, there was a rationale behind the cost. With this thought, Yang Ming's confidence surged, and a smile blossomed on his face. He did not hasten to respond to Shuemu. Instead, he turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, do you often find your shadow clone technique fails?" "Yes," Naruto instinctively replied. He was puzzled as to why this unscrupulous owner would pose such a question. After all, it was common knowledge among the villagers of Konoha. A confident smile graced Yang Ming's lips as he declared, "Then, Naruto, I dare say that if you attempt the shadow clone technique again now, you will undoubtedly succeed." "What? How is that possible?" Both Naruto and Shuemu exclaimed in unison, though their sentiments differed. "How can you be so sure that I will succeed in the shadow clone technique now?" Naruto regarded Yang Ming with skepticism, uncertain how he could master the technique so quickly after just finishing an exam. "Just do as I say," Yang Ming replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he thumped his chest. Hesitant yet intrigued, Naruto formed hand seals in front of him and shouted, "Shadow clone technique." A puff of white smoke materialized, dissipating to reveal two identical figures. Indeed, this time Naruto's shadow clone technique had succeeded. "This is impossible." Shuemu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. How could this perennial underachiever possibly have learned the technique? What would become of my plans? Meanwhile, Naruto was far less concerned than Shuemu. He was merely captivated, swirling around his clones, curiosity igniting within him. After all, this was a rare success for his shadow clone technique. Though not his first, Naruto had never experienced such fluidity before, as if the technique flowed from him effortlessly. In the past, whenever Naruto attempted the shadow clone technique, the chakra coursing through him felt like he was moving a mountain, an arduous task indeed. But now, those struggles seemed to belong to a bygone era. There were no obstacles left. Naruto gazed incredulously at his hands, tears blurring his vision. "I have finally mastered the shadow clone technique. I can truly become a ninja now." No one understood just how deeply Naruto yearned to be a ninja. Only by becoming one could he hope to become Hokage. Only through this path could he earn the acknowledgement of others. Young Naruto harbored few distractions. This singular desire was the belief that had sustained his sunny disposition throughout his life. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the myriad pressures and become a wretched creature akin to Gaara from the Sand Village. At this moment, Naruto snapped back to reality from his astonishment. Even a fool could discern who was responsible for all of this. You wretched boss, it must be you, right? How on earth did you manage it? Yang Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, wearing an expression of solitary invincibility, and replied, "It is not to be spoken of." Though this was a rather simplistic act, in Naruto's eyes, it transformed entirely. This was indeed the demeanor of a true master. In contrast to the third Hokage, who could not withstand Naruto's signature technique. This dubious and foul-smelling boss before him undoubtedly resembled the legendary recluse among the common folk. After all, how else could one explain his sudden mastery of the shadow clone technique? Being a master, he naturally possessed eccentric traits. Perhaps the outrageous pricing of this establishment was merely a playful prank by this esteemed elder? In an instant, as if a light bulb had illuminated his thoughts, Naruto gazed at Yang Ming with unabashed admiration and proclaimed something that would leave one astounded. "Boss, from this day forth, you are my leader." Meanwhile, Shimoku, who had been silently working on the background wall, cast a meaningful glance at the plump puppet, harboring undisclosed intentions, and quietly departed the little shop. Ding. Special mission, save the unhappy. Mission description, as the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world, how could one allow the protagonist to feel discontent? Mission requirement, earn the protagonist's genuine reverence. Mission reward, Chunin level chakra. Mission accomplished, rewards dispatched. As the system's voice faded, Yang Ming felt a surge of power emanating from within. To put it metaphorically, initially, it felt like raindrops, numerous yet not yet consolidated. With the passage of time, this power coalesced into flowing rivers, coursing through Yang Ming's limbs and meridians. The sensation of possessing strength nearly elicited a moan of delight from him. Clenching his fists, he finally felt that in the Naruto world, he was no longer an inconsequential pawn. From this moment onward, he possessed a modicum of confidence to face the future. At that moment, Naruto unceremoniously interrupted his train of thought. "Boss, from today on, you are my leader." "What?" Yang Ming blinked, regarding Naruto with a perplexed expression. When did this child take a page from Konohamaru's book and casually pledge allegiance to someone? No, I am a man with ideals and aspirations. My dreams encompass the stars and the seas, and a mere brat with yellow hair cannot deter me. Wait, this is Naruto, not that incompetent Konohamaru. How could I possibly refuse? Just as Yang Ming grappled with whether to accept Naruto as his subordinate, his silence only served to deepen Naruto's impression of him as an unparalleled master. Indeed, this understated demeanor and silent grace were the hallmarks of a true recluse among the common folk. Naruto felt an exhilarating thrill. Initially, he had been in despair over the graduation exam, hadn't he? However, after dining at this quaint establishment, I inexplicably acquired the technique of shadow replication, a fact that seems almost unbelievable when shared, doesn't it? Now, if I do not seize the opportunity to align myself with someone influential, I may never have another chance. Thus, with utmost sincerity, Naruto gazed at Yang Ming. His demeanor reminiscent of a devoted fan from Yang Ming's previous life encountering their idol, eager to offer the depths of his heart. Under Naruto's unwavering stare, Yang Ming felt a sense of discomfort. All right, I shall reluctantly accept you as my subordinate," Yang Ming declared, waving his hand dismissively, an expression of annoyance upon his face, as though he were accepting an unappealing stone. "Hey, can you tell me how I suddenly learned the shadow replication technique?" Naruto inquired with keen anticipation. "Since I am now your subordinate, you cannot withhold this information from me, can you? Otherwise, how am I to explain to Iruka-sensei my sudden mastery of the technique when I return? Do you genuinely wish to know? Boss, please just tell me. Did you not already consume it?" "Consume it?" Naruto clutched his stomach, momentarily taken aback. Yang Ming playfully tapped his head. "You fool. It was that bowl of beef ramen you ate." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression nearly screaming incredulity. Yang Ming rewarded him with another playful knock on the head. There was an undeniable pleasure in such antics directed towards the protagonist. Thus, Yang Ming, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, The beef ramen from this establishment is not as simple as you might imagine. It is common knowledge that the earliest cultivation of wheat originated in the land of rivers, which is renowned as the world's first region to cultivate this grain. The wheat in Konoha gradually expanded from the upper reaches of the Nanha River near the Valley of the End and spread throughout the Land of Fire, eventually reaching the Wind and Earth countries. During the First Great Ninja War, due to the turmoil, the common folk disseminated wheat to the distant Land of Water and the Land of Lightning. When a certain strain of wheat from the Land of Grass was brought to the regions inhabited by coarse goat grass, it underwent natural hybridization. Through the doubling of chromosomes, ordinary wheat emerged. The wheat selected for our establishment is the first generation of natural hybrids, deemed the most exquisite variant, consisting of hard white-skinned wheat with a gluten content exceeding 50. In contrast to red-skinned wheat, the white-skinned variety exhibits a yellow or milky hue, has a thin skin, a higher starch content, and an increased milling yield. This special wheat is exclusively reserved for the highest echelons of society, a true delicacy. In simpler terms, it is specially designated for the feudal lords and the most powerful shinobi from various villages. After absorbing Yang Ming's extensive explanation, Naruto felt a vague sense of awe. He realized he had made the right bet. This unscrupulous yet astute proprietor was indeed a master of hidden depths. It was no wonder he could procure wheat mint for the Hokage. However, a question lingered after all this. Naruto still did not comprehend why he had suddenly mastered the shadow replication technique. Observing Naruto's bewildered expression, Yang Ming asked, "Do you know how chakra is generated?" "I know that. Chakra is no novelty at the Ninja Academy," Naruto replied, fully aware of the concept. Chakra is an energy that arises from the perfect fusion of various components within the human body, serving as the source for performing ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, or creating bindings to ensnare opponents or sever materials composed of chakra. This energy is composed of two distinct types. One is the bodily energy derived from the 130 trillion cells within the human body, each absorbing energy individually. The other is the spiritual energy cultivated through rigorous training and accumulated experience. Yang Ming nodded, acknowledging that although he had yet to mention the sage chakra, the fundamental principle adhered to in the world of ninjas is indeed this. Thus, the true answer lay hidden within those slices of beef. The beef, sourced from low-tier summoning beasts, was specifically selected from the most muscular thigh cuts, processed using the shop's unique secret recipe. It was imbued with abundant energy capable of enhancing a ninja's chakra reserves. In that moment, Naruto felt as if his worldview had been completely transformed. As for the summoning beasts, he was unaware of their nature but sensed their formidable essence. It was astonishing to think that such beings had been reduced to mere cuisine, now consumed within him. At that instant, Naruto's admiration for Yang Ming surged like an unstoppable river. Yet, only Yang Ming understood that Naruto's swift ability to utilize the shadow clone technique was not solely due to this. The primary reason lay in the overwhelming power of the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto, which hindered his agility in its application. The chakra he absorbed from the low-tier summoning beast, however, became an integral part of him, making it exceedingly convenient for him to use, thereby allowing him to successfully employ the technique. At that moment, Yang Ming was unaware that he had inadvertently disrupted the original plans of Mizuki, as a conspiracy specifically targeting him was being meticulously orchestrated. After sending Naruto on his way, Yang Ming began to tidy up the shop in preparation for closing. Just then, a notification from the system chimed. "Congratulations, host, on completing the F-rank achievement. I haven't been the big brother for many years." This achievement signifies that the host has become an important figure in the Naruto world, currently boasting one subordinate, with potential for upgrade. Achievement rewards include basic ninjutsu, the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, and transformation technique. System, are you so stingy? Does your mother know? Upon seeing the achievement rewards, Yang Ming felt a wave of indifference wash over him, responding with a feigned gaze. To be frank, he found the basic ninjutsu unimpressive, especially since he could acquire them through his own training. At the very least, he wished for the reward of the great fireball technique. He had long envied the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Fire release techniques were not only cool, but also powerful, making them an excellent choice for wooing the ladies. In response to Yang Ming's disdain, the system took a serious moment to contemplate before stating, "Apologies, host, but you cannot acquire any ninjutsu from external sources." Yang Ming sighed, realizing he should not have placed his hopes in the system. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the tumult in his chest. As a member of the Transmigration Army, he had achieved a level that was, if not unprecedented, at least unmatched in the future. Subsequently, young Ming, filled with righteous indignation regarding his appetite, decided to prepare a serving of beef ramen for himself. He began with the process of kneading the dough, measuring a suitable amount of flour. He placed it in a mixing bowl, adding salt to the flour before sifting it together, forming a small mound of finely sifted flour. He then created a well in the center of the flour, gently coaxing the edges inward to form a hollow that was thick at the rim and thin in the middle. Into this well, he cracked an egg and poured in an adequate amount of water. With his fingers splayed, he gradually drew the flour from the edges toward the center where the water lay, mixing the dry flour with the water until a snowflake-like, grape-like mixture began to take shape. Next came the test of patience. Yang Ming added water in increments to the remaining dry flour, meticulously repeating the previous steps until all the flour was evenly integrated with the water in the small well. Eventually, the dough began to resemble a snowflake-like, grape-like mixture. Yet the task was not complete. He swiftly combined this mixture with his hands until it transformed into a smooth, cohesive dough. Yang Ming exhaled deeply. To be candid, this endeavor of kneading the dough was indeed laborious for him. After completing this task, he felt a strain in his back and neck. After all, he was still quite slender, and kneading the dough required a combination of strength and finesse. Only through the harmonious blend of both could one achieve a perfect dough. Although he could only rate his dough an 80 out of 100, it was already quite commendable. Next, Yang Ming retrieved a chef's knife and divided the dough into 2 equal portions, armed with a rolling pin. He then rolled each piece of dough into a round flat shape. This again proved to be a physically demanding task. Despite the dough appearing soft and pliable, shaping it into a perfect round was no easy feat. As he pressed down on the rolling pin, he could feel the dough's elasticity resisting his efforts. Occasionally, he would free one hand to sprinkle a suitable amount of dry flour over the dough, then roll it onto the pin, gripping the pin with both hands to push it forward and then pull it back, repeating this motion several times to flatten the dough. After a few repetitions, he opened the dough, sprinkled a bit more dry starch, rolled it up again, and repeated the process. Ultimately, the thickness of the dough was roughly comparable to that of wonton wrappers. After dusting it with a bit of starch, he folded the dried dough like an origami fan and proceeded to cut it into pieces according to a specific proportion. With the dough prepared, the next steps became significantly simpler. Yang Ming brought water to a boil and tossed the freshly made noodles into the pot. In no time, he retrieved them and placed them into a bowl of cool water. Upon contact with the cold water, the cooked noodles contracted suddenly. This refreshing plunge into icy water undoubtedly enhanced the texture of the noodles, rendering them delectably firm and giving them an impeccably smooth surface. After a brief moment, Yang Ming lifted the noodles from the cool water and placed them into a bowl of clear broth. This was no ordinary broth. It had been meticulously crafted from simmered beef bones. Due to the use of the uniquely low-tier bovine, summoning beast bones from the Naruto world, the resulting clear broth appeared remarkably pristine, devoid of any impurities. Next, Yang Ming meticulously arranged the sliced beef atop the noodles and sprinkled a handful of scallions for embellishment. At last, a bowl of beef ramen was born. As the steaming dish was placed on the table, Yang Ming found himself enveloped in a cloud of enticing warmth. This warmth carried an alluring aroma, mingling the fragrance of beef, scallions, delicate noodles, and the savory broth. In the Qing dynasty, poet Zhang Shu had once extolled the virtues of beef ramen with the lines, "As the sun rises, one contemplates the true scripture. As dusk falls, the white pagoda stands empty. Incense wafts with a sigh, yearning solely for beef noodles." This clearly illustrates the deep-rooted history of beef ramen, its delectable taste long cherished by the hearts of many. Yang Ming felt a surge of confidence in completing his system task. He was determined to prove that, with the rich culinary heritage of our great China, his beef ramen could surpass that of the Ichiraku ramen across the street. As a carnivorous being, Yang Ming eagerly picked up a slice of beef and swiftly placed it in his mouth. As his upper and lower teeth began to work, a burst of savory juice erupted forth. The beef's unique tenderness, slickness, and resilience were brought to life, making Yang Ming feel as though he were not merely consuming a thin slice of beef, but rather chewing a piece of gum, especially as he chewed back and forth. The rich juices embedded within the beef spilled forth, enveloping his entire palate and leaving his tongue blissfully tingling with warmth. After relishing the beef, Yang Ming grabbed a handful of noodles. The exquisitely crafted noodles were interspersed with vibrant green scallions, and an undeniable rich aroma wafted towards him, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. With a slurp, Yang Ming opened his mouth wide and promptly swallowed them down. What a delight! In that moment, all Yang Ming could think about was the sheer pleasure of the experience. The resilient noodles, upon entering his mouth, rebounded against his teeth, as if he were not consuming noodles, but rather a piece of rubber, exhibiting an extraordinary springiness and smoothness. Next, Yang Ming lifted the large bowl and gently sipped the clear broth. True to its origins from the low-tier bovine summoning beast bones, the broth was both clear yet rich, savory yet not greasy, flowing down his throat and warming his entire being, enveloping him in comfort. Alas, just at that moment, an interruption marred his enjoyment. A shuriken flew in from outside, embedding itself deep into the ground, with a note affixed to it. A figure darted in like lightning from the entrance, leaving only the quivering shuriken behind. With an expressionless demeanor, Yang Ming slammed his chopsticks onto the table. From the surface, one could hardly discern the turmoil within him. However, it was certain that interrupting a gourmand's enjoyment of food was the gravest of offenses. To a true foodie, it mattered not who you were. Disturbing his meal was akin to the daimyo of the fire country arriving, and he would still show you no kindness. Yang Ming stood up, retrieved the shuriken from the ground, and extracted the note it pierced. Slowly, he unfolded the paper, revealing 3 lines of small script. Tonight at 8 o'clock. In the Konoha forest, be there or be square. Yang Ming, feeling vexed, crumpled the note into a ball. Who could possibly have given me this? One thing is certain, it is not a prank. After all, the sharp kunai in Yang Ming's hand suggests that its owner must be at least a low-ranking ninja. Moreover, the fact that Yang Ming could not even catch a glimpse of the assailant further indicates that this individual is quite seasoned. This led Yang Ming to entertain suspicions. Could it possibly be a member of the Umbu from Konoha? It is not entirely implausible. Given that Yang Ming's parents were not originally from the Land of Fire, but had migrated to Konoha during the Third Shinobi World War. Although his parents passed away early in his life, to Yang Ming, they seemed like ordinary civilians. Yet, in this world, who can truly ascertain the truth? Perhaps his parents were spies disguised from another ninja village. However, this does not align with the typical methods of the Umbu. Holding the note tightly, Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Neither the Umbu nor the Root organization, known for their clandestine operations, would resort to such tactics. Given the formidable nature of these two organizations within Konoha, if they had indeed discovered that Yang Ming's parents were spies, they would have long invited him to the Hokage's office for a chat over tea. Who could it be? As a struggling civilian at the bottom rung of Konoha society, Yang Ming desperately rifled through his memories but could not recall having offended any ninja. After all, the worlds of Konoha's villagers and ninjas are fundamentally different. Akin to the stark contrast between low-income and high-income groups in his previous life, both may inhabit the same sky, yet their lives are entirely divergent. Wait a moment. If we consider only the ninjas Yang Ming has encountered, he is not without connections. For instance, the ever-present guards, Chuan and Zeit. Reflecting on these two perennial background characters, one cannot help but marvel at their survival skills, which seem to be at their peak. Despite the numerous calamities that befell Konoha, such as Orochimaru's attacks and Pain's invasion, these two somehow emerged unscathed each time, while renowned figures like Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru himself have met their demise. Of course, one can only speculate that the author harbors an inexplicable fondness for the repeatedly resurrected Orochimaru. In online forums, some jest about Chuan and Zeit, saying that they are under the protection of Uncle Ichiraku. Who could possibly challenge them? Indeed, there is no denying it. Shaking his head, Yang Ming dismissed Chuan and Zeit from suspicion. As for the ninjas he encountered when he went to the Hokage's office to process the necessary paperwork for renting his current shop, they were too numerous to count. Yet, without exception, he could not have offended any of them, could he? Could it be a case of extortion in the world of Hokage? That seems unlikely. As ninjas are known for their substantial incomes, how could they possibly covet Yang Ming's small establishment? Thus, after eliminating so many possibilities, only Naruto and Mizuki, whom he had seen today, remained. Naruto could be ruled out immediately. Having just left, he could not possibly be involved in such a matter. Yang Ming's gaze suddenly sharpened. Mizuki then? Reflecting on their previous encounter, Mizuki gazed at Naruto with a benevolent expression, having paid for Naruto's meal. All of this struck young Ming as rather peculiar. What was amiss? Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, there was but one individual who would discriminate against Naruto due to his identity. Yet that person could never be Mizuki. The only teacher capable of showing such kindness to Naruto was Iruka-sensei. A slight smile graced young Ming's lips as he murmured, "Now I understand why I felt something was off." However, as considerable time had passed since his arrival in this world, Yang Ming had forgotten much of the plot from the manga, leaving him uncertain as to where he may have offended Mizuki. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Casting his gaze upon the plump puppet within the shop, Yang Ming felt reassured that, regardless of Mizuki's intentions, he was under the protection of a sufficiently robust guardian, akin to a Chunin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, clutching his round belly, blissfully strolled towards his apartment. He had never imagined that there could exist ramen more delectable than that of Ichiraku. Initially, Naruto believed that Uncle Ichiraku's culinary skills were unparalleled in the world. Yet after savoring the beef ramen, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Recalling that bowl of beef ramen, with its delightfully bouncy noodles that danced in his mouth, releasing an intoxicating aroma, made Naruto's mouth water at the mere thought. And let us not overlook those slices of magically vibrant beef. How astonishing it was to discover that there existed beef capable of replenishing chakra. The thought of participating in another examination the following day, demonstrating his successful shadow clone technique before the astonished examiners, filled Naruto with an overwhelming desire to laugh aloud. He had stifled his joy for far too long. Naruto had always yearned for the villagers' acknowledgement, aspiring to become a ninja surpassing all previous Hokage. Despite reality's relentless blows and the disdainful gazes of the adults around him, along with the unabashed mockery from peers of his age, he remained undeterred. Even with the label of being the perennial underachiever, Naruto persisted with an unyielding spirit, striving towards his goal with an effort unfathomable to others. Now, he stood on the precipice of becoming a true ninja. Just watch. I shall undoubtedly become the greatest Hokage in history. Clenching his fist and raising it high, his eyes sparkled with determination for the future. You think you can become Hokage? Should I call you naive or simply ignorant? A sharp, cutting voice unexpectedly pierced through the air from behind Naruto. Who is it? Naruto spun around abruptly, his pupils narrowing in shock upon recognizing the figure before him. Mizuki-sensei? He exclaimed. Bah! Mizuki crossed his arms, looking at Naruto with blatant disdain. Do not address me so familiarly, you nine-tailed brat. Konoha Village, 8 p.m. Due to the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails in the early years and the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the village generally enforces a curfew at night, unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Today is no exception. Early on, the villagers returned to their homes, rendering the entirety of Konoha Village eerily quiet. Apart from the teams of patrolling ninjas, it seemed as though the village had been engulfed by darkness, with only the howling of the cold wind echoing through the streets. Yang Ming adjusted his dark cloak, accompanied closely by his ever-present puppet. At this moment, the pair had stealthily exited the village and entered the depths of the Konoha forest. Perhaps due to the unique environment of the Land of Fire, or perhaps the result of the masterful planning from years past, this forest is densely populated with century-old trees, a sight rarely seen elsewhere. Yang Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting the thick trunks that could be embraced by just a few adults. Searching for someone in such a place would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Yang Ming felt no urgency. If the other party had summoned him at this hour, they would surely have a means to be found. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yang Ming heard the rustling of leaves nearby. Following the sound, he spotted Mizuki, holding Naruto aloft while swiftly navigating through the trees. At that moment, Naruto was in a rather unfortunate state, bound tightly like a large dumpling. Only his head was visible, and his face bore the marks of a brutal beating. His eyes barely open. Yet, what concerned Yang Ming most was Naruto's dismal mental state. He appeared utterly spiritless, submissively allowing Mizuki to carry him. This was not the Naruto he knew. Under normal circumstances, even in such dire straits, Naruto would unleash his relentless banter, driving his adversaries to distraction. But now, was this truly Naruto? Yang Ming's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to Mizuki, who had approached him. Mizuki first cast a wary glance at the plump puppet before cautiously distancing himself from Yang Ming. A smirk curled upon his lips as he spoke. You have indeed arrived. My lord. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "What do you desire from me?" With a dismissive flick of his wrist. Mizuki tossed Naruto to the ground like refuse, his once cold demeanor now adorned with a sycophantic smile. "If I am not mistaken, you must be a covert agent from Sunagakure lurking within Konoha, correct?" Yang Ming was taken aback and moved his lips, yearning to retort. "How did you draw such an absurd conclusion that I am a ninja from Sunagakure?" Mizuki, convinced he had unraveled the truth, grinned triumphantly. "Fear not. I am not here to trouble you, but rather to propose a transaction." "Oh." Yang Ming stifled his urge to scoff, feigning deep contemplation as if weighing the veracity of Mizuki's words. Just then, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Rescue Naruto." Mission description. At this very moment, Naruto is suffering both physically and mentally. As his elder brother, it is time for you to step forward. Mission reward. A recipe for making ice cream. Well, given the circumstances, the discord between Yang Ming and Shui Mu has become irreconcilable. Who told you to court disaster? However, from Shui Mu's perspective, he was oblivious to this. Shui Mu believed he had struck a nerve with Yang Ming and was reveling in his own cleverness. After all, he possessed the identity of an undercover agent from the sand-hidden village, which he thought he could manipulate at will, thus suppressing his delight. Shui Mu declared, "To my knowledge, your nation is at a distinct disadvantage, possessing only the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku, which relegates you to a position of subservience beneath Konoha." His voice surged with fervor. "Is your nation truly content with this? Presently, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails resides here. If your country were to seize him, your rise would be imminent." Yang Ming squinted, scrutinizing the salesman like Shui Mu. He desperately wanted to retort, "Things are not as you perceive. The rise of the sand-hidden village had nothing to do with him. All he yearned for was to quietly be a chef, preparing a few more dishes." In the face of Yang Ming's silence, Shui Mu couldn't help but admire the composure of a spy from a major village. He was remarkably steady and calm in the face of adversity. This only intensified Shui Mu's eagerness for his plan. He hurriedly stated, "Thus, my proposition is simple. I will exchange the Nine Tails Jinchuriki for 1 copy of your S-rank ninjutsu, 3 copies of A-rank ninjutsu, and 10 copies of B-rank ninjutsu." Upon finishing, Shui Mu looked at Yang Ming with an ingratiating expression, akin to a dog begging for a bone from its master. Yang Ming cast a cold glance at Shui Mu, suddenly enlightened. No wonder this traitor was willing to betray his village. He had grand ambitions. Contrary to the common understanding, in Konoha, to learn ninjutsu of B rank or higher, one must be at least an elite chunin. A-rank ninjutsu requires significant contributions to the village, only accessible to jonin. As for S-rank ninjutsu, those are scarce even among the strongest of the shadows, with each copy representing the foundation and accumulation of a village. To make substantial contributions to the village, a ninja must exert themselves to complete missions. Otherwise, it is but a distant dream. Consider the original 12 young strong. Had they not been descendants of powerful clans, or had they not found excellent masters, would they have had the opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu so easily? Take the perennial background characters, Inuzuka and Kodai, guarding Konoha's gates. How many years have they spent as chunin, and how many are aware of their existence? Thus, beneath the resplendent facade of Konoha lies a rigid hierarchy. The average ninja, throughout their life, may only aspire to become an elite chunin. Shui Mu's proposed transaction serves as evidence of the underlying desire for ascendance among lower-tier ninjas. By acquiring these advanced ninjutsu, and after a few years of mastery, one could ascend to the lofty status of jonin. Once elevated to jonin, even if Konoha were to discover Shui Mu's involvement, they would weigh the worth of expending considerable resources to apprehend him. A clear example of this is Zabuza from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. In the past, this individual committed heinous crimes in the Land of Water, yet faced no repercussions, instead roaming freely in other nations. While there are internal factors within the Hidden Mist village contributing to this, it is primarily due to the absence of formidable village leaders. In such circumstances, the elite jonin serve as deterrents against neighboring countries. Typically, the mobilization of jonin from various nations sends ripples of anxiety throughout the lands. Thus, had Mizuki succeeded, it might have been a classic tale of an underdog ninja's triumph. Yang Ming, however, felt a deep sympathy for Mizuki's plight. Being a grassroots individual himself, he empathized with this sorrow. "No, It is perhaps the collective lament of all grassroots ninjas in the world of Naruto, lacking familial legacy and wise mentors. In this dog-eat-dog realm of ninjas, one is destined to be discarded. What of the elite leaders of the 5 great ninja villages? In a world governed by the Sage of 6 Paths and his kin, aren't others merely puppets in their hands? Thus, I must strive to live better. Ming resounded within his heart. Armed with an omnipotent system, he firmly believed that as long as he relentlessly completed the tasks assigned by the system, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle of ninja prowess, despite possessing no talent for chakra cultivation. Unfortunately for him, Mizuki had now become a target he must eliminate. Fatty, make your move. With Ming's command, the plump puppet sprang into action. The rotund figure, contrary to its appearance, accelerated like a runaway steed, swiftly approaching Mizuki. Then, in true treacherous puppet fashion, it opened its dark maw and unleashed a barrage of toxic needles. Swift, swift, swift. The pace was too rapid for Mizuki to comprehend the sudden hostility. Yet, due to his instinctive vigilance as a ninja, the distance he had initially created from Ming provided him ample time to execute his jutsu. Boom. The emerald-hued needles fanned out towards Mizuki, and upon contact, they erupted like a burst balloon, conjuring a cloud of green smoke, revealing a wooden substitute that absorbed the entirety of the assault. Body replacement technique. One of the fundamental 3 ninjutsu. In a moment of peril, Mizuki had astutely seized the opportunity, narrowly executing it. Damn, do you wish for mutual destruction? Mizuki, disheveled, perched precariously on a tree branch, shouted in a fit of rage. He believed that since Ming was a covert operative from Sunagakure infiltrating Konoha, he would never resort to murder. After all, he was still a ninja of Konoha, and given their proximity to the village, there were countless ways for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. Mizuki could not fathom why his opponent would act so foolishly. Enough of your prattle. Historically, villains have perished due to excessive talking. Ming, while not considering himself a villain, had learned enough from his predecessors to refrain from idle chatter in battle. With a flicker of thought, the plump puppet surged forward once more. It must be said that the puppets provided by the system are remarkably efficient, eliminating the need for Ming to exert control through chakra threads. This liberates him from the burden of trailing behind the puppet like a hindrance. The venomous needle barrage from the hell of poison is astonishingly precise and relentless. The rotund figure swiftly approached Mizuki, spinning around him at high speed. Then, with a sudden rupture before him, countless toxic needles surged forth like an unrestrained deluge. This time, having learned from previous lessons, the stout man unleashed a vast sea of poisonous needles upon Mizuki, rendering his shadow clone techniques futile. He would still be brought to his knees. The dark swarm of needles descended like a horde of locusts, enveloping Mizuki from all sides, completely sealing off any avenue of escape. This was a guaranteed lethal strike. However, Mizuki, a seasoned chunin, refused to surrender even in the face of despair. Gritting his teeth, he grimaced at the thought of the expenditure, retrieving dozens of explosive tags from his pouch. As he regarded the tags in his hand, the realization that he would soon expend them all filled him with an unrelenting wave of animosity towards Ming. These explosive tags were no trifling expense. They represented the fruits of his labor from multiple B-rank missions, and now he found himself on the verge of using them all in a single day. Truly, it was a case of losing more than he had hoped to gain. But to preserve his life, now was not the time for frugality. With a steely determination in his gaze, Mizuki refrained from scattering the explosive tags in all directions, knowing that such an act would only delay the inevitable. Since death was unavoidable, he resolved to fight back fiercely. Thus, he concentrated on a singular direction, the one from which the stout man had initially unleashed his toxic needles, and released the explosive tags all at once. Dozens of explosive tags, like moths to a flame, soared towards the swarm of needles, igniting spontaneously in midair, and upon contact, erupted with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with a cacophony of explosions as the power of the numerous explosive tags was indeed extraordinary. The resounding roars echoed through the heavens, and thick white smoke billowed upward, forming a thin veil of cloud. Surely, the village of Konoha must have noticed the commotion by now. Ming, observing the spectacle, smirked, aware that lingering here would be ill-advised. If he stayed any longer, he might find himself summoned to the Hokage's office for an unwanted tea. Thus, He made his way towards Naruto, preparing to carry him to safety. Unexpectedly, a shuriken silently whizzed through the dark forest, aimed directly at Yang Ming. Whoosh! It was only when it drew near that he heard a faint whistling sound, and an immediate chill coursed through him, instilling a profound sense of danger. Time was of the essence, and without a moment to ponder, Yang Ming instinctively shouted to the system, "Use the shadow clone technique." Bang! The shuriken, aimed with deadly precision at Yang Ming's neck, failed to produce the anticipated spray of blood. Instead, a billow of smoke erupted, revealing a wallet. The speed of thought was astonishing, as Yang Ming required no time to form seals. Upon receiving Yang Ming's command, the system promptly utilized the wallet on his person as an emergency substitute, absorbing the lethal blow intended for him. That was a close call. I nearly thought I would perish. Yang Ming's chest heaved violently, the terrifying specter of life and death imparting a thrill akin to dancing upon the razor's edge, a sensation foreign to someone like him who had never seen battle. Were it not for the system, had another ninja been in his place, there would have been no time to form hand seals. Consequently, Yang Ming would now merely be a lifeless corpse. As he steadied his breath and turned his gaze towards the origin of the thrown kunai, he finally discerned the instigator, Mizuki. Indeed, it was Mizuki, who was supposed to have succumbed to a swarm of poison needles. At this moment, Mizuki was in dire straits, his body riddled with needles, resembling a grotesque porcupine. A terrifying sight to behold. Witnessing the kunai he had launched with his last breath return fruitlessly, Mizuki's expression dimmed suddenly, and his legs buckled, leaving him to collapse to the ground as if his spine had been wrenched away. Yet, Yang Ming remained vigilant. The earlier scene had left an indelible impression on him. Who could say whether Mizuki had truly lost his fighting spirit? In the land of the leaves, the tranquil forest was now a battlefield, littered with vibrant green poison needles. The once serene woods had transformed into a ghastly arena, revealing its savage visage. At Yang Ming's side stood his most loyal puppet, the stout figure silent as a guardian deity, resolutely committed to protecting his master. With the stout puppet's watchful presence, Yang Ming felt a sense of relief. He had been thoroughly startled by Mizuki's ambush. After all, Mizuki was merely a low-ranking chunin, lacking formidable ninjutsu. Had he possessed powerful techniques like fire release, even Yang Ming's puppet might have knelt in submission. To eradicate the threat entirely, Yang Ming cautiously approached Mizuki. At that moment, Mizuki had not yet fully succumbed. Upon seeing Yang Ming looming above him, he spoke with a face full of resentment. Yang Ming sighed, "I apologize, but I am not a spy from Sunagakure." Frankly, he could not help but feel pity for the other's intelligence. Could one truly assume that the mere use of puppetry indicated an affiliation with Sunagakure? Yet, it seemed that in this world, aside from Yang Ming, such assumptions were indeed commonplace. Mizuki's eyes widened in shock, confusion swirling within, yet ultimately, there was a sense of liberation. It turned out he had misjudged. With a heart brimming with regret, he exhaled his final breath, succumbing to death while still gazing upward at the sky. In his pursuit of power, he had been bested by intellect. It was a bitter defeat. If there were to be a next life, may you become a wise individual. Yang Ming, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion and crouched down to gently close Mizuki's eyes. This, too, could be seen as a form of respect from one grassroots individual to another. Unlike other ninjas, who, despite harboring sympathy, would be wary of potential traps set by a dying adversary, Yang Ming was not a ninja, but rather a chef. After concluding matters at this site, Yang Ming found himself pondering. System, Mizuki has perished, so why has the task not yet been completed? Host, please carefully read the task description before speaking. The system replied with a grave seriousness. Hidden task, save Naruto. Task description, at this very moment, Naruto is suffering from both physical and emotional distress. As Naruto's elder brother, it is your time to step forward. Yang Ming's lips twitched. It seems the system truly excels in its eloquence. So, to clarify, killing Mizuki would merely save Naruto's body, and I must also heal his spirit. Congratulations, host. Your intellect surpasses that of Mizuki, the system responded with unwavering seriousness. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback. System, just say it plainly. My IQ is merely on the passing line, isn't it? As the host's system, I have the responsibility and obligation to maintain your dignity. The system replied with its usual solemnity. All right, the world may be vast, but the system reigns supreme. Yang Ming, realizing he could not contend with the system's authority, turned to face Naruto. At that moment, Naruto's demeanor was quite peculiar. Despite the chaos that had erupted outside leading to Mizuki's demise, one would expect Naruto to feel joy. Yet here he was, head bowed, exuding a palpable aura of despondency. "Naruto, lift your head," Ming commanded, feeling an inexplicable surge of anger at the sight of his little brother in such a state. "Huh." Naruto reflexively raised his head, revealing eyes filled with confusion. Resembling someone who had been thoroughly broken, his expression was reminiscent of a captive girl, subjected to the whims of a brutish man. Those eyes, once vibrant, now appeared hollow, devoid of life, akin to a stagnant pool of water, staring at his newly recognized elder brother. Naruto felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart and found himself voicing his innermost doubts. "Brother, do you think I should not exist in this world?" "Naruto, who told you that you should not live?" In that moment, a flicker of inner turmoil flashed in Naruto's eyes. He hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the truth. But ultimately, perhaps seeking an outlet, he spoke. "Teacher Mizuki told me that I am the Nine-Tails Fox. It is because of me that so many people have perished, even Irika-sensei's parents. That is why everyone despises me, targets me, ostracizes me. Brother, do you think I should not exist in this world?" As he spoke, Naruto's emotions intensified. He was not a fool. The villagers' disdainful glances and his peers' exclusion had long made him uneasy. Yet in the past, he believed that becoming Hokage would earn him the villagers' respect. But now, Mizuki had shattered that illusion, laying the stark truth bare before him. In that instant, the belief that had sustained Naruto crumbled to dust. He found himself questioning the very value of the aspirations he had fought so hard to achieve. Seeing Naruto in such a state, Ming sighed deeply. This reminded him of his past life, where he was considered an underachiever in school. In a desperate attempt to capture the attention of the class beauty, he often resorted to extravagant antics. To his dismay, he found himself despised by his classmates, who united in ostracizing him. During that time, he too experienced profound loneliness and isolation. Even the homeroom teacher, dismissing him as an underperformer, neglected to offer any guidance. The severity of such emotional neglect left Ming feeling suffocated and in despair, a sentiment that resonated even more deeply with Naruto. Yet, prior to this, Naruto had tirelessly pursued an elusive dream with unwavering dedication, albeit lacking the flexibility to gain the approval of others. Through these experiences, Naruto had come to intimately understand the anguish of the human heart. Thus, Ming extended his hand, pressing it firmly onto Naruto's golden hair, his face radiant with a sun-like smile. In an unprecedentedly gentle tone, he reassured, "Even if this world forsakes you, Naruto, do not forget that you have me, your elder brother." "Brother." Tears unexpectedly welled up in Naruto's eyes, blurring his vision. Ming playfully chastised him. "Look at you, what a sight. Why are you crying? Do you think you can become Hokage like this? Stand up and puff out your chest with pride." Ming lightly punched Naruto's chest, firmly reminding him, "Remember, you are no longer the Nine-Tails, but Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you understand?" Tears streamed down Naruto's face. In that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the shadows of his troubled heart, enveloping him in an unprecedented warmth. In the Hokage building of the Hidden Leaf, a once empty room suddenly filled with numerous ninjas donning animal masks. Clad in combat attire, each exuded an impressive aura that could only be honed on the battlefield. Yet, at this moment, these typically unruly ninjas stood in two respectful lines, their eyes filled with reverence, awaiting the command of the elder seated at the center. The elder's face was etched with countless wrinkles, forming deep valleys that bore witness to a lifetime of wisdom. His profound gaze reflected a tranquility shaped by the passage of time, as if nothing could disturb his composure. This man, without a doubt, was the third Hokage. In the present, he was renowned across the 5 great nations as a master of ninjutsu. He was the first Hokage since the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village to rise to prominence without a distinguished lineage, secret techniques, or bloodline limits. Instead, he had solely relied on his understanding of ninjutsu, transforming what others deemed useless into remarkable skills, thereby ascending to the position of Hokage. At this moment, however, this legendary figure was fixated on a crystal ball on the table, much like Jiraiya peering at a girl bathing. The telescope technique, typically employed for reconnaissance, was now solely focused on one individual and one event. It was astonishing that the disturbances in the Hidden Leaf Forest had arisen due to Naruto. Through the telescope technique, The third Hokage had grasped the unfolding circumstances. However, the youth who possessed a puppet yet bore no resemblance to a puppeteer stirred a wave of concern within him. When did such a ninja emerge in the village? Did this signify a flaw in the village's intelligence system? Observing Yang Ming's camaraderie with Naruto, the third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply. This matter must be investigated. The background of that boy beside Naruto must be uncovered. Thus, the third Hokage addressed the multitude of ninjas before him. You may all withdraw. Summon Kakashi. Understood. There was no hint of hesitation, only absolute obedience. The Umbu ninjas swiftly cleared the once crowded office, leaving it eerily vacant. Hokage-sama. Soon, Kakashi arrived in an instant using the body flicker technique. Kakashi, I have an important mission for you, the third Hokage declared, drawing a deep breath from his cigarette. Oh, what is the mission? Kakashi inquired with curiosity, wondering why the Hokage would summon him, an elite jonin, just as he was about to lead a team of genin. Did this imply an invasion from another ninja village? While obedience was the duty of a ninja, Kakashi couldn't suppress a quiet lament. Oh dear, I haven't finished the latest version of Intimacy Paradise yet. Such thoughts were laden with bittersweet nostalgia. However, the situation took a turn. The third Hokage pointed at the youth within the crystal ball and instructed, Kakashi, you are to discreetly investigate his background. Remember, do not make this known, understood? Kakashi's expression shifted, adopting a solemn demeanor as he replied, as you command. While speaking, he kept a watchful eye on Naruto, pondering, is that the son of my mentor? Kakashi felt a swell of emotions. He had heard of Naruto's plight within the village, yet he found himself powerless to assist him. This was the prevailing sentiment of the village, akin to the fate of his father, the renowned Hatake Kakashi. Those who dared to venture into this turbulent vortex would be mercilessly torn apart. Thus, Kakashi could only silently pray for Naruto, hoping that the son of a tiger would not be a dog, wishing for Naruto to grow swiftly and inherit the hopes of the fourth Hokage. With this sentiment in mind, when Kakashi observed the image in the crystal ball showing Naruto joyfully chatting with Yang Ming, the corners of his lips, concealed beneath his mask, subtly curved into a smile. The following day, Yang Ming emerged rather disheveled from a tree hollow, gazing at his filthy state. He vowed that he would ensure to bring adequate equipment for future outdoor excursions. The previous night had been too late, and without exceptional circumstances, Konoha forbade any entry or exit after dark. Thus, Yang Ming had spent the night outdoors with Naruto. Outdoor patio sounded rather appealing, but those who had truly experienced it would hardly share the same sentiment, especially in the forest, where the nighttime chill and humidity, accompanied by countless snakes, insects, and other nuisances, proved to be quite bothersome. Throughout the night, Yang Ming was serenaded by Naruto's snores and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Moreover, remaining motionless within the tree hollow for an extended period has rendered its consequences painfully evident. Yang Ming felt his entire body become excruciatingly stiff, to the point where he could easily assume the role of a professional zombie. However, upon catching sight of Naruto, he finally comprehended the profound inequities of this world. Under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were unaffected by any ailment, cheerfully bidding farewell to Yang Ming early in the morning before dashing back to the village to prepare for his examination. In response, Yang Ming could only extend a middle finger to the heavens. So what if one has a good father? Just wait and see how I shall sever a tail from the Nine Tails to stir-fry some meat. At that moment, the Nine Tails residing within Naruto suddenly sneezed and muttered, "Which scoundrel is cursing me?" Yang Ming glanced at the system, realizing that he had finally grown. System objective: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra level: Genin. As the culinary deity of the Naruto realm, future dishes will undoubtedly require the use of chakra. Young 1. Strive diligently. Culinary talent: unknown skills, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, body replacement technique. Items: chubby puppet. Culinary deity comprehensive rating: novice. The journey to culinary divinity has only just commenced. Follow the system's guidance and become the apex of the food chain in the Naruto world. Yang Ming clenched his fist, as if grasping his future destiny. This level of ability was far from sufficient, setting aside the nefarious individuals lurking behind the scenes in the Naruto world. The imminent threat posed by Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha was enough to instill a deep sense of urgency within Yang Ming. To avoid becoming a pitiable pawn in this world, relentless self-improvement was essential. Fortunately, it was not too late for young Ming to rise and strive. He glanced at the recently completed task. Hidden task, save Naruto. Task description, at this very moment, Naruto is suffering from both physical and emotional wounds, as his elder brother. It is time for you to step forward. Task reward, 1 ice cream recipe. Task completed, reward has been issued. Ice cream, though not a main dish, has captivated the hearts of countless young maidens with its unique flavor. Filled with aspirations for the future, young Ming made his way to the village. Upon returning, he planned to treat himself to a delightful serving of ice cream. As the first crow of dawn echoed, the bustling village of Konoha awakened from its slumber. Early in the morning, the streets were lively and thronged with people. Yang Ming strolled along the clean thoroughfare, occasionally drawing the attention of passers-by due to his disheveled appearance. Upon recognizing him, familiar villagers greeted him warmly, inquiring about his well-being. A kind-hearted elderly woman even presumed he had been robbed and brought out clothing from her home to offer him. "Grandma, I'm really fine. You can take the clothes back," Yang Ming said, taken aback by the elderly woman's insistence. "Ah, Xiao Ming, just take it as grandma's kindness. There's no need for formality." The elderly woman, despite her age, proved to be as persistent as an ox when it came to her generosity. Beside him, an older gentleman jested, "Xiao Ming, you need not worry. After all, it's not as if you are to become that lady's grandson-in-law." This grandmother's granddaughter was remarkable, notorious in the village for her considerable girth. Her weight could quite easily frighten a pig. Thus, upon hearing the gentleman's teasing, the nearby villagers erupted in good-natured laughter. However, the elderly lady was displeased and shot a glare at the man, exclaiming, "Oldly, how about this? I could arrange for my dear granddaughter to marry your son." The gentleman's smile froze on his face, and he hastily responded with forced laughter, "Oh, please don't. You see, I didn't say anything of the sort." It was only after this retort that he recalled the grandmother was once famously known in her youth as the village's fiery pepper girl, with a temperament to match. Yang Ming felt an unsettling shift as the old man spoke. Why did the grandmother's gaze upon him feel so peculiar? Almost as if she were appraising him like a woman choosing garments while shopping? Could it be that the gentleman was indeed onto something? A chill ran down his spine. Even in dire hunger, he would never choose a partner of such considerable proportions. Noticing his discomfort, the grandmother softened her gaze and suggested, "Xiao Ming, are you feeling unwell? Why not come to my home for a while?" "No, thank you." Yang Ming fervently shook his head. "I still have to open my shop, so I can't trouble you." With that, he hastily fled without even accepting her offered clothes. Upon returning to his shop, he noticed the neighboring restaurant, Ilu, was bustling with activity, with a long line of patrons eager to be served. This sight reminded him of his first mission. Mission: defeat Ilu Restaurant and become the most renowned eatery in Konoha Village. Mission hint: as the future supreme food deity of the Naruto world, how could you possibly advance without a few little monsters to aid you? Mission reward: to be determined by the host's final outcome. It appeared he had a considerable journey ahead of him. Yang Ming gazed at Ilu Restaurant, a fierce flame of determination igniting in his eyes. He would not concede defeat with the system's assistance at his side. Once inside his establishment, Yang Ming inquired of the system, "Enlighten me about the ice cream you offer." "Host, ice cream is an exceedingly enticing and imaginative frozen dairy delicacy. Many years ago, it originated from the land of snow. Revered by the ruling class as a culinary treasure," the system stated solemnly. Yang Ming's lips twitched at the notion that such a commonplace treat in his homeland was regarded with such esteem in the Naruto world. Yet, the system continued with unwavering seriousness. Ice cream contains high-quality proteins, sugars, and fats, along with amino acids and minerals such as calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, chloride, sulfur, and iron, all of which contribute to regulating physiological functions and maintaining osmotic pressure and pH balance. Listening to the system's elaborate scientific discourse, Yang Ming felt utterly lost in his humanities background. To summarize succinctly, on a scorching summer day, nothing could rival the delight of indulging in a cup of ice cream. For ice cream, Yang Ming had long been craving it. Before his journey, his greatest delight was to indulge in a box of ice cream after a meal from the local convenience store. He would then return home, reclining on the sofa, savoring the ice cream while leisurely watching anime. The taste, the delightful tang, was simply exquisite. Upon examining the ice cream making method provided by the system, he discovered it was not as singular as the recipe for beef noodles. In essence, the system offered a fundamental recipe, specifically for cream ice cream. However, if Ming wished to explore other flavors, he could innovate with his own ingredients rather than adhering to a single recipe. For instance, if he fancied cantaloupe ice cream, he could incorporate the corresponding ingredients. Thus, the system aptly described ice cream as a dairy product brimming with creativity. Naturally, to craft a delectable ice cream, essential tools were indispensable. In the kitchen, Ming easily spotted the tools provided by the system: a small milk pot, an ice cream scooper, a manual whisk, a scraper, and a plastic container. Upon seeing the slender figure of the small milk pot, distinct from a frying pan, Ming felt overwhelmed. Compared to the broad opening of a frying pan, the milk pot was clearly petite, its rim only slightly larger than a bowl. This was quite discomforting for Ming, who prided himself on his boldness. Hence, when in doubt, it was prudent to consult the system. System, what is this small milk pot? Host. The small milk pot is meticulously crafted by the master artisans of the Iron Kingdom. Its base features a dual-layer composite design, forged through days of diligent hammering by skilled craftsmen. This pot also transcends traditional techniques, allowing for quicker and more even heat distribution, thereby preventing sticking during cooking. The system replied with its usual seriousness. Ming squinted his eyes, asking, "System, just tell me, how much is this pot worth?" Given that this small milk pot employs the most advanced technology, its cost is exceedingly high, equivalent to the annual fiscal revenue of the Snow Kingdom. The system replied with unwavering seriousness. Hearing this, Ming felt an urge to extract the system and give it a sound beating. "You extravagant fool. No matter how small or impoverished the Snow Kingdom is, its annual revenue must be substantial. And all this money just for a tool to make ice cream?" Thus, Ming cautiously inquired, "System, I'm a bit tight on funds lately. Can I sell this pot?" "Apologies, host. But once you take any tools provided by the system outside the shop, the system reserves the right to reclaim them all," the system responded, still serious. Despite his displeasure with the system's extravagance, Ming realized the enormity of the system's authority. Consequently, he swiftly redirected his focus towards the art of making ice cream. To create a smooth and refreshing ice cream, not only were high-quality tools essential, but the ingredients also had to meet stringent standards. Due to Ming's desire to experiment before selling in the store, he retrieved only the ingredients for a single serving from the refrigerator: 2 eggs, a carton of milk, and a tub of cream. Observing the noticeably smaller eggs in his hands compared to those typically found in markets, he curiously inquired, "System, given that the small saucepan is so expensive, these ingredients must also come at a considerable price, correct?" "The eggs provided by this system originate from a vast farm in the land of rivers," the system replied with earnestness. "The chickens there are nourished with meticulously balanced feed daily. Additionally, to maintain the hens' vitality, the farm employs a free-range approach, allowing the flock ample space for exercise. Although the eggs produced by these hens are smaller than the standard market variety, their essence is far more concentrated, making them a staple breakfast for esteemed individuals and dignitaries across nations." How extravagant! Ming's lips twitched. To think that livestock require exercise, what a revelation. He dared not inquire about the value of the 2 eggs in his possession, fearing his heart could not bear the answer. To avoid distraction, he refrained from further questioning and commenced the process of making ice cream. He gently tapped an egg against the table corner and positioned it above an empty bowl. With a careful twist along the cracks of the shell, he created a slight opening without splitting the egg in half, effortlessly separating the yolk from the white. The clear egg white flowed down like silk, filling the bowl while a delicate aroma of eggs began to permeate the air. Strangely, this fragrance bore no trace of fishiness, instead exuding a natural essence that was utterly delightful. He reserved the yolk in another empty bowl, where it sat like a radiant sun, a vibrant orange orb. Following suit, he cracked the second egg's yolk into the mix, added a spoonful of sugar and a suitable amount of cream, and began to stir. Gradually, the egg mixture blended, shifting from orange to a creamy white, reminiscent of 2 suns merging to form a resplendent nebula. Next, Ming poured the prepared milk into the saucepan, bringing it to a gentle simmer. Suddenly, a rich, creamy aroma enveloped him. In that moment, he felt as if all the milk he had consumed in his past life paled in comparison. This modest amount of milk produced a fragrance more potent than an entire barrel. The rich, luscious scent conjured visions of vast grasslands, making Yang Ming feel as though he stood amidst an endless herd of cows, listening to the harmonious symphony of their lowing. As the delightful aroma wafted outside the shop, it caught the attention of patrons queuing at the entrance of the nearby restaurant. Goodness, what is that enchanting scent? It smells incredible. I'm so hungry. I can't bear it. Is there truly a delicacy more fragrant than Ilu ramen? For some reason, this aroma reminds me of my late mother. I feel the same way. At last, a patron discerned that the delightful aroma emanated from Yang Ming's restaurant and exclaimed, "Look, the fragrance is coming from that establishment." Instantly, all the diners at Ilu restaurant surged toward it. When Uncle Ilu emerged from the kitchen bearing a bowl of noodles, he was taken aback to find that all his customers had vanished, his expression darkening in an instant. "Changpu, what on earth is happening? Where have all the customers gone?" "Dad," Changpu replied, feeling quite aggrieved. "They've all gone to the restaurant across the street." "What?" Uncle Ilu furrowed his brows. "Is it possible that my culinary delights are outshone by that young lad across the way?" As a small establishment directly opposite Ilu restaurant, he had long been aware of the competition, recognizing it as a threat to his business. However, upon discovering that the rival chef was merely a 12-year-old boy, he had boldly proclaimed, "True culinary skill is garnered through the passage of time." Indeed, as he anticipated, there were hardly any patrons when Yang Ming first opened his doors. But now, what was happening in this world? How could a mere child, at such a tender age, lure away his clientele? Was it that Uncle Ilu had grown too old to adapt to the changing times? Or did the other side truly offer delectable fare? At that moment, Uncle Ilu sank into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, as Yang Ming meticulously poured the prepared milk into the whipped egg mixture while stirring, he was startled to see a throng of villagers rush toward his little eatery, fearing they might be thugs come to extort him. "Boss, what are you cooking?" "Make one for me too." "Yes, boss. I'll have one as well." "Oh no, make it two. And pack an extra to go." It turned out they were merely there to dine. Realizing they were not there to cause trouble made things much easier for Yang Ming. He gestured toward the menu on the wall and said, "Please take a look at the prices before making your decision." "How aloof is this boss?" was the unanimous thought among the villagers, astonished that he seemed indifferent to the money being offered. However, upon glancing at the menu, their expressions changed drastically. What the heck? A bowl of beef noodles for 128 yuan. This boss must be out of his mind. Consequently, the once bustling restaurant was suddenly empty, with everyone scurrying back to Ilu restaurant. Upon witnessing the return of his customers, Uncle Ilu's face blossomed into a benevolent smile. "Indeed, I was right all along," he mused to himself. He could not fathom that a chef who had not endured the test of time could snatch away his patrons merely through a stroke of talent. In contrast, Yang Ming, observing his empty restaurant, merely shrugged and continued his work. He poured the well-mixed egg mixture back into the pot, cooking it until it began to simmer gently. The initially pale egg mixture gradually transformed into a rich golden hue as the temperature rose. The once overwhelming aroma now seemed to dissipate, reminiscent of an aged wine, which becomes more profound with time. Afterward, Yang Ming transferred the egg mixture into a container and, once cooled, placed it into the refrigerator for preservation. In just a few hours, the time for indulgence would arrive. Yang Ming thought to himself as he wiped away the sweat from his brow. 3 hours later, the timing was impeccable, ensuring that the ice cream did not languish in the freezer long enough to develop ice crystals that would mar its overall texture. Yang Ming retrieved the ice cream from the depths of the freezer, taking out a crystal cup, and with a specialized spoon, he carefully scooped the ice cream into it. Through the translucent crystal, the perfectly rounded ice cream lay serenely, its creamy yellow hue enhancing one's appetite. Just as Yang Ming was about to savor his treat, a voice from the system interrupted. "Host, it is advisable to let the ice cream sit for 1 to 2 minutes after transferring it from the freezer to the cup," the system stated earnestly. There is nothing more infuriating to a food lover than an unexpected interruption during the tasting experience, prompting Yang Ming to respond with irritation. Is there really so much protocol involved in eating ice cream? Host, allowing the ice cream to rest for a while enhances the release of its flavors, intensifying the overall taste. Additionally, consuming ice cream immediately after extraction, when it is excessively cold and not fully thawed, can provoke a harsh reaction in the stomach, leading to discomfort. The system continued with utmost seriousness. Reluctantly, Yang Ming conceded, tears welling in his eyes, and decided to heed the system's advice. Indeed, the suggestion proved to be invaluable. After a brief moment, as the air met the ice cream, a stark temperature contrast between its chill and the warmth of the surroundings initiated a swift melting. An aromatic essence began to waft around Yang Ming, mingling with the cool air from the freezer, evoking a refreshing delight. What could be more invigorating on a sweltering summer day? Eagerly, Yang Ming withdrew his spoon, which was no ordinary utensil, but rather an exquisite piece crafted entirely from gold, designed to prevent any flavor contamination and to preserve the ice cream's essence to the fullest. He opened his mouth wide and plunged a heaping spoonful into it. Ah, cold. Extremely cold. Then came the heat, cold to the point of warmth. As the ice cream made contact with his teeth and tongue, a burst of chill erupted, radiating throughout his body. Accompanying this sensation was a torrent of flavor. The rich creaminess surged forth, swirling with the movement of his tongue, rushing to his mind, akin to a blissful descent into a paradise of happiness. Yang Ming felt as though his myriad taste buds were simultaneously releasing sighs of pleasure. After the icy and fragrant burst, sweetness followed. As his tongue cradled the layer of ice cream, a gentle lick of his lips unveiled a glimpse of the myriad flavors hidden within, allowing him to appreciate its unique overall profile. As the taste swirled on his tongue, the sweet essence slowly spiraled down into his lungs, carrying its chill and penetrating to the core of his being. Ah! Yang Ming exhaled contentedly, reflecting on the experience that was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride, leaving him yearning for more. He had never imagined that such a delectable ice cream could exist in this world. Of course, there remained a few imperfections. Just a moment ago, Yang Ming was too hasty, indulging in a taste a tad prematurely, resulting in a chill that dominated his experience. Undeterred, he eagerly resumed his quest with the spoon. This time, the ice cream had been out long enough to allow him to savor its delightful essence. As the frozen treat grazed his tongue, a wave of coldness was released. However, having warmed slightly in the open air, this chill dissipated quickly. Thus, Yang Ming's tongue was able to relish more of the ice cream. In an instant, a rich, sweet creaminess enveloped his tongue, akin to the snug casing of a sausage. As his tongue danced and rolled, prompting the ice cream to melt thoroughly, he could discern a subtle chill and an overwhelming sweetness that lingered between his lips and teeth, compelling him to express his sheer enjoyment through a blissful countenance. The single serving of ice cream was swiftly devoured by Yang Ming, yet he felt an insatiable longing, as though even the breath he exhaled was imbued with a profound, sweet fragrance. It was reminiscent of the intoxicating allure of love between a man and a woman, ensnaring one in its depths. After this indulgence, a thought struck Yang Ming. Such exquisite delicacy had eluded him even in his past life. If it were to be sold, would the system not price it exorbitantly? After all, the system dared to charge 128 yuan for a bowl of beef ramen. What was beyond its reach? With a sense of trepidation regarding the future, Yang Ming inquired, "System, what do you intend to charge for this ice cream?" "Host, a cup of ice cream is priced at 250 yuan, the system replied with utmost seriousness. Yang Ming's lips twitched in disbelief, feeling as if his financial prospects had dimmed considerably. "You truly dare to set such a price?" "Host, this is the minimum price derived after considering economies of scale and excluding costs," the system reiterated with its usual gravity. Yang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. "What economies of scale are you basing this on? I don't even know if the ice cream will sell." In his previous life, Yang Ming had thought a certain foreign ice cream brand was a scam, only to discover that this world had even greater absurdities. A cup of ice cream at 250 yuan, twice the price of beef ramen. Who would actually buy it? Tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented whether he had chosen the wrong system or traversed into the wrong world. Why did other systems grant golden fingers and charming companions, while his remained arrogantly aloof? His fragile constitution could hardly bear such burdens. Yet, the system remained obstinately whimsical, sprinkling salt on Yang Ming's wounds at this moment. Chain task: transform ice cream into a Valentine's Day gift. Stage task 1: make ice cream a Valentine's gift for the villagers of Konoha. Task description: as an aspiring and ambitious culinary master, the era of solely immersing oneself in cooking has passed. Begin with ice cream, and let it become a myth between lovers. A declaration of love. Task reward: unlock the Sharingan. Unbelievable. Yang Ming nearly exploded with frustration upon reading the task description, nearly cursing aloud. Upon catching sight of the task reward, his gaze became irrevocably fixated, and the profanities that nearly escaped his lips were swiftly transformed into words of admiration, lest he provoke the system and risk the cancellation of his task. The Sharingan. Indeed, it is the Sharingan. The legendary eye, powerful and majestic, capable of sweeping across the world, transcending the heavens, the earth, and even the very planet itself. It has been said that if one were to traverse into the world of Naruto, failing to acquire the Sharingan would render the journey utterly futile. Much like venturing into the world of One Piece, where one must have tasted the potency of a formidable devil fruit or mastered the 6 powers to even claim the title of a traveler. Possessing the Sharingan signifies the potential for the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan in the future. Even young Ming could not restrain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "The Sharingan shall be mine." On this bright and sunny day in Konoha, Naruto was sprinting down the street, dragging Iruka along, clouds of dust swirling in their wake, instantly capturing the attention of the villagers around them. Ugh, who are those two? So annoying. Isn't that Iruka? Why is he with that brat? I was wondering who it was. What bad luck. I truly do not understand why the Hokage still keeps that useless one. However, upon noticing the brand new ninja headband adorning Naruto's forehead, the abstract symbol of the leaf suddenly appeared blindingly vivid. In an instant, the expressions of the villagers transformed, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity. How could the perennial underachiever of the village possibly become a ninja? In that moment, those who had just mocked Naruto felt a burning shame, wishing they could dig a hole and hide their heads within it. The previously overt disdain displayed by the villagers began to wane. After all, a genuine ninja, even a mere genin, was not someone they, as commoners, could dare to provoke. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, Naruto's mind was singularly focused on conveying the news of his newfound status as a ninja to his older brother, Yang Ming, as swiftly as possible. Perhaps even Yang Ming had not anticipated that he had unconsciously become as esteemed in Naruto's eyes as Iruka. Soon, a small shop across from the Ichiraku ramen restaurant caught Iruka's attention. How desolate. This was Iruka's immediate reaction. The stark contrast between the bustling Ichiraku, with its long queue, and Yang Ming's empty establishment was undeniably striking. Naruto, is your brother's ramen truly that delicious? Iruka inquired, raising an eyebrow, feigning casualness. He had never heard of Naruto having an older brother, and as a teacher, he deemed it necessary to instruct Naruto on discerning good individuals from bad, lest he be led astray and find himself exploited. Unaware of Iruka's underlying thoughts, Naruto bristled at the suggestion that his most revered brother could be anything less than exceptional. Iruka-sensei, you've never tasted it. It is the most delicious ramen in the world. The most delicious ramen, is it? This child has certainly been deceived, Iruka mused to himself. He could not help but believe that the elusive Yang Ming was undoubtedly a nefarious villain, and scrupulously deceiving even children for the sake of profit. No, he must expose the other's sinister plot and reveal the true nature of this individual to Naruto. Iruka felt the spirit of a teacher within him ignite fervently. For the sake of his student, he knew he must take action. Since Naruto had proclaimed that this ramen shop served exquisite noodles, he decided to investigate from that angle. Iruka's gaze sharpened abruptly, akin to a sword unsheathed, piercing and unyielding. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Yang Ming's modest establishment. Iruka surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The shop bore no name, merely 2 tables and chairs within. Moreover, the proprietor seemed exceedingly stingy, for there was not a single decoration in sight, save for a menu affixed to the wall. Wait a moment, this menu. Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief. A bowl of beef ramen for 128 yuan. A scoop of ice cream for 250 yuan. How exorbitant. It was no wonder that this owner sought to dupe Naruto. At such prices, not even a rational person would patronize the place. Iruka felt he had uncovered the truth, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. However, he was abruptly pulled back to reality by Naruto's exuberant voice. Big brother, I've finally become a true ninja. Today, with Iruka-sensei treating, I must indulge. A radiant smile spread across Naruto's face as he addressed Yang Ming. Congratulations, Naruto. You have taken your first step toward becoming Hokage. What would you like to eat today? As Naruto's gaze fell upon the ice cream on the menu, a look of confusion crossed his face. Hey, big brother, is there a new product today? What is it? Why is it so expensive? Oh, that is a premium dessert exclusively offered in the land of snow for the daimyos and nobility. Would you care for a serving? Well then, Since Irika-sensei is treating, let us have one of each. Listening to the exchange between Ming and Naruto, Irika felt a twitch in his cheek. What kind of food is exclusively for the daimyos and aristocrats of the Land of Snow? Surely this is a ruse. And what about those outrageous prices? Irika resolved to intervene before he could expose the true nature of the unscrupulous shopkeeper. Heaven knows, as a teacher at a ninja academy, his salary paled in comparison to those fighting on the front lines. If Naruto were to order from this menu, Irika feared he might have to subsist on instant noodles for the remainder of the month. After all, that would consume a tenth of his salary. Irika felt as though his heart were bleeding. Thus, he addressed Naruto. Wait, Naruto, I think you should reconsider. Irika-sensei, what do you mean? Are you trying to back out? Naruto exclaimed, his expression turning indignant as he glared at Irika. The two locked eyes, momentarily speechless. Through Naruto's feigned fierce gaze, Irika perceived a sensitive beast, baring its teeth in trepidation, afraid of revealing its vulnerable side. At this moment, Irika recalled not long ago when Naruto deliberately painted the Hokage statue, merely to capture the attention of the crowd. After all, he was just a child. Suddenly, Irika's heart softened. Well, I shall give it a try and see if this eatery is truly as delectable as Naruto claimed. As if making a momentous resolution, Irika clenched his teeth and managed to utter, rest assured, today I shall treat. Oh yeah, I knew you were the best, Irika-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, his concerns vanishing into thin air as he shouted joyfully. In the midst of Naruto's exuberant laughter, Irika felt an unprecedented tranquility enveloping his heart. What could be more significant than ensuring the happiness of one's students? Having made up his mind, Irika approached with a mindset of curiosity and said, Boss, I would like a bowl of beef ramen. Ultimately, Irika lacked the courage to order ice cream. He certainly did not wish to return home to several days of instant noodles. Just the thought of that scenario sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, he had saved a little extra money. Irika silently congratulated himself. Very well, please hold on for a moment, Ming replied, feeling that today might just be his lucky day. God knows that his rental agreement was nearing its end, and without any income, he feared he would soon be evicted by his landlord. The wait was excruciating, especially when the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Yet he could only endure the anticipation. Irika felt as if he had been transported back to his childhood. During those days, his parents were still alive, and they too had a fondness for gourmet food. Although their duties as ninjas often led them away on missions, preventing them from dining at home. Whenever they had a moment to spare, they would bring back a bounty of ingredients to create culinary delights. In those times, Irika, just as he was now, sat on a chair, his small hands cradling his head, gazing blankly at his parents as they kneaded the dough. What were they chatting about back then? Irika pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The memories of the past felt distant, and even the images of his parents' faces had gradually blurred with the passage of time. No, there was still something. Irika finally recalled a memory etched deeply in his mind. It was the aroma. As Ming immersed the noodles into the pot, the bubbling broth enveloped the strands, and an intense wheat fragrance instantly filled the air, swirling around Irika. This scent, the familiar yet alien aroma of wheat, suddenly transported Irika back into the recesses of his cherished memories. He envisioned two indistinct figures standing not far from him, laughing and chatting as they placed the noodles into the pot. Isn't it time for your child to enroll in the Ninja Academy? Indeed. I can't believe how many years have passed in the blink of an eye. What are you saying? It's as if we have aged significantly. Yes, I was mistaken. Our lives have only just begun. Will you continue to walk alongside me? Of course. Do not misbehave, the child is sitting there. Tears gradually blurred Irika's vision, rendering his sight hazy. He began to believe that this humble noodle shop offered something extraordinary. The mere aroma wafting through the air ignited a longing within him, reminiscent of the anticipation he felt as a child for his parents' cooking, filling his heart with dreams. Here is your beef ramen. At that moment, Ming approached Irika with a steaming bowl of ramen, interrupting his reverie. To be honest, upon seeing the ramen, disappointment flooded Irika's heart. The noodles floated in a clear broth, adorned with merely a few slices of beef. Even with a sprinkle of scallions, it appeared rather meager. Irika recalled how, in his childhood, his parents' beef ramen was heaped with generous portions of beef, creating a visual feast that alone could satiate his hunger. Of course, one must consider that they were in business to earn a living. Irika seemed to have forgotten his initial purpose for being there. As he began to make excuses for the dish Ming had prepared, Unlike Naruto, who would eagerly grab the beef first, Iruka chose to lift a handful of noodles, gently blowing on them to cool before taking a bite. Slurp. Iruka's eyes widened in astonishment. As the noodles graced his palate, the smooth texture exploded with flavor. It tasted just like his parents' cooking. How many years had it been since the Nine Tails chaos? Since his parents sacrificed themselves to protect the village. He had not tasted ramen like this. Even the ramen from Uncle Ichiraku could not compare. Slurp. Slurp. As Iruka ravenously devoured the noodles, tears flowed down his cheeks. Countless nights, he had sat alone at home, staring blankly at the kitchen, a place filled with cherished memories and warmth. In those moments, he felt as though his parents were still alive, present beside him. As he grew older, Iruka had attempted to learn the art of making ramen. Yet, he could never recapture that essence. It was as if it existed only in a dream that could never be realized. But now, as he swept away a bowl of ramen with fervor, he still felt an unquenchable thirst, as if by doing so, he could grasp that feeling of dining with his parents once more. Hey, Iruka-sensei, why are you crying? At that moment, Naruto, typically oblivious, chose to intervene, shattering Iruka's bittersweet reminiscence. Shut up. Just eat your noodles. Iruka retorted, adopting an unusually brusque demeanor. As expected, this tactic proved effective. Naruto, startled, retracted his neck like a frightened ostrich and diverted his focus back to his own bowl. My apologies, Naruto, Iruka silently thought. He did not wish for Naruto's loose lips to spread this story throughout the school the following day. Otherwise, where would he hide his embarrassment? When the noodles were finally consumed, only a few thin slices of beef floated atop the clear broth, resembling rootless driftwood, instantly capturing Iruka's attention. Given the delectable nature of the ramen, one cannot help but wonder about the allure of the beef. With great anticipation, Iruka picked up a slice of beef and consumed it in a single bite. As his teeth began to work through the tender morsel, it was as if the meat was being tossed about in a washing machine, shredded and broken apart. The rich aroma of the beef, accompanied by the splendor of the broth, burst forth, filling Iruka's entire palate with the piping hot essence. In that instant, a wave of refreshing warmth surged through his mind. The broth flowed down his throat and into his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth that radiated throughout his limbs. What astonished Iruka even more was the unexpected rise in his long-stagnant chakra levels. It is worth noting that Iruka had spent many years as a chunin, suggesting that his potential had long been exhausted, and his future seemed predetermined. Yet now, with a mere slice of beef consumed, he found his chakra slightly replenished. Although modest, it felt akin to the dawn's first light, brimming with hope for the future. Suddenly, Iruka leapt to his feet in excitement. Boss, does your beef ramen truly enhance one's chakra? Ming cast a puzzled glance at him. Did Naruto not mention this to you? Iruka shot a reproachful look at Naruto, lamenting, why didn't you tell me sooner? Naruto, with his innocent eyes blinking, replied, but, Iruka-sensei, you never asked. Anyone else might have been infuriated by such a response, and Iruka was no exception, left only to glare, his frustration simmering within. Outside Ming's little shop, however, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was watching the scene unfold. What a remarkable establishment. I wonder what secrets it holds. The figure muttered to themselves. No. The plans of the adults must not encounter any variables. It seems a test is in order. As Iruka finished the last of the beef ramen, he felt that it was the most exquisite dish he had ever savored. What could possibly compare to the taste of sharing a meal with family? With one hand resting on his round belly, he smiled contentedly. Any previous doubts or hostility he harbored toward this establishment had dissipated with the digestion of the ramen, as if they had never existed. Seeing Iruka's satisfied expression, Naruto gleefully proclaimed, I told you so, Iruka-sensei. My brother's cooking is the best. He flashed a thumbs up, revealing a row of white teeth in a broad smile. Iruka playfully flicked Naruto's forehead with a finger, saying, look at you, so smug. It wasn't you who made it. That's because he is my brother, Naruto declared, reclining with his hands behind his head, exuding pride as Ming's little brother, nearly causing Iruka to burst into laughter. Excuse me, Naruto, your ice cream is ready. At that moment, Ming's arrival captured the attention of the two amidst their jovial banter. If the beef ramen was this extraordinary, what could this unheard of ice cream possibly be like? With such anticipation, their eyes fixated intently on the cup in Ming's hand. Through the crystalline glass, two peculiar, Round objects quietly resided within, their custard yellow hue lacking any remarkable charm. Yet, following the onslaught of beef ramen, neither Naruto nor Iruka felt any sense of disappointment. They understood that Yang Ming significantly lacked in the aesthetic presentation of his culinary creations. Nevertheless, they found this entirely acceptable. After all, to craft such delectable dishes was a feat in itself. To demand more would be to expect the extraordinary, which would seem almost surreal. As the ice cream was placed upon the table, Iruka suddenly assumed a serious demeanor and addressed Naruto. Naruto, I must pose a grave question to you. What? Naruto, poised to indulge, wore a bewildered expression, yet Iruka was undeterred. Tell me, is your teacher good to you? In his continued state of confusion, Naruto replied. Iruka-sensei is the best to me. That is splendid. Since I am so kind to you, I shall take this cup of ice cream. In an abrupt twist, Iruka snatched the ice cream from the bewildered Naruto's grasp. Iruka-sensei, you're cheating. Naruto finally grasped the situation and lunged toward Iruka. However, to his surprise, the Iruka seated in the chair had vanished, leaving only a broken piece of wood behind. Substitution technique. To vie for the ice cream, Iruka had resorted to ninjutsu. Much to Yang Ming's chagrin as he witnessed the scene unfold. Iruka, where has your integrity gone? Yang Ming and Naruto silently cried out in their minds. Iruka, unfazed by their thoughts, had already relocated to a corner of the small shop. Seizing the moment, he was determined to savor this unfamiliar delicacy. As he lifted the specially crafted spoon for ice cream, Iruka's hand trembled. Before him lay a shocking revelation. Goodness, this spoon is made of gold. Gold, gold, gold. It was so significant that he repeated it thrice. Judging by its quality, it was undoubtedly 24K pure gold. Iruka's heart surged with tumultuous waves, difficult to quell. Heaven knows, he could not even afford a single gold ring. Otherwise, he would have married long ago. Yet here he was, extravagantly wielding a golden spoon merely to enjoy a cup of ice cream. Iruka felt he had truly broadened his horizons today. With a gulp, Iruka's throat quivered as he, filled with trepidation, cautiously brought a spoonful of ice cream to his lips. BRR. The moment his warm tongue met the ice cream, a wave of cold surged through his mind, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. In this sweltering summer, such a refreshing sensation was indeed exhilarating and delightful. As the ice cream swirled and enveloped his tongue, it was accompanied by a rich aroma and an inescapable sweetness. This sweetness evoked memories of a long-ago first love and that quiet night when he stole that person's first kiss. The same lingering intimacy, the same delectable sweetness. Time has passed, and now Iruka finds himself here, experiencing through this cup of ice cream the poignant echoes of his past. However, the person from that time has long since departed. Following this moment of sweetness, Iruka was left with an unending sense of emptiness, as if someone had extracted his heart, leaving it hollow. In this moment of distraction, Naruto seized the opportunity and snatched the cup filled with ice cream from Iruka's hands. Unlike Iruka, who was lost in thought, Naruto was driven by the fear of losing the treat, and without a second thought, he plunged a large spoon into the dessert and devoured it voraciously. The ice cream was cold, and this particular scoop was no exception. As it slid down his throat, it exploded with an overwhelming chill, akin to a whirlwind tearing through the air. Consequently, Naruto soon found himself shivering uncontrollably. In the sweltering heat of summer, it was hard to believe anyone could feel this cold. Yet, as swiftly as winter fades, the warmth of spring arrived, its gentle sweetness soothing the earth's wounds, enveloping Naruto's taste buds in a delightful embrace. In that moment, he felt as if his past had been discarded, with all thoughts of gum and lollipops vanishing into oblivion. At that instant, his heart was solely occupied by ice cream. Nothing but ice cream. Truly, ice cream was a gourmet delicacy reserved for the nobility of the land of snow. At this moment, Iruka and Naruto reached an unprecedented consensus. Alas, the portion was far too small. Before long, both had polished off the 2 scoops. And even the melted remnants at the bottom of the crystal cup were swiftly consumed by Iruka. Iruka-sensei, how cunning of you. You promised to treat me to a meal, yet you snatched my ice cream. Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips, visibly disgruntled. Oh, by the way, it seems it might rain today. I must hurry back to fetch my laundry. Iruka shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. However, as Naruto glanced skeptically outside, he saw nothing but radiant sunshine, certainly no sign of impending rain. Just as he turned to challenge Irika's claim, he suddenly realized that Irika had already disappeared, leaving only a shadow behind. In that moment, Naruto felt as if something had shattered on the ground. At the entrance of Yang Ming's small establishment, Naruto waved goodbye, saying, "Brother, your dishes are truly exceptional. I shall return. Yes, remember to bring enough cash next time." Yang Ming replied coolly, arms crossed. "Come on, can we not discuss money? Without that, we are still good brothers." Naruto retorted, exasperated. Yang Ming gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle and replied, "Sure, we can be brothers without discussing food." Having bid farewell to Naruto, Yang Ming tidied up and prepared to close for the day. He then made his way to his rented accommodation. As for that puppet, following the incident involving Mizuki, Yang Ming had long since reclaimed it with the system. After all, he had acquired some self-defense capabilities and did not wish to attract suspicion from the village of Konoha due to a mere puppet. Strolling down the street, he was greeted by familiar faces from time to time. To speak candidly, the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed a splendid place, where the majority of its inhabitants possess a simplicity and warmth that is truly commendable. Unlike Yang Ming's previous life, where even neighbors would feign ignorance when encountering one another on the street, in Konoha, he could palpably sense the sincerity radiating from the villagers' exuberant faces. There was no pretense whatsoever. It is no wonder that even the stoic Itachi Uchiha dedicates his life to the prosperity of Konoha. Yang Ming couldn't help but reflect on this sentiment. Konoha embodies a close-knit family atmosphere. Wherever leaves flutter, the fire shall burn brightly, casting shadows that illuminate the village and nurture the growth of new leaves. Unconsciously, Yang Ming recited the most iconic lines of the Third Hokage. Perhaps this is the true allure of Konoha. As he traversed the bustling marketplace, the throngs of people began to thin, revealing stark contrasts in the houses lining the roads. The dwelling that Yang Ming occupied was alarmingly close to the slums, where most residents were impoverished souls struggling to make ends meet or orphans displaced by war. Konoha was indeed generous, providing them with at least a shelter from the sun and rain. In the village hidden in the mist, one could only imagine the dire fate that would befall such individuals. Nevertheless, even Yang Ming's living conditions were far from ideal. Filthy, noisy, and perilous had become the unchanging refrain of this place. At times, he found himself envious of Naruto, who, blessed with a good father and the discreet backing of the Third Hokage, resided within the safer quarters of the village. Even though Naruto's rented space was modest, it was exponentially safer than Yang Ming's abode. In the past, Yang Ming had encountered unsavory characters in the night, leaving him with indelible memories. At that moment, a child came sprinting toward him, clad in tattered garments with numerous visible patches, his head bowed as he charged straight into Yang Ming. Indeed, just as one speaks of the devil, he appears. A cold smirk crept across Yang Ming's lips. This child was unmistakably a member of the local thieving gang. As expected, upon colliding with Yang Ming, the child exclaimed an apology while attempting to nonchalantly reach for Yang Ming's wallet. Unfortunately for the little thief, fate was not on his side today. With a swift motion, Yang Ming seized the child's restless hand, his voice icy as he commanded, "Get lost. Do not let me see you again." Having dealt with such petty thieves before, Yang Ming was well aware that he must not show even a hint of compassion. Otherwise, he would only attract the attention of the child's accomplices. Thus, he tightened his grip, leaving a vivid mark on the slender, dark arm. "Ouch! Let go of me!" the child cried, tears welling in his eyes as he desperately tugged at Yang Ming's hand. "Humph! Get out of here, do you understand?" Yang Ming, having emerged from the slums himself, felt a twinge of sympathy and feigned ferocity. "All right, I understand. I understand." The little thief nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, looking exceptionally earnest in his demeanor. However, as he lowered his head, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in his beady eyes. Observing the other party's honesty, Yang Ming released his grip, allowing him to depart. For Yang Ming, this was merely a trifling episode, quickly cast aside from his mind. Before long, he arrived at his rented abode. It was a 3-story building, its exterior marred by years of neglect, with the majority of its paint peeling away, leaving a facade adorned with moss and dust, appearing rather peculiar. Yang Ming's residence was a modest room on the 3rd floor, facing north, measuring a mere 40 square meters, barely accommodating a person. To his surprise, he discovered that someone had already arrived, his landlady. Yang Ming preferred to refer to her as the landlady. for she bore a striking resemblance to the women depicted in films, and her personality was nearly identical. From a distance, he could hear her shrill voice disturbing the peace. "Pay your rent. Hurry up and hand over the money, you bunch of fools. You. Yes, you. You still owe last month's rent. And this month there's no electricity or water." As the landlady's shrewd eyes caught sight of Yang Ming, they sparkled with the excitement reminiscent of a lecherous man spotting a beautiful woman. With her ample figure, she hurried towards him, a torrent of complaints spilling forth. "Yang Ming, how long will you delay your rent this month? You used to be the most punctual with payments, but now look at you. You say you're working hard moving bricks, but why are you running off to open a shop? I told you long ago. You're not cut out to be a chef. See what has become of you now." As she spoke bitterly, her shrewd eyes openly revealed her disdain for Yang Ming, as if she were not merely a landlord confined to this place, but a formidable figure in her own right. Yang Ming had anticipated this, so he remained composed and reached into his wallet. Meanwhile, the petty thief Yang Ming had previously let go was furtively glancing around, and upon seeing no one, he darted into an abandoned building. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows of a corner, addressing the thief. "Have you completed the task?" The thief, resembling a dog before its master, nodded eagerly. "Master, I have fulfilled the task to perfection," with a glint of flattery in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together and continued, "So, master, about what you promised me." However, the figure merely snorted dismissively, remaining unmoved. The thief's expression faltered as he opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly, a wave of sheer terror washed over his face, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "Yang Ming, I am looking out for your best interests. That little shop is merely a dream, and not to be taken seriously. You ought to abandon such daydreams and return to moving bricks. You will surely be able to pay the rent this month." The landlady was truly exerting her mental faculties, persistently advising Yang Ming. Her demeanor was so affable that one might mistakenly believe they shared a deeper bond. Regrettably, Yang Ming had long since seen through the facade to the essence. This landlady was precisely the type who valued money over people. Had it not been for his previous exemplary record of timely rent payments, he might now be facing not mere words, but the threat of forceful eviction. Thus, with an air of calm, Yang Ming extracted a crisp 500 yuan from his wallet and stated, "Here is this month's rent." Suddenly, as if struck mute, the landlady ceased her incessant chatter, her small, mercenary eyes fixating hungrily on the money in Yang Ming's hand. Before one could blink, she snatched the cash with lightning speed, a grin blooming on her face akin to a flower in full bloom. "Ah, I knew it. You are the most promising here," she exclaimed delightfully. "I often tell others that Xiao Ming is destined for greatness. Indeed, it hasn't been long since you opened your shop, and you're already making a fortune." As she counted the money, her words were a complete contradiction to her earlier demeanor. For someone like her, what good was a thick skin if it could not procure a little wealth? After the transaction, Yang Ming paid her no further heed and simply returned home, shutting the door behind him. Such a calm display of defiance stirred not a single ripple within him. After all, with someone like the landlady, as long as you possessed money, even if you slapped her left cheek, she would eagerly present her right cheek for another blow. Yang Ming's thoughts were occupied solely with one matter: how to complete the task issued by the system earlier. Task: make ice cream a Valentine's gift. Stage Task 1: make ice cream the Valentine's gift for the villagers of Konoha. Task description: as an aspiring and ambitious culinary master, the era of merely dedicating oneself to cooking has become obsolete. Let us commence with ice cream, transforming it into a symbol of love between partners, a declaration of affection. Task reward: unlock the Sharingan. Resting his chin on his hand, Yang Ming pondered, "System, could you clarify the standards for completing this task? Your description is rather vague." Host: it is no wonder you lack a girlfriend, the system replied with grave seriousness. "Could you refrain from so earnestly pointing out my shortcomings?" Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Besides, this seems unrelated to my romantic status. In the context of Valentine's Day in the Naruto world, it is customary for couples to exchange boxes of chocolates," the system explained in its usual serious tone. "The task is to have ice cream replace chocolates as the gift." "Huh," Yang Ming smirked. "I can't help but feel that your pricing for ice cream is laced with malice." Host: this system is absolutely impartial. 250 yuan for ice cream is precisely appropriate. The system maintained its serious demeanor. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Yang Ming felt that the system was being rather transparent in its intentions. Just as the conversation between the two unfolded, a tiny insect slipped out from Yang Ming's wallet. This insect was remarkably small, merely the size of a grain of rice, entirely dark and easily overlooked. However, upon its emergence, it unexpectedly revealed a grotesque visage. Suddenly inflating like a balloon, its entire form expanding rapidly. When its body reached a certain critical threshold and expanded to the size of a fist, it suddenly erupted with a resounding bang. A cloud of green smoke instantly enveloped the surroundings, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted the senses and made one gag. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity, and by the time Yang Ming regained his wits, the entire room was shrouded in green smoke, engulfing him entirely. This is dire. The vapor is toxic. After inhaling just a whiff, Yang Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his vision blurred. "Come forth, fatty." In a moment of desperation, Yang Ming quickly covered his nose while summoning the plump puppet from his system, commanding it to protect him at all times. After executing these actions, Yang Ming began to falter, his legs growing weak and unsteady, and he stumbled to the ground with a thud. Creak. The door swung open, and a diminutive figure entered. Yang Ming struggled to lift his eyelids. Truth be told, he was in an abysmal state, besieged by waves of drowsiness crashing over him. As he beheld the intruder, shock coursed through him, for it was none other than the thief he had encountered not long ago. A grimace, more grotesque than a frown, twisted Yang Ming's lips as he concluded that this entire ordeal had been meticulously orchestrated by the thief. "Alas, I have been too merciful," he chastised himself. Yet he felt little concern as a towering figure stood before him. It was Fatty, however, obscured from sight. Yang Ming failed to perceive that the thief was no longer the same as before. The thief's eyes were vacant, akin to a marionette under someone else's control. Clutching a dagger tightly, moving mechanically forward, it seemed as though he was oblivious to Fatty standing in his path as he raised his arm, foolishly lunging the dagger forward. Clang! The sharp blade met Fatty's sturdy exterior, producing a crisp sound without inflicting any harm, leaving only a white scratch upon the surface. After this, the thief abruptly ceased his movements, akin to a phone running out of battery, and collapsed straight ahead. Thud! His forehead struck the ground heavily, blood oozing from several wounds. Everything felt so surreal. Unfortunately, Yang Ming remained unaware of the unfolding events, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, 500 meters away from the building, atop an ancient and towering edifice, a figure clad in a black robe stood resolutely against the wind. Damn, I thought that puppet was destroyed by Shomu. I never expected it to still be functioning. After the parasite returns, it must be modified, or else I won't even be able to control a mere ghost," murmured the figure in the robe. "Who are you truly? Do you not realize that committing murder in the village is a grave crime?" An aged voice interjected, as an unremarkable old woman appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing not far from the robed figure. It was the very same grandmother Yang Ming had encountered earlier. The robed figure's pupils contracted in shock, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The elderly woman formed a series of hand seals, and with a resounding bang, revealed her true identity. "My esteemed guest, allow me to escort you to meet Lord Hokage," she proclaimed. Upon seeing her, the figure clad in black immediately disintegrated, transforming into countless insects that scurried in all directions. Kakashi dispelled his disguise, shedding the guise of the aged crone to revert to his true form. Observing the swarm of insects before him, his brows furrowed in an unprecedented seriousness as he remarked, "How could this be a member of the Oil Woman clan?" Initially, Kakashi had come discreetly on the orders of the Third Hokage to investigate Yang Ming. At first glance, everything appeared to be in order. Little did he anticipate that he would ensnare such a significant target. Kakashi had presumed that the individual was a ninja from an enemy village, stealthily infiltrating Konoha, thus prompting his immediate intervention. After all, Yang Ming was now a member of the Leaf Village, and without concrete evidence to label him a traitor, Kakashi felt compelled to assist him. Never did he imagine that the adversary would employ the secret techniques of the Oil Woman clan. However, irrespective of the circumstances, the opponent had violated the village's laws. Thus, he must face the consequences. Kakashi removed the forehead protector obscuring his eyes. Sharingan activate. With the aid of the three tomo, his dynamic vision surged, enabling him to discern the trajectory of each insect. Simultaneously, the true form concealed among the swarm could not escape the scrutiny of his Sharingan. Soon enough, Kakashi identified a colossal source of chakra amidst the multitude of insects, standing out like a radiant sun amidst a sky filled with stars. "You cannot escape," he murmured. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs against the ground, he surged forward like a cheetah racing across the savannah, leaving a trail of afterimages as he rapidly approached the swarm. Quickly, quickly, quickly. The figure in black, sensing the imminent danger, was gripped by a cold sweat. Urging himself to flee with all his might, he understood that he stood no chance against Kakashi, a prodigious ninja who had graduated from the academy at the tender age of 5 and attained the rank of Jonin by 12. Alas, the fates were not in his favor today. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a powerful shout, a torrent of flames erupted from Kakashi's throat, swelling into a massive fireball that soared into the air, generating a fierce wind as it hurtled towards the swarm. "This is bad." The figure in black felt the scorching heat even from a distance. Given his current position, even if he attempted to evade, a significant portion of the insects would be annihilated by the fireball's residual blast. "You forced my hand," the cloaked figure thought, resolutely gathering the insect swarm back together. He quickly formed hand seals, an immense chakra surging forth from his body. Secret technique, devouring insects. The assembled swarm suddenly erupted with astonishing power, coalescing into a gigantic maw that charged towards the fireball, consuming it whole in a dark abyss. The sounds of sizzling and crackling filled the air. The fireball rampaged through the gaping maw of the swarm, incinerating countless insects in its path. Regrettably, each time the fireball scorched a patch of space, swarms of insects swiftly emerged to fill the void. Thus, amidst the relentless onslaught of the swarm, the audacious fireball was ultimately extinguished. Yet, this did not bring any notable joy to the cloaked figure. It was evident that the adversary had employed merely a C-rank ninjutsu, yet its potency rivaled that of a B-rank technique, compelling the black-clad individual to resort to his ultimate move. Truly, an elite jonin. What formidable strength! In the midst of this momentary distraction, a voice erupted from the ground like a thunderous proclamation. "I've got you." Accompanied by this declaration, a robust hand, akin to an eagle's iron talon, surged from the earth, firmly grasping the black-clad man's ankle. The thought of a decapitation technique flashed through the black-clad man's mind as he was abruptly yanked into the ground, leaving only his head exposed in a comically vulnerable position. Soon, the captor revealed himself. As expected, it was Kakashi. It turned out that his earlier use of the Great Fireball technique was merely a ruse to divert the enemy's attention, while his true lethal maneuver was to catch the opponent off guard and seize him alive. After all, a living ninja holds significant value, a member of the Yamanaka clan, and a chunin at that. Yet, I do not recall such a figure in the village. Kakashi scrutinized the face hidden behind the black sunglasses of the cloaked man, remaining ever vigilant, swiftly retrieving the book of seals to bind the opponent's chakra. "Dream on." The black-clad man's pupils contracted into pinpricks as he bellowed, "Even in death, I shall not be captured by you." Alarmed, Kakashi deduced that the adversary possessed a contingency plan and hastened his actions, aiming the book of seals at the black-clad figure. Unfortunately, he was quick, but the black-clad man was swifter still. Secret technique, devouring insects. With fierce determination in his eyes, the black-clad man shouted. The same technique, but employed in a different context. This time, the ninjutsu intended for the enemy was turned upon himself. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the hidden insects within the black-clad man's body erupted into chaos, each one summoning its strength to devour their original host entirely. Not a trace remained. Indeed, there was nothing left, not even bones, as the swarm consumed everything. Deprived of chakra sustenance, the life of these insects swiftly came to an end, cascading down to the ground like a gentle rain. Kakashi's arm, which held the book of seals, hung suspended in midair, rigid with shock. Despite having faced countless battles, he had rarely encountered an adversary as decisive and ruthless as this one. Moreover, considering the years of peace in the Hidden Leaf Village, such a ninja must undoubtedly be a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, not someone of inconsequential status. At this moment, Kakashi's expression was graver than ever. When had a previously unknown force emerged within the village? Moreover, it appeared to be among their own. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi wasted no time in sealing all the corpses of the insects into the scroll, preparing to present them as evidence to the Third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, this is the situation," Kakashi stated. With a soft thud, the Third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, feeling a dull ache in his temples. "I understand." "You may leave now," he replied, his gaze becoming somewhat profound as he waved his hand dismissively. Yes. After Kakashi exited, the third Hokage's expression sharpened abruptly, akin to a long-hidden sword regaining its luster. It appears there are always some restless individuals within the village. As the darkness receded like a receding tide, Ming gradually awakened from his slumber. In his ears, the voice of the system echoed incessantly. Viral defense function activated, detoxifying the host's body. Detoxification progress. 20. Completion imminent. Ming, touching his still dizzy head, was suddenly flooded with memories from before his unconsciousness. Startled, Ming exclaimed, "What about the thief?" Ignoring his weakened state, he abruptly turned over, only to find a diminutive figure lying before him, with the hefty guardian steadfastly watching from the side. At that moment, the blood flowing from the thief had already dried and darkened, indicating that a significant amount of time had elapsed. Yet, Ming did not dare to be careless and commanded his companion to inspect the figure. After all, the events of the day had been exceedingly bizarre, and caution was prudent. The plump puppet obediently followed the command, flipping the thief over to reveal his face. Upon seeing the thief's visage, Ming's scalp prickled, and his stomach churned. The sight was utterly grotesque. The thief's face was riddled with countless dark holes resembling a honeycomb, from which tiny worms, no larger than grains of rice, wriggled forth. Not even a person of average constitution like Ming could bear the sight, and he immediately retched. Having no other option, Ming sought assistance from the system. "System, what should be done with this corpse?" Detection indicates the presence of an unknown organism containing trace amounts of chakra. "The system can recover it for research purposes," the system replied gravely. "Then let us proceed swiftly." Ming was eager to avert his gaze from the corpse. As soon as he spoke, a beam of light shot forth from within Ming, illuminating the corpse. Like a magical illusion, the entire body, along with the worms, vanished as if evaporated from existence, leaving no trace of the dried blood on the ground, as though they had never existed. "Host, the materials you provided hold significant research value. Special delivery of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce awaits you at the store," the system stated with utmost seriousness. Lao Gan Ma. A fleeting expression of contemplation crossed Ming's face. "System, what is the meaning of this?" Detection indicates that the host's level is too low to be privy to this information, the system responded with solemnity. Ming's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Then you must at least introduce this Lao Gan Ma chili sauce to me." The renowned Lao Gan Ma chili sauce has been meticulously crafted using traditional methods, characterized by its elegant delicacy, pronounced spiciness, and lingering aftertaste. It is an essential item for every household and a delightful gift for friends and family. The system stated this with a serious tone. After hearing the system's explanation, Ming felt a sudden craving. He was also curious if this Lao Gan Ma chili sauce bore any resemblance to the brand from his previous life on Earth, or perhaps was indeed the very same product. If that were the case, what connection would the system have with Earth? And could it be the reason for Ming's journey into the world of Naruto? With a flurry of thoughts, Ming could not bear to remain at home any longer. After hastily finishing his meal, he rushed to the small store. By now, it was already the second day, and the sky was bright. Today marked an important day for class assignments at the Ninja Academy. Naruto set off joyfully, but emerged feeling dejected. As he walked down the street with his hands stuffed in his pockets and his head downcast, his expression seemed to scream his dissatisfaction, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. What is so special about Sasuke? He has just a pretty face, Naruto thought, frustrated. Why does Sakura always gaze at that pretty boy and never spare me a glance? It's infuriating. And to make matters worse, that jerk Sasuke even stole my first kiss. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not let this slide. Just wait and see. The memory of the morning's events ignited a fire within him, especially since he was assigned to the same class as that irritating Sasuke. It felt like a nightmare. In light of this, Naruto suddenly had the idea to seek advice from his elder brother, wondering if he might offer some assistance. Without a second thought, he promptly turned around and dashed towards Ming's small store. Shortly after Ming opened for business, he noticed Naruto arriving in a flurry, sweat mingling with dust on his face, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Naruto, are you here to eat?" Ming inquired, puzzled. Naruto's mouth twitched as he vigorously shook his head like a wave. "No. Big brother, I want to ask you a question. How do I win over a girl? Please help me." Ming was taken aback by Naruto's request. "What the? I don't even have a girlfriend. How can I teach you about romance? Seeing Yang Ming's silent demeanor, Naruto felt anxious, fearing he might not receive the guidance he sought. In desperation, he looked up at Yang Ming with pleading eyes, clasping his hands together in a sincere gesture, and implored, "Please, big brother." At that moment, the system chimed in, eager not to be left out. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest, the request of a younger brother. Task description: as an elder brother, one must embody the role and not neglect the younger sibling. Please fulfill Naruto's wish. Task reward: recipe for meat buns." Well, since the system had issued a task, Yang Ming had no reason to refuse. However, the question of how to win over a girl was indeed a dilemma, one that had troubled many a single soul over the years. Yang Ming felt overwhelmed, his mind racing with countless thoughts as he rummaged through memories of films and animations he had previously seen. At last, he stumbled upon a rather unconventional solution. Gently patting Naruto's shoulder, he wore a confident expression that suggested he was absolutely right, and said, "Bring the girl you like over and treat her to an ice cream, and she will surely fall for you." "Are you joking?" Naruto clearly doubted him, his face betraying an expression that screamed, "Don't underestimate my lack of education." Yang Ming reassured him, "When have I ever deceived you?" He patted Naruto's shoulder again, embodying the role of the wise older brother. Yet inwardly, Yang Ming couldn't help but scoff. "I simply never had the opportunity to mislead you before." Indeed, the youthful Naruto was oblivious to the cunning ways of the city folk and quickly fell for Yang Ming's confident demeanor. Subsequently, Yang Ming whispered a few more words into his ear, causing Naruto to become as excited as a commoner encountering the Hokage, and he dashed off to ask Sakura out. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Yang Ming could only lament. Children are so easily fooled. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the park, Sakura sat alone on a bench, embodying the essence of an infatuated young girl, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "How can I possibly attract Sasuke's attention?" She sighed. Even with her beauty, her modest figure only boasted a forehead larger than most. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Sasuke! Oh my, it truly was him. And he was gazing at her with such an intense look. It felt as though he could see right through her soul. A blush crept onto Sakura's cheeks, enhancing her charm. Her mind raced with countless vivid fantasies, igniting warmth throughout her body as her legs instinctively pressed together and she fidgeted. In her daydreams, she envisioned Sasuke saying, "Sakura, your most captivating feature is your forehead. It makes me want to kiss you." To which Sakura would respond, "My forehead was born for this purpose." Oh my, how utterly embarrassing, she thought, covering her burning face with her hands. Though Sakura was well aware that such scenarios only existed in fairy tales, she could not help but dream of them. After all, this was Sasuke, the sole heir of the Uchiha clan, the finest ninja to graduate this year, and undeniably handsome. Then, something astonishing occurred. Sasuke was actually approaching her. At the same time, a voice as melodious as a heavenly choir floated to her ears. "Sakura, would you like to go get some ice cream together?" "What?" Sakura covered her mouth in disbelief, her mind utterly bewildered. Then came the euphoric realization that her fairy tale was coming true. "Oh yes, I'm actually going out with Sasuke." Fearing that he might change his mind, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, saying, "Sure, let us go." Sasuke smiled smugly as he replied. Sakura had no objections and obediently followed him. As they walked down the street, Sasuke casually inquired, "Sakura, there's something I want to ask you." "Huh, what do you think of Naruto?" Sakura expressed her discontent, saying, "You mean that annoying troublemaker? He delights in teasing me, completely oblivious to my feelings, and only succeeds in being bothersome. He has no idea that all I desire is your acknowledgement, Sasuke." With a gaze filled with affection, Sakura added, "Because I like you, Sasuke." In that moment, Sasuke's expression stiffened, his eyes clouded with ambiguity as he swiftly changed the subject. "Let's not discuss this anymore. We are almost there." He gestured toward a modest restaurant named Ichiraku Ramen. "Is that the restaurant?" Sakura asked, her enthusiasm dwindling as she beheld the desolate appearance of the small eatery and its exceedingly simplistic decor. Her brows furrowed in dismay, and she was reluctant to go inside. However, upon catching a glimpse of Sasuke's earnest gaze beside her, her heart fluttered. "Never mind. For Sasuke, I shall muster my courage," Sakura declared internally. As they entered, the owner, Yang Ming, greeted them warmly. "Welcome. What would you like to eat?" "We'll have a cup of ice cream," Sasuke replied coolly, exchanging a brief glance with Yang Ming that seemed to convey an unspoken understanding. "Wait." Sakura interjected, pointing at the menu, her heart aching. Sasuke, you shouldn't spend so much on me. It's fine, Sasuke replied, suppressing his discomfort, feigning indifference. Seeing his resolve, Sakura refrained from further persuasion, her heart already soaring with joy. Oh yes, Sasuke is willing to invest so much for me. I must be proactive later. Soon, Ming emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate with a crystal-clear glass atop it. Enjoy your ice cream, he said, gently placing the glass on the table along with 2 golden spoons. The ice cream seemed to possess an innate allure for girls. The moment Sakura laid eyes on it, she was entranced. Truly, Sakura had never encountered such a delicacy. Merely gazing at it ignited an insatiable desire within her. It felt as though consuming this ice cream was a natural instinct. With a gulp, she swallowed, her delicate hand grasping the spoon with eagerness, and she swiftly scooped a spoonful, parting her lips to savor the treat. Delicious. How could something taste so incredible? The icy sensation cascaded down her throat like a whirlwind, enveloping her in a refreshing embrace amidst the summer heat, providing an exhilarating thrill. As the ice cream danced upon her tongue, swirling like a playful serpent, the sweet flavor erupted, conquering her taste buds with its boldness. This delightful sweetness felt akin to the shy sensations she experienced with Sasuke. In the next moment, Sakura gazed at Sasuke with profound affection, her face glowing with a radiance reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, strikingly beautiful, akin to a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Perhaps it was the sweetness bestowed upon Sakura by the ice cream that emboldened her, causing her to shyly close her eyes and inch her face closer. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. In that fleeting moment, her dream materialized. As Sakura timidly opened her captivating eyes, she was taken aback to discover that the person before her had transformed into someone entirely different. Naruto. It was astonishingly Naruto. At that instant, Sakura felt a whirlwind of emotions engulf her. An uncontrollable surge of anger at being deceived surged within her, yet it was swiftly subdued by a gentle sweetness that followed. The tender, intertwining sweetness of their connection was profoundly moving. Covering her lips, Sakura found herself perplexed, wondering why she felt no anger despite having been tricked. The lingering sweetness in her mouth served as a constant reminder of her entrapment. Could it be that the one she truly harbored feelings for was, indeed, Naruto? Even Sakura was startled by this sudden realization. In the past, even the slightest hint of such feelings would have been unimaginable for her. However, now, she distinctly felt a flutter of emotions whenever she gazed at Naruto. This revelation frightened Sakura, prompting her to flee without a word, leaving Naruto in a state of bewilderment. Brother, you deceived me, Naruto lamented, feeling wounded. No, how could I have deceived you? Ming calmly glanced at the system and inquired, if this hadn't been successful, how do you think Sakura would have reacted? In that instant, Naruto's face drained of color. After much ado, they finally sent Naruto away, and Ming turned his attention to the system. Hidden task, the younger brother's request. Task description, as the elder brother, one must embody the role of an elder brother. How can one neglect their younger sibling? Please fulfill Naruto's wish. Task reward, recipe for meat buns. The task was completed, and the reward was dispensed. In a flash, a wealth of information regarding meat buns flooded Ming's mind. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach joined the commotion, producing rumbling sounds. All right, Ming admitted it. He was hungry. Ever since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had not encountered such delectable food, let alone tasted buns. Back in his school days, he would relish 2 large, round buns every morning. The deliciousness of those buns was unforgettable. With excitement coursing through him, Ming exclaimed, System, please describe the meat buns you offer. Host, the meat buns provided this time are known as dog doesn't care buns. The dough is meticulously crafted. The filling is chosen with care, and the production process is strictly adhered to, resulting in an aesthetically pleasing appearance. Notably, each bun boasts no fewer than 15 pleats. Freshly steamed, these buns are succulent without being greasy, fragrant, and palatable. It is said that when Yuan Shikai served as the governor of Zhili and trained new troops in Tianjin, he presented these buns as tribute to Empress Dowager Cixi. Upon tasting them, she was delighted and declared, the beasts of the mountains and the geese of the clouds. The cattle and sheep of the land and the delicacies of the sea cannot compare to the fragrance of dog doesn't care buns. Consuming them grants longevity. After systematic enhancement, The filling of the meat bun now incorporates mid-grade pig-type summoning beasts. Enriching the bun's flavor while long-term consumption may augment the probability of a chunin advancing to jonin, as the system solemnly stated. Mid-grade summoning beasts? Yang Ming inquired with curiosity. Previously, the beef used in the beef noodle soup was sourced from what was deemed low-grade summoning beasts. At that time, Yang Ming paid little heed. But now it seemed laden with significance. Thus, he asked, "System, are summoning beasts classified by rank?" Perhaps to facilitate Yang Ming's understanding. A stream of information flowed directly into his mind. Summoning beasts can generally be categorized into 5 tiers: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, large, and colossal. Correspondingly, they align with the ninja hierarchy of Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Semi-Kage, and Kage-level powers. As for tailed beasts, they are not considered here. As the disparity among the 9-tailed beasts is considerable, the weakest of them barely poses a challenge to Kage-level warriors, while the most powerful, the 9 tails, can easily vanquish a comparatively weaker Kage. One might then ask, are all summoning beasts formidable? Yang Ming can assertively declare that this notion is erroneous. For instance, Kakashi's summoning beasts possess a combat power of merely 5, barely reaching the level of a genin. Powerful summoning beasts are akin to the Great Toad, capable of battling a tailed beast to a standstill. As for the Sage Toad, its strength is unfathomable, far exceeding that of ordinary summoning beasts, or one might say. They transcend into a new category akin to sages. Much like the Sage of 6 Paths, can he still be classified as human? Clearly, the answer is in the negative. Humans continuously extract chakra from within, yet simultaneously, chakra profoundly influences humanity, propelling their evolution. It could be articulated that chakra is the world's benevolence bestowed upon humankind in this land. Reflecting on these thoughts, Yang Ming strode into the kitchen. The flour used for crafting the meat buns remained the same as that for the noodles, exuding a subtle fragrance of rice, quite pleasant to the senses. Yang Ming combined the flour with yeast, kneading it with water to form a dough, which he then placed into the proofing chamber for fermentation. The process of fermentation, commonly referred to as proofing, typically requires a temperature of around 35 to 40 degrees Celsius, with a duration of 30 to 60 minutes and a relative humidity of 80 to 90. Ideally, the volume post-proofing should double that of its original state. During this period, Yang Ming remained industrious, retrieving the mid-grade pig-type summoning beast meat from the refrigerator. This prime cut, taken from the pig's hind leg, showcased distinct marbling. Subsequently, he washed the pork, finally chopping it with a knife and placing it into a bowl. He then added soy sauce, salt, cooking wine, minced green onions and ginger, monosodium glutamate, and sesame oil, stirring clockwise. Gradually, the minced meat amalgamated with the various seasonings and spices, coalescing into a unified mixture, appearing somewhat muddled. A delightful aroma of wine intermingled with an array of fragrances began to waft forth, tantalizing the senses. As the mixture reached a satisfactory consistency, Yang Ming poured in a small amount of cold water, continuing to stir in a clockwise manner until it attained a highly sticky texture, thereby completing the filling. Once transformed into filling, the various aromas ceased to waft through the air, instead becoming concentrated within the finely minced meat, merging into the essence of its juices. The process of crafting buns is not as straightforward as that of pulling noodles. It appears far more intricate, demanding greater exertion. Yang Ming, having allowed the dough to rise, must not only knead it thoroughly but also ensure it is well integrated, dividing it into uniformly sized portions. If the kneading of noodle dough represents a balance of yin and yang forces, then the kneading of bun dough embodies pure yang energy, a necessity for producing a fluffier bun. It is evident that Yang Ming faces considerable disadvantages. For over a decade, having lived as an orphan, what nourishment could he possibly have received? Furthermore, prior to receiving systematic guidance, Yang Ming endured significant hardships daily, merely striving for 3 meals. As a result, he remains quite frail, making the bun-making process exceedingly arduous. To avoid solely relying on the strength of his arms, Yang Ming adopts an unusual posture, enabling him to engage his waist and leg muscles effectively, allowing him to knead the dough with some semblance of efficiency. After much effort, he completes this stage, panting heavily, as if he has just emerged from a pool, drenched in perspiration. Not only that, but he also feels a persistent ache in his lower back. For a man, experiencing troubles with the back is indeed a serious matter. After resting for a while, Yang Ming retrieves a rolling pin, flattening the dough into circles for the bun wrappers. Alas, this too is a laborious task. During the process of crafting the wrappers, he feels discomfort coursing through his body, akin to needles pricking his skin. After enduring considerable pain, he finally prepares the wrappers and places the filling in the center. Much like a seasoned pastry chef with decades of experience, Yang Ming skillfully pinches and seals the edges, swiftly producing the raw bun dough. He arranges the raw buns in the steamer, fills the pot with cold water, and sets it to a vigorous boil. In about half an hour, they shall be ready to savor, Yang Ming exclaims, wiping the sweat from his brow in delight. Steam billows from the gaps of the steamer, reminiscent of a white serpent coiling in midair, exuding an enticing aroma. The anticipation on Yang Ming's face mirrors that of a young man awaiting a date, filled with eager longing. His stomach growls incessantly, audibly urging him, "It is time to eat." Yang Ming places a hand on his belly, takes a step forward, extinguishes the flame, and lifts the pot lid. The long-suppressed steam suddenly bursts forth, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, soaring upward. In that moment, rich fragrances of the buns are released, erupting like surging ocean waves, inundating not only the small shop, but spilling out into the street. The thick white vapor provoking suspicion among passers-by that the establishment might be on fire. Instantly, villagers strolling past Yang Ming's shop begin to murmur among themselves. "Ah, how delightful! What is this fragrance? I have never encountered such a scent before." Having learned from previous lessons, the villagers, while suppressing their salivation, feigned disdain and remarked, "Humph! It certainly smells delightful, but alas, this proprietor is rather unscrupulous. He should take a page from Uncle Lee's book. Does he think himself some sort of celebrity? Truly ridiculous." They chuckled, adding, "Oh, let us not speak too much. The youth tend to be a bit arrogant. A few more tumbles will teach them wisdom. Indeed, experience is invaluable. The elder possesses great insight." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a green vest caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, his thick brows raising in excitement as he exclaimed, "Ah, this is the essence of youth." With that, he strode purposefully towards the modest establishment from whence the fragrance emanated. Meanwhile, Yang Ming remained blissfully unaware of the commotion outside, wholly engrossed in savoring his bun. Crafted meticulously according to the renowned recipe for the famed dog doesn't care buns. These delicacies boasted all the quintessential characteristics of their namesake. The pleats of the buns were uniform, each comprising 18 folds, and amidst the rising steam, they resembled autumn chrysanthemums poised to bloom, a true feast for the eyes. The delicate skin was thin and even, while not as sheer as wonton wrappers. It allowed a tantalizing glimpse of the ample filling within, inciting a fervent appetite. Yang Ming lifted a bun to his nose. The alluring aroma wafting forth awakened the dormant hunger within him, urging him to indulge voraciously, as if he were a gluttonous beast, ready to devour the entire bun in one bite. Alas, such a feat was beyond him, for the bun was as large as an adult's fist, and his mouth had yet to expand to such a size. Thus, Yang Ming reluctantly took a bite from the snow-white skin of the bun. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. As he bit into the bun, the rich juices contained within erupted forth, akin to a dam breaking loose, cascading out in a torrent. Scalding hot meat juices splattered onto his tongue like molten lava. This exhilarating sensation ignited his taste buds instantaneously. His tongue, tingling and numb from the heat, mingled with the filling, and in that moment, Yang Ming felt as though he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, experiencing a flavor unlike any he had encountered before. A pure, unadulterated meaty essence exploded in his mouth, fragrant, yet not greasy, devoid of the nauseating fullness that often accompanies such indulgence. Instead, it left a lingering aroma, compelling him to crave more. When Yang Ming withdrew his mouth from the bun, curiously, not a single drop of juice stained the corners of his lips. Typically, when consuming a meat bun rich and filling, one would expect to find their hands and mouth slick with grease. However, this meat bun was remarkably different. Despite its abundant juices, it was entirely ungreasy, a testament to the quality of the filling. Yet, after relishing such a delectable bun, Yang Ming found himself utterly dissatisfied. Yes, dissatisfied. The mixing process lacked sufficient vigor, resulting in a texture that was not soft enough. A poor review. The pork was chopped too coarsely, with some portions lacking sufficient seasoning, diminishing the overall flavor. Another poor review. Confronted with his creation, Yang Ming offered no quarter in his critique, persistently reflecting on areas for improvement. After all, even though he possesses a system, it is not omnipotent. Ultimately, he must rely on his own efforts. In truth, despite having acquired the system, Yang Ming's culinary creations still bear numerous flaws. Take ice cream. For instance, he cannot manage to present it attractively, resulting in a mere clump. Yang Ming is acutely aware of this, and thus he imposes strict standards upon himself, striving diligently for improvement. Confronted with his failed attempts, Yang Ming furrowed his brow and decided to postpone the launch of his new products until he was satisfied with them. At that moment, a tall figure entered the small shop. Upon stepping inside, the individual inhaled deeply through his nose and exclaimed, "Ah, I have finally found my youth." Yang Ming, upon hearing such peculiar utterances, could not help but feel bemused. He turned sharply to see who this eccentric person was. To his astonishment, it was none other than Might Guy, the renowned azure beast of Konoha. Guy, oblivious to Yang Ming's bewildered expression, boldly took a seat and proclaimed, "Boss, what delectable dish are you preparing? I would like to sample a portion." "Oh, are you referring to this?" Yang Ming gestured toward the dumpling held between his chopsticks and replied, "I'm sorry, but we are not currently selling dumplings." Guy gazed at the pale, round dumpling swaying before him, the rich aroma wafting irresistibly through the air, causing saliva to unconsciously trickle from his mouth. Yet, he remained entirely unaware, fixated solely on the dumpling. It was a pity, for Guy had never encountered such a culinary delight. To him, this enticingly fragrant food represented nothing less than youth itself. Well, Guy's thought process has always been rather unconventional. When he heard Yang Ming's refusal, he was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What? You're not selling?" A look of utter confusion washed over his face, filled with disbelief. Why was this happening? If in the past, Kakashi had consistently drawn Guy's ire due to his genius and disregard for Guy, now Yang Ming had unwittingly taken Kakashi's place, inciting Guy's vexation. The man, who typically favored action over words, seized Yang Ming by the collar and shook him vigorously. Surprisingly, Guy's tone was not one of anger, but rather filled with a pleading quality as he implored, "Boss, youth beckons me. How can you bear to do this?" As Yang Ming was shaken so violently, the dumpling he held slipped from his chopsticks and soared into the air unexpectedly. Yet, another figure moved even faster. Yang Ming felt a rush of wind brush against his cheek, and in the blink of an eye, the dumpling that was destined to fall to the ground was caught in Guy's hand. "I want to hold back," Guy declared, disregarding Yang Ming's odd demeanor, and took a hearty bite of the dumpling. He was called the Azure Beast not only for his combat prowess and style, but also for his remarkable instincts, which solidified this title. Therefore, despite his seemingly absent-minded demeanor, Guy was indeed quite clever. As Akai stood outside the shop, the enticing aroma of meat buns wafted towards him, and his intuition incessantly whispered of a momentous opportunity awaiting him. Upon biting into the tender, pale bun, the delicate skin crumbled like the walls of a tofu fortress, revealing the succulent, juicy filling within, which suddenly danced before his eager tongue like a serpent emerging from its lair. In that instant, Akai felt an explosion of flavors fill his mouth, the scorching juices delivering an unprecedented ecstasy that resonated deeply within his heart and lungs. It was as if his soul ascended to paradise. Just one bite left an indelible impression, a memory that would linger for a lifetime. But that was not the end. As the copious juices, laden with filling, flowed into his mouth and surged toward his stomach, a pure surge of vital energy erupted within him. Akai's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed a transformation in his body. Like a stream converging into a mighty river, this essence of life coursed through his being, merging seamlessly with his chakra system. Boom. In an instant, Akai's chakra unhesitatingly devoured this life energy, swiftly converting it into chakra without any delay, a remarkably smooth process. Faced with this miraculous transformation, Akai excitedly raised his fist and exclaimed, "This is youth. I am on fire with passion." Yang Ming, meanwhile, finally understood why Kakashi always pretended not to recognize Akai. It was truly embarrassing. Akai smacked his lips, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, and said, "Ah, if only it were a bit spicier." "You, the little thief who indulged without the owner's permission, have no right to voice such opinions," Yang Ming replied, his expression unyielding. "Hey, boss, on the road of youth, are we not friends?" Akai's face seemed to proclaim their camaraderie, asserting that since he had sampled the buns, it could hardly be deemed theft. This was akin to the character Kong Iji from Lu Xun's writings. For a scholar, this was not stealing, but merely taking, equally shameless. Yang Ming looked at him with vacant eyes and said, "For the sake of gourmet delights, have you truly cast aside your principles?" Perhaps feeling slightly embarrassed, Akai chuckled and said, "Boss, how about you quote a price?" Yang Ming's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he replied, "Our shop does not currently sell buns, so there is no fee." Akai was taken aback, surprised by such a business approach. Before he could ponder further, Yang Ming continued, "However, since you have consumed my bun, why not this? You agree to one condition as payment." Akai scratched his head, contemplating for a moment. Realizing he had acted somewhat improperly, he said, "As long as it's not something that undermines principles, I can agree." Hearing this, Yang Ming's lips curled into a smirk. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Akai couldn't help but survey the quaint establishment. When he spotted the exorbitant prices on the menu, 128 yuan for a bowl of beef ramen and a staggering 250 yuan for some ice cream, his heart sank. He silently hoped that the other party would refrain from making any outrageous demands. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over Akai. If the other party were to discover that he had forgotten his wallet today, he would be utterly embarrassed. By chance, his gaze swept across the table, landing on a vividly red jar adorned with a small portrait of a woman, beneath which were the bold characters Lao Gan Ma. "Ah, is this chili sauce?" Akai's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. It is well known that Akai has an insatiable passion for fiery cuisine. The sensation is akin to blood coursing through his veins in a fervent blaze. Thus, he eagerly unscrewed the jar. No spoon. No matter. Akai demonstrated the ingenuity that arises when a food lover encounters their cherished delicacy. He pulled out a sharp kunai from his bag, deftly inserting the tip into the jar to scoop up a generous amount of chili sauce, which he then spread upon the pristine white skin of the meat bun. Before long, the bun's surface was adorned with a vibrant red hue, the interplay of white and red creating a rather peculiar appearance. Yang Ming's lips twitched, internally shouting, "Let go of that Lao Gan Ma. Allow me." Heaven was merciful. Yang Ming had but this solitary jar of Lao Gan Ma, and once it was gone, it would be lost to him forever. Should he complete the system task in the future, perhaps he would uncover the recipe for this beloved sauce. But what if he did not? Yang Ming would be at a tremendous loss. Unperturbed by Yang Ming's inner turmoil, Akai opened his mouth wide and stuffed half of the meat bun into it. In an instant, a brand new flavor ignited. Akai felt as though his entire mouth had been set ablaze with a roaring fire, the intense heat surging toward his throat. Each chili pepper in the sauce crackled like wood in a fierce blaze, continuously stimulating the roots of Akai's tongue. In mere moments, his face flushed a deep red, the warmth creeping all the way to his ears. Yet, the heat of the chili did not wane. Instead, it intensified. Akai felt as though countless minuscule fire ants were crawling upon his tongue, gnawing away. Finally, after a strenuous effort to swallow, Akai exhaled deeply. It was as if he had emerged from a fierce battle, a wave of exhilarating relief washing over him. He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering fiery taste in his mouth, reminiscent of smoldering embers that stubbornly crackled in defiance. This moment, unbound by the constraints of time and space, filled with the bliss of a satisfied hunger, felt like the greatest of blessings. Not to mention the benefits that followed the consumption of an entire meat bun. Akai sensed a slight surge in his chakra, stretching languidly with contentment. Indeed, his instincts remained ever so sharp, he mused triumphantly. With the joy of indulging in delectable fare, Akai flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a set of pearly whites that could blind. "Boss, present your demands. I shall fulfill them flawlessly." Like a cunning fox that has achieved its aim, Yang Ming wore a sly grin. He approached Might Guy, extending his hand to pat him on the shoulder. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloped Might Guy. Could it be that this boss intended to make some outrageous demand? Guy pondered anxiously. No, if that were the case, I would undoubtedly refuse him. Stealing his thoughts, Guy fixed his gaze and awaited with composure. However, when Yang Ming articulated his request, it instantly shattered the multitude of words that Might Guy had prepared. "Akai, from this day forth, be my little brother," Yang Ming proclaimed, entirely disregarding the vast age disparity between them. Outside the small shop, Kakashi, who had been masquerading as an ordinary villager, kept a watchful eye on Yang Ming's establishment. Upon hearing this request, he could not suppress his amusement. The proprietor of this shop was always so unpredictably entertaining. While Kakashi outside chuckled, Might Guy inside was left utterly bewildered. Guy stared blankly at young Ming and said, "Boss, you can't be joking with me, right?" "No, I never jest," Yang Ming replied, his tone grave and sincere. "Is the illustrious azure beast of Konoha a ninja who does not honor his promises? Might Guy, I am profoundly disappointed in you." This provocation proved remarkably effective, delivering a crushing blow to Might Guy. A flicker of resolution sparked in Guy's eyes, and with a spirit resolute as the autumn wind and the cold waters of the Ishui River, he declared, "My youth does not permit me to break a promise." "Excellent. It's settled." Yang Ming cast a glance at the system, unable to conceal his delight. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the EFE level achievement. I haven't been the big brother for many years. In the world of Naruto, the host becomes an important character as the big brother, currently with 2 little brothers, eligible for upgrade. Achievement reward, shadow clone technique. With the reward in hand, Yang Ming pressed on, saying, "Akai, since you have acknowledged me as your big brother, could you teach me martial arts?" Yang Ming sought to learn martial arts from Might Guy, aiming to compensate for his own shortcomings, as the system did not reward skills related to martial arts. "What?" Might Guy was once again taken aback. "So your only intention was to learn martial arts?" 1,000 crows flew overhead, seemingly crying out, "Fool." Might Guy donned a deeply melancholic expression, staring intently at Yang Ming, his demeanor conveying a sense of grievance that could traverse 3 rivers and 5 seas without end. Well, when a middle-aged man adopts such a stance, anyone would be intimidated. Even Yang Ming, who prided himself on his thick skin and dark heart, shivered under his gaze. In an attempt to placate Might Guy, Yang Ming reluctantly said, "Akai, I have several meat buns that I haven't eaten yet. You can take them." "Oh." Might Guy's eyes brightened. "Where are they?" Yang Ming pointed, and in the blink of an eye, Might Guy's figure vanished, only to reappear beside the steamer, unabashedly grabbing a bun to eat. It was not that Might Guy had never tasted delicacies. After all, no matter how exquisite the dish, it merely satisfied one's appetite. However, Yang Ming's meat buns were something entirely different. Might Guy discovered that after consuming these meat buns, not only did his chakra increase noticeably, but even the long-hidden internal injuries within him exhibited signs of healing. This was truly remarkable. As a ninja specializing in physical techniques, Might Guy had endured rigorous training for years, accumulating numerous hidden injuries. Moreover, ordinary medical ninjas could hardly remedy these ailments. Perhaps only someone of Tsunade's caliber could achieve such a feat, while these hidden injuries were manageable in his youth. As he approached middle age and his physical strength began to wane, they began to manifest more prominently. For instance, in recent days, Might Guy felt that his fists were lacking in vigor, as if the strength he possessed could not be exerted. He realized he was inevitably following in the footsteps of his father, Might Due. However, now, a turning point had emerged. Might Guy believed that as long as he persisted in visiting this place daily to indulge in the meat buns, his internal injuries would inevitably heal. To be honest, he was quite curious about how the owner of this establishment managed to create such miraculous delicacies. Thus, his typically straightforward nature could not contain his curiosity, and he inquired, "Boss, what are these buns made of? How do they possess such extraordinary properties?" "Akai, have you forgotten what you just said? How are you supposed to address me?" Yang Ming, though merely seeking to fulfill his own objectives, could not resist teasing Might Guy. After all, the thrill of playfully provoking a character from the original story was exhilarating, no matter how many times it occurred. Might Guy, initially devouring the buns voraciously, froze momentarily, nearly biting his tongue. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. Thus, he sheepishly replied, "Big brother. What did you say? I couldn't quite hear you." Yang Ming grinned mischievously, continuing his playful banter. So shameful. Might Guy felt tears welling up in his heart. Yet, his body remained obedient. Having already cast aside his dignity once, repeating it felt inconsequential. He boldly exclaimed, "Big brother." "Very good." Yang Ming's smile stretched wide, and he feigned seriousness, saying now, "What was it you asked me? Big brother, what are these buns made of?" With the first and second instances behind him, Might Guy found it much easier to call Yang Ming big brother this time, devoid of any awkwardness. Elated, Yang Ming decided to reveal the entire principle behind it. Upon hearing Yang Ming's explanation, Might Guy felt as if his entire worldview had been shattered. "Big brother, Consuming the flesh of summoned beasts can indeed enhance one's chakra? He asked, half believing, half doubting. No, for others, it would undoubtedly be ineffective. However, after my unique method of preparation, it becomes possible, Yang Ming declared confidently, arms crossed. Might Guy sighed with relief. Thankfully, the situation had not exceeded his imagination too far. Otherwise, there might have been a wave of capturing summoned beasts sweeping across the world. Observing Might Guy's expression, Yang Ming knew he had convinced him of a significant portion of the tale. However, he would never reveal the true secret, that his abilities stemmed from possessing a system. As Might Guy finished his meal, Yang Ming realized that the operating hours for today had come to an end. He then said, Akai, take me to practice martial arts now. Oh, brother. Are you also fascinated by the exuberance of youth? With me around, I will ensure you receive rigorous training. Yet, in his heart, Might Guy thought, indeed, I shall employ a devilish method to train you. Unbeknownst to Yang Ming, Might Guy was still somewhat displeased, as a wave of arduous training awaited him. Leaving the small establishment, Yang Ming followed closely behind Might Guy, arriving at an open area within the Konoha forest. This place, regarded by Might Guy as a training ground, appeared rather rudimentary, with scattered training equipment strewn across the ground. Among several sturdy tree stumps, a figure moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, swinging his fists with a sharp whoosh, striking heavily against the stumps, producing a series of resounding thuds. This individual, sporting a distinctive watermelon hairstyle and clad in a snug green outfit, bore a striking resemblance to Might Guy. It was none other than Rock Lee. Under the blazing sun, young Lee continued to exert himself, perspiring profusely as he tirelessly swung his fists. Even from a distance, Yang Ming could vaguely hear him shouting, 567, 568, 569. Witnessing Lee, Yang Ming was overwhelmed with emotions. He and Lee shared many similarities, notably their lack of talent for chakra cultivation. Without the emergence of a system, given his background, a career as a ninja would have forever eluded him. Lee was fortunate to have encountered a teacher like Might Guy, preventing his potential from being squandered. Thus, Yang Ming smiled at Might Guy and remarked, Akai, you have an exceptional disciple. However, Matakai's unexpected response took him by surprise. Instead of the anticipated pride, Might Guy calmly replied, no. In truth, Lee is not exceptional at all. Rather, he is regarded as an example of what it means to be the opposite of a genius. However, Lee possesses a strength that transcends genius, for he is a hard-working talent. I believe that those endowed with intelligence are not necessarily the fortunate ones. It is those who strive diligently for the ones they trust who find true happiness. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming felt a jolt within. Indeed, most individuals in this world are ordinary mortals, akin to Rock Lee, Might Guy, and even Might Guy. They are simply ordinary ninjas. They do not belong to prestigious clans in Konoha, nor do they possess unique, powerful jutsu, nor were they able to lay a solid foundation from a young age. Their talent for learning ninjutsu is quite mediocre, often ranking in the lower tiers or even at the bottom of their ninja academy. What is truly commendable is that they have not given up. Yang Ming often wondered why Lee could endure the grueling training and ultimately surpass so-called geniuses like Niji. Now, he began to grasp something profound. Might Guy, too, recognized that Yang Ming was contemplating his words, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, Are you prepared for the strenuous journey of learning martial arts with me? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. He had never been one to shy away from a challenge. With unwavering determination, he declared, Of course. As they conversed, they arrived at the wooden stump where Xiao Li practiced. At that moment, Xiao Li, disregarding his training, hastily ceased his efforts and greeted Might Guy with a face full of admiration, enthusiastically asking, Teacher Kai, are you going to sweat it out with me today? Might Guy shook his head and replied, Not today. Oh, I see, Xiao Li said, his spirits evidently dampened. It was then that he cast his gaze toward Yang Ming, who stood beside Might Guy, and pointed, inquiring, Teacher Kai, who is he? At this, Might Guy's expression froze as he noticed Yang Ming opening his mouth, silently cursing the situation. However, it was too late. Hello, Xiao Li, I am Teacher Kai's older brother. My name is Yang Ming, he said, displaying a radiant smile. In the next moment, silence enveloped the scene. Xiao Li, with a dazed expression, looked around and muttered, he doesn't resemble him at all. Suddenly, Xiao Li snapped back to reality, exclaiming, What did you say? You are Teacher Kai's older brother? Xiao Li's demeanor shifted abruptly. he swiftly distanced himself from the two, adopting a fighting stance, and warily demanded, "Who are you really? Why are you impersonating Teacher Kai?" Yang Ming, Might Guy, Yang Ming, at a loss for words, gazed skyward and sighed inwardly. Alas, subtle arrogance can be most perilous. Look at Xiao Li, such a fine young lad, utterly bewildered. Xiao Li felt an inexplicable intensity, observing the two with heightened caution, proclaiming, "What schemes do you have in impersonating Teacher Kai?" Cough, cough. Might Guy coughed heavily twice, intending to say something. However, Xiao Li had already convinced himself that he had unraveled their scheme. Thus, Xiao Li fervently declared, "Teacher Kai is in perfect health. How could he cough? You scoundrel who insults Teacher Kai, prepare to meet your end. Witness my wood-leaf whirlwind." With that, Xiao Li dashed forward like a whirlwind, and in an instant, he launched a leg strike akin to an iron whip. Slap. Contrary to the anticipated outcome of the enemy being struck down, Might Guy merely blocked the attack with a single arm. Subsequently, without hesitation, Xiao Li found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Sporting a large bump on his head, Xiao Li, with a face full of grievance, lamented, "Teacher Kai, why didn't you say sooner that you had an older brother?" Might Guy now wished for a hole in the ground to hide his head. Clearly, not only would he have to train Xiao Li's body, but also his intellect. Might Guy resolved silently, unaware that this would lead to Xiao Li eventually becoming a best-selling author. Irritated, Might Guy crossed his arms over his chest, adopting a fierce demeanor toward Xiao Li, declaring, "Xiao Li, today your training will be doubled. You shall not eat dinner until you complete it." "Yes, Teacher Kai." Xiao Li shivered in response, immediately agreeing. Might Guy then turned his gaze to Yang Ming, hesitating. It was quite difficult for him to address Yang Ming as brother in front of his proud disciple. That would be far too embarrassing. Yang Ming observed the hesitant expression on his face, and, in order to spare his feelings, took the initiative to speak. "Kai, please have Xiao Li inform me on how to train in physical techniques. With Xiao Li here, perhaps he could also keep me company." Might Guy cast a grateful glance at Yang Ming and addressed Xiao Li. "Xiao Li, did you hear that? Just teach him the training regimen I once imparted to you." Having said this, Might Guy swiftly departed. He feared that if he lingered too long, his other two students might arrive and learn of this matter. They would not be as easily deceived as Xiao Li, and he would be left utterly embarrassed. Xiao Li, oblivious to such concerns, responded with excitement, "Brother Yang Ming, I can already feel the blood surging within me. Are you ready?" His calling Yang Ming brother complicated their relationship. Yang Ming sighed and remarked, "Alas, this does not constitute the completion of an achievement." After a moment's reflection, Yang Ming decided that since Xiao Li's declaration had not activated the achievement, it would be better if he refrained from using such terms. Thus, he suggested, "Xiao Li, let's keep it informal. You may simply call me Yang Ming." "Very well." Xiao Li readily agreed, then inquired, "Yang Ming, may I ask why you wish to learn physical techniques? Is that truly so peculiar?" Yang Ming responded, bemused. Xiao Li chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Because in the village, everyone mocks me for being so foolish that I have resorted to learning physical techniques." Yang Ming fell silent at this revelation. "I am here to master physical techniques in order to create more exquisite culinary delights," he eventually stated. "Cooking exquisite food?" Xiao Li exclaimed incredulously. "So, you are actually a chef?" "Indeed," Yang Ming affirmed. "And what about you, Xiao Li? What motivates you to learn physical techniques?" Xiao Li gazed skyward and replied, "Yang Ming, how vast do you believe the distance between heaven and earth to be? I have always believed that through diligent effort, I could surpass so-called geniuses. If I train 2 or 3 times harder than they do, I will surely grow stronger. However, I have begun to ponder whether such efforts can truly rival the innate talents of exceptional individuals. Will there be any rewards for my labor? I seek to uncover the answer, which is why I continuously challenge these geniuses. I wish to demonstrate to everyone that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one can triumph over those gifted prodigies through sheer effort in physical techniques." Upon hearing Xiao Li's declaration, perhaps only Yang Ming, as a time traveler, and Might Guy, who held high hopes for him, would believe in his words. After all, physical techniques cannot compete with ninjutsu and jinjutsu. The former requires an extensive period of growth, while the latter can be swiftly mastered by those with talent, leading to rapid combat readiness. This is why the ninja world predominantly values ninjutsu-oriented shinobi. Yang Ming, Teacher Kai once told me that if one loses their dreams, life becomes more painful than it is now. Now that I comprehend your goal, Prepare yourself to embrace the trials ahead. Shaoli proclaimed with the fervor of a spirited youth, raising his fist in exhilaration. Today, we shall perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers. What? Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Why does that phrase sound so familiar to me? Could it be that I have traversed into the wrong world? Are you certain this is not Master Saitama's training regimen? Observing Yang Ming's blank expression, Shaoli mistakenly assumed he was frightened. Therefore, he flashed a brilliant smile, raised his thumb, and encouraged, Yang Ming, let us embrace our youth without regrets and strive onward. Thus, Shaoli forcibly guided Yang Ming to commence doing push-ups. This proved to be a torment for Yang Ming. Heaven knows, with his malnourished and frail physique, his arms resembled mere bamboo poles. Have you ever witnessed bamboo being bent under the weight of something heavy? It is a sight that suggests imminent collapse. Yet, both Xiao Li and Yang Ming conveniently overlooked this dilemma. Initially, Yang Ming managed effortlessly to perform 10 push-ups. However, as time elapsed, the fatigue accumulating in his arms felt as though layers of chains were being shackled upon him, gradually rendering them stiff and heavy. Trembling, Yang Ming pressed down repeatedly, each motion feeling as if a colossal mountain was bearing down upon him, suffocating him with its weight. The sensation was akin to a fate worse than death. Countless times, thoughts of surrender flickered through Yang Ming's mind. Why exert such effort with a system in place? Why endure such tribulations when a comfortable life awaits? Each time these thoughts surfaced, they served as an interrogation of Yang Ming's resolve. If he could not overcome this, his will would never solidify. Even with the assistance of the system, a strong man devoid of unwavering will is destined to never reach the pinnacle. Is this the point where I yield? No. I must press on. In the past, before acquiring the system, Yang Ming often lamented his fate, feeling that as a traveler, he should not be languishing in mediocrity. Now, with the system in hand and the hope of becoming stronger, he resolved to cast aside his aimless existence. He yearned for strength. With strength, he could concoct more delectable dishes and accomplish numerous system tasks. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, each drop dampening the ground beneath him, while heavy breaths stirred up a gentle breeze, raising a light cloud of dust that settled upon Yang Ming's face, mingling with his perspiration to form a murky, yellowish blend. Yang Ming lost track of how many push-ups he had completed, his mind blank, mechanically continuing the exercise. Stop, Yang Ming, that's enough. Xiao Li's voice rang like celestial music, and upon hearing it, Yang Ming collapsed, his arms giving way, as he lay on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Xiao Li hurried off to fetch a bottle of water for him. Yang Ming, this is specially for post-training hydration. It will swiftly restore your vitality. Yang Ming, tremblingly extending his right hand, suddenly realized it had become unresponsive, rigid as stone, merely quivering in place. Xiao Li, recognizing that Yang Ming's muscles had been overstretched, opened the bottle and brought it to his lips, slowly pouring the water into his mouth. A refreshing liquid flowed into his mouth, cascading down his throat and into his intestines, as gentle waves of warmth spread throughout his being, quietly soothing Yang Ming's pain. In just a short while, he felt a surge of vitality, his strength significantly restored. At the very least, his hands no longer trembled, allowing him to lift the water and drink. Well, it seems you are nearly recovered. Now let us continue with the sit-ups, Xiao Li said with unbridled enthusiasm, showing no signs of fatigue. Yang Ming finally understood why Master Saitama was so remarkable. This exercise was beyond human endurance. Nevertheless, despite the multitude of hardships life presented, he was determined to press on. Gritting his teeth, Yang Ming resumed his training. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by them, two figures quietly observed Yang Ming. Kakashi, I never expected you would take an interest in this young man, said Mike Guy with a chuckle. Haha. I too am surprised that you would allow a lad younger than you by a decade to call you big brother, Kakashi remarked, hitting a nerve with Mike Guy. Like a startled kitten, Mike Guy immediately retorted, Kakashi, today I challenge you to 380 times, and the loser must run a lap around the village upside down. Kakashi sighed, covering his face. I don't know you. As Yang Ming diligently honed his physical skills, he remained blissfully unaware that the entire ninja academy, and even the village of Konoha, was swept up in a whirlwind of public opinion due to his creation of ice cream. The situation unfolded as follows, with the school recently having restructured classes and the supervising jonin yet to arrive. most newly graduated genin lingered at the academy, celebrating their newfound status as ninjas. After stealing Sakura's first kiss, Naruto returned to school, his heart fluttering with anxiety, and happened upon Sakura, contrary to his expectations. Sakura exhibited an unusual shyness, her cheeks flushing crimson as she lowered her gaze and turned away. Being an innocent young boy, Naruto was oblivious to the complexities of a girl's feelings. In an effort to comprehend Sakura's thoughts, he sought out her close friend, Ino Yamanaka, and recounted the events in detail. Naruto, is that ice cream truly so magical? Ino's eyes sparkled with intrigue, akin to a dragon encountering a jewel. Well, I was actually hoping to ask you. Before Naruto could finish, Ino waved her hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "Don't worry, Sakura is currently quite conflicted. The important question is there really a dish that can make someone fall in love with you?" Faced with Ino's fierce demeanor, Naruto faltered, stammering, "Of course. My brother said that if you love her, you should treat her to ice cream. She will surely understand your feelings." "Excellent. Sasuke, just wait for me." Without waiting for Ino to invite Sasuke, Naruto, unable to find the answers he sought, began questioning his classmates, nearly exhausting the entire roster of his class. In the course of his inquiries, he inadvertently leaked the secret of the little shop, and the intriguing culinary delight that could enhance one's chakra reserves sparked a chorus of astonished reactions. Consequently, the tale spread from one person to another, growing increasingly fantastical with each retelling. Within the throngs of people, a remarkable tale regarding Yang Ming's humble eatery began to circulate. It is said that the proprietor possesses extraordinary skills, often presenting himself as a solitary master. To fend off disturbances to his tranquil existence, he deliberately prices his dishes exorbitantly. Alas, fate is oftentimes unkind. No matter how deeply one conceals their brilliance, true talent will inevitably shine through. There are those who fervently claim to have witnessed a lowly ninja dining at this establishment, only to awaken the following day with chakra rivaling that of a mid-level ninja. While skeptics arose, they were swiftly countered with compelling evidence. The mere fact that Yang Ming dared to open his doors across from the illustrious Ichiraku Ramen spoke volumes. Indeed, the beloved Ichiraku, regarded as the finest dining establishment in the village hidden in the leaves, had never before seen a competitor brave enough to set up shop in such proximity, for they would be overshadowed by its grandeur. Thus, Yang Ming's audacity to establish his eatery there suggested a genuine mastery of his craft. Many, driven by a mixture of curiosity and ambition, flocked to Yang Ming's shop. Some sought to enhance their chakra, while others yearned for romantic encounters. Even those with ulterior motives aimed to extort Yang Ming's culinary secrets. Upon arriving at the eatery's entrance, however, they were met with confusion. The doors were closed. It was akin to a young man sneaking behind his parents' backs to access forbidden resources, only to find them obscured by pixelation. The bewilderment was palpable, a sensation only those involved could fully grasp. Meanwhile, patrons of Ichiraku Ramen observed the unusual assembly of visitors at the mysterious establishment across the street and wondered if they had come to collect protection fees. Out of curiosity, one diner approached and inquired, "Are you sure you're at the right place? That shop is notoriously overpriced." To his surprise, the enthusiastic response was, "Yes, yes. That's the one. I haven't made a mistake." Now it was the Ichiraku patron who stood dumbfounded, incredulously asking, "You can't possibly be intending to dine there, can you?" "Indeed, we all are." The diner nearly blurted out a retort, but managed to hold back. Initially wishing to dismiss the foolishness, he found himself pursued by the eager stranger, who insisted, "Hey buddy, you seem well acquainted with that place. Please, enlighten me." As he extended a cigarette, the diner, recognizing the other's earnestness, lit it and took a contemplative drag before responding, "My friend, you've come to the right person. Though it may appear modest, this establishment harbors great secrets." The stranger's excitement was palpable as he replied, "Yes, yes, I've heard from others that this place is indeed extraordinary." The diner, reminiscing, reflected, "Just recently, even the formidable Might Guy dined there. Ah, the aroma wafting from that eatery was simply divine." The stranger, filled with gratitude, produced another cigarette. Offering it to the diner, "Thank you, my friend. Just a small favor," the diner replied modestly. The diner, with a beaming smile, accepted the cigarette and returned to the Yale restaurant, turning to those nearby and remarking, "I truly cannot fathom where such fools come from. Their minds must be unhinged." The bystanders, sensing the unspoken camaraderie, chimed in, indeed. No matter how delectable that establishment may be, can it possibly rival the culinary prowess of Uncle Yao? I, for one, remain unconvinced. Laughter erupted within the restaurant in response. Amidst this commotion, Yang Ming, dragging his weary body, made his way back to the village. At that moment, he was entirely soiled, resembling a figure molded from mud. His hands and face bore numerous scars, and his clothing was no exception, marred with gashes. Yang Ming felt a twinge of regret for having followed Xiao Li in his training. The latter was nothing short of a madman. Yang Ming had initially thought that running 10 kilometers would be a simple endeavor, but alas, he was still quite naive. That deranged companion of his had, during their run, provoked a hornet's nest, summoning a swarm of bees that forced him into a perpetual state of flight for his life. On countless occasions, had it not been for Yang Ming's timely application of the substitution technique or his use of shadow clones to divert a portion of the bees, he would have met his demise long ago. Though his daily work now only consumed 2 hours at noon and night, Yang Ming was genuinely fatigued and contemplated posting a notice at his shop, declaring a day of rest for the following day. However, upon arriving at his shop's entrance, he was taken aback to find a crowd of over a dozen individuals waiting in line. Could I have mistakenly wandered into the wrong place due to exhaustion? With trepidation, he glanced across the street, where the Yao restaurant stood prominently. Excellent, all is well. With that, Yang Ming opened his shop nonchalantly, stepping inside with an air of calmness as he penned. The proprietor will be out sourcing materials tomorrow, and the establishment will be closed for the day. Satisfied with his handiwork, he prepared to affix the notice to the shop's exterior, but the weary patrons, who had been waiting, were displeased. The irate elder who had previously inquired about the Yao restaurant stormed toward Yang Ming, exclaiming, "Boss, hurry up and bring me a bowl of beef ramen." His tone was insistent, as though he were owed a fortune. Yang Ming cast a cool glance in his direction, raising his hand in response. "Do you see this? Tomorrow we shall cease operations, including right now." The elder rolled up his sleeves, furrowing his brow in displeasure as he retorted, "Oh, come on. Are you even capable of running a business?" With a leader inciting unrest, the other patrons, driven by their motives, joined in the uproar, demanding, "Well said. We have waited so long. Why are we not allowed to eat?" Yang Ming let out a derisive snort, replying, "If you wish to dine, go across the street." At this proclamation, tensions escalated, the atmosphere charged as if a bowstring had been drawn taut, ready to snap. Moreover, a particularly malicious individual remarked sarcastically, "Could it be that the boss is feeling guilty? There is no cuisine here that could possibly elevate one's chakra." Yang Ming, eyes narrowing as he surveyed the raucous crowd, felt a palpable sense of conspiracy. Having only recently opened his establishment, and with few patrons having visited, he questioned how so many could be aware of it. Even if prior diners had spread the word, it seemed unlikely they would have arrived at this moment. For reasons unknown, Yang Ming sensed an ominous undercurrent amongst the assembly, encompassing both ordinary folk and ninjas. The man who instigated the commotion earlier is nothing more than an inferior ninja, and judging by his demeanor, he seems quite desperate to ascend to the rank of a chunin. After all, the remuneration for a genin is meager, barely sufficient for subsistence. At this moment, the system, unwilling to remain in the shadows, made its presence known. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest, the malicious guests." Quest description: guests who disregard the inherent flavors of the cuisine are challenging the chef's dignity. As the future culinary master of the Naruto world, let your exquisite dishes teach them the essence of humanity. Quest reward: shop renovation level 1. Excellent. No objections here. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and addressed the patrons. "Are you quite certain you wish to dine? Have you thoroughly perused the menu? Do not claim I led you astray." Noticing Yang Ming's tone had softened, the patrons eagerly affirmed, "We are well aware." Yang Ming nodded, unexpectedly realizing that nearly all of them had come specifically for the beef ramen, save for one woman, forlorn and expectant, who ordered ice cream. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Ming busied himself in the kitchen, someone remarked sarcastically, "The owner of this establishment is merely a boy with a hollow reputation. TSK. If his dishes do not meet our expectations, we shall hold him accountable." Others chimed in, "Count me in for that." In that moment, two scheming guests exchanged knowing glances, sharing a conspiratorial smile. With such troublemakers present, even the previously neutral patrons began to waver in their stance. Yang Ming, however, paid no heed to their chatter. Since the inception of his lease on the shop, the system had graciously automated the renovations, even providing a small restroom adjacent to the kitchen, complete with a water heater, offering Yang Ming a place to wash up. After all, the culinary profession, particularly in the sweltering summer, often leaves one drenched in sweat. Hence, Yang Ming kept a few spare sets of clothing at hand. He imposed stringent standards upon himself, first cleansing his body, then donning a fresh, tidy outfit, meticulously checking himself before proceeding to the culinary arts. For a soldier, obedience to command is paramount. For a chef, the dedication to cooking is of utmost importance. Despite the cacophony of disparaging remarks within the establishment, Yang Ming remained unwavering, diligently crafting the ramen. As he worked, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the patrons and igniting their appetites. One neutral guest inhaled deeply, enraptured, and proclaimed poetically, "This fragrance could only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to encounter it on earth." Well said. Another neutral patron applauded, exclaiming, "Truly, that is an astute observation. This aroma, in all my years, I have never encountered such a thing. It is worth it just for this." Their remarks swiftly dissipated the negative atmosphere surrounding Yang Ming. Some patrons, merely curious at first, began to calm their nerves, eagerly anticipating Yang Ming's beef ramen. As the guests' patience wore thin, Yang Ming emerged, presenting bowl after bowl of steaming beef ramen. Steam swirled above the ramen, creating an ethereal ambience, while the rich, savory aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the appetite. The man leading the commotion, known as Miyamoto Musashi, gazed at the beef ramen before him, his heart a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Musashi, a name as common as dirt, mirrored the banality of his existence. He was merely an ordinary ninja, lacking connections, talent, and wealth. He had toiled for most of his life, yet remained a low-ranking shinobi. Although ninjas earned more than the average profession, their expenses were considerable. From purchasing ninja tools to mastering jutsu, every aspect demanded financial resources. Since childhood, Musashi harbored a dream of becoming the Hokage of his nation. However, reality was stark and unforgiving, rendering his aspirations as fragile as a balloon. Nevertheless, he never relinquished hope. Upon hearing that Yang Ming's humble eatery offered delicacies capable of enhancing chakra, Musashi, undeterred by the veracity of the claim, approached with a desperate yet hopeful heart. May the heavens grant him success. He grasped the chopsticks, pressed them to his palms, and clasped his hands in silent prayer. It was time to indulge. Slurping vigorously, he took a hefty mouthful of ramen along with 2 slices of beef, swallowing them hastily. The flavor was exquisite, so delectable. Having never encountered such culinary delight, he accidentally choked, hastily pounding his chest before sipping the broth to recover. As the warm soup, infused with the essence of beef ramen, entered his stomach, the tender meat swiftly disintegrated, transforming into pure life energy that coursed through his veins. Suddenly, Musashi leapt to his feet, tears silently streaming down his face. His reaction was merely one among a dozen others, some of whom knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly and uttering incoherent words. Observing the spectacle, Yang Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, devoid of joy, internally mocking, "You foolish mortals." Musashi's lifelong ambition had been to become Hokage, yet his circumstances had always seemed disheartening. Having lived a significant portion of his life, he had only attained the chakra level of a low-ranking ninja. Initially, he believed this would be his fate, resigned to his circumstances. However, now that Yang Ming's beef ramen truly exhibited miraculous effects, Musashi, the very instigator of the ruckus, approached Yang Ming directly. To his astonishment, he knelt. Indeed, he lowered himself to the ground. In a world where a man's dignity is paramount, Musashi was a man of pride. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to the crowd's whims, squandering his earnings on alcohol and gambling. Yet here he was, kneeling and bowing deeply to Yang Ming 3 times, a gesture of profound respect, akin to the highest form of etiquette in the world of ninjas, typically reserved for juniors paying homage to esteemed elders. Yang Ming was taken aback by the display, hastily assisting him to his feet, urging, "Let us speak civilly, please. Get up." To everyone's astonishment, Miyamoto Musashi stubbornly refused to rise, tears streaming down his face as he fervently proclaimed, "Master, I was wrong. I should not have questioned you. Your immense kindness and virtue shall be forever etched in my memory. In the future, should you require my assistance, even if it means traversing treacherous paths, I shall not hesitate." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All present regarded Musashi with wide-eyed surprise, yet his demeanor radiated tranquility, affirming the sincerity of his sentiments. Indeed, though Miyamoto Musashi was merely a lowly shinobi, he still held the mantle of a ninja. In an era where the samurai had long since waned, a mere lower-ranking shinobi equated to a small leader within a grand national army. At that moment, the previously ill-intentioned guests fell silent, uncertain of how many more like Musashi were among them. They dared not provoke the collective ire. Suddenly, the system interjected to assert its presence. Hidden task, malicious guests. Task description: those who disregard the intrinsic flavors of the cuisine are challenging the chef's dignity. As the future culinary master of the Naruto world, use your culinary creations to teach them a lesson. Task reward: shop renovation level 1. The task was completed, and the reward was dispensed. Wait. Yang Ming mentally conveyed to the system. Let us delay the shop renovation until the guests have departed. Understood. The system replied with utmost seriousness. With the task accomplished, Yang Ming's spirits soared, and his admiration for Musashi deepened. Thus, Yang Ming addressed the resolutely seated Musashi, stating, "Your heartfelt gesture moves me greatly. Please rise at once, or else I shall have no choice but to blacklist you from dining at my establishment in the future." Indeed, striking at the heart of the matter proved effective. Musashi trembled, a look of panic washing over his face, and hurriedly stood, offering his apologies. One by one, the other patrons finished their ramen and prepared to leave. At that juncture, Yang Ming called out to them, "Everyone, I kindly ask that you refrain from discussing the events of today once you depart." Musashi, the first to respond, looked bewildered and inquired, "Master, your culinary masterpieces are akin to divine artistry, deserving of wider recognition. Why keep them hidden?" Yang Ming, with a melancholic smile, gazed into the distance and replied, "Because I prefer to remain low-key." In that moment, the patrons recalled the whispers circulating in the village. The solitary figure before them, seemingly seeking to avoid the clamor of the world, had chosen to reside in seclusion. An overwhelming sense of respect surged within them, akin to an unceasing river. Yang Ming's image soared in their minds, towering like a majestic mountain that pierced the heavens, forever to be revered. In truth, Yang Ming had not contemplated such profundities. He merely remembered that in times of weakness, one must tread carefully, avoiding unnecessary attention, for humility was the true path to success. Little did he realize, he had inadvertently crafted an air of grandeur. Once the guests had departed, Yang Ming exhaled in relief and retrieved the ice cream, presenting it to the last patron, a rather ordinary woman. She was an ordinary pregnant woman. Throughout her presence, she uttered not a single word. Her gaze was as silent as a stagnant lake, merely bowing her head in melancholy while cradling her burgeoning belly. This was a woman with a story, Yang Ming mused, gently placing down the crystal cup and setting the golden spoon beside her right hand. "Thank you," she said softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort. The woman's slender fingers, akin to white scallions, grasped the spoon, and in her previously tranquil eyes, a flicker of reminiscence emerged. Parting her ruby lips, a small spoonful of ice cream glided past her pearly teeth into the depths of her dark mouth. As her sensuous tongue entwined around it, a wave of icy delight surged through her being. She closed her eyes, savoring each moment as if she wished to relish every inch of the ice cream. It felt as though a mere instant had passed, or perhaps a century. She licked her lips with a sense of lingering satisfaction. After a time, the woman departed, having spoken no more than a handful of words throughout her visit. She came quietly, savored in silence, and left just as quietly. Once everyone had departed, Yang Ming addressed the system. "System, you may commence the renovation. Host, please select a style for the shop renovation." "Oh," Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, saying, "Let me see." A virtual disc materialized before his eyes, visible solely to him. The disc was partitioned into numerous segments, each containing a small circle, as Yang Ming focused on one. A three-dimensional image of the renovated shop would automatically emerge. However, upon reviewing each option, he felt a pang of discomfort. The so-called LV1 shop renovation merely aimed to theme the establishment. Below are the themes that particularly shattered Yang Ming's composure. A horror-themed shop dominated by dark, chilling hues, accentuated with blood-red tones, a romance-themed shop enveloped in flirty, delightful pink, and a Chinibu-themed shop featuring two-dimensional characters against exaggerated colors. Yang Ming, in despair, covered his face with one hand, exclaiming, "System, can I refuse the renovation? I believe it is quite satisfactory as it is." "No, host, you must become a culinary master. How could you remain in such a rudimentary establishment?" The system replied with utmost seriousness. Ming longed to retort, questioning who had allowed the shop to reach such a state. In this vast world, the system reigned supreme. Ming, unable to contend with the overwhelming force, resigned himself to prayer, hoping his luck would not lead him to an absurd theme. He closed his eyes and commanded the system to spin the wheel before him. 3, 2, 1, open your eyes. The wheel slowed its rotation, and Ming's breath quickened. As he noticed the pointer nearing the dark-themed decor, panic set in. "Oh no, don't stop, keep it going." Perhaps his outcry had an effect. The wheel sluggishly advanced a notch like a snail. Ding. "Host, selection complete, commencing shop renovation now," the system stated with unwavering seriousness. As soon as the words fell, a subtle white light, barely perceptible to the ordinary eye, radiated forth, enveloping the entire small shop. When the luminescence faded, a brand new establishment materialized before Ming's gaze. He surveyed the surroundings, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. The rudimentary decor remained unchanged, featuring merely 2 tables and a couple of stools, while the walls, aside from the menu, were bare and unadorned. Yet, the significance of this matter merits repetition. Why did the shop appear even more dilapidated? No, it would be more accurate to describe it as even more destitute. The original roof, constructed of cement, once provided protection from the elements, but now, astonishingly, it was thatched with yellow straw. Perhaps the sole bright spot was the entrance, flanked by a couplet. On the right, "This is a humble abode," and on the left, "Only my virtue is fragrant." Furthermore, the craftsmanship of the system was evident. The calligraphy was vigorous and robust, evoking a sense of ancient gravitas. Ming could not help but let out a deep sigh, raising his middle finger in salute, exclaiming, "System, I am impressed." "Thank you, esteemed host," the system responded earnestly. "This renovation adopts the most primitive farmhouse style, showcasing the most authentic rural flavor." Ming smirked, his lips curling in amusement. "I find your deadpan absurdity increasingly refined. Host, as long as you diligently complete tasks, the shop may continue to upgrade and beautify," the system reiterated with grave sincerity. "Heh," Ming replied with a wry smile. "I truly do not desire such a shop." After their banter, he produced a note he had previously written, affixed it to the door, and then returned home. As for the patrons who had already departed, some would undoubtedly disregard Ming's words, returning home to regale familiar or unfamiliar faces with tales of the day's adventures, particularly when mentioning the moment when Miyamoto Musashi was so moved that he knelt down. It sparked quite a commotion. In the Hokage Tower, Kakashi presented a report to the Third Hokage, his expression grave. "Hokage-sama, the recent disturbances in the village seem to be targeting this small shop." The Third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke failing to conceal the fatigue evident in his eyes. He scrutinized the report, his brow furrowing into deep creases, making him appear exceedingly aged. "Kakashi, your efforts during this period have not gone unnoticed," the Third Hokage said, pulling a document from his drawer and handing it to Kakashi. "I will ensure that this matter is addressed, but there is another task I need to entrust to you." "Understood, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied, taking the document. Upon glancing at it, he was astonished to find himself listed as the guiding teacher for the newly assigned 7th team, alongside Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. The presence of 2 troublesome youths in a single class was indeed perplexing. Kakashi thought to himself, feeling a deep pang of exasperation. It seemed he would be deprived of the pleasures of paradise for some time. Seeing Kakashi's silence, the Third Hokage assumed he was reluctant and offered some words of comfort. "Kakashi, I understand that this task may be a bit challenging for someone as laid back as you. However, whether it be Naruto or Sasuke, I cannot entrust them to anyone else." Although the Third Hokage did not explicitly state it, a mind as astute as Kakashi's grasped the underlying meaning. Naruto requires no introduction, being the son of the 4th Hokage, inherently a member of the Hokage lineage. Kakashi, as the 4th's pupil, is the most suitable mentor for him. As for Sasuke, the tradition of previous Hokages accepting a member of the Uchiha clan persists. This serves to both ally with the Uchiha family and plant a ticking time bomb within their ranks. With the Third Hokage aging and lacking vigor, entrusting Kakashi, who is also of the Hokage lineage, would silence many critics. Naturally, with only 2 Uchihas remaining, and considering the immense sacrifice Itachi made for the village, this position is undoubtedly reserved for Sasuke. The final slot, that of Sakura Haruno, exists purely for the sake of political correctness, ensuring that the villagers perceive the Hokage as siding with the common folk. In summary, this class division was orchestrated behind closed doors, devoid of any semblance of fairness. The Inoshikicho trio serves as a quintessential example. And what of the true commoners? Unless they exhibit extraordinary talent, who would concern themselves with their well-being? I understand, Lord Hokage. Kakashi took the documents, preparing to depart. However, the third Hokage suddenly instructed, by the way, concerning that boy Sasuke, I hope you will provide him with proper guidance. The underlying message was clear: instill in Sasuke a sound worldview and a sense of belonging to Konoha. This was the intended purpose. Both past figures like Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Obito were molded under such education to become true ninjas of Konoha rather than mere Uchihas. After Kakashi left, a masked Umbu agent appeared, kneeling before the third Hokage. The old man's eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, revealed an icy depth as he inquired, "Have you uncovered the truth?" Suddenly, the Umbu felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down, causing him to tremble as he replied, "Yes. I am incompetent. I have yet to gather any information." In an instant, the oppressive aura that had enveloped the Umbu vanished as though it had never existed. The third Hokage sighed softly and said, "This is not your fault. You may go and rest." The Umbu dared not linger, hastily exiting the office, only to find his back drenched in sweat, having been thoroughly soaked. This Umbu was an elite Jonin, formidable in strength and accomplished in numerous perilous missions. In the past, he often believed he was close to reaching the level of Hokage, perhaps just a few years away from achieving it. Yet now he realized that this distance might be beyond his lifetime's reach. Reflecting on his encounter with the third Hokage, he felt as if he were an infant standing before an adult, confronting an invincible power. The third Hokage stood by the window, gazing out at the thriving village, solemnly declaring, "No one shall disrupt Konoha." The following day dawned clear and bright. The village, having lain silent through the night, once again erupted into vibrant life. The streets, crisscrossed in a grid, bustled with people, radiating vitality. Interestingly, when villagers who are acquainted encounter one another, they often engage in a conversation that begins with the casual inquiry, "Have you eaten?" Following this, they frequently delve into discussions about the fabled little shop owned by Yang Ming. If the person being questioned happens to have heard of Yang Ming's establishment, the two will exuberantly exchange stories, as if they had witnessed the marvels firsthand, brimming with pride. Conversely, if the other party is unfamiliar with it, it matters little. The inquisitive villager will undoubtedly feel a surge of satisfaction, embellishing the tales with grandiose flair to indulge in a moment of vanity. In a short span, the renown of Yang Ming's shop spread through the village at an astonishing pace. In this process, whether intentional or serendipitous, the reputation of Yang Ming's shop seemed poised to eclipse that of the famed Ilu restaurant. Naturally, a considerable number of skeptics remained, steadfast in their belief that Ilu restaurant was unparalleled. Among these individuals, driven by a sense of curiosity, some villagers arrived early at the entrance of Yang Ming's shop. Yet upon their first glimpse of the establishment, they were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. The shop's decor was woefully inadequate. In stark contrast to the aesthetically pleasing design of Ilu restaurant, Yang Ming's was devoid of any external embellishments or distinctive style. Perhaps the thatched roof could be considered a feature? Alas, how antiquated! Did they not see that even the common folk had progressed to living in concrete houses? What a dilapidated sight! It was hardly surprising, for in an era where appearances often dictate one's prospects, the lack of visual appeal significantly influences the ceiling and floor of one's endeavors. Undoubtedly, they had previously envisioned Yang Ming's shop in an overly favorable light, only to be harshly confronted by the disheartening reality, which left them feeling desolate. Nevertheless, some individuals noticed the couplets flanking the entrance of the shop. An elderly man, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, approached to scrutinize them closely, reciting, "This is a humble abode, yet my virtue is fragrant." Upon finishing, a flush of excitement spread across the weathered features of the old man, who clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! The characters are splendid, and the meaning even more so." Anyone witnessing the exuberance of a man in his 70s would be drawn by curiosity. A young man stepped forward and inquired, "Sir, what is there to be so excited about? They are merely a few characters. I can write them too." To his surprise, the old man shot him a piercing glare. Snorting dismissively, "You young one, what do you know?" The young man, feeling embarrassed by the rebuke, retorted indignantly, "Who do you think you are?" Unfazed, the elderly gentleman stood tall with pride, declaring, "I may be unremarkable, but I inscribed the character fire on the Hokage building." This was sheer pretentiousness. The demeanor and tone exuded an air of solitary expertise. Upon hearing that he was the one who had written for the Hokage building, the young man realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, how many youthful spirits are there in life? To be young and reckless is to embody the essence of youth. Undeterred by the old man's stature, the young man, emboldened by his naivete, retorted, "Humph. If that's the case, then tell me, what is so remarkable about this couplet?" Though the old man is advanced in years, he remains as fiery as in his youth, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He raises his head high, casting a disdainful glance at the young man. "Listen closely, young one. Let us first discuss these characters. The author has reached a level unattainable by most. Their script is grand and multifaceted, resembling a dragon that appears and vanishes, imbued with the weight of time's passage. What is even more admirable is the author's magnanimity. Observe the meaning of this couplet. This is merely a humble abode, yet it reflects my noble character," showcasing the author's generous and confident demeanor, truly a paragon for our generation. Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone except the young man felt a flush of shame for their previous actions. Indeed, we mere mortals often perceive only the modest exterior, failing to appreciate the profound essence within. At that moment, the image of young Ming, as rumored, became even more vivid in the minds of the onlookers. He is a solitary master, retreating to this small shop to escape the clamor of the world. The young man, feeling quite disgruntled, thought to himself, "Must you humiliate me in front of so many?" With a discontented expression, he scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed a note affixed to the shop's entrance. Like Columbus discovering a new world, the young man's gloom lifted as he triumphantly announced to the old man, "Well then, what do you have to say about the words on this paper?" Under the young man's teasing gaze, the old man examined the note closely. "Ha ha ha. The proprietor will be out gathering materials tomorrow, thus the shop will be closed for the day." The old man felt a surge of frustration rising within him, nearly choking on his indignation. "Come on, must you be so cruel? Where's the grand demeanor we spoke of?" While Yang Ming's characters were indeed written in a neat, regular script, they paled in comparison. The words on the note were utterly nonsensical. The old man felt besieged by the world's cruelty. Wasn't I supposed to display my prowess? How could I be so humiliated? At my age, I can hardly bear it. Yet, upon reflection, the old man seemed to attain a moment of clarity and calmly coughed. "Young one, it is said that geniuses often harbor peculiar whims. This merely indicates." After a moment of contemplation, he blurted out, "The proprietor is quite willful." "Excellent. That is indeed powerful." The old man privately commended himself for this clever response, relieved that he neither offended the proprietor nor strayed from reason. He cast a triumphant glance at the young man, who stood dumbfounded, bewildered, further fueling the old man's satisfaction. "See, the young lad has learned that age brings wisdom." The young man, after being struck on the left cheek, presented his right cheek, only to be met with a barrage of blows from the old man, leaving him in a daze. Mother was right. This world is fraught with danger, he thought, heavy-hearted as he bid farewell to this disheartening place. With the pride of a victorious rooster, the old man raised his head high, feeling his vigor undiminished, a cause for celebration indeed. He looked forward to enjoying a hearty meal at Yang Ming's shop. Yet, something seemed amiss. The old man turned to see the glaring words on the note. The proprietor will be out gathering materials tomorrow, and the shop will be closed for a day." Not only the old man, but also other patrons who had come with anticipation felt a sudden pang of disappointment upon reading the notice, their hearts heavy with sorrow. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto stealthily wedged a blackboard eraser between the door and its frame, the eraser still coated with chalk dust. Sakura, visibly impatient, exclaimed, "Naruto, can't you just stay quiet for a moment?" "No way. It's been so long, and we are the only ones here. Our instructor for Team 7 hasn't arrived yet, while everyone else has vanished with the new teacher. Aren't you anxious?" Naruto retorted, turning his head away awkwardly. silently pondering whether Irika-sensei had also returned. He wondered if the new teacher would, like others before, harbor disdain towards him. You don't have to go that far. Sakura huffed, annoyed. Serves him right for being late. Naruto boasted, taking pride in his prank. You've truly defeated me. Sakura sighed dramatically, though inwardly she was delighted, thinking, if it weren't for maintaining my ladle-like demeanor, I would have done this long ago. Sasuke, with a cold expression, observed the scene and disdainfully remarked, boring. After a while, the door swung open. To Sasuke's surprise, the teacher entered without any caution and was immediately struck by the blackboard eraser, covering him in a cloud of white dust. Dumbfounded, Sasuke thought, is this really a jonin? It can't be genuine. It's rather unreliable. While Sakura felt a surge of satisfaction inside, she feigned a pitiful demeanor and said, I'm sorry, sensei. I already told Naruto not to do that. Only Naruto, unrestrained, burst into laughter, exclaiming, you actually got hit. Haha. Kakashi remarked, so? This is the son of the fourth Hokage? How disappointing. Is he truly a chip off the old block? With half-closed eyes and chin resting on his hand, he continued. To be honest, my first impression of you all is, Kakashi surveyed the room under the expectant gazes of the trio and concluded, quite annoying. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke would have charged at Kakashi for his words were it not for the significant gap in their abilities. Well then, let us introduce ourselves, Kakashi suggested. Noticing the awkward silence in the room, seeing that the trio showed no inclination to speak, Kakashi shrugged and said, don't be shy. Share what you like, dislike, and your dreams. Wait a moment, sensei. Naruto seized the opportunity and shouted, you should introduce yourself first. Kakashi shot Naruto a bemused glance and replied, as for me, my name is Kakashi Hitaki, and the rest is a secret. After a moment of silence, Naruto eagerly chimed in, I'll go next. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love eating the dishes made by Chef Ming. I hate waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles. My favorite person is Sakura, and my dream is to surpass the Hokage and earn the acknowledgement of everyone in the village. Such ambition. Truly the child of the fourth, Kakashi mused inwardly. Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's declaration, felt her cheeks flush crimson, lowering her head deeply and refraining from retorting. As a result, she failed to notice even when Kakashi called her name, and he bypassed her introduction entirely. When it came to Sasuke, he coldly stated, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I harbor numerous dislikes and possess no whimsical dreams to speak of. What I have to say is merely ambition. I shall restore the Uchiha clan and eliminate that man. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Kakashi subtly shook his head, inwardly lamenting. It seems Lord Hokage has entrusted me with a formidable task. Kakashi felt a headache brewing. In one class, there were 2 problematic children, each more complex than the last. Truly, a source of concern. Wait, I have that. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kakashi's mind, and he brightened, saying, let us conclude our self-introductions here. We will commence our mission tomorrow. Teacher, what mission? Naruto eagerly interjected. Kakashi's face concealed a mischievous grin as he replied, first, we shall undertake a wilderness survival exercise. This is no ordinary drill. Observing the trio's indifferent expressions, Kakashi felt a thrill of mischief and continued, your opponent will be me. What? The 3 exclaimed in unison. Naruto, bewildered, asked, teacher, what kind of exercise is that? Hee. Kakashi let out a chilling laugh, stating, this test is exceedingly challenging. With an elimination rate exceeding 66%. Out of 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The rest will be sent back for further training. What? This time? The trio was not merely surprised, but horrified. Kakashi reveled in their bewildered expressions, feeling a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Back in the days when he served under the fourth Hokage, he had experienced this same bewilderment. Perhaps this is the peculiar privilege of the Hokage's lineage? Kakashi mused to himself. After Kakashi departed, Naruto remained alone in the park, his face a canvas of anxiety. Due to Yang Ming's intervention, Naruto, at this juncture, had not yet mastered his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique, as depicted in the original story. It could be said that Naruto was now facing an even graver situation. What to do? I certainly do not wish to return to the Ninja Academy. Frustrated, Naruto cradled his head in his hands, squatting on the ground and tugging at his hair in despair. Finally, he conceived a rather foolish idea. Of course, how could I forget Brother Yang Ming? The thought of that seemingly omnipotent figure filled Naruto with a surge of hope. and he resolutely affirmed that only Yang Ming might be able to assist him in escaping this predicament. True to his impulsive nature, Naruto hastened to Yang Ming's small shop. However, what awaited him was a closed storefront. How could this be? Brother Yang Ming seldom closes so early. Naruto glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set, and usually, Yang Ming would be open at this hour. Undeterred, he approached and suddenly noticed a note affixed to the door, an unexpected wave of hope washing over him. The proprietor of the shop announced that he would be venturing out for materials tomorrow, thus halting operations for a day. In a moment of bewilderment, Naruto found himself utterly disoriented, akin to a pillar standing beneath the twilight. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting several leaves, accentuating his profound solitude. Those around him, however, exhibited no surprise, as such occurrences had become commonplace. They could only sigh and mutter, "This shopkeeper is truly willful." Yet, Naruto had long regarded Yang Ming as his lifeline, silently resolving to arrive early the next day. In the Hidden Leaf Village, as dawn broke with a gentle light, two figures had already completed a circuit around the village. Breathing heavily, Yang Ming leaned on his knees, gasping for air, his face paling from exhaustion. In contrast, Xiao Li, who had also run a lap, appeared unfazed, his breathing steady. This was due to Xiao Li deliberately strapping extra weights to himself in consideration of Yang Ming, thereby slowing his pace. Otherwise, with his previous speed, he would have completed 3 laps by now. "Here, your water," Xiao Li said, waiting for Yang Ming to catch his breath before offering a beverage specially formulated for replenishing energy during physical training. Yang Ming accepted it without hesitation, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at Xiao Li's ankles, causing his mouth to twitch in surprise. There, several palm-sized lead weights were strapped, looking quite intimidating. These weights were far from trivial, totaling a hefty 50 kilograms, equivalent to dragging a sandbag of considerable height. And this was merely what was visible. It did not account for the weights concealed beneath his clothing. Despite Xiao Li's diligent and rigorous training, he remained a mere supporting character, often overshadowed by various prodigies. It could be said that this world favored ninjutsu excessively, with a modicum of talent. One could achieve in a year or two what would take 3 or 4 years of rigorous physical training. Moreover, it wasn't solely about talent. Physical training required resources as well. Take, for instance, the drink in Yang Ming's hand, developed by the village's secret department, capable of replenishing energy in an incredibly short time. However, its production was limited, allocated sparingly to those upper ninjas in need. As for the lower-ranked ninjas, they were not so fortunate. This bottle of beverage was intended for Xiao Li's training, provided by Might Guy, but due to Yang Ming's frail constitution, it was given to him. Otherwise, such intense training could not only fail to enhance his physical condition, but could also lead to lasting health issues. Once Yang Ming had sufficiently recovered, Xiao Li remarked, "Today's training concludes here. Let us meet at the usual place tomorrow." Yang Ming nodded, aware that Xiao Li had a more demanding training regimen awaiting him. "Thank you for your efforts. See you tomorrow," he replied. Grateful that no one mocked him for his physical training, Xiao Li found Yang Ming agreeable and smiled brightly, saying, "If you're feeling generous, treat me to meat buns next time." Yang Ming nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Of course, I will make sure you are well fed." "Then it's settled," Xiao Li exclaimed, revealing a radiant smile as he extended his fist, declaring, "Youth without regrets." Yang Ming chuckled and mirrored the gesture, joining him in the chant. Youth without regrets. At times, the camaraderie between men can be as simple as this. After bidding farewell, Yang Ming made his way towards the small shop. From a distance, he spotted a small figure standing at the entrance. The morning air was chilly, and the individual was shivering uncontrollably, appearing rather pitiable. In the dim light, the small figure's golden hair stood out conspicuously against the darkened street. Was that Naruto? After some effort, Yang Ming was able to discern the identity and quickened his pace. As he approached, he noticed that Naruto's hair was damp with dew. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra since childhood, his physical resilience would likely have succumbed, leaving him bedridden for several days. "Naruto, why are you here so early?" Yang Ming inquired with surprise. After waiting an eternity, Naruto's anticipation culminated in a surge of excitement upon finally seeing Yang Ming. He suddenly dashed into Yang Ming's embrace, exclaiming, "Big brother, I've missed you so much." Yang Ming felt an urge to tease him, cautioning, "Be careful of your snot. You'll dirty my clothes." However, upon witnessing Naruto in such a vulnerable state, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, allowing the moment to unfold as Naruto's tears stained his attire. Once Naruto composed himself, Ming pulled him back gently and asked, "So, what brings you here so early?" Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly. He was unsure why he felt such a closeness to Ming. His earlier display of emotion had left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially since he was often perceived as nothing more than a mischievous troublemaker in the eyes of others. Nevertheless, with the survival exercise about to commence, Naruto set aside his reservations and urgently implored, "Big brother, please teach me some ninjutsu." "What?" Ming was taken aback. "Didn't you get assigned to a new class? Doesn't your teacher instruct you?" Thus, Naruto recounted the entire situation in a torrent of words. Ming's understanding was illuminated as he recalled this particular plot point. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Naruto. Some experiences must be lived to be truly felt. The upcoming survival exercise would serve as the foundation for Team 7's bonds, and any rash intervention on his part could yield unpredictable consequences. While to Naruto, Ming seemed omnipotent. He knew well that his own repertoire of ninjutsu was rather limited. Wait, if we're discussing usable ninjutsu, Ming realized he actually possessed one, the shadow clone technique. The thought of this made him feel somewhat awkward. His presence had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect, resulting in Naruto missing the opportunity to learn the technique. Now, to be the one to teach it felt akin to having an affair with someone's partner and then returning them to their rightful owner for marriage. However, Ming's knowledge of the shadow clone technique had been directly imparted by the system, and he was uncertain of its underlying principles. Thus, he mentally inquired of the system, "How can I teach Naruto ninjutsu?" Host, simply place your hand on Naruto's head and silently recite the instruction to impart ninjutsu. The system will automatically transmit the information into Naruto's mind. The system replied with a serious tone. Indeed, the system seemed to embody an innate technological brilliance, making the process astonishingly simple and efficient. Thus, Ming addressed Naruto. "In a moment, I shall impart to you the art of ninjutsu. However, no matter what transpires, you must remember to remain still and silent. Do you understand?" Although Naruto was unaware that Ming was deliberately adopting such a serious demeanor to impress, he nonetheless responded earnestly, "Brother, I understand." "Excellent." Ming nodded in satisfaction, secretly marveling at the potential of youth. He then proceeded as instructed by the system. Moments turned into seconds, seconds into minutes, yet Naruto remained utterly motionless. Could it be that my pose is incorrect? Ming pondered, shifting to a stork-like stance, balancing on one leg. Naruto, puzzled by the situation, wondered why he, having mastered the shadow clone technique, was still being restrained by his brother in such an unusual posture. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Naruto. If his brother possessed such extraordinary methods of impartation, there must be some underlying restrictions. Convinced he had uncovered the truth, he mimicked Ming's stance. What ensued was a peculiar sight on the street, with a large and a small rooster staring at each other. Fortunately, the street was devoid of onlookers. After bidding farewell to Naruto, Ming tore down the paper sign on the door, opened it, and collapsed onto the table, succumbing to fatigue. Little did he know, he had risen by 5 in the morning and had been relentlessly training with Shaoli, leaving him utterly exhausted. He reflected that during his most arduous days in high school, he had never endured such tribulations. Ming mused that if he could channel this fervor back on earth and face the college entrance examination once more, he would undoubtedly surpass all competitors and emerge as an unparalleled academic prodigy. In this reverie, he swiftly drifted into slumber. By noon, a voice, tinged with age, roused him from his dreams. "Boss, it is time to awaken. Do not disturb me. I am on the verge of a pentakill, soon to achieve godlike status." Ming mumbled, abruptly startled awake. "Who zapped me?" "Host, it is time for work. As the future culinary deity, you must not indulge in idleness," the system declared with solemnity. Ming then beheld a bewildered old man, who inquired, "My apologies for startling you. What would you like to eat?" This old man was the same individual who had claimed to inscribe a message on the Hokage building the previous day. Regaining his composure, he said, "Boss, I would like a bowl of beef ramen." "Certainly, please wait a moment." During Ming's time in the kitchen, the old man, stroking his long white beard, observed the modest decor of the small shop. What lay before him was a scene of simplicity. Yet, in the face of such an environment that would draw criticism from ordinary folk, the old man wore an expression of admiration. Truly, this unassuming establishment which had recently garnered much attention, embodied a simplicity reminiscent of the village's early days. Then, with a tone tinged with regret, the old man remarked, "Alas, the youth of the village have long forgotten the past, succumbing to extravagance. If only the clan leader were still alive, he would surely be enraged." "Old man, your perspective is misguided," Yang Ming interjected. Outside, Miyamoto Musashi entered and proclaimed, "Every individual possesses the inherent right to pursue happiness. The establishment of our village was necessitated by the frequent wars of yore. However, we now dwell in an era of peace. What harm is there in enhancing our quality of life?" "Preposterous," the old man retorted, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "I often express that you younger generations lack a sense of urgency. Do you truly believe that the war has concluded? Is it not so?" Miyamoto Musashi countered, the tension palpable between them. Observing the escalating confrontation, Yang Ming emerged with a bowl of beef ramen in hand. "Old man, are you here to dine or to quarrel? If it's the latter, kindly take it outside." "Very well." Though the old man bore a temper, he dared not offend the youth before him, for he had heard whispers of the boy's formidable prowess. Miyamoto Musashi, sensing the shift, wisely refrained from further argument and ordered a bowl of beef ramen as well. Since his last indulgence, he had felt a long-sought advancement in his chakra realm, a tantalizing sign of progress. The excitement coursed through him. This was his opportunity for promotion to a chunin. Thus, despite the steep price of the ramen, he resolved to forego purchasing ninja tools this month, saving his coins for Yang Ming's quaint shop. Meanwhile, the old man scrutinized the bowl before him, where slices of beef artfully overlapped, diverging like a blossoming wildflower, adorned with vibrant green onions that beautifully complemented the ramen. In the midst of his earlier dispute with Miyamoto Musashi, he had momentarily overlooked the rich aroma wafting from the bowl. Even without bringing his nose closer, the enticing scent enveloped him. This fragrance did not impart the sensation of fullness. Rather, it stirred within him boundless imaginings, an irresistible urge to savor the dish. As he grasped the chopsticks, an unexpected familiarity washed over him. Were these not the very chopsticks once wielded by the clan leader? Legend had it that the trees from which they were crafted had long since become extinct, and any remnants that survived were treasured by the great lords of various nations, securely locked away as prized possessions. With a surge of inexplicable exhilaration, the old man's hands trembled. Though his clan had gradually faded into obscurity in Konoha over the years, he remained a witness to their pinnacle, well aware of the clan leader's formidable presence. The mere thought of using the leader's cherished chopsticks was nearly overwhelming. With trembling hands, the old man picked up the ramen, parting his toothless mouth to take a hearty bite. The elasticity of the ramen enveloped him, and he felt as though he had swallowed a live lobster, flailing about as if it sought to overturn the very seas. What a delightful sensation! Having lived for so many years, he had consumed countless bowls of ramen, traversing the world of Naruto with each one. In his youth, he had relished the resilient texture of the noodles. As the years pass and teeth fall away, eating becomes merely a means of survival, rendering the experience of slurping noodles tasteless for the old man, akin to chewing wax. However, the noodles crafted by Yang Ming are distinct. They exhibit remarkable elasticity without hardness, allowing the elderly gentleman to easily chew them without much effort. Upon consuming a slice of beef, the old man is astonished to discover a surge of vitality coursing through his aged body. This newfound vigor leads him to feel as though he has regained a decade of youth, with his back pain alleviated and his legs invigorated, making his steps lively and energetic. When Yang Ming reappears, presenting another bowl of noodles, the old man, trembling with excitement, approaches him and exclaims, "My dear sir, your noodles are exquisite. Your presence in Konoha is a blessing for the village." With that, he bows deeply at a 90-degree angle, expressing gratitude on behalf of the village and its people. "No, please, kind sir." Yang Ming quickly rises to assist the elderly man, saying, "I am not as remarkable as you claim. I simply wish to quietly prepare dishes that bring joy to others." After speaking, Yang Ming feels a twinge of embarrassment, realizing how much his words echo the famous sayings of Lu Maoxing, a sentiment he himself finds hard to believe. Unbeknownst to him, the old man is deeply moved by his words. Grasping Yang Ming's hand, the old man fervently proclaims, "Truly, you are the legendary proprietor. I have only admired the clan leader in my life, and you are the second person I hold in such esteem." Yang Ming, intrigued by the constant mention of the clan leader, wonders what kind of individual could earn the respect of such a proud elder. Thus, he inquires, "If I may be so bold, who is the clan leader you speak of?" With eyes half closed in reminiscence and a proud smile gracing his face. The old man lifts his chin and strokes his long beard, saying, "I am known as Senju Tunkan, and the clan leader is, of course, Lord Hashirama." At another table, Miyamoto Musashi is taken aback, dropping his chopsticks in shock. Trembling, he asks, "Sir, are you speaking the truth?" His astonishment is warranted. For Senju Hashirama is a legend within the village. It was Hashirama who emerged during tumultuous times, joining forces with Uchiha Madara to carve out a paradise amidst the ceaseless wars, which is now known as Konoha. From a young age, Musashi grew up hearing tales of this great man, making the revelation all the more astonishing. Senju Tunkan, with wide eyes, retorts fiercely, "Would I ever speak falsehoods? In my youth, I witnessed the clan leader in all his splendor, commanding the battlefield with effortless might, as countless formidable foes were reduced to ash at his whim. Even after all these decades, the memories ignite my blood with fervor." Captivated by the elder's words, Musashi envisions a scene, the first Hokage standing alone against a sea of warriors, shaking the heavens with a mere punch or kick, his presence resonating like thunder, instilling awe and fear in all. With a tone of reverence, Musashi declares, "A figure of the ages, a titan of his time, only Lord Hashirama." The elder Tongjian, upon hearing the external praise for the clan leader, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him, causing the wrinkles on his face to relax, akin to chrysanthemums in full bloom. With a cheerful demeanor, he declared, "Young man, your discernment is commendable. You truly please this old man's palate. Today, indulge yourself freely, as I shall treat you." Miyamoto Musashi, immediately engulfed in trepidation, vigorously waved his hands and replied, "How could I allow you to treat? If anyone should be hosting, it ought to be me." After a round of mutual refusals, it ultimately fell upon Musashi to pay for the meal. Being treated to a meal invariably brings delight to anyone. And after relishing his moment of joy, the elder Tongjian hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his curiosity. He picked up his chopsticks and inquired of Yang Ming, "My dear proprietor, might you share the origins of these chopsticks?" "Oh." Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the significance. "What is so remarkable about them?" To which the elder Tongjian silently screamed within, "Remarkable indeed." But then he reconsidered. Perhaps this proprietor was so casual that these exquisitely rare chopsticks were merely ordinary ones. Thus, with a mix of 7 parts intrigue and 3 parts indignation, he remarked, "Do you not know, good sir, that Lord Hashirama dined with such chopsticks in his day? And what of it? They are still just utensils for eating," replied Yang Ming nonchalantly. His words, rather than calming the elder, sent him into a fit of astonishment. The elder gazed at Yang Ming with the look of one disappointed in a spendthrift, lamenting, "Do you realize that the material used to craft these chopsticks has long been extinct? The few remaining in existence are predominantly treasures of feudal lords and nobles, and they are priceless, yet seldom traded." "Oh, I see," Yang Ming responded with a calm demeanor. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, fervently questioning the system. Are these chopsticks truly that valuable? Host, the chopsticks provided by this system are crafted from the now extinct Lei Songmu, which has not graced the earth for over 200 years. Their dark hue and enduring charm render them worth approximately 1 million in currency. The system replied with utmost seriousness. By heavens! Yang Ming felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, asking, "System, can I sell them?" "Absolutely not." The single response struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him feeling a profound sense of regret. He had toiled tirelessly to run his establishment and had yet to see even 10,000. Yet here he was, using chopsticks worth over 1 million. Indeed, not just one pair. This sensation was akin to finally purchasing a home and car, only to discover that one's spouse was a transgender individual returning from Thailand. How delightfully ironic. Meanwhile, noticing Yang Ming's tranquil demeanor, as if the sky were falling and he remained unfazed, the elder Tongjian could not help but express his admiration, saying, "My dear proprietor, you truly embody the essence of a clan leader. I am in awe." As for Miyamoto Musashi at the adjacent table, his face was etched with fear. He had not anticipated the illustrious background of the very chopsticks he had once used. How had he just behaved? He had dropped them to the ground. Previously, he had thought little of it, merely wiping them with his clothing. However, the situation has changed. Miyamoto Musashi, with a pilgrim's mindset, meticulously inspected the chopsticks, anxious about the possibility of chipping them. It was not merely the inadequacy of his salary to cover any damages that troubled him. The fact that even someone as esteemed as Hashirama Senju would use such chopsticks filled him with guilt. How foolish I am. I know full well that the owner is a reclusive master, and even the simplest ramen possesses extraordinary craftsmanship. How could the utensils provided by this humble establishment be anything less than exceptional? With these thoughts in mind, Musashi began to eat his noodles, every fiber of his being on edge. Even the bowl that held his ramen was scrutinized with trepidation, fearing that his clumsy hands might inadvertently shatter it. His mindset had shifted. He longed to hastily finish his meal and depart. As a lowly genin, faced with such a splendid array, he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Wishing for wings to take flight and escape, a glance revealed that the old copper merchant shared this urgency, and a sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. Soon, they finished their meal and settled the bill before leaving. Following their departure, the quaint shop welcomed a new wave of patrons. From a distance, Ming could hear Naruto's boisterous voice proclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, you promised, so don't go back on your word." A slightly exasperated voice responded, "I know, Naruto. You've repeated it countless times on the way here. If I said I would treat you all, I certainly will." As footsteps approached, four figures emerged before Ming: the laid-back Naruto, the stoic Sasuke, the cheerful Sakura, and Kakashi, whose genial demeanor concealed a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Hey, brother, have new dishes been added?" Naruto exclaimed, glancing at the menu, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he turned to Kakashi with a triumphant grin. "Brother, I want one of everything on the menu." "Very well, and what about the rest of you?" Sasuke and Sakura shrugged, echoing Naruto's request for one of each dish. Upon viewing the menu affixed to the wall, Kakashi was suddenly overwhelmed by a thought. This is utterly outrageous. The prices displayed struck him as particularly glaring. A bowl of beef ramen for 128 yuan, a scoop of ice cream for 250 yuan, and a meat bun for 666 yuan. Prior to this visit, Kakashi had received orders from the Third Hokage to observe Ming's establishment for a time. He was already aware of the prices for ramen and ice cream. Initially, he believed he could afford to treat his students from Team 7. Little did he anticipate that this small shop had introduced new items at such exorbitant prices. Let us calculate how much Kakashi would need to pay, revealing just how much this would weigh on his heart. Each of the three, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, wanted one of everything, totaling 3,132 yuan. As an elite jonin, Kakashi earned a substantial monthly income, allowing for a comfortable lifestyle. Yet this did not mean he was immune to the sting of such expenses. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Are you going to back out on your promise?" At this moment, Naruto leaped forth, delivering a decisive blow to Kakashi, compelling him to treat everyone to a meal. Otherwise, if word got out, Kakashi's reputation would be tarnished. Narrowing his dead fish-like eyes, Kakashi regarded Ming and mused. Isn't it fitting to say he is indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, betraying his comrades with such ease? This prompted Kakashi to reminisce about the past. It seemed the fourth Hokage, fearing his wife, frequently ventured out without any money, with students often footing the bill. Such was a history steeped in blood and tears. To uphold his illustrious image in the eyes of his students, Kakashi resolutely declared, "Boss, let us serve the dishes as they requested." At that moment, Naruto interjected once more. "Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to eat?" Kakashi's face, concealed beneath his mask, twitched slightly as he replied, "No, I'm satisfied just by watching Intimate Paradise." Even he found that hard to believe. Yet, astonishingly, Naruto took him at his word. With a disheartened expression, Naruto lamented, "Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of Kakashi-sensei's true visage." Kakashi, his mind filled with exasperation, resolved to ignore this student with a rather peculiar thought process. He retrieved a copy of Intimate Paradise from his pocket, squinting his dead fish eyes as he engrossed himself in its pages. Kakashi mused, in this day and age, there are countless delicacies available. What could be more enriching than cultivating one's sensibilities? While pondering this, Kakashi turned to the latest chapter titled "A Red Apricot Leaps Over the Wall," and his heart raced with excitement. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, stirring a powerful hunger within him. His stomach emitted a series of peculiar sounds, fortunately subdued. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. There is a treasure trove within books. A veritable banquet awaits within their pages. Kakashi stifled his hunger. He had just claimed to be satisfied with intimate paradise and could not allow himself to be exposed so soon. Indeed, he was quite proud. Your beef ramen, please enjoy. Yang Ming presented 3 steaming bowls of ramen, the rising mist swirling in the air, leaving a tantalizing fragrance in its wake. Kakashi swallowed hard, turning his face away with great difficulty, secretly vowing, no matter how enticing the food, it shall not deter my resolve to read intimate paradise. In an effort to distract himself, Kakashi desperately sought thrilling passages in the book. Anything like the clash of ice and fire set his blood ablaze. Alas, such bliss was fleeting. The sounds of slurping ramen echoed like tailed beast bombs, disrupting Kakashi's concentration. Suddenly, Kakashi found himself in a fierce internal struggle. I really want to eat. No, I must read. So hungry, just a single bite. No, I absolutely cannot go back on my word. Meanwhile, Sasuke, with an expression of cold disdain, glanced at the ramen, thinking, they dare sell such ramen for 128 yuan? Had it not been for the profound experiences from today's survival exercise, I would never have joined the others. Sasuke first picked up a slice of beef, his brow furrowed, discontent evident in his eyes. The beef was exceedingly thin, almost translucent, leading Sasuke to feel that consuming it would hardly suffice to fill the gaps between his teeth. Just as he hesitated over whether to eat it or not, a pair of chopsticks abruptly shot out from the side, snatching his beef away in a flash. Haha, I've taken the beef, Naruto exclaimed triumphantly, opening his mouth wide to devour the stolen slice. Thief! How dare you? Sasuke seethed with indignation. Even if he had no intention of eating it, he absolutely did not wish to witness his share being pilfered, especially by someone he regarded as the bottom feeder. In a sudden burst of motion, Sasuke sprang into action, transitioning from utter stillness to rapid movement, leaving onlookers momentarily bewildered. In an instant, his chopsticks reclaimed the beef, and before Naruto's eyes, filled with outrage, he swallowed it whole. Bastard! You actually stole my beef. Naruto leapt to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, one foot firmly planted on the chair, exuding a fierce demeanor. Thief! How dare you claim it as yours? Sasuke stood his ground, equally defiant. Sakura, who had always been the background figure, covered her face with one hand and exasperatedly remarked, Please, can't you two just enjoy a meal in peace? Absolutely not. Both Sasuke and Naruto retorted in unison, glaring at each other as they simultaneously exclaimed, Why are you mimicking my words? Meanwhile, Yang Ming, busy preparing dumplings in the kitchen, caught sight of the squabbling Naruto and Sasuke through the doorway. Amusement mingled with a hint of envy filled his heart as he mused, Is this the bond they share? At that moment, Yang Ming noticed a figure darting past the two, seizing the opportunity amidst their bickering to swiftly snatch the contents of their bowls. Upon recognizing the thief, Yang Ming was rendered speechless. It was none other than Kakashi. After finishing off the slices of beef, Kakashi licked his lips, remarking with a hint of satisfaction, Not bad, but regrettably too little. If Naruto and Sasuke had yet to realize that their beef had been clandestinely devoured by Kakashi, they truly were oblivious. The two, who had been locked in confrontation, surprisingly stood up in unison to protest. Kakashi-sensei, return our beef. Kakashi sheepishly scratched the back of his head, internally lamenting, Oh dear, I let my cravings get the better of me. Yet, in an effort to maintain his esteemed image before his students, Kakashi spoke earnestly, You see, you both exhibited no vigilance whatsoever, allowing me to seize it so easily. Have you forgotten what the ninja school taught you? Indeed, the most shameless thing in the world is to speak nonsense with such gravity. For a moment, Naruto and Sasuke stood dumbfounded, internally questioning. He seems to make a valid point, yet why does it feel so wrong? After a comical exchange, fearing that Kakashi might attempt to pilfer their food again, both Naruto and Sasuke hastened to consume their ramen, each trying to outpace the other. Observing their ravenous demeanor, Kakashi felt a wave of sweat trickle down his brow, wondering, What have I done wrong? It was merely a few slices of beef. However, their attention was soon captivated by the delectable dishes Yang Ming had just brought out. 3 crystal cups were arranged in a triangular formation upon a platter, as light filtered through their translucent exteriors, refracting the enticing delicacies within. The mere sight of this exquisite presentation rekindled the appetite of Naruto and Sasuke, who were already sweating profusely from their earlier meal. Moreover, when the ice cream was served, a wave of aroma mingled with a refreshing chill enveloped them, akin to the invigorating breeze of an air-conditioned room. instantly imparting a sense of coolness. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged wary glances, casting a sharp look at Kakashi, and after a brief moment of mutual vigilance, disregarding the coldness of the ice cream. They eagerly plunged their spoons into it, devouring it with fervor. The sounds of their indulgence echoed through the small shop, drawing an amused gaze from Kakashi, whose stomach rumbled thunderously in response. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Kakashi, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement, making him wish he could dig a hole and bury his head in it. It was utterly embarrassing. Naruto, the carefree rascal, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say reading could fill one's belly? Why are you hungry now? Sasuke maintained his usual stoic demeanor, silent, yet his eyes betrayed him, as if they were inscribed with the words, "This teacher is truly foolish and utterly unreliable." Perhaps the only solace for Kakashi was the presence of his female student. Sakura donned a concerned expression and inquired, "Sensei, are you hungry? Would you like some?" As she scooped a spoonful of ice cream and gestured toward Kakashi, it seemed as if she intended to offer him a taste. Kakashi felt a surge of gratitude. Despite having 2 troublesome students, at least one of them was normal, right? Thus, with a heart full of excitement, he leaned closer. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Sakura opened her mouth and consumed the spoonful of ice cream herself. With a smile that revealed her dimples, she said, "Sorry, sensei, I was just teasing you." Internally, Sakura felt a sense of triumph. Serves you right for showing me so many illusions of Sasuke's demise during today's survival exercise. In that instant, Kakashi stood frozen, feeling as though an autumn wind swept through him, leaving him lonely and desolate, a chill settling deep within. What kind of students have I taken on? Kakashi silently questioned the heavens, feeling as if the vast world had left him without a single place to stand. Watching his students succumb to the pleasures of their meal, their faces radiating joy and bliss, Kakashi could only feel a surge of frustration. After all, I am the one treating them to this meal. To divert his attention, Kakashi turned his gaze toward the realm of literature. This time, I will not be ensnared by culinary delights. Kakashi resolved inwardly to affirm his determination. He opened to his favorite chapter, titled The Art of Fusion. Excellent. This is indeed formidable. Soon, Kakashi found himself immersed in a sea of literary enrichment, oblivious to the indulgence of Naruto and the others, achieving a state of profound concentration akin to a sage devoted solely to scholarly pursuits. Yet, reality soon reminded Kakashi of the age-old adage, there is always a higher mountain, and the cunning of the world surpasses all understanding. There is a saying that goes, nothing is more amusing than a sister-in-law, and nothing is more delectable than a steamed bun. When the enticing aroma of the buns wafted from the kitchen, Kakashi could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor, instantly breaking free from his lofty pursuits of self-cultivation. In the world of Naruto, the steamed bun is an unparalleled delicacy. Thus, one could assert that the bun is truly unique, as is its captivating fragrance. Even Kakashi, an elite jonin who has attended grand banquets and dined in humble homes across the 5 great nations, finds himself utterly powerless against the allure of the bun's scent. One can only imagine how intoxicating the aroma must be. Struggling to concentrate on his novel, Kakashi mused, no matter how delightful a sister-in-law may be, she cannot compare to a bun. Therefore, when Ming presented 3 baskets of buns, Kakashi sprang into action. A flash of lightning, imperceptible to the untrained eye, flickered by Kakashi's legs, and in an instant, he appeared to remain stationary while he had actually dashed forth. Kakashi had employed the technique of lightning release. Ming blinked, momentarily disoriented, thinking he was merely fatigued, but the next moment he felt a lightness in his hands. The towering trio of baskets had vanished without a trace. Astounded, Ming turned to see Kakashi had brazenly pilfered his buns. Kakashi cast an apologetic glance at Ming, disregarding the steaming buns, and pulled down his mask, revealing his cavernous mouth as he stuffed all 3 fist-sized buns into it at once. In an instant, Kakashi's once handsome visage transformed into a comical bun-shaped face. His cheeks puffed out, exuding an adorably endearing quality. Delicious. So scrumptious. Kakashi exclaimed, devouring the buns with fervor while tauntingly addressing Naruto and his companions. Naruto, heartbroken and indignant, shouted, Kakashi-sensei, give me back my buns. Sasuke, with his usual icy demeanor, silently glared at Kakashi, drawing a sharp kunai from his tactical pouch. his intense gaze suggesting that he might resort to violence without uttering a word. However, the most incensed of all was Sakura. With a heartbroken expression, she lamented, "Kakashi-sensei, how could you do this to me? Woe is me." Any onlooker who might have been bewildered by the scene would surely cast disapproving glances at Kakashi, perceiving him not as a teacher, but as a scoundrel unworthy of instructing his students. Yet, Kakashi was beyond caring, as he had been thoroughly enchanted by the bun's supreme deliciousness. The smooth, pale exterior yielded easily under his bite, soft and fluffy. As he sank his teeth deeper, a rich, savory liquid burst forth, flooding Kakashi's palate with warmth. The flavors contained within the succulent meat erupted in a delightful explosion on his tongue, sending waves of ecstasy coursing through his entire being, akin to basking in a hot spring, every cell in his body trembling with delight at this exquisite culinary masterpiece. Once Kakashi finally managed to swallow the 3 buns, he patted his slightly distended belly and sighed, "I wish I could have just one more bun. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, that is our bun." In stark contrast to the joyful laughter emanating from young Ming's little shop, Ichiraku Ramen found itself shrouded in gloom. Early that morning, Uncle Ichiraku had closed the restaurant, sitting alone on a stool, his head bowed, tightly clutching a photograph. The image depicted a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing chestnut hair, exuding an air of competence. Yet, this enchanting figure was bound at her limbs, drenched, her delicate form partially revealed through her sheer clothing. Perhaps the captor had employed some peculiar talent, wrapping robust hemp ropes around her sensitive areas, accentuating her already curvaceous silhouette. Do not misunderstand. Uncle Ichiraku was not as you might imagine. This woman was none other than his daughter, Shobu. On that fateful morning, Shobu had left early, as was her custom, to purchase vegetables. Ordinarily, she would have returned by now, yet after waiting for over an hour without a sign of her, Uncle Ichiraku grew anxious. He hurried out to search for her, scouring the entire village to no avail. His next step led him to inquire with the village sentinels, Zidai and Shuin, to see if perhaps she had ventured beyond the village's borders. To Uncle Ichiraku's dismay, even the seasoned Chunin had not seen his daughter. Where could Shobu have gone? A profound unease settled within Uncle Ichiraku. Since the passing of his wife, he had raised Shobu on his own, their bond forged from years of shared experiences. She was astute in her work, providing him with substantial assistance. Now, deprived of her presence, Uncle Ichiraku felt an incompleteness, as though the world had dimmed around him. It appeared that he had no choice but to visit the Hokage Tower to issue a search mission for Shobu. He murmured solemnly. Initially, Uncle Ichiraku had been reluctant to take such a step, as hiring ninjas came at a steep cost. Despite the restaurant's flourishing business and his savings, those funds were intended as a dowry for Shobu, with the hope that she might marry well and lead a life filled with happiness, distinct from his own. Suddenly, an ominous voice pierced the air unexpectedly. "Hee, I advise you against such actions. Who are you?" Uncle Ichiraku gasped, jolting upright, his eyes wide, scanning the surroundings with a piercing gaze. "Who I am is of little consequence." That chilling voice echoed from all directions, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere within the confined space of the shop. "What matters is, if you wish for your daughter's survival, hee." The mysterious figure chuckled, producing a sound akin to iron scraping against iron, a harsh and grating laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. Uncle Ichiraku, a seasoned veteran in his own right, recalled the earlier incident involving the photograph of his daughter, veins throbbing at his temples. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a subdued yet firm tone. "You must be a formidable ninja. Why do you torment me and my daughter?" Hee. A laughter, devoid of authenticity, echoed ominously. "Do you wish to reclaim your daughter? The solution is deceptively simple. All you need to do is seize the culinary secret of the quaint little shop across from you, regardless of the means employed. Once the secret is obtained, I shall return your daughter to you unscathed. Otherwise, an overwhelming aura of terror shall descend upon you, akin to a tidal wave, engulfing Uncle Yao entirely. Not only will you meet your demise, but your daughter shall also endure a fate worse than death." Uncle Yao's eyes widened in horror, his body paralyzed by the chilling malice that surrounded him. "Remember, do not venture to the Hokage building. Otherwise, the agreement shall be rendered void." With a maniacal laugh, the enigmatic figure gradually retreated. After what felt like an eternity, Uncle Yao finally extricated himself from the abyss of dread, drenched in sweat. As if he had emerged from a pool, breathing heavily, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his legs trembling incessantly, a reminder that this was no mere dream. What am I to do? Why must it be Changpu? If only they had captured me instead, how much better that would be. Changpu is still young, with a long journey ahead, and I must ensure her safety at all costs. With a newfound resolve, Uncle Yael's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. Meanwhile, outside, on the rooftop of a building not far from Yao restaurant, a cloaked figure wearing a mask stood silently. Raising an arm to feel the cool breeze, he remarked flamboyantly, "Today's wind is rather boisterous." He is, in fact, the mysterious individual who had spoken at Yao restaurant. Were the third Hokage present, he would be astonished to discover that this person was someone he recognized, the leader of the Umbu sent to investigate who was orchestrating the public sentiment in Konoha to elevate Yang Ming's shop. The third Hokage could never have imagined that his most trusted subordinate would betray him. The Umbu leader gazed at Yang Ming's establishment, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he cackled. All the efforts undertaken were aimed at elevating you to great heights, and when Yao steps forward, his nature will compel him to issue a challenge. With a cruel grin hidden beneath the mask, he continued, "And you, exalted by others, will surely dare not refuse this challenge." With Yael's years of culinary mastery, victory is assured, and the coveted cooking secret shall be within reach. At that moment, presenting it to the higher-ups will pave my way to becoming the next Hokage. In this very moment, the Umbu leader revealed his ultimate ambition, to ascend to the ranks of the strongest. It has been previously stated that the class stratification within Konoha makes it exceedingly difficult for the average individual to rise to power, with numerous constraints in place. Take this Umbu leader, for instance. He has toiled for much of his life for Konoha, and despite his position, the resources available have long since elevated his chakra to the level of a Hokage. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. He possesses neither a formidable bloodline limit nor the innate talent to create his own jutsu, leaving his combat prowess at the level of an elite jonin. It is not that he does not desire to acquire S-rank ninjutsu, but rather that these techniques are typically sealed within forbidden scrolls, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Hokage. Alternatively, one must join families that possess S-rank ninjutsu, serving them dutifully, flattering them incessantly, and imploring them to impart their knowledge. Previously, the leader of the Umbu had attempted to incite Mizuki, hoping that this individual, lacking in intellect, would steal the forbidden scroll, allowing him to reap the rewards and achieve his goals of murder and treasure hunting while covering up the evidence. Unfortunately, all plans were thwarted by the emergence of Yang Ming. Returning our gaze to Yang Ming's small shop, as the rich and savory steamed buns filled his stomach, Kakashi felt as if he were ascending to the heavens. He had traveled extensively with the fourth Hokage, sampling culinary delights from all corners of the world. Yet he had never encountered such delectable buns. With his eyes gently closed, Kakashi quietly savored the bliss that accompanied this exquisite meal. This moment, unbound by time and space, and purely devoted to the enjoyment of food, granted Kakashi, who had spent his life embroiled in endless battles, a profound sense of tranquility. War, slaughter, and betrayal are the eternal themes of the ninja world. In every land, be it one of the 5 great nations or a smaller country, wherever there are people, there exists a world of conflict and death. Ninjas are born to exist for the purpose of killing. Kakashi recalled that this was a sentiment once expressed to him by Orochimaru during his time in the village. As a veteran of the Ninja World War, Kakashi had once wholeheartedly accepted this notion. However, now he found himself shaken. Perhaps this carefree existence was precisely the ideal envisioned by the first Hokage when he founded Konohagakure. As the steamed buns settled in his stomach and the vitality contained within the meat filling surged forth, Kakashi was utterly astonished. How remarkable! He suddenly opened his eyes, incredulously feeling the chakra flowing within him. If one were to liken the chakra of a genin to a stream, and that of a chunin to a brook, then the chakra of a jonin could be compared to a small river. The chakra river, which had remained constant for years, began to rise after being infused with this flowing life energy, an extraordinary phenomenon. Heaven knows, Kakashi had become a jonin at the tender age of 12, and over a decade had passed, rendering him merely an elite jonin. Why? It was not due to a lack of talent, nor a deficiency in background or resources. It was simply that the cultivation of chakra is a protracted journey. Transitioning from a stream to a brook is relatively simple. Yet achieving the chakra of a Kage is akin to traversing a vast river, an unending torrent, immeasurable by mere streams. This serves as a formidable barrier, throughout history. Countless prodigious youths have been left stranded outside its threshold, missing their optimal opportunity and wasting precious time. After all, as one reaches middle age, a ninja's strength swiftly wanes, and chakra diminishes, much like the stark contrast in power seen in the Third Hokage between his middle and elder years. Moreover, that was not all. Kakashi could sense that the life energy was even seeping into his Sharingan. In an instant, a refreshing chill began to spread throughout him. How delightful! Kakashi could not help but stretch lazily, attempting to mask his unusual state. Years have passed since Kakashi acquired the Sharingan, a burden that has weighed heavily upon him, imposing considerable strain on his body. Yet, astonishingly, this burden has now lightened, though only slightly. It has ignited a flicker of hope within Kakashi, hope for a future where he can wield the Sharingan for extended periods. In this moment, Kakashi finds himself yearning to kneel before Yang Ming, much like Might Guy, and sing, "I am thus conquered by you." In that instant, Kakashi forgets his earlier proclamation about satiating oneself through books, and with a bold demeanor, he approaches Yang Ming and requests, "Boss, I would like 10 more buns, please." "Apologies." Yang Ming shrugs and replies, "Each patron is limited to 1 order." "Boss, I have no shortage of funds," Kakashi declares, pulling out numerous large bills from his wallet with flamboyance. Yang Ming gazes at the substantial sum, nearly salivating. With such wealth, he muses, perhaps he could afford a house in the slums. The thought entices Yang Ming, as no one wishes to endure the woes of renting and dealing with landlords. However, it remains a mere fantasy. With a barely perceptible sigh, Yang Ming maintains his stoic expression and reiterates, "I'm sorry, you can only order 1. How can you be so unreasonable?" Kakashi is at a loss for words, feeling that with just a few more meat buns, his chakra could ascend to a new level, reaching unprecedented heights. Yet, the proprietor refuses to sell him the desired quantity. Kakashi's mind races. Throughout his years as a ninja, he has engaged in assassination, intelligence gathering, and disguise. He understands a fundamental truth. The world is rife with transactions, contingent upon the weight of the bargaining chips. Resolute, Kakashi retrieves a sealing scroll from his tactical pouch and unfurls it. With a resounding pop, a waft of azure smoke emerges, revealing a broken short blade before everyone. Kakashi casts a complex glance at the blade and proposes to Yang Ming, "Boss, I wish to exchange this knife for all the buns you have in the future." At that moment, Naruto, ever the fool, leaps forward and exclaims, "Kakashi-sensei, this broken knife can't possibly be worth that much." Upon his utterance, Sasuke and Sakura fall silent. Casting odd glances at Kakashi, Yang Ming silently commends Naruto for his timely assistance. He stands with arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if to say, "I have seen through it all." Indeed, even Kakashi is momentarily deceived by Yang Ming's performance. With a nostalgic gaze, Kakashi reflects, "This blade once belonged to my father. It has claimed the lives of at least 1,000 souls and was renowned throughout the ninja world. It could hush a child's cries and repel demons. Boss, do you not think this blade complements the buns you craft?" Though Yang Ming outwardly remains unchanged, internally he is in tumult, utterly astonished. Could it truly be the blade of the Konoha White Fang? In a moment of uncertainty, he queries the system. "System, if this blade were to be converted into currency, what would its value be?" "Immeasurable." "What do you mean?" Yang Ming, intrigued by the system's admission of ignorance, inquires further. "There is no strongest blade, only the strongest ninja." The system responds with solemnity and gravity. Subsequently, the system proclaimed, "It can reclaim this knife and forge a culinary blade suited for the host." What? Yang Ming was taken aback, astonished that the blade of the legendary White Fang of Konoha held such value. However, it was all for naught. The system stipulated that each individual could only order 1 portion of each dish from the little shop. Should Yang Ming violate this rule, he would face unforeseen repercussions. He could not jeopardize his future for the sake of immediate gain. Thus, with a stoic expression, he merely nodded, just as Kakashi believed he was about to acquiesce. Yang Ming remarked, "Your reasoning is indeed compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. I apologize, but I must decline." The first half of his statement stirred Kakashi's heart with visions of a promising future. Yet, the latter part instantaneously cast him from paradise into the abyss. The overwhelming disparity threatened to drive Kakashi to madness. But gazing upon Yang Ming's serene countenance, for the first time, Kakashi felt an immense pressure akin to that which he experienced before his father, as if an insurmountable weight bore down upon him. Though the blade of the white fang lay broken, its renown remained formidable. This short sword, measuring merely half an adult's arm in length, still emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a frigid winter's gale that pierced to the core. It was evident that Kakashi had meticulously maintained it, for the blade gleamed without a hint of rust. Beside them, Sasuke's heart raced upon sighting the shattered blade. An instinct within him whispered that this knife was tailor-made for him. A fine sword is a rarity to forge and even harder to encounter. Despite its fractured state, the blade once wielded by the White Fang still possessed the potential to take lives. Unable to contain his fervor, Sasuke declared, "Kakashi-sensei, I am willing to exchange an S-rank ninjutsu and 3A-rank ninjutsu for your blade." This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd as all eyes turned toward Sasuke, who remained composed, unbothered by the commotion. It is worth noting that an S-rank ninjutsu, once mastered, grants one the might of a Hokage. Perhaps only the Uchiha clan would have the audacity to make such a bold offer. Nevertheless, while this may have been an irresistible temptation for others, it bore no significance for Kakashi, for he possessed the Sharingan. A ninja renowned for having copied thousands of jutsu, he was not merely a figure of empty reputation. Under Sasuke's eager gaze, Kakashi shook his head, replying, "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but this is my father's blade. I cannot part with it lightly." "Why?" Sasuke queried, perplexed. Pointing at Ming, "Kakashi-sensei would rather trade for buns than ninjutsu?" Such words painted Kakashi as a glutton. Indeed, it seemed that emotional intelligence was unnecessary for a genius. Before Kakashi could respond, Ming let out a derisive laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The typically proud Sasuke was instantly incensed, his brows furrowing as he cast a cold glare at Ming. Unfazed, Ming stood with his hands behind his back and coolly remarked, "You are still young. You do not understand." His posture and tone were dripping with arrogance, akin to how Sasuke often regarded others, looking down on them with the disdain of a scholar addressing a dunce. It was always Sasuke who scorned others. Never had he been looked down upon. In an instant, Sasuke was consumed by rage, his voice booming. "Say that again if you dare." Silence. Kakashi felt overwhelmed and quickly intervened. However, disregarding Kakashi's admonition, Sasuke declared, "Kakashi-sensei, do not obstruct me. The Uchiha clan shall not be insulted by outsiders." Observing this, Ming smiled softly. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Sasuke chose to leave the village with Orochimaru. Presently, after the annihilation of his family, Sasuke resembled a wounded beast, unable to withstand any external provocation. "What are you laughing at?" Sasuke, incensed, glared at Ming with bloodshot eyes. "What am I laughing at?" Ming replied with amusement, uttering words that provoked both anger and astonishment within Sasuke. Itachi was right. You are indeed merely his foolish younger brother. You are forbidden to speak that name. Sasuke roared. Propelling himself forward like a released arrow, a sharp kunai gripped tightly in his hand, aimed at Ming's neck. In an instant, no one anticipated Sasuke's fierce outburst. However, aside from Ming's ability to summon puppets for protection, there was also an elite jonin present. "You fool, cease this at once." Kakashi was even faster than Sasuke. In what seemed like a teleportation, Kakashi appeared behind Sasuke, his hand morphing into an iron claw that seized Sasuke and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Thud. Sasuke's handsome face made abrupt contact with the earth, turning crimson from the impact. Damn it. Yet, even so, Sasuke's eyes remained wide open, glaring at Ming, a hint of the Sharingan emerging within his pupils. Sighing, Kakashi lamented, understanding that if this continued, Sasuke would inevitably find himself in peril. Reluctantly, Kakashi resorted to casting a Jinjutsu on Sasuke to ensure he would take a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura were in disarray due to Sasuke's actions. Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at Ming and inquired, "Might I ask for your true identity?" Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Ming tilted his head skyward at a 40-degree angle and proclaimed with an air of pretentiousness, "I am merely a chef pursuing my interests." "That is not what I meant." Kakashi felt a throbbing headache and, with a tone of inquiry, asked, "Since you are acquainted with Itachi, you must not be an inconspicuous individual. Why have I never heard of you before?" Ming wished to inform Kakashi, "Not only do I know Itachi, but I also know your father." Of course, while Ming was familiar with them, they remained oblivious to his existence. However, Maintaining an air of superiority was an art. Having begun, one could not simply cease. Gazing into the distance, Yang Ming's expression reflected an unparalleled solitude, and he spoke softly. The world is vast. You should explore it. In that moment, Kakashi was struck dumb. This phrase, concise yet profound, carried an immense weight of ambition and aspiration. Kakashi felt as though he had been a frog at the bottom of a well, pitifully ignorant. In a fleeting vision, he perceived his father, the White Fang of Konoha, standing before him, seemingly beckoning, as if to say, a true hero must wield their power and conquer the world. In essence, Yang Ming was implying that there were countless skilled individuals in the world. It was merely a matter of your own ignorance. Kakashi swallowed hard, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Suddenly, Kakashi bowed respectfully to Yang Ming, as a junior would to an elder, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." Yang Ming shamelessly waved his hand and, with unabashed boldness, replied, "No need for thanks. It's only natural." "Brother, what are you all talking about?" Naruto blinked, his gaze filled with confusion. "You are still young. You wouldn't understand." Kakashi gently admonished Naruto in return. "Humph. If you're not going to say anything, then don't say anything at all. What is so impressive about that?" Naruto turned his head away awkwardly, his expression almost screaming his displeasure. After a bit of coaxing, Kakashi managed to lead Naruto and the others away. Following their departure, a steady stream of other customers arrived, causing Yang Ming's small shop to be busier than ever before, which left him quite occupied. Once the working hours concluded, Yang Ming addressed the still waiting customers, stating, "My shop operates only for 2 hours at noon and evening. The midday service has ended. Please return in the evening." Although many were aware of Yang Ming's capricious nature, facing him directly left them feeling quite disgruntled. Before leaving, each one made a show of declaring they would not return. They had presumed that Yang Ming would offer some conciliatory words. Instead, he responded indifferently, "If you wish to eat, come. If not, then leave." His words exploded like a bomb into the sea, causing ripples of controversy. With the help of those with ulterior motives, negative news about Yang Ming's shop spread swiftly throughout the village. As dusk fell and darkness began to envelop the surroundings, Konoha village, which appeared bustling on the surface, was rife with undercurrents. Since Yang Ming's brazen declaration, the rumors proliferated rapidly, leading public opinion, under the influence of certain individuals, to turn increasingly unfavorable towards him. In a modest restaurant, two acquaintances engaged in conversation. "Have you heard about the incident at that infamous little shop?" "I have indeed. Let me tell you, that owner is utterly arrogant, claiming that mere mortals like us have no right to enter his establishment." "What?" "I heard there's a sign at the entrance stating that dogs and villagers are not allowed inside." Upon overhearing their exchange, a rather unsavory-looking man abruptly stood up and exclaimed, "How utterly arrogant and contemptuous." Immediately, someone nearby chimed in, "Why is there no one to put him in his place and show him a lesson?" The two men's banter attracted the attention of other diners, who looked on with discontent. They exchanged knowing smiles at the gathering frustration of the patrons. It was the unsavory man who initiated the next line, saying, "Who says there's no one to handle it? Don't forget, we still have Uncle Yao." "Indeed, Uncle Yao is formidable. Once Uncle Yao steps in, he will surely teach him a lesson." Just then, a person burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, "Something terrible has happened." It seemed the individual had run too vigorously, as he was now coughing incessantly. "What is the matter? Please, do tell." The onlookers, eager for gossip, pressed him for details. "Uncle Yao is about to challenge that infamous little shop." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting fervor as the same tale spread from person to person. Everyone is aware that tonight at 8 o'clock, in front of the Hokage building, a culinary competition of unprecedented scale will be grandly held, presided over by the Third Hokage, with thousands in attendance. The victor shall claim the culinary secrets of their opponent, while the defeated shall find it unbearable to remain in the village of Konoha. Moreover, to ensure fairness, the theme of the competition will be determined by the Hokage, with all ingredients provided by the village itself. This event is poised to be etched into history, destined to be discussed for generations to come. Since the tumultuous Nine Tails incident and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, peace has reigned in Konoha for quite some time, making such a large-scale event a rare occurrence. As anticipation swells, villagers, having dined with their families, flock to the Hokage building to secure their seats in advance. However, to their astonishment, The landscape before the Hokage building has undergone a dramatic transformation. The earth has risen abruptly, fissures resembling spider webs have cracked the ground, and a colossal arena has emerged, suspended in midair. The arena materialized and took shape in a mere 3 seconds, a true marvel of craftsmanship. Oval in form, akin to a bird's nest. The seating is arranged in a tiered fashion around it, accommodating thousands of spectators simultaneously. Such an immense structure is impossible for the villagers to overlook, and they gather below, gazing up in trepidation. Soon, they notice that the arena is surrounded by dozens of pathways, spacious enough to allow scores of individuals to walk side by side. At this moment, a procession of ninjas appears, guiding the villagers to enter in an orderly fashion. The third Hokage, leisurely puffing on his pipe, orchestrates the formation of the arena and the movement of personnel, all of which stem from his design. With a skilled earth technique, the user performs a series of hand seals, biting their finger and placing it upon the blueprint, swiftly altering the terrain to match the design. The third Hokage gazes at the completed arena, his murky eyes glinting with a formidable light, resolute in his determination to preserve the hard-won peace. This time, he hopes to catch a substantial prize. Little does he know, the very leader of the Umbu, whom he has nurtured, plays a pivotal role in this unfolding drama. Or else he might not remain so composed. At Ichiraku Ramen, the establishment is tightly shut, shrouded in darkness as if a fearsome beast has opened its cavernous maw, exuding an unsettling aura. Uncle Ichiraku clutches a photograph of his daughter tightly, appearing as if he has aged a decade, with several new wrinkles etched upon his face. Yet, his eyes shine brightly, akin to a long-hidden treasure suddenly revealed, radiating a sharp glimmer. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury pierces the silence. Ichiraku, you seek death. Do you not value your daughter? Uncle Ichiraku does not turn to regard the voice's owner, for like before, he hears but does not see. His countenance hardens as he replies, you should know that I did not approach the Hokage to declare a mission to save my daughter. The Umbu leader, concealed in the shadows, wears an exceptionally grim expression, roaring, but you should not have summoned the Hokage to serve as the judge. Uncle Yao wore a sardonic smile, for he feared that if he did not act, both he and Changpu would likely not survive 3 days after completing their task. The leader of the Umbu was taken aback, inwardly lamenting that experience is indeed invaluable. Uncle Yao was no novice in the game. It was evident that regardless of the outcome of their mission, the Umbu leader had no intentions of sparing Uncle Yao and his daughter. Now, having been cornered by Uncle Yao's maneuver, it mattered little if they won or lost the competition, should Uncle Yao perish. It would undoubtedly draw the attention of the third Hokage. If the third Hokage were to take serious action, not even the Umbu leader would be spared, and certainly, even Danzo would have to bow. One should not underestimate the third Hokage simply because of his age. His reputation as the strongest Hokage in history speaks volumes about his abilities to manipulate perceptions, turning white into black. It is important to note that the current strongest Hokage is none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Yet now, it seems as though all have forgotten, only aware of the third Hokage's formidable power. Within the village, his prestige soared. To speak hyperbolically, a mere shift of his foot could cause the entire Konoha to tremble. It was only the Umbu leader, relying on his status as a confidant of the Hokage, who dared to act in secrecy. Should he confront the third Hokage directly, well aware of the latter's terror, would not have the courage to do so. Uncle Yao, recognizing his own vulnerability, sought to avoid further provoking the Umbu leader, lest his daughter be put in jeopardy. Thus, he softened his tone and assured, rest assured, once I acquire the culinary secrets from the opponent, I shall deliver them to you. At this, the concealed Umbu leader's demeanor improved significantly, prompting him to inquire, do you possess absolute confidence? With a confident stance, arms crossed, Uncle Yao replied, had Yang Ming been born a decade earlier, perhaps I would face defeat. However, now, a hint of a smile graced his lips, an aura of seasoned wisdom emanating from him. I shall emerge victorious. At 7:30 in the evening, before the Hokage building, the much-anticipated culinary competition was set to commence. Early in the morning, the arena, resembling a bird's nest, was already teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. This was a rare spectacle, second only to the Chunin exams. Teams of ninjas had already dispersed, diligently guiding the crowd while maintaining order. In less conspicuous areas, masked and robed Umbu members surveyed their surroundings with watchful eyes. Above the central arena, a row of vacant seats awaited the Hokage and other illustrious ninjas, cordoned off from the public. To enhance the viewing experience for the audience, the organizers had thoughtfully suspended 4 enormous screens overhead, ensuring that every detail of the competition was visible. In the upper right corner of the screens, a countdown timer ticked away. At that moment, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, ascended the stage, microphone in hand, announcing, "I am your host, K. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Culinary God Competition." He paused, and the audience responded with thunderous applause. Curiosity rippled through the crowd regarding the peculiar name of the event. The host pointed to his own face and declared, "Because it carries great prestige." Hushed murmurs erupted among the spectators. The host, K, stirred the audience's enthusiasm and announced, "Today, we are honored to welcome 2 legendary chefs. On one hand, we have the esteemed Uncle Ilu, a culinary master who has devoted decades to perfecting his craft. His every gesture exudes the aura of a true maestro. On the other hand, we have the rising star, young Ming, who has emerged from obscurity with remarkable swiftness, quickly garnering a reputation that rivals that of Uncle Ilu. It is said that the dishes from Yang Ming's small eatery possess extraordinary qualities, capable of aiding ninjas lacking innate talent to ascend in their abilities. This evening, we eagerly anticipate the form in which these 2 chefs will present themselves." As the host's words faded, the lights of the arena dimmed, plunging the space into darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through, illuminating the imposing figure of Uncle Ilu, who stood steadfast in his white chef attire, his demeanor calm and composed, as if no challenge could ruffle his resolve. Even from afar, the audience sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, akin to the weight of a mountain. At that moment, a microphone was offered to Uncle Ilu, and the host's voice resonated once more. "Uncle Ilu, do you have any words for your opponent?" Uncle Ilu crossed his arms, his posture as straight as a sword piercing the heavens. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "I'm sorry, but the victor will be me. You should return and practice more." Instantly, applause erupted like a tidal wave, with cheers echoing throughout the arena. The audience, particularly the villagers who frequented Uncle Ilu's restaurant, rallied in support of him with their enthusiastic clapping, which resonated through the air like a thunderous roar, refusing to subside. In the face of this overwhelming adulation, Uncle Ilu remained unperturbed, embodying the calmness of a seasoned expert. As the applause finally waned, the host K's voice rose in pitch once more. "Uncle Ilu has spoken. What about our other contestant?" However, K's words fell into a silence as profound as a stone dropped into an abyss, lingering unanswered. Suddenly, the audience began to mock with a simple phrase. The host, visibly awkward, rolled his eyes and remarked, "Well, it is said that Boss Yang Ming is quite capricious. Witnessing him in person confirms this reputation." With that, the crowd erupted in derisive boos, a cacophony that reverberated like thunder, echoing for miles. If Yang Ming truly failed to show up, his reputation would be tarnished, and few would ever patronize his establishment again. Amidst the chorus of jeers, a figure rushed out from the restroom, clutching his stomach. He swiftly dashed into the dimly lit arena and snatched the microphone from the host's grasp. In that moment, a youthful voice pierced through the tumult, declaring, "There's no need for pretentiousness to be late. I, Yang Ming, have arrived." The entire venue fell silent, taken aback by his unexpected proclamation. A late-arriving flash of light finally illuminated Yang Ming, revealing him to the audience. In stark contrast to Uncle Ilu's towering presence, Yang Ming appeared frail and slight, almost as if he could be swept away by the gentlest breeze. This left the audience quite skeptical of Yang Ming. After all, in the culinary profession, it is challenging to excel without a robust physique. The host, K, exchanged a microphone and, with an impassioned tone, inquired, "Boss Yang Ming, just now." Uncle Ilu was brimming with confidence. "Do you have anything to say to him?" Yang Ming, with a nonchalant smile, displayed no signs of fear as he fixated his gaze on Uncle Ilu and proclaimed, "The Yangtze River's waves push the preceding waves aside. The former waves perish on the shore. Uncle Ilu, you are aging. This era belongs to the youth." This statement was exceedingly arrogant and dismissive. While many might not grasp the significance of the Yangtze, they certainly understood Yang Ming's intent. My goodness, is he about to unleash a verbal onslaught? It is noteworthy that half of the audience consisted of middle-aged individuals. Thus, his words were undeniably offensive. A chorus of curses erupted from the arena, branding him as a reckless youth, a brazen individual, and more. Uncle Ilu smirked, his gaze piercing like a sword as he addressed Yang Ming. Young man, I concede that you possess the audacity to be arrogant. Perhaps, given another decade, I might succumb to you. However, at present, like a tiger awakened from slumber, my momentum surges forth, and I am resolute in my victory. You have no chance. Engaging in verbal sparring is a skill all possess. Yang Ming, with an air of superiority, raised his head, asserting, 10 years is too long. We seek to seize the day. If you fail to comprehend this, you have indeed aged. How many youthful spirits does life grant us? As the saying goes, if youth is not reckless, life is in vain. Amidst the cacophony of insults and jeers, Yang Ming tilted his head towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, defiantly extending his middle finger towards everyone present, and calmly stated, "Forgive my frankness, but all of you here are utterly insignificant." He stood as the sun surrounded by stars. No matter how numerous the others, none could rival his radiance. In stark contrast, the multitude appeared as mere chicks pecking at rice, unable to recognize the towering mountain of greatness, mistaking the phoenix for a drenched chicken. His words resonated, plunging the arena into silence. Whether among the onlookers, the host K, or even Uncle Ilu, all were left seething with indignation, feeling an impulse to lash out. If glances could kill, Yang Ming would have already met his demise. What is arrogance? What is disregard? In this moment, Yang Ming unequivocally illustrated to the world that the middle finger serves not only for shameful acts, but also as a gesture of disdain. Just as the crowd simmered with fury, poised to erupt, a calm and measured voice emerged. All right, let this farce come to an end. With that aged yet authoritative voice, an elderly figure, retaining an air of dignity, suddenly appeared in the spotlight above the ring. The Third Hokage. Upon his sudden arrival, nearly all present forgot the earlier discord, erupting into a tsunami of cheers. Third Hokage! Third Hokage! Third Hokage! The Third Hokage raised his hand in a gesture for silence, and instantly, all noise ceased. His presence commanded such reverence. The host, K, stepped forward, inquired briefly, and then grasped the microphone, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of revelation is upon us as we approach the commencement of the competition. What, pray tell, is the theme of this contest?" The answer awaits you on the grand screen. No sooner had he spoken than the screen illuminated with an image. It depicted an ordinary housewife in the kitchen, perhaps due to her family's modest means, preparing a simple yet humble dish, fried rice. At this juncture, Kay took on the role of narrator. In the annals of time, it is often said that behind every successful man stands a woman, ordinary and unassuming, who, for the sake of her family, has sacrificed immensely, including her cherished career. As men, we frequently take their contributions for granted, often overlooking their significance. It is only in the face of loss that we come to appreciate what we once possessed. Today, our competition centers around fried rice, a dish that, much like the women who toil for their families, is commonplace yet universally enjoyed, serving as a true test of a chef's skill. Suddenly, the stage split open at both sides, revealing a stone platform that rose from within. As if by magic, the center of the stone platform caved inward, transforming abruptly into a cooking stove. A group of staff members appeared, bringing forth pots, firewood, and the necessary ingredients for cooking. A sense of dread washed over Yang Ming as he beheld such primitive tools. For one accustomed to gas or natural cooking, being thrust into the realm of firewood would be nothing short of bewildering. It was akin to placing a tech-savvy recluse into a remote wilderness devoid of mobile technology, challenging him to survive for a week without his device. Would he not succumb to despair? At that moment, Yang Ming felt a similar sense of impending doom. Not only was he faced with this daunting challenge, but he also lacked the ability to prepare fried rice. In his heart, he implored the system, could you directly transmit the recipe for fried rice to me? The system replied in a serious tone, based on the host's circumstances. The system is currently assessing a response strategy. Upon completion of its analysis, the system stated that it would preemptively grant the host a reward in accordance with a hidden task that should have been triggered by him. However, it cautioned that such a reward would be forfeited the next time the host activated a hidden task. In essence, Yang Ming was opting to exchange the rewards from 2 concealed tasks for an immediate benefit to navigate the current predicament. The interpretation of this trade-off was left to individual perspective. System, I wish to proceed with the exchange. Yang Ming understood that if he could not surmount this challenge today, his future endeavors in Konoha would be fraught with difficulty. Rather than that, it would be better to take a gamble. After all, it is merely a hidden task reward. As soon as he spoke, a stream of information surged into Yang Ming's mind. To the onlookers, Yang Ming appeared utterly bewildered, rendered motionless, and at a loss. This only served to diminish the already skeptical audience's faith in him. Some even began placing bets, wagering on both Uncle Ilu and Yang Ming. The vast majority of spectators leaned towards Uncle Ilu, betting on his victory, which caused his odds to plummet to an unprecedented low of 1 to 12, suggesting that the audience would rather forfeit potential winnings than place a bet on Yang Ming. As for Yang Ming's odds, they were a mere 1 to 6. This meant that 100 units wagered on Yang Ming's triumph would yield a profit of 600 units if he were to win. Yet, even with such enticing odds, few were willing to place their bets on him. Meanwhile, those who had previously dined at Yang Ming's establishment remained remarkably composed, having savored the dishes he prepared. They were well aware of his culinary prowess. Thus, despite the skepticism and ridicule from those around them, patrons of Yang Ming's establishment eagerly contributed their funds, betting on his success. Among them, Miyamoto Musashi and Shinjitaken placed the largest wagers. From the audience, Miyamoto Musashi gazed intently at the contemplative Yang Ming, silently affirming, "I believe in you, Boss Yang Ming. You will surely prevail. I have staked my entire fortune on you. Make it count." Shinjitaken, amidst laughter and conversation with family, occasionally cast glances at Yang Ming, pondering, "Today may very well be the moment when Yang Ming astounds us all. The village will surely buzz with excitement afterward." What a delightful prospect. The third Hokage sat high on the judging platform, his eyes half closed in a state of tranquility, surveying the two participants with a glimmer of keen anticipation in his gaze. As the judge and the architect of this competition's theme, the fried rice concept had been meticulously concocted by the third Hokage, its significance perhaps known only to him. However, he harbored doubts about the culinary marvel that could be crafted from a simple dish of fried rice. After all, as the leader of a village, he had grown weary of indulging in extravagant delicacies, likening it to brushing one's teeth with bird's nest and consuming abalone for breakfast. As two of the most renowned chefs in the Land of Fire, could they truly create a dish that would astonish him? To be candid, there was a flicker of anticipation within the third Hokage. Meanwhile, while Yang Ming pondered, Uncle Ilu sprang into action. The process of preparing fried rice played out in his mind, and without hesitation, he commenced by placing firewood into the stove and igniting a flame. Those who had never used a stove could scarcely imagine the complexities of cooking. Merely lighting the fire could lead to a face covered in soot and a cloud of ash that would render one unable to open their eyes. Yet for Uncle Ilu, such challenges were trivial and would pose no hindrance. Whether placing firewood beneath the stove or heating the pot, Uncle Yao moves with fluid grace, presenting a scene that transcends the mundane. It is as if he is engaged in a dance. Each of his movements, when dissected, reveals an exquisite precision. Too much would be excessive, too little would be insufficient. Uncle Yao has deftly eliminated all unnecessary actions, leaving only the essence of his craft, refined and efficient. This is one of the secrets to his long-standing fame. After years of honing his skills, he now shines like a finely crafted sword, revealing its brilliance at last. As the iron pot turns a deep crimson and glistening oil mingles with finely chopped garlic, a symphony of sizzling sounds fills the air, followed by an intoxicating aroma. Uncle Yao expertly coats the edges of the pot with oil, preventing the rice from sticking while ensuring the cold oil rapidly reaches a bubbling heat. The moment has come. He swiftly lifts a pot of perfectly steamed rice and, with a flourish, dumps it into the iron pot. Instantly, flames leap up, enveloping the rice. While a novice might panic and attempt to extinguish the flames, Uncle Yao remains composed. With a firm grip on the pot handle, he stirs the rice vigorously. It rises and dances through the air like waves crashing against rocks, each grain soaring in a graceful arc before returning to the pot. In this transformative moment, the once pristine rice grains take on a delicate golden hue, sparkling under the light, a sight to behold. As each grain becomes coated in oil, Uncle Yao deftly cracks 2 eggs together, allowing their yolks and whites to flow seamlessly into the mix. Throughout this process, he wastes no time, preventing any chance of burning the rice. The spatula whirls, the rice tumbles, the eggs meld, and the enticing aroma fills the room. Before long, The dish is ready. Uncle Yao piles the fried rice onto a pristine white plate. The golden grains interspersed with bits of egg, creating a visually appealing layered effect. Finally, he sprinkles chopped green onions on top, and in an instant, Uncle Yao's signature egg fried rice is complete. One eager viewer, watching from a large screen, wipes away drool from the corner of his mouth while fixating on the display, as if mere observation could fulfill his craving. Goodness, Uncle Yao not only excels at making delectable noodles, but also crafts irresistibly tempting fried rice. A longtime patron of Uncle Yao's restaurant declares his intent to savor this dish in person. As Uncle Yao approaches the third generation with the plate in hand, a sense of anticipation fills the air. In the distance, the third Hokage detected a robust aroma of garlic intertwined with the enticing scent of eggs, both rich and delightful. Regrettably, it was insufficient. Emotionless, he mused internally. To him, what was egg fried rice? He had savored it countless times. Whether it was the heartfelt offerings from villagers during his grassroots inspections or the exquisite creations prepared by the finest chefs at grand banquets. As the saying goes, once one has seen the vast ocean, mere water cannot suffice. Having witnessed the grandeur of mountains and seas, the taste of fish and shrimp in a lake is known only to him. Lord Hokage, please enjoy. Uncle Yao gently placed the dish before the third Hokage, wary not to act presumptuously in his presence. Thank you for your hard work, the third Hokage expressed with a grateful glance. Before taking a spoon and scooping a portion from the plate, he closed his eyes slightly, savoring every bite of Uncle Yao's culinary creation, occasionally furrowing his brow. At times relaxing, his reactions startled the nervously awaiting Uncle Yao, making the brief moment feel like an interminable siege, igniting a fire of anxious anticipation within him. The fried rice is hot yet not burnt. The eggs are fragmented yet not overcooked, truly embodying the essence of stir-frying, the third Hokage remarked, placing down his spoon, as if still relishing the taste. Yao, your fried rice is commendable, he concluded. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Uncle Yao responded, brimming with excitement. This exhilaration was akin to a soldier finding a true comrade. He had finally encountered a connoisseur who genuinely appreciated his culinary skills. However, the third Hokage shifted his gaze towards young Ming, cautioning, Yao, do not underestimate the situation. There is still a mysterious young friend involved. Lord Hokage, I believe such caution is unwarranted. Uncle Yao replied confidently. The reason he can create so-called delicious dishes is likely due to some secret ingredients. In this unfamiliar setting, I doubt he can produce anything noteworthy. Is that so? The third Hokage inquired, his expression inscrutable. Let us await the outcome. Little did he realize the implications of his own words. As the organizer and judge, why would he go to such lengths? Particularly insisting on using ingredients provided by the village for the cooking? Everything was a calculated move. Yang Ming's culinary secret was merely a cog in this grand scheme. The third Hokage was equally intrigued to discover whether Yang Ming could indeed use any ingredients to create dishes that enhance chakra. If so, he would have no choice but to personally supervise Yang Ming within the Hokage building, extracting every ounce of his culinary secrets. One must never underestimate the leaders of any village, particularly the 5 great nations. Their integrity can sometimes be shattered with ease. Who could forget the first Hokage, who once commanded fear and respect across the world of ninjas, with Konoha being the epitome of knowledge? But what of the present? Under the intentional guidance of the third Hokage, the current residents of Konoha have come to believe that he is the strongest Hokage in history, forgetting the legendary first and second Hokages who once dominated the ninja world. Now it is Yang Ming's turn. He twisted his neck, rolled up his sleeves, and began to place firewood into the stove. His movements were quite clumsy, clearly lacking in experience. Those who have burned would know well that neither overly large nor excessively small pieces should be thrown into the stove. The former is difficult to ignite, while the latter may burn to ash too quickly, adversely affecting the temperature when cooking. Dishes prepared in such a manner either end up burnt or half-cooked. Fortunately, Yang Ming had the system to guide him, allowing him to replace the wood with a more suitable assortment. He then proceeded to light the fire, heat the pan, following the same steps as Uncle Ichiraku. However, the sight of Yang Ming's novice demeanor left nearly everyone feeling disheartened. In one corner of the audience, a couple whispered to each other, "What a joke, a chef of such mediocre skill dares to boast." Indeed, I can't help but feel anger recalling his earlier arrogance. Sitting beside them, Miyamoto Musashi felt a surge of indignation at their mocking tone, a pressure building in his chest that demanded release. "You two, quiet down. Who are you?" retorted the woman with thin lips, casting a disdainful glance at Musashi. "What's the matter? If you're so capable, come and challenge me." Her partner scrutinized Musashi's attire, his expression dripping with contempt. "Old man, do you even know what cooking is? Huh, I doubt you've ever set foot in a kitchen." Their banter only served to infuriate the honest Musashi, his face turning crimson as he snapped. "Just keep your eyes wide open and watch Yang Ming win this match." "Huh." The man shrugged dismissively, turning back to chat with his girlfriend, ignoring Musashi entirely. Meanwhile, the grandson of Senju Tobarama hung around his neck, a timid voice emerging. "Grandpa, I have a question for you." Tobarama, typically proud, wore a serene expression as he affectionately ruffled his grandson's hair, smiling warmly. All right, you've grown up enough to quiz your grandpa. Of course, who do you think I am?" Receiving his grandfather's praise, the little boy puffed up with pride, embodying a regal air. "Grandpa, do you think that big brother will win?" While old Tobarama stroked his white beard, adopting a knowing look, the secrets of fate cannot be revealed. "Humph." The grandson turned away, sulking. "You don't know, that's why you say that." Yes, it's my fault," Tobarama replied playfully, eliciting a bright smile from his grandson. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Tobarama's gaze drifted towards Yang Ming, filled with concern. He truly appreciated the young man's culinary skills. Yang Ming's dishes evoked in him a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the village's founding days, warmth and tranquility. Yet now, the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Yang Ming. Could he prevail? Countless individuals eagerly anticipate, with a sense of schadenfreude, as they point and comment at Yang Ming displayed on the screen. It is as if, through this act, they could embody Yang Ming and compete alongside Uncle Yao. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the public, filled with malice, Yang Ming remains unflustered, flowing like water, showcasing the demeanor of a true master. Before long, a plate of egg fried rice is prepared. Yang Ming personally delivers the dish to the third Hokage. For the first time, he stands in such close proximity to the third. The third Hokage has aged. The wrinkles etched on his face resemble deep scars, and age spots have begun to mar his visage. To an unknowing observer, he might appear as an ordinary elderly man. Yet, what sets the third Hokage apart are his eyes, deep and dark, akin to black holes, capable of absorbing all that exists. When Yang Ming locks eyes with the third, he feels as if he is completely exposed, devoid of any secrets. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming snaps back to reality, placing the dish on the third's table. "Honorable Hokage, please enjoy," he says, his tone respectful. The third Hokage regards Yang Ming with a gaze filled with gratitude, then inspects the egg fried rice. In stark contrast to Uncle Yao's fried rice, Yang Ming's lacks any discernible aroma, as if it had never existed. The pristine white plate showcases a mound of egg fried rice, each grain plump and glistening like gold, exuding a faint golden hue. Under the illumination, the dish appears to radiate light. After a prolonged examination, a question arises in the third Hokage's mind. Where are the eggs? Indeed, within Yang Ming's fried rice. The third Hokage notices not even a trace of egg. Yet, he distinctly remembers Yang Ming adding 4 eggs. Curiosity piqued, the third Hokage scoops a corner of the dish with his spoon. Rather than tasting it immediately, he brings it to his nose, inhaling deeply, yet detects no fragrance whatsoever. Casting a doubtful glance at Yang Ming, he wonders if the latter is merely a charlatan. However, observing the rice and the spoon, glimmering like gold sifted from the sands, the third Hokage swallows his doubts. Why ponder so much? He decides to taste it. As he takes a bite, the rice is crushed and pulverized under the pressure of his chewing, akin to the relentless advance of a rolling wheel. The third Hokage's eyes widen in disbelief. Nearby, Uncle Yao approaches nervously and asks, "Honorable Hokage, is it too unpalatable?" "No." The third Hokage shakes his head, his eyes gently closed as if savoring the flavor just experienced. He has tasted the most expensive cuisines in the world and indulged in bizarre, dark delicacies. Yet, throughout his life, he has only favored the dishes prepared by one person. And as the egg-fried rice enters his mouth, an explosion of flavor bursts forth, as if a grenade has detonated on his palate, completely overwhelming his taste buds. It is the unmistakable taste of eggs. Originally, the fried rice failed to release its enticing aroma because all its fragrance was trapped within each individual grain. When this aroma burst forth, the third generation seemed to envision a majestic rooster before him, suddenly raising its neck and emitting a series of melodious clucks. With a complex expression, he gazed at Yang Ming and inquired, "If I may be so bold, how is it that you can create such exquisite fried rice?" He had presumed that Yang Ming would never divulge the secrets of his culinary prowess. To his surprise, Yang Ming calmly replied, "When one cooks with sincerity, one can craft dishes that bring happiness." This was akin to a struggling student asking an academic achiever why their grades were so stellar, to which the latter simply responded, "Just study earnestly." Indeed, the most subtle arrogance can be the most piercing. Sighing deeply, the third generation felt the wrinkles on his face relax, akin to blooming chrysanthemums. After tasting Yang Ming's fried rice, he believed that this contest had become unnecessary. He scooped another spoonful of fried rice, closed his eyes, and savored it slowly, his thoughts drifting far away. Long ago, when he was still a student of the second generation, he was not the most gifted among his peers. Yet he was the most diligent. Back then, he often trained alone, accompanied only by solitude, dedicating himself to his craft. This solitude seemed destined to continue until one day. A young girl appeared before him, curiously asking, "Why do you always practice alone? Are you not afraid of loneliness?" Everything changed then. With a haughty turn of his head, he retorted, "What business is it of yours?" From that day forth, the girl frequently visited, bringing with her a basket filled with fried rice. Despite his verbal refusals, his body would obediently consume the fried rice she offered. The dish contained little oil and lacked scallions, rendering it neither fragrant nor palatable. Yet, during that fleeting time, the third generation felt it was the happiest moment of his life. The girl was ordinary, and her family was unremarkable. Yet the fried rice she prepared was anything but ordinary. She never confessed her feelings for the third generation, merely accompanying him as a friend through his solitary journey of training. The third generation was content with this unspoken bond, but everything changed abruptly. War erupted unexpectedly, and he enlisted to fight on the front lines. As he departed, it was she who gifted him one last plate of fried rice as a farewell. In his haste, he neglected to eat it, unaware that this would be their final parting. The war brought death and took the girl's life away. From that moment on, that plate of fried rice became a poignant memory. Countless individuals harbor unspoken affections under the guise of friendship, only to become estranged thereafter. Once, a genuine affection lay before the third generation, yet he failed to cherish it, regretting his inaction only upon losing it. With fried rice in his mouth, tears welled up. It is in the depths of loneliness that one remains most true to oneself. In that moment, the third generation recalled the girl's words, "Those who have cried while eating can continue on." At that time, he had not comprehended their meaning. As the salty tears trickled into his mouth, mingling with the fragrant fried rice, the third generation understood. The bittersweet symphony of emotions surged within him. In the past, I proclaimed that life is as resplendent as summer blossoms. Yet now I comprehend that the ordinary is the sole answer. A plate of egg fried rice was consumed amidst the throes of emotion. The third generation was not merely eating fried rice. He was consuming solitude. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and for the first time, a sense of relief glimmered within his weary gaze. It turned out that the pursuit of global acclaim paled in comparison to a humble plate of egg fried rice from a girl in her youth. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Thank you, Yang Ming, for allowing me to savor such exquisite fried rice. The third generation regarded Yang Ming with an unprecedented seriousness, as if this alone was insufficient. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. Then, the third generation executed an unexpected gesture that astonished all present. He removed his Hokage hat and, with a reverent demeanor, placed it before him, bowing his head in a gesture of respect. Boom! At that moment, the scene erupted into chaos. Countless spectators rose in disbelief. Had the third generation lost his mind? This was the shared sentiment among nearly all in attendance. Screams and howls echoed continuously. Each individual expressed their bewilderment in their own way. It is essential to recognize that this was an homage reserved for those who made remarkable contributions to the village, such as the fourth Hokage, who perished in battle. Yet today, Yang Ming, a mere chef, received such an honor. Nothing could be more outrageous. In the past, the third generation had never performed such an act at the memorial service for the deceased feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Could it be that Yang Ming's worth surpassed that of the feudal lord? In that moment, Countless individuals who had previously underestimated Yang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of shame, while those who had always supported him rejoiced in celebration. I knew it. Musashi Miyamoto clenched his fists tightly and raised them to the heavens, declaring that Boss Yang Ming is the best. Senju Tobarama gazed at the composed Yang Ming and sighed. From this day forth, who in the world will not recognize your name? In stark contrast to others, Uncle Ichiraku's complexion turned pale, and he despondently collapsed to the ground. Despairing, Uncle Ichiraku looked up at the third generation, his lips quivering as he could not help but ask, Hokage-sama, I already know I am destined to lose. But could you enlighten me as to why I lost? The third generation cast a sympathetic glance at Uncle Ichiraku and sighed, because your dishes lack soul. In that instant, Uncle Ichiraku trembled as if struck by lightning. Just like those timeless songs that resonate with the heart, it is precisely their ability to evoke emotion that allows them to be sung through the ages. Uncle Ichiraku's culinary creations, while delicious, were akin to flowery prose devoid of a core that captivates. It seems I have no unjust defeat. A sorrowful smile crossed Uncle Ichiraku's face. Not only had he lost the competition, but his daughter was also facing death, and the culinary philosophy he had steadfastly upheld was shattered. At that moment, Yang Ming approached Uncle Ichiraku. Are you here to mock me? Uncle Ichiraku sat on the ground, gazing up at Yang Ming with an unusually calm expression, as if he had foreseen this moment. Well, you are the victor, you have the right. No. Yang Ming shook his head. He gazed earnestly at Uncle Yao, suddenly extending his hand and stating, I have always believed that friendship takes precedence over competition. It is precisely because of the healthy rivalry among chefs that a plethora of exquisite dishes emerges. At that moment, in Uncle Yao's eyes, Yang Ming's figure shone like a radiant sun. Unexpectedly, he found himself utterly defeated. With a self-deprecating smile, Uncle Yao reached out to grasp Yang Ming's hand and rose from the ground. As they locked eyes, a sense of camaraderie ignited within them. A feeling akin to heroes meeting each other, a sense of regret for not having met sooner. Oh, exclaimed the host, K, as he seized the microphone. What a heartfelt display of emotion. This is the essence of true competition. We express our gratitude to both chefs for allowing us to witness an unparalleled contest. Let us extend our warmest applause in celebration of their achievements. In that moment, whether it was the audience that had previously looked down on Yang Ming or others present, everyone rose in unison. Tens of thousands stood simultaneously. The applause thundered like a storm, echoing to the heavens. This day was destined to be inscribed in history. Years later, when those involved reflect upon this moment, they will proudly recount, I witnessed that grand competition. As fate would have it, after Yang Ming triumphed in the contest, the system chimed with a notification. Congratulations, host. Due to your repeated preparation of dishes that have moved significant plot characters, you have successfully activated your talent. The system spoke with gravity. Talent? Yang Ming had presumed that such a thing could only be earned by completing tasks, not realizing that personal effort was also required for activation. He then cast a glance at the system. System objective: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary god of the Naruto world. Host: Yang Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra level: Genin. As the culinary god of the Naruto world, future dishes will undoubtedly require chakra. Young man: strive forth. Culinary talent: heart of a chef. Skills: transformation technique, clone technique, replacement technique. Shadow clone technique. Item: chubby, Chunin level combat puppet. Culinary god comprehensive rating. Beginner: the journey to becoming a culinary god has only just commenced. Follow the system's guidance and ascend to the apex of the food chain in the Naruto world. The previously blank talent section now bore the inscription Heart of a Chef. System: could you elucidate this talent? Yang Ming inquired. Host: the so-called Heart of a Chef permeates the entire cooking process, allowing you to immerse yourself fully in your work. It not only maximizes the presentation of the ingredients' inherent flavors, but also touches the softest corners of your guests' hearts. The system replied seriously. I see, Yang Ming mused, lowering his head in contemplation. One should not underestimate the simplicity of being wholly engrossed in an endeavor. On the contrary, tasks that appear straightforward often prove to be the most challenging. If a student were to attempt focusing entirely on their studies day in and day out, would they not risk madness? Scientific studies have long demonstrated that within a classroom, only the first 15 minutes allow students to concentrate effectively on the lesson. Clearly, If this single aspect enables Yang Ming to remain undistracted during cooking, it is a significant boon. At that moment, Uncle Yao grasped Yang Ming's hand, his face awash with emotion as he reflected, "In my earlier years, I believed that by selecting fine ingredients and employing the correct culinary techniques, I could create dishes that would delight the senses. Young man, today you have imparted to me a vivid lesson, revealing the essence of true cuisine. Although I have faced defeat, my admiration for you is profound. You truly embody the title of a master chef." "Oh, it's nothing," Yang Ming modestly replied. "We all learn together and advance as one." Observing Yang Ming's youthfulness and humility despite his victory, Uncle Yao felt a swell of respect for him, silently applauding his character. Lost in thought, Uncle Yao reminisced about his own youth at Yang Ming's age. What was he engaged in back then? It seemed he was merely a junior apprentice to a culinary master, occupied with serving dishes and washing utensils, with little else to do. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. With a heavy heart, Uncle Yao expressed, "If I were blessed with a son like you, how wonderful that would be." Suddenly, Yang Ming sputtered, expelling a mouthful of water. "I thought you were praising me while I remained humble. Had I known, I would have refrained from such pretentiousness. Clearly, being a good student is beyond my capabilities." Realizing his words had been rather forward, Uncle Yao immediately recognized his faux pas. As the saying goes, do not speak deeply with those you barely know. And he felt he had overstepped. With an apologetic smile, he added, "I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. The culinary future of our village now rests in your hands." With that, Uncle Yao departed, leaving behind a solitary and tragic figure. For with this loss, his daughter's life hung in the balance. Having lost his wife long ago, his daughter was his very lifeblood. Without her, what hope remained for him? Moreover, Uncle Yao feared that even if he wished to survive, the unseen forces behind this calamity would not allow him peace. Rather than endure a prolonged torment leading to death, he considered that it might be better to end it on his own terms. At that moment, the system activated. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Save Uncle Yao." Quest description: due to some undisclosed reasons, Uncle Yao is contemplating ending his life. As a fellow culinary artist, how can you stand idly by? Quest reward: recipe for Lao Gan Ma sauce. Upon seeing the system's notification, Yang Ming nearly succumbed to frustration. He had previously overexerted himself to win the contest, thus forfeiting 2 hidden tasks. This meant that the reward for this hidden quest was beyond his grasp. "What a fool I am," Yang Ming lamented. "Had I known, I would have avoided such arrogance. Hubris invites calamity." Some might wonder what significance a mere bottle of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce holds. Yet for a true spice enthusiast, food devoid of heat feels incomplete, lacking a certain zest. However, the task to save Uncle Yao posed a serious dilemma. Just as Yang Ming resolved to pursue Uncle Yao and dissuade him from his dark thoughts, he was approached by the third generation, who enthusiastically said, "Young friend Yang, you've worked hard today. Why not come to my home for a visit? This old man has much to learn from you." The third Hokage humbly lowered his stance. A remarkable feat for someone who had long occupied a position of great authority. Whether addressing Yang Ming as a young friend or employing the term consult, it was evident that in the third's eyes, Yang Ming held a position of considerable esteem. Can you envision the highest leader of a nation seeking your counsel? The imagery is simply exquisite. If it were an ordinary villager in such a scenario, they would likely be overwhelmed with emotion, bearing their heart and soul. Yet, who is Yang Ming? He is a young man of the 21st century, possessing ideals and aspirations, though one might struggle to enumerate them further. With utmost seriousness, Yang Ming stated, "I apologize, but I must dedicate my evening to researching new culinary creations." Such earnest nonsense rivals even the most absurd claims made by the system. It is akin to a lackluster student solemnly declaring to a teacher, "I shall study all night." Would you believe it? Absolutely not. Yet, the third Hokage did believe it. In his mind, Yang Ming's image was so noble and virtuous that he could not fathom the reality being otherwise. He patted Yang Ming's shoulder and remarked, "No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. It is truly admirable." Subsequently, adopting a grandfatherly demeanor, he earnestly advised, "Do not exert yourself too much. Remember to take time to rest." Meanwhile, in his heart, the third contemplated the necessity of imposing stricter expectations on Konohamaru upon his return. Setting aside the unfortunate tutoring experiences that awaited Konohamaru, Yang Ming, having put on an air of sophistication, took his leave from the third. Then, amidst countless admiring gazes. He departed with poise, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. As night deepened, a cool breeze swept through, akin to a dagger grazing the skin, sharp and biting. Uncle Ichiraku arrived at the monumental sculptures of past Hokages, quietly gazing at the village illuminated by scattered lights. In the flickering glow, people strolled home in small groups, laughing and conversing, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. This was the place he cherished dearly. Alas, today he was destined to bid it a final farewell. With a tranquil expression, Uncle Ichiraku stepped forward, preparing to leap from the statue, ready to end his life. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hold on." Like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the darkness, the voice halted Uncle Ichiraku in his tracks. He turned, astonished, to see a familiar figure and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Phew, that was close." Yang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and fabricated a response. "Uncle Ichiraku, I sensed something was amiss early on, so I followed you." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" Uncle Ichiraku, gazing at his admirable junior with an unprecedented warmth, inquired. "Everything has been amiss." Yang Ming met Uncle Ichiraku's gaze and replied, "From the moment you inexplicably challenged me, I sensed something was wrong." If Yang Ming were to don a pair of black-framed glasses, he would undoubtedly resemble the illustrious Detective Conan, his eyes exuding a peculiar brilliance, almost as if proclaiming, "There is but one truth." Such an imposing aura left Uncle Yao astounded, causing him to tremble with admiration, exclaiming, "You truly live up to your reputation." Possessing such meticulous insight, Yang Ming would never reveal to him that his previous statements were mere fabrications, had it not been for the system's task. Who knows what fate might have befallen him? Nevertheless, one must learn to feign understanding, for that is the quintessential art of pretense. With an air of calm, Yang Ming responded, "Uncle Yao, life is a long journey. Why entertain thoughts of ending it?" Uncle Yao, his face etched with sorrow, lamented, "At this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth from you." He then recounted the harrowing tale of his daughter Changpu's abduction, as well as the mysterious figure's demand for him to seize Yang Ming's culinary secrets. Initially, events unfolded according to the mysterious person's script, dictated by Uncle Yao's character, compelling him to challenge Yang Ming. However, the subsequent developments spiraled entirely beyond the mysterious figure's control. First, Uncle Yao deviated from the expected path by enlisting the Third Hokage as the judge. Then, Yang Ming executed a stunning turnaround, astonishing all and ultimately claiming victory. It was indeed a convoluted affair. Yang Ming pondered deeply, sensing that the situation had grown increasingly intricate. Whether considering the prior incident involving Shumu or the assault at the rental residence, coupled with the enigmatic figure now looming, Yang Ming felt an unsettling connection among them. Yet, ensnared in the midst of these events, he found himself shrouded in confusion, his mind a tumult of thoughts, yet lacking sufficient information to draw conclusions. Such is the nature of the situation. Uncle Yao sighed bitterly. "Alas, it is likely that Changpu has met with misfortune. She is my only daughter. If she were to perish, I would have no desire to continue living." With that, Uncle Yao took a step towards the precipice. "Wait," Yang Ming urgently interjected. "What a jest, Uncle Yao. Your life is invaluable, intertwined with my mission. How could I allow you to succeed in such a tragic endeavor?" In a bid to persuade Uncle Yao, Yang Ming's mind raced. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Uncle Yao, do you not find it curious why that mysterious figure did not simply capture me outright, but instead went to such great lengths to achieve his aims?" With that one statement, Uncle Yao retracted his foot from the air. He turned, his face alight with anticipation as he looked at Yang Ming. Indeed, how had he overlooked this? If the mysterious figure could abduct Changpu without a sound, he certainly possessed the capability to ensnare Yang Ming as well. Yet, why had he not done so? A flicker of hope ignited within Uncle Yao's heart. The answer was quite simple. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses, as if an invisible lens were in place, declaring, "That mysterious individual is perhaps not as formidable as you presume." With those words, clarity dawned upon Uncle Yao. His anxieties as a father had clouded his judgment, preventing him from seeing this truth. Let us not forget, this is the Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest village in the world, boasting unrivaled security. If that enigmatic individual were truly as powerful as rumored, he would have abducted Yang Ming outright rather than resorting to such stealthy tactics. This implies that the mysterious figure harbors a fear of the Hokage and the village's Umbu. Their thoughts are not far from the truth. After all, As the leader of the Umbu, his authority is not absolute. Beneath him lie several vice leaders and rebellious captains. At most, the Umbu leader can engage in minor intrigues within his realm of influence. Uncle Yao grasped Yang Ming's shoulders firmly and inquired loudly, "Yang Ming, where do you think my daughter Changpu is right now?" "There is but one truth," and Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with confidence as he declared, "in Konoha village." "What?" Uncle Yao gazed at Yang Ming in disbelief, searching for any hint of jest upon his face, suspecting he might be playing a prank. "Do not look at me like that. I never joke," Yang Ming replied calmly, meeting Uncle Yao's gaze. "If you doubt me, we can enlist Kakashi's assistance. His summoning beast is quite adept at locating individuals." Uncle Yao's eyes flashed with determination as he solemnly stated, "Very well, I shall trust you this time." At that moment, a notification chimed from the system. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Save Uncle Yao." Task description: for reasons unknown, Uncle Yao is contemplating ending his life. How could you, as his companion, stand idly by? Task reward: recipe for Lao Ganma. Regrettably, the system informed the host that due to special circumstances, the reward was confiscated, encouraging persistence in future endeavors. Though Yang Ming had anticipated such a scenario, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Oh, when would he be able to create Lao Ganma himself? As a foodie, this was intolerable. As if aware of Yang Ming's thoughts, the system continued, "Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden task. Rescue Uncle Yao's daughter, Changpu." Task description: knowing the truth, can you simply watch a beautiful girl perish? Task reward: recipe for Lao Ganma. At that moment, Yang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to extract the system and give it a stern reprimand. Damn it, this reward remains unattainable. It seems that obtaining Lao Ganma is a distant aspiration. To divert his focus, Yang Ming led Uncle Yao along the path to seek Kakashi. Kakashi's residence in Konoha was relatively easy to find. After all, as a highly recognized elite ninja of the village, his abode was widely known. Kakashi's home appeared quite ordinary, resembling that of any typical citizen. Soon, Yang Ming and Uncle Yao arrived at his doorstep, and upon arrival, Yang Ming could hardly believe this was Kakashi's residence. After ringing the doorbell for a moment, the door swung open, revealing a tall figure. Kakashi, holding a copy of Icha Icha Paradise, glanced at Yang Ming and Uncle Yao and casually remarked, "Oh, it's late. What brings you here, boss Yang Ming?" Uncle Yao then proceeded to divulge the entire situation. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and with a look of sincere regret said, "I'm afraid that according to the village regulations, I can only assist you after the mission has been issued at the Hokage building. Is there truly no room for flexibility?" Yang Ming furrowed his brow in response. Kakashi remained silent for quite some time. To be honest, he was quite reluctant to work so late. He had planned to spend the night engrossed in his favorite series. However, rules are immutable, while people are adaptable. Moreover, Kakashi sensed an unusual undertone in the matter involving Uncle Ire. Perhaps this could lead him to some valuable clues. Furthermore, the delectable meat buns crafted by Yang Ming were far too enticing for Kakashi to offend him. The thought of being blacklisted and forbidden from entering the small shop was enough to bring him to tears. Thus, under the expectant gazes of Yang Ming and Uncle Ire, Kakashi relented. "Yang Ming, while I'm willing to assist, I shall not require compensation beyond 100 meat buns." 100 meat buns? Kakashi, why not just rob a bank? Yang Ming silently exclaimed in frustration. "No, I can only agree to a maximum of 20 buns," he asserted firmly. "Then it's settled." Kakashi felt a surge of delight. Previously, he had exchanged the legendary blade of Konoha's White Fang for merely 10 buns. Now, he could secure 20 meat buns simply by aiding in the rescue of an individual. It was a remarkable bargain. With a triumphant expression, one could almost see his grin concealed behind his mask. "Wow, I've been outsmarted." Yang Ming gazed at Kakashi in disbelief. He never anticipated that Kakashi would employ such cunning tactics to swindle him out of his beloved buns. At that moment, Yang Ming even entertained the thought of substituting inferior ingredients to craft subpar buns for Kakashi. If Kakashi were aware of Yang Ming's intentions, he might think twice before indulging. At that moment, Kakashi swiftly crafted hand signs, and, with a decisive slap on the ground, a puff of smoke erupted, revealing a ninja dog the size of 2 fists. Astonishingly, it could speak. "Hey Kakashi, long time no see." Kakashi appeared to regard Pakin not merely as a dog, but rather spoke earnestly. "Indeed, it has been a while, Pakin." Although Uncle Ire had long understood the mystique surrounding ninjas, he never imagined he would witness a talking dog in his lifetime. It was truly a marvel. For a moment, Uncle Ire stood in stunned silence. In contrast, Yang Ming maintained his composure, unfazed by the spectacle. The stark contrast only deepened Kakashi's curiosity regarding Yang Ming's background. Nevertheless, matters of urgency prevailed. Kakashi turned to Uncle Ire and inquired, "Do you possess any belongings that Shobu frequently carries?" Awakened from his stupor by Kakashi's question, Uncle Ire hastily retrieved a finely crafted wallet from his pocket, stating, "Here, this wallet is something Shobu always carries." Kakashi accepted the wallet from Uncle Ire and handed it to the ninja dog, Pakin. Parker cautiously advanced, his nose twitching as he detected an overwhelming stench of male perspiration. Fortunately, as a seasoned warrior, he pressed on, undeterred by the formidable challenge before him. Once the odor dissipated, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, hinting at the presence of a woman. Drawing upon years of experience, Parker sniffed the air and quickly identified a direction. With a swift turn of his head, he cast a deep, disapproving glance at Uncle Yile, silently suggesting, "Please, next time, apply a bit of cologne. Your scent is rather unforgettable." Uncle Yile, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, wore an expression that was as vivid as it was telling. Since his wife had departed, he had been living alone with his daughter and had paid little attention to his personal hygiene. Never did he anticipate that he would be critiqued by a dog. This made Uncle Yile ponder if he had indeed fallen to a lowly state. Yet, the dog had its own burdens, and it was perhaps unfair to berate it. Parker then surveyed the group and declared, "Stay close. I have located the position of Changpu." With a proud turn, he set off in a determined direction. In that moment, Uncle Yile was filled with a multitude of thoughts, yet all he managed to do was tremble his lips and gaze at Yang Ming with profound gratitude. All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. Without his guidance, Uncle Yile might have succumbed to despair. Without Yang Ming's assistance, he would have been utterly helpless in securing Kakashi's support. Moreover, Yang Ming was exceptionally talented at such a young age, possessing culinary skills of remarkable depth. This only served to underscore that Yang Ming was indeed a commendable son-in-law. Such a son-in-law was worth vying for. Perhaps the only drawback was Yang Ming's age. Uncle Yile stroked his chin, pondering silently. After all, Yang Ming was merely 12 years old, still in the throes of growth. Furthermore, his daughter Changpu was significantly older than him. However, he believed that with Changpu's striking beauty, Yang Ming would undoubtedly be captivated by her. Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Yile had already made a silent resolution. At that moment, Yang Ming interrupted his thoughts, saying, "Uncle Yile, we might encounter danger ahead. Please remain at Kakashi's house until we return." Little did Yang Ming realize that Uncle Yile had already considered him a prospective son-in-law. Upon hearing his words, Uncle Yile felt a surge of warmth towards this young man, thinking that his daughter would not be at a loss in such a union. Instantly, he positioned himself as a prospective father-in-law, kindly stating, "Understood. Just remember, if you find yourself in danger, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your safety." Yang Ming, oblivious to the sudden warmth emanating from Uncle Yile, nodded and followed closely behind Kakashi, heading towards Parker, the ninja dog. In any setting, shadows remained the favored refuge of the cunning criminal. Indeed, in a building near the Hokage office, Uncle Yile's daughter, Changpu, had been abducted. This is a large 3-story supermarket situated near the commercial center, bustling with people day in and day out. Little did anyone suspect that this vibrant place could serve as a breeding ground for crime. Beneath the supermarket lies a hidden basement. At this very moment, Changpu is locked in one of the rooms of this underground lair, bound tightly, her mouth gagged with a rag. Her once charming visage now appears haggard, with clear traces of tears etched upon her cheeks. 2 burly men stand guard at the door, leering at the bound Changpu while engrossed in their own depraved fantasies. It must be said that in her current state, Changpu possesses an unsettling allure for men, particularly with her sorrowful expression that inexplicably tugs at the heartstrings of the 2 brutish men, igniting within them an impulsive desire to unleash their primal instincts. "Brother," one of the men gulps, unable to contain himself, "there's no one here to stop us. How about we?" He gestures towards Changpu, a knowing smirk spreading across his face. The other man rubs his hands together, a fierce glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "All right, let us not hold back. We shall see what unfolds." With malicious grins, the 2 men advance towards Changpu. As if sensing the impending danger, Changpu's instincts kick in. realizing what is about to transpire. She instinctively retreats to the corner, her legs trembling like a frightened fawn, seeking refuge in the shadows as if that could offer her a semblance of safety. "Don't be afraid, little girl," the man taunts. "Soon I will make you feel bliss beyond measure." A wave of malevolence crashes over Changpu, leaving her feeling like a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea. In that moment, despair envelopes her. Tears well up in Changpu's eyes, her heart heavy with regret. If only she hadn't encountered a familiar aunt earlier that morning while buying groceries, who insisted that they seize the opportunity of a supermarket sale together. How could she have imagined that such a seemingly innocuous outing would lead to this dire predicament? Alas, there is no potion for regret in this world. As they behold Changpu's tear-streaked face, the men's eyes glimmer with a frenzied intensity, their excitement mounting. In an unspoken accord, they quicken their pace. With each step, the sinister rhythm of their approach sends jolts of fear coursing through Changpu. Desperate, she closes her eyes, allowing a fresh wave of tears to flow. "Oh, heavenly beings above, is there anyone who can save me?" As if in response to her silent plea, just as the wicked fingers of the men are about to reach her, the door bursts open with a thunderous crash. With a flurry of precision, 3 sharp shurikens fly in a formation that cleaves the darkness, striking the 2 men before they can comprehend the unfolding chaos. "Curse you, I'll make you pay," roars one of the men, wounded in the arm by the shuriken, ready to unleash his wrath as he had done to countless innocents before. But suddenly, the ground beneath them gives way, and hands, like talons of a hawk, grip their ankles with unyielding force, dragging them down into the abyss. Earth escape, the technique of decapitation. 2 robust men were suddenly taken aback as their surroundings shifted dramatically. It felt as though the world had grown tall around them, or perhaps they had simply shrunk. To their shock, they realized that apart from their heads, their entire bodies were embedded in the earth. This occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye. When Changpu opened her eyes to the commotion, she was astonished to see that the 2 individuals who intended to bully her now had only their heads visible above the ground. A wave of exhilaration surged through her. Soon after, she noticed a dog and 2 figures entering through the front door. To her surprise, such a place existed in close proximity to the Hokage building. Upon entering, Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, unable to suppress his criticism. The place was indeed bizarre, resembling a prison, equipped with all the necessary facilities. What could the owner possibly be thinking, creating such a subterranean hideout so near the Hokage building? Kakashi mused that the proprietor of this establishment was bound to face dire consequences. The ninja dog, Pakin, sniffed the air and remarked, "I detest the atmosphere here. It reeks of blood and sweat." Ming stepped past the 2 men and approached Changpu, untying her restraints and removing the rag from her mouth. With a sigh of relief, Changpu cast a complex glance at Ming and said, regardless of everything, "I am grateful for your help." Ming, feeling a bit awkward under her gaze, scratched the back of his head. After all, he had opened his shop right across from the Ichiraku ramen, and Changpu had been one of his most vocal critics. However, throughout history, only heroes have been able to rescue beautiful women, and Ming did not wish to diminish his own reputation. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's no big deal, there's no need to dwell on it." In an instant, Changpu's perception of Ming improved significantly. Initially, she had thought he might take advantage of the situation to extort something from her, perhaps demanding her devotion in return. If only she knew that Ming's motivations were solely to fulfill a task assigned by the system, she would have been at a loss as to how to react. Perhaps she had overthought it. At that moment, Kakashi approached the 2 robust men, looking down upon them from his elevated position. He had utilized 2 shadow clones to ambush them from below, aiming to capture them alive. "Be honest, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you will face severe consequences. It would be best if you divulged everything," he commanded. The 2 men exchanged glances, a flicker of indecision passing between them. After all, they were merely hired hands, and there was no need to stubbornly resist. Moreover, they were acutely aware that they were facing a formidable ninja. They had heard tales in the streets about how, even after death, a ninja could utilize jutsu to extract information. To them, this was a symbol of relentless torment, even beyond the grave. Thus, the 2 men were about to speak when, unexpectedly, a drastic turn of events occurred. An intense pain surged through them, their eyes widening in fury as their heads suddenly caved in. Subsequently, countless insects crawled out from their ears, mouths, and nostrils. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly feel a chilling sensation enveloping their scalp. In a mere instant, two living beings were consumed by a swarm of insects. At that moment, Kakashi abruptly turned around, shouting, "Who goes there?" In the village of Konoha, the winds tonight were somewhat tumultuous. Two agile figures swiftly leapt across the rooftops. Akin to ethereal sprites dancing in the shadows, their movements graceful as they engaged in a perilous ballet beneath the veil of night. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared hauntingly profound, akin to venomous serpents dancing amidst a torrential storm. Kakashi spat under his breath, cursing his adversary as a prodigal fool. Yet he was compelled to abruptly change direction to evade the relentless onslaught of attacks. In the supermarket basement, upon discovering the inexplicable demise of two burly guards watching over the irises, Kakashi's instincts honed over many years alerted him to the presence of someone lurking in the shadows. Thus, he pursued, leading to the current unfolding of events. This enigmatic individual was practically courting death. As Kakashi chased after, he pondered, did this person not realize that a curfew was in effect in the village? The members of the Umbu were ever vigilant. Indeed, within moments. For figures clad in black cloaks, their faces shrouded by masks, rushed in from all directions. This was merely the beginning. If time were to drag on, more Umbu would inevitably arrive. Kakashi mused, the adversary was doomed. Under the relentless barrage of various ninjutsu from the four Umbu, the tumultuous waves of water release and the razor-sharp winds converged, their formidable powers tearing through the heavens, all directed towards the mysterious figure. Even as the enigmatic individual seemed to exert every ounce of strength, the overwhelming tide of ninjutsu was unyielding. The mysterious figure, possessing little capacity for resistance, was swiftly subdued. A scene of utter devastation. At this moment, Kakashi approached the mysterious person, only to be met with an entirely unfamiliar visage, blood trickling from the lips, the face pale. Just as Kakashi intended to take the mysterious individual away, an obstructive hand appeared. Kakashi glared at the figure. What do you think you're doing? This is our prize. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the mask, offering no regard to Kakashi, as the figure simply hoisted the individual away. A cold wind swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. Suddenly, clarity washed over Kakashi. He recalled that the masks worn by the Umbu appeared slightly different. In what way? The patterns upon their masks were far more intricate and vibrant. They belonged to Root. Though they were part of the Umbu, they constituted a distinct faction, loyal to Danzo's Root. At that moment, for reasons unknown, a shadow of unease enveloped Kakashi's heart. Why were the individuals who arrived members of Root? Why did they obstruct him and carry away the mysterious figure? A barrage of questions flooded his mind, causing the typically laid-back Kakashi considerable distress. Never mind. Such matters were best left to Lord Hokage to resolve. Kakashi chuckled to himself, effortlessly shifting the burden onto the Third Hokage, devoid of any sense of guilt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Ming escorted Changpu all the way to Kakashi's home. Uncle Yao had been eagerly anticipating her return for what felt like an eternity. Upon seeing his daughter safe and sound, he rushed out and embraced Changpu tightly. You're back. You're back. Uncle Yao exclaimed joyfully, repeating this sentiment in various forms. However, Changpu was already overwhelmed by the weight of her father's love, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. This time, her tears were not born of fear, but simply of joy at reuniting with her family. Witnessing their heartfelt reunion, Yang Ming felt a genuine happiness for them. Unfortunately, the system chose this moment to intrude, disrupting the warmth of the occasion. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task, rescuing Uncle Yao's daughter, Changpu. Task description: knowing the truth, could you bear to watch a beautiful girl perish? Task reward: recipe for Lao Ganma. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances, the reward has been confiscated. We hope you will strive for further achievements, the system stated with a stern seriousness. Yang Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, this was a mockery from the system. It had to be, otherwise. Why would the reward for 2 consecutive hidden tasks be the recipe for Lao Ganma? And yet, he was unable to claim it. In his heart, Yang Ming raised a middle finger to the system, expressing his profound respect, akin to an unending torrent of rivers. After Uncle Yao and his daughter shared a moment of heartfelt emotion, Uncle Yao approached Yang Ming, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good lad, we owe you a great deal this time. He boomed, his towering figure making Yang Ming feel like a mere sapling under the weight of his hand, causing him to shudder with pain. Yet, the art of pretense dictated that one must not reveal their true feelings. Despite the internal ache, Yang Ming smiled and replied, "When witnessing injustice, one must draw their sword to assist. I merely lent a small hand." What a noble sentiment. Uncle Yao laughed heartily, finding Yang Ming increasingly likable. Regardless of Yang Ming's abilities or character, he was certainly among the finest. Why had he not noticed this before? Yet, it seemed that it was not too late. Various thoughts raced through Uncle Yao's mind, and his attitude towards Yang Ming naturally became more amiable, almost as if he wished to adopt him as a son. As Uncle Yao's daughter, Changpu had always been by his side and was quick to perceive her father's sentiments. A blush crept onto her cheeks, delicate and radiant. Lowering her head, she occasionally glanced at Yang Ming, who was bantering with her father. Though he appeared somewhat ordinary and not her type, inexplicably, she felt a fluttering in her heart. She cupped her cheeks in her hands, feeling a warmth radiate from her face, silently wondering, is this what it feels like to like someone? As the daughter of the esteemed Uncle Yao, Changpu was not only beautiful but also eloquent and capable, a dream girl for many in the village. Every Valentine's Day, a multitude of single souls flocked to present their gifts to him, including a few chunin. It is evident just how beloved Shobu truly is. Her status in Konoha is akin to that of a campus belle in a university, with every gesture captivating the attention of countless admirers. Should the villagers discover that Shobu has developed feelings for Yang Ming, one can only imagine the number of hearts that would shatter. After conversing for a while, Yang Ming began to feel fatigued and sought to excuse himself. However, Uncle Ichiraku appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, unwilling to let him leave. At that moment, the door swung open, and the resident of the house, Kakashi, returned. Seizing the opportunity like a savior, Yang Ming exclaimed, "Uncle Ichiraku, I must prepare buns for Kakashi tomorrow, so I shall take my leave for today. Please enjoy your conversation with him." With that, Yang Ming disregarded Uncle Ichiraku's forlorn expression and swiftly made his exit. Konoha, as the cornerstone of the Land of Fire, garners the attention of the entire nation with its every action. Although the match between Uncle Ichiraku and Yang Ming was rather impromptu, Uncle Ichiraku's renown is formidable. Without a doubt, his name has already echoed throughout the country. The fact that a mere 12-year-old lad managed to triumph over Uncle Ichiraku only adds to the tales surrounding him. In a flash, the entire Land of Fire buzzed with discussions about this competition, akin to the fervor surrounding the Olympics, as the nation brimmed with exuberance. In the marketplaces and taverns, the number of conversations centered around Yang Ming multiplied. Whether at tables of merriment or in the workplace, the rising star became the focal point of discourse. As time progressed, more individuals learned of Yang Ming and recognized his humble beginnings. In an instant, he became a symbol of aspiration for the youth, the dream prince for lovesick maidens. The residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire stands as the epitome of the world's strongest nation. A glance reveals pavilions and towers, serpentine corridors, and an opulence that dazzles the eye with its luxurious splendor. The solemn and imposing guards, the graceful maidens, and the multitude of servants bustling within this expansive estate contribute to its lively atmosphere. Navigating through the meticulously arranged surroundings, a tall building distinct from the others rises elegantly, exuding an air of literary sophistication. A young maiden, around 18 years of age, reclines gracefully on a stool, attended by several exquisitely dressed handmaidens. As she enjoys a massage on her shoulders, she peruses the documents in her hands, a radiant smile gracing her lips. That lad named Yang Ming actually managed to defeat Ichiraku. It seems his culinary skills are quite exquisite. I yearn to visit Konoha and taste his creations. Her voice, akin to the melodious song of a lark amidst verdant willows, fills the air. However, to her astonishment, the nearby maidens gasped in alarm and exclaimed, "Your Highness, are you contemplating another escape? That cannot be allowed. Why do you all display such expressions? It truly vexes me." The young lady furrowed her brows. Yet she resembled a figure from a painting, her beauty remaining enchanting and delightful. Upon witnessing the fury of her lord, several maidens immediately fell to their knees in alarm, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is not our intention to hinder you. It is merely the concern of the esteemed lord for your well-being." "I care not." The young girl, at the tender age of mischief and play, had long been confined within the walls of her home by the lord's overbearing nature and yearned to explore the vast world beyond. with a radiant smile. She beckoned the maidens with a playful gesture and issued a few commands. Before long, she donned the attire of a servant and stealthily slipped out of the pavilion. In the Lord's office, a middle-aged man diligently attended to his work. His countenance was gaunt, and his posture was upright, despite his efforts to project an air of authority. An occasionally lewd demeanor betrayed him, as he would sometimes absent-mindedly fan himself, revealing a hint of effeminacy in his movements. The Lord perused a classified report in his hands, which meticulously detailed the competition between Uncle Yile and Yang Ming, including comprehensive information about Yang Ming himself. Ah, it seems Konoha is truly bustling. Perhaps I shall stoke the flames further? As the supreme leader of the mightiest nation, none were fools. Although the Land of Fire had historically relied on the village hidden in the leaves for military intimidation against various defiant nations, this did not imply that the Lord wished to see Konoha escape his control. A prime example of this is the establishment of the 12 Guardian Ninja, a formidable force devised to protect the Lord. This elite squad of 12 ninjas, when united, could even pose a threat to those of the highest ranks. Yet, they did not belong to Konoha, but were a distinct military faction loyal solely to the Lord. Regrettably, the Lord's ambitions ultimately faltered, as the Third Hokage ensnared his son Asuma within their ranks, leading to an absurd schism regarding whether or not to protect the Hokage. Well done, my brother. The purpose of your squad is evidently to safeguard the Lord, yet you have misconstrued the very objective. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Asuma. The Lord, resting his chin upon his hand, pondered deeply. The intelligence in his grasp suggested that a potential force was stirring within Konoha. While he had no intention of aiding this burgeoning power, he also did not plan to extend support to the Third Hokage. Moments later, a brilliant idea ignited within the Lord's mind. Bring forth the attendants. He called towards the door. Soon, several aides hurriedly entered. Fetch me paper, ink, brushes, and an inkstone, commanded the Lord. Yes, my lord, they replied. Once the materials were presented, the Lord grasped the brush, a surge of grandeur enveloping him. In an instant, the ink danced upon the parchment, and a verse materialized. The Lord surveyed his creation with satisfaction, casting a proud glance around the room. Come forth and behold the quality of my writing. The attendants, trembling in deference, approached cautiously, casting quick glances before exclaiming, Your Excellency, your literary prowess is unparalleled, destined to endure through the ages. In that moment, the Lord was lifted by their flattery, and with a casual flick of his wrist, disregarding the ink that splattered upon the paper, he pointed to one individual and commanded, You, swiftly deliver this calligraphy to Yang Ming, the victor over Uncle Yile, as a token of my commendation. Yes, my lord. The attendant silently lamented the carelessly scrawled characters of the renowned figure, feeling a profound sorrow for the yet unseen Yang Ming. To be burdened with such an eccentric lord was indeed a considerable plight. Some were joyous, while others were troubled. In a clandestine base within the Hidden Leaf village, an obscure office belonging to the root of the Umbu was situated. At that very moment, two men, masters of the dark forces within the village, occupied the space. The leader of the Umbu, Danzo, leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, I have completed the task you requested of me. According to our agreement, you should now relinquish the Sharingan in your possession. Although Danzo's mask obscured his expression, the tone of his voice betrayed his emotions. How dare you bring this up, Danzo? Those individuals you lent me are utterly useless, the Umbu leader retorted. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with an ambiguous tone, Are you attempting to deceive me? Despite not directly targeting the Umbu leader, an aura of chilling severity enveloped the room, akin to the grip of ancient ice, suffocating in its intensity. The Umbu leader recognized this as Danzo's way of asserting dominance. Yet, recalling the countless times Yang Ming had thwarted his plans, he felt a surge of resentment and declared, As long as your people assist me in eliminating Yang Ming, I shall honor my promise. It is not feasible within the village, Danzo replied. Then we shall lure him outside the village. The Umbu leader resolved firmly. Agreed. In the Hidden Leaf village, at Yang Ming's small shop, patrons had spontaneously formed a long queue even before the doors opened. Familiar faces could be seen, including Kakashi, Mike Guy, and Old Man Tunjin. However, none of them secured the coveted first spot, as someone had already claimed it. To Yang Ming's surprise, the first customer was once again the quiet woman who had been coming for several days. This pregnant woman had consistently arrived early, always ordering ice cream, leaving a lasting impression on Yang Ming. Upon opening the shop, the woman silently found a seat. Another ice cream? Yang Ming inquired. She nodded, remaining silent. Her gaze cast down as she lovingly caressed her rounded belly. Fortunately, as the shop had begun to flourish, Yang Ming's kitchen was well prepared. Before long, the ice cream was served. The woman smiled at Yang Ming, extending her slender fingers to delicately scoop a spoonful of ice cream, savoring it in silence. As she indulged, her eyes gently closed, drifting into distant memories. That year, she was 13, he was 15, and they met on a stormy evening. An immediate spark ignited between them, despite both being drenched by the rain. Yet, he smiled and said, "Fortuitously, I happened upon you." In the misty drizzle, his smile shone like the warm sun in winter, warming the depths of her heart. Once, he had taken her to the distant land of snow, where they skied and reveled in the expansive, untouched white world. It was there that she first tasted ice cream, a delicacy cherished by the elite of the snow-laden realm. She had often contemplated what her future partner might be like, handsome and charming, wealthy beyond measure, or perhaps wise and valiant. At the moment the ice cream touched her lips, the woman already possessed the answer. It was because she had fortuitously encountered him. Whether leading a mundane existence or soaring to great heights, she felt that as long as he was present, the world was indeed vibrant. The traces left by their chance meeting were nothing short of beautiful. Regardless of the storms that may come, that year, that night, that cup of ice cream had long melted within her heart. With a gentle expression, the woman caressed her burgeoning belly, her eyes filled with deep concern. The father of her child had been absent for nearly a month, and there had been no word from him. She could only wonder what had transpired in his distant location. The sweetness of the ice cream melted in her mouth, releasing a chill into the air, yet her heart burned with warmth. This was because she had spotted a familiar figure at the shop's entrance. "Is he back?" The woman, surprisingly breaking her previous silence, feigned calmness as she spoke. "I'm back," the man replied with an air of tranquility, yet his steps quickened as he enveloped her in his embrace. "That's all that matters," she replied succinctly, her lips curling into a smile as tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. "Do you remember what I once said to you?" the man asked, quietly savoring the warmth of their connection. Though the world was vast, it could not sever their bond. The woman nodded vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks, her face resembling that of a weeping cat. To escape the agony of separation, the woman frequented Yang Ming's small shop daily. Through the indulgence of ice cream, she could relive the happiness they once shared. Their lives were simple. The man would often change out of his sweat-soaked clothes, while the woman diligently washed each piece. She delighted in shopping, and he would always willingly carry her bags. Their fateful meeting had predetermined all of this. After a prolonged separation, they understood the profound significance of an embrace. In the man's arms, the woman felt she had embraced the very world itself. At that moment, they were the only protagonists in existence. It felt like a century had passed, yet it seemed but a fleeting instant when she freed herself from his hold. Lifting her tear-streaked face, "My dear, do you recall the time you took me to the land of snow?" "Of course," the man replied with a smile. "That remains my fondest memory. Then let us reminisce together today." With the man's return, her spirits lifted significantly as she took his hand and led him to her seat. Due to the cramped setting of Yang Ming's shop, she had no choice but to sit upon his lap. "Is there really ice cream here?" the man queried in surprise. "Why don't you try it and find out?" she urged. "All right." The woman gently scooped a spoonful of ice cream with her previously used spoon and fed it to the man. "Ah," he exclaimed, opening his mouth wide to take it in. Their gazes remained locked on one another. The woman savored a spoonful for herself. In that moment, the soft texture of the ice cream stirred something profound within them both. That year, that night, that cup of ice cream mirrored the present moment. In a world so vast, filled with exceptional individuals, they had chosen only each other. Though the two have never uttered those three most significant words, their importance has faded. Sweetness has woven itself into their very souls. It is precisely because of your serendipitous presence that the traces left behind are rendered so beautiful. If fate truly exists in this world, then a woman's heartfelt gratitude for encountering the right person is profound. The sweetness upon the tongue pales in comparison to the sweetness that resides within the heart. Yet, they continue to share morsels with one another, oblivious to the world around them, as if they alone exist in this realm. Witnessing their blissful expressions, even Kakashi, the perennial bachelor, could not resist indulging in a scoop of ice cream. For Kakashi had once heard Rin speak of a delectable dessert from the distant land of snow, known as ice cream. Rin, consider this my fulfillment of your wish, Kakashi mused silently. As he took a bite, the icy sensation surged through his mind, catching him off guard, causing him to shiver. Yet, soon after, a sweetness entwined upon his tongue lingered, inextricable and enduring, a tapestry woven through time. What a wondrous sensation! What an exquisite flavor! At that moment, Kakashi felt transported back to the days when Obito, Rin, and the Fourth Hokage were all present. Only through loss does one truly comprehend the value of what was once eternally possessed: bonds, friendship, the teacher-student relationship. It is because of the fortuitous meeting of you all that I have come to grasp the profound essence of connection and the true meaning of living as a ninja. Thank you, my mentors, Obito and Rin. If there is a next life, I wish to be your companion once more. Thank you for allowing me to encounter you just at the right moment. Separation is but a song of farewell, one that brings sorrow and tears, yet also fosters growth. Without parting, one cannot appreciate the significance of togetherness. In this moment, Kakashi seemed to awaken to a deeper understanding, his admiration for Ming flowing endlessly like a river. Life invariably presents us with myriad painful experiences, such as witnessing others flaunting their love in extravagant displays of affection. How can the single souls endure such sights? Observing couples radiating sweetness, Kakashi found himself questioning the very essence of life. The most perplexing aspect of existence is when one struggles internally, yet is accompanied by a teasing friend. Might Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, earnestly declaring, "Kakashi, youth needs companions, not romance." Turning his head, Kakashi was greeted by Might Guy's signature gesture, giving him a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Even without a girlfriend, you have me. In that instant, Might Guy felt as if he had transcended, radiating like a sun, shining brilliantly. Kakashi thought to himself, wishing to assert that he truly did not require such camaraderie, truly. In a moment of petty revenge against Might Guy, Kakashi stealthily snatched a meat bun from in front of him, swallowing it whole while observing Might Guy's expression of despair. "Kakashi, I challenge you for the 3,211th time. I refuse. Are you even a man? Apologies. I am but a boy." "Kakashi, where has your integrity gone? What transpires here is but a mere glimpse of the small establishment. In this haven, individuals cast aside the burdens of their labor, savoring exquisite delicacies while rediscovering their true selves. The patrons are not merely indulging in culinary delights. They are savoring the essence of life itself. 1,000 dumplings correspond to 1,000 diners, reflecting the vast tapestry of existence, revealing the myriad facets of society. The culinary creations of Ming possess an enchanting allure, captivating souls and evoking a spectrum of emotions. They can bring forth tears, incite laughter, and even compel one to eat while weeping or send them into ecstatic rapture. It's almost unfathomable. In times past, Kakashi would often immerse himself in the pages of intimate paradise during his leisure. However, things have changed now. A single day without savoring Ming's fare leaves Kakashi feeling utterly discontented. At times, he even suspects that he has fallen under a genjutsu, rendering such phenomena inexplicable. Just as the diners were relishing their meals, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the establishment, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Observing the disturbance, Kakashi sought to extricate himself from Might Guy's insistence and approached the scene. Upon exiting the small eatery, Kakashi beheld a group of newcomers, each of whom seemed to aspire to look down upon the heavens, exuding an air of arrogance. Shockingly, these individuals bypassed the diligent patrons who had patiently queued, intent on entering the establishment directly. Naturally, this provoked the ire of those waiting. A confrontation ensued, marked by escalating tensions. Among the newcomers emerged a leader. His eyes arched disdainfully, akin to the gaze of a city dweller upon a country bumpkin. He proclaimed with arrogance, "We are emissaries sent by the esteemed lord. You common folk should quickly step aside. Such insolence is utterly intolerable." Moreover, many patrons had queued for an extended period. How could they simply be dismissed by a single utterance? After all, this is the Hidden Leaf Village. Within this vast world, the Hokage reigns supreme, and the feudal lord holds little significance. Naturally, neither party harbored fondness for the other. Alas, this predicament could prove troublesome. Kakashi was left speechless, astonished that these were indeed the lord's emissaries. What perplexed him further was their apparent intent to seek out Ming. Kakashi pondered in silence, Could it be that the Lord wishes to enlist Yang Ming as the royal chef? A shiver ran down Kakashi's spine. The thought was utterly terrifying. He could scarcely fathom a life devoid of Yang Ming's delectable meat buns. How bleak it would be. Just as Kakashi was lost in his musings, Yang Ming emerged from the kitchen, having sensed the disturbance at the door. Upon grasping the unfolding situation, Yang Ming felt no fondness for these so-called emissaries. To him, they were pitiable souls, steeped in insecurity, believing they could wield power under the Lord's name. Moreover, their presence was disrupting his business. Thus, Yang Ming approached them, his demeanor calm, and declared, "You are not welcome here. The further you distance yourselves from your misguided notions, the better." These individuals were indeed subordinates of the Lord, and Yang Ming's actions were undoubtedly a brazen affront to their dignity. Can you envision a scenario where a chef brazenly slaps the face of an envoy in front of a crowd? Such audacity is astounding. Witnessing this, the other patrons erupted in a cacophony of shouts. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The clamor surged like a tidal wave, leaving onlookers bewildered, casting strange glances at these so-called envoys. The leader of the envoys, his face ashen, felt a surge of frustration boiling within him, desperate to vent his indignation. How dare these audacious commoners infuriate him? Yet, recalling the task bestowed upon him by the Lord, he restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Yang Ming. "You must be the esteemed Yang Ming, correct?" Although phrased as a question, his tone exuded certainty. As a retainer of the Lord, he was well aware that only Yang Ming possessed such audacity in the land of fire. He then produced a scroll wrapped in exquisite silk, unveiling it for all to see. "Yang Ming, this is a gift from the esteemed Lord, meant to honor your culinary accomplishments. It is a supreme grace from the Lord. You should kneel and graciously accept it." The first part echoed the Lord's original words, while the latter was a fabrication of his own design. The envoy leader, harboring resentment for Yang Ming's earlier affront, sought to humiliate him publicly by invoking the Lord's name and demanding that Yang Ming kneel. Did he fear skepticism from the audience? He believed that none present would dare to question the Lord's authority. Thus, he boldly sought to put Yang Ming in his place. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "If accepting the Lord's reward requires my kneeling, then I must refuse." His resolute declaration resonated throughout the room. The envoy leader's expression hardened. "You must consider carefully, Yang Ming. This is a generous gesture from the Lord, and to refuse it is to show disdain for his honor." Yang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "If the Lord does not respect me, why should I extend my respect to him?" This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. When did the Lord need to respect a commoner? In an instant, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even the envoy leader, who had crafted this trap, was rendered speechless with astonishment. Everyone pondered, "Have I lost my sanity, or has the world turned upside down?" "You dare!" the envoy leader bellowed. "It is said that a king's humiliation leads to a subject's demise." He could not tolerate a commoner daring to challenge the Lord's authority. Even if the argument held merit, it was irrelevant. This was not a matter of right and wrong, but one dictated by power dynamics. The envoy leader's countenance darkened, cold as frost in the depths of winter, as he ominously remarked, "I have long heard of your arrogance, Yang Ming, and today I see that your reputation does not do you justice. I am curious to see if your skills are truly as formidable as the tale suggests." As he spoke, he gestured toward his colleagues, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "Tell me, Yang Ming, do you believe the culinary delights of your establishment can satisfy their palates? If even one among them finds it lacking, I dare say your restaurant is doomed." His words, once uttered, left the audience in shock. The envoy leader resorted to such despicable tactics to take revenge on Yang Ming. On the surface, it appears rather fair, given that Yang Ming's culinary creations are indeed exceptional. Yet, let us not forget the ancient adage, to point at a deer and call it a horse. Even if these individuals secretly admire his skills, they are all of the same ilk. In the end, they will betray their conscience and claim that Yang Ming's dishes are subpar, thus providing the envoy leader with the perfect justification. Consequently, he would emerge with a reputation intact, avoiding any impression of bullying, and instead, he would be lauded for having toppled a chef of mere pretense. Upon returning to the Lord, he would have a commendable explanation, potentially even receiving accolades rather than punishment. The thought that he could turn the tables so easily filled the envoy leader with pride. Could Yang Ming refuse? No. To decline would only serve the envoy leader's purpose, allowing him to tarnish Yang Ming's reputation, accusing him of being insecure and unable to live up to his fame. Regardless of the choice, the envoy leader believed that Yang Ming would be left in disgrace, unable to recover from such a blow. This was his form of revenge, truly insidious. Kakashi, of course, understood the intricacies of the situation and approached Yang Ming with a concerned expression. "Boss Yang Ming, allow me to handle this. It would be best if you humbly acknowledged your mistake before the envoy. Perhaps, owing to my modest influence, we can resolve this conflict amicably." It was a reasonable suggestion, albeit somewhat cowardly, yet it could serve as a solution. For Kakashi, this was the utmost he could offer. Beyond this, he would have to enlist the Third Hokage's intervention. "Apologize." Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. Certainly. Just as Kakashi felt a surge of relief, believing Yang Ming had softened, he was abruptly met with a reversal. "But first, let him apologize to me." In an instant, Kakashi froze, rendered speechless. Truly, Yang Ming's audacity was commendable in demanding such a thing. After all, the other party was an envoy of the Lord, not some insignificant figure. If they threatened to shut down his humble establishment, they could very well follow through. Seeing that he could not sway Yang Ming, Kakashi hurriedly sought out the ever-hungry Might Guy, recounting the entire situation. "Aren't you Yang Ming's underling? You should persuade him." To his surprise, Might Guy calmly wiped his mouth and replied, "Kakashi, you need not worry about this. I know my brother's character all too well. He will never compromise." Sighing, Kakashi lamented. To be frank, he truly wished Yang Ming would not wade into these murky waters. Regardless of the outcome, it was a losing battle. If things went awry, he might never again savor meat buns. Ever since he tasted the meat buns, all other delicacies seemed as bland as chewing wax, devoid of joy. Especially the youthful way of indulging that Might Guy suggested, slathering the buns with Laogan ma chili sauce. Such deliciousness was unforgettable. Unfortunately, this miraculous sauce had only one bottle, and it was consumed within days by him and Might Guy. In a state of anxiety akin to Kakashi's, the patrons of the small eatery, who had dined there in recent days, gathered around Yang Ming, each one fervently employing their persuasive rhetoric, imploring him to reconsider his actions and refrain from making decisions he would later regret. These diners were genuinely apprehensive, fearing they might never again savor the culinary delights crafted by Yang Ming. Thus they exerted every effort to persuade him. Among them, the elderly Senju Tongjian was particularly fervent. Despite being the oldest in attendance, his temper was the most volatile. He pointed at Yang Ming and then at a wall, exclaiming, "Boss Yang, heed Kakashi's advice, or I shall dash myself against this wall." And to everyone's astonishment, he truly began to do so. With frail steps, the old man headed straight for the wall. Could Yang Ming stand idly by? He could not, especially since the old man acted out of concern for him. Yang Ming swiftly grasped Tongjian's arm, his expression a mix of exasperation and urgency. "Old man, please make your antics more convincing next time. Do not run like a turtle." To this, Tongjian, undeterred by embarrassment, responded with glee, "Have you come to your senses?" Yang Ming surveyed the crowd, noting the eager anticipation in their eyes, and sighed inwardly. Indeed, he had come to understand. That was what mattered. Thus, accompanied by Kakashi, Yang Ming approached the envoy leader. The leader sneered coldly. "Have you made up your mind?" "I am quite busy." Kakashi displayed his credentials as an elite jonin, asserting, "Esteemed envoy, I believe there has been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The envoy leader's demeanor remained icy, a smirk curling his lips. "You claim insulting the daimyo is a misunderstanding? That is truly laughable." Kakashi had anticipated such a reaction, maintaining a calm facade. "Sir, I believe Boss Yang has recognized his error. I implore you to grant me a favor, allowing us to discuss this matter amicably." "A favor?" The envoy leader cast a glance at Yang Ming, and just as Kakashi felt a flicker of hope, the leader extended a leg, lifting it with a triumphant air. "Yang Ming, if you crawl beneath my legs, I shall spare you." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, he had boasted that his reputation could safeguard Yang Ming. Yet, in an instant, he found himself trampled underfoot by the envoy leader. Anyone in his position would have felt a surge of indignation. Had it not been for the envoy's status as a representative of the daimyo, Kakashi might have been tempted to take drastic measures. His expression darkened. He gritted his teeth. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The envoy leader arrogantly lifted his chin. Negotiation? Did I not make myself clear? Only if Yang Ming crawls beneath my legs will I spare him. Before Kakashi could respond, Might Guy leaped forth, exclaiming loudly, "What kind of nonsense is this negotiation? He clenched his fists, veins bulging. Do you wish to experience what rebellious youth truly means? Guy, cease your words. Yang Ming regarded the envoy leader with an air of calm. Did you not wish to sample my culinary skills? Then do come inside. The envoy leader cackled in delight. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. As he spoke, he raised his head like a triumphant rooster, accompanied by a group of envoys, marching grandly into the small establishment. Mike Guy was taken aback and exclaimed, Big brother, I can help you beat them up. Surely, they wouldn't dare say anything to me. Indeed, Mike Guy had the confidence to make such a claim, as he was an elite jonin, and even a feudal lord would show him some deference. Kakashi nodded in agreement, adding, a mere envoy, so audacious. Even if we were to give him a beating, the feudal lord would have no authority to reprimand us. At most, he would complain to Lord Hokage about his inability to manage his subordinates. Yang Ming shook his head, expressing a differing opinion. He pointed to the modest restaurant with heartfelt conviction and declared, Since I have opened this restaurant, I must respect every guest and prepare meals that bring them joy. Whether they are heads of state or notorious criminals, as long as they are hungry and desire my cooking, I will serve them. For in my eyes, before the culinary arts, all are equal. In that moment, Yang Ming's presence radiated like that of a saint, casting a brilliant glow before those gathered. The couplet beside the restaurant door seemed to affirm this sentiment. Though humble is this abode, only my virtue remains fragrant. This was the true demeanor of a master chef. At that instant, a thought unexpectedly emerged in everyone's minds, and their gazes towards Yang Ming were filled with genuine admiration. In reality, it was merely a temporary task issued by the system that prompted Yang Ming to alter his intentions. Otherwise, he would have already let Mike Guy teach that foolish group a lesson. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden task. Conquer the stomachs of the envoys. Task description. The journey to becoming a culinary deity is fraught with challenges and encounters with diverse individuals. As a culinary god, one must possess determination to conquer the appetites of all. Task reward. Promotion of the Chunin combat puppet to a special Jonin combat puppet. Subsequently, Yang Ming entered the small restaurant, and the onlookers streamed in after him. However, the establishment was too cramped, and they found themselves standing at the entrance, straining their necks to peer inside. The moment the envoy leader glimpsed the menu, his face turned pale. A bowl of beef ramen was priced at 128 yuan, a cup of ice cream at 250 yuan, a meat bun at 666 yuan, and a serving of egg fried rice at 998 yuan. Oh my, just moments ago, the envoy leader was unaware of the exorbitant prices and boasted to the other envoys that he would treat them, encouraging them to eat freely. Once uttered, those words could not be retracted. Otherwise, where would his prestige lie? The other envoys, unaware of the price, assumed the leader was trying to win them over, and they each ordered from the menu. With the envoy leader included, there were a total of 9 individuals. Even if the leader abstained from ordering, let us see how much he would have to pay. 336 yuan. So exorbitant. It would be better to rob. Yet, knowing he had been duped, the envoy leader had to maintain an expression of confidence, while inside, he felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Heaven have mercy. He was merely a servant beside the feudal lord, akin to a secretary to a chairman, a small role indeed, and how high could his salary possibly be? This meal has devoured his entire salary for 3 months. The envoy leader had initially believed that this rare outing would allow him to bask in the glory of his esteemed reputation, enjoying the gazes of admiration from others. Little did he anticipate this turn of events. In an instant, his animosity towards Yang Ming surged like a tempest, his gaze growing increasingly venomous and frigid. One oblivious envoy, noticing the leader's silence, kindly inquired, "Leader, why aren't you ordering? Aren't you hungry? If you remain silent, no one will assume you're mute." Though the envoy leader simmered with anger, he could not afford to unleash it. The feeling was utterly stifling. He feigned forgetfulness, saying, then I shall order everything as well." The very utterance of those words twisted his heart in agony. My salary. That accursed Yang Ming. It is a truth universally acknowledged that some individuals, when they err, direct their ire towards others. Undoubtedly, the envoy leader was of such ilk. Once we finish dining, I shall declare the food completely unpalatable, and at such exorbitant prices, it is clearly extortion. Perhaps then I can leverage this to avoid settling the bill altogether. He brooded darkly. Unbeknownst to Yang Ming, or perhaps indifferent to their thoughts, he remained wholeheartedly focused on his culinary craft. He moved about the kitchen with the grace of a master chef, as if he had decades of experience, executing each dish with fluid precision. Akin to a ballet of swan-like elegance, devoid of any earthly triviality. Soon enough, the sumptuous dishes were prepared, as the beef ramen, meat buns, egg fried rice, and ice cream were artfully arranged upon the table. An amalgamation of tantalizing aromas erupted forth, surging like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A torrent of fragrance burst forth, enveloping all present, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon fragile vessels, instantly overwhelming them. In a blink, both the envoys and Kakashi were swept into the vortex of this aromatic whirlwind. How exquisite it was! Such fragrance ought to belong to the heavens. How rare it is to encounter it on earth. To experience this scent in one's lifetime is a treasure beyond measure. Gasps of wonder escaped from the assembled guests. Even among the envoys, some succumbed to the allure. The traitorous envoys leaned over the table, inhaling deeply, their faces transforming into masks of rapture. The sensation was akin to ascending to paradise. How miraculous it is that such culinary delights exist in this world. Having served beside the esteemed lord for so long, I have never encountered such delectable fare. As he listened to his colleagues extolling the virtues of Yang Ming's dishes, the envoy leader's expression darkened. You are on my team. By praising Yang Ming in such a manner, are you not casting aspersions upon me? What an affront! To prevent the situation from spiraling beyond redemption, the envoy leader cleared his throat, redirecting their attention. I recognize that we all relish this delightful aroma, but it is precisely for this reason that we must savor it thoroughly and offer fair and just evaluations. Would you not agree? The envoy leader particularly emphasized the significance of fairness and justice. The other envoys, perceiving the underlying message, were taken aback, their expressions shifting to solemnity. Under the anxious gazes of Kakashi and his companions, the envoy group commenced their culinary experience at Yang Ming's modest establishment. The envoy leader, picking up his chopsticks, feigned an air of sophistication, exclaiming, "Tiske, look at these chopsticks. Their dull, antiquated hue gives a rather poor first impression, robbing me of my appetite." Utter nonsense. Old Copper, known for his fiery temper, bristled at this remark. Relying on his status as the eldest of the Senju clan, he strode over, jabbing a finger at the envoy leader's nose. "You little rascal, you don't even know what these chopsticks are made of, and yet you call yourself a distinguished envoy." The envoy leader's face turned ashen. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner?" "Old man." Old Copper pointed to himself, raising his head defiantly. "Huh? In my day, while I was enjoying tea and chess with the previous lord, you were likely nowhere to be found, inhaling the winds of the northwest." The envoy leader scoffed. "You must be exaggerating." "Humph." Old Copper regarded him with disdain. "I am who I am, Senju Copper, and I shall not change my name." "What?" The envoy leader's expression shifted dramatically as he dropped his chopsticks, which clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Yet, what followed astonished him even more. Old Copper, despite his age, bent down to retrieve the chopsticks, treating them with the utmost care as if they were a precious treasure. However, the envoy leader dared not dismiss the situation lightly, for this man was Senju Copper. Although he was not a ninja, he shared a deep friendship with the previous lord. The envoy leader, eager to avoid offending Old Copper, quickly produced a tissue from his pocket, intending to wipe the chopsticks clean. To his surprise, Old Copper brusquely rejected his offer. "Remove your filthy hands." He then procured a silk handkerchief, meticulously polishing the chopsticks, ensuring that not a speck of dust remained. Only after this did he return the chopsticks to the envoy leader, coldly instructing, "Hurry up and eat, then be gone." Had anyone else spoken to him in such a manner, the envoy leader would have surely disregarded it. Yet, facing Old Copper, he could only humble himself, nodding and acquiescing. Following this farce, the envoy leader was inwardly alarmed. Good heavens, this little shop is terrifying. Not only is a jonin present, but even the ancient Senju Copper has graced us with his presence. However, he thought, regardless of this, today he was determined to ruin Yang Ming. After all, Old Copper may have been a friend of the previous lord, but he held no ties to the current one. With a cold smirk, the envoy leader resolved, "No matter how extraordinary your dishes may be, Yang Ming, I shall pronounce your death sentence." Thus, he took a bite of the noodles. The elastic strands danced and soared, akin to countless ping-pong balls bouncing within his mouth. As he savored the noodles, it felt as though a magnificent dragon had been unleashed, with the entire palate overwhelmed by an explosion of exquisite flavors. A hint of flavor, a fragment of territory, gradually eroded by the encroaching dragon of chaos. Until the envoy leader's mind was left with but two words: delectable. So delicious that all worldly troubles seemed to vanish into the ether. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his verdant youth, a time when he was blissfully unaware of the world's harsh realities. Back then, he too, like in this moment, bore no burdens in his heart, only dreams of the future. One must not squander the youth of one's prime. In those years, the envoy leader witnessed the relentless turmoil of the world and harbored aspirations of wielding a sword to traverse the globe, aiming to become a celebrated hero like the first Hokage. Alas, time is a merciless blade that alters a person beyond recognition. The envoy leader's dreams of heroism were shattered under the unyielding passage of time, leaving even the fragments untraceable, ground into dust. Society is a vast divat. Regardless of the envoy leader's reluctance, for the sake of survival and living with dignity, he began to transform himself. When did this transformation begin? The envoy leader chuckled bitterly, closing his eyes to conceal the tears welling in his eyes. He had forgotten that at some point, he had learned to don a mask, flattering the powerful while wielding authority over the common folk. His life, once a blank canvas, was now splashed with mottled colors, a chaotic tapestry that could never regain its former purity. In pursuit of fame and fortune, the envoy leader exhausted every stratagem, his heart now filled with fatigue. He longed for those days when he could lay foolishly on the grass, gazing at the stars, unencumbered by any burden, living solely for himself. He yearned for the times when simply listening to the radio could ease the passage of a day, a life of freedom akin to that of a celestial being. Time flows like a swift current, transforming the landscape. The hopeful youth of yesteryear had morphed into an envoy willing to resort to any means to ascend. The once fair visage now bore the marks of a hardened spirit, his gaze sharpened, and innocent dreams faded. The envoy leader wept silently, yet smiled. A bowl of beef noodles penetrated the softest recesses of his heart. With each mouthful, tears streamed down his face as he devoured every last morsel, his cheeks glistening with the remnants of his emotions. He glanced around, only to find other envoys similarly transformed into tears. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding enveloping them. When the envoy leader finished the last of the dishes, licking his lips in lingering satisfaction, he felt as though his spirit had been cleansed, radiating a newfound luminosity. At that moment, thoughts of revenge against Ming dissipated. How could one who crafted such moving cuisine be allowed to fall in such a manner? Reflecting on his tumultuous past, he harbored no desire for Ming to endure a similar tragedy. Thus, he resolutely made a decision. The envoy leader approached Ming, and with a resounding thud, knelt on both knees. Your culinary prowess is unparalleled, rare in this world. I, in my ignorance, dared to conspire against such a gem. I deserve the most severe punishment. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes. Please allow me to sever a hand in penance for the world. As he spoke, the envoy leader drew a dagger and aimed it directly at his left hand. The events unfolded in a flash, leaving everyone present astonished by the unexpected turn of fate. The envoy leader, who intended to eliminate Ming, shockingly chose to sever his own hand for the sake of Ming's shop's reputation. Had anyone suggested this before, it would have been met with disbelief. Yet, the reality was unfolding before their eyes, and disbelief was futile. As the dagger approached his skin, poised to spill blood, suddenly, a hand, like an eagle's claw, seized his right hand firmly. It was Kakashi. At the last moment, he grasped the envoy leader's hand, averting a catastrophe in its infancy. With a clang, the envoy leader winced in pain, loosening his grip, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Kakashi, his expression concealed beneath his mask, addressed the envoy leader. If you genuinely wish to apologize, there is no need for self-mutilation. Indeed, at that moment, Ming regained his composure. He had been genuinely startled, never anticipating such an act from the opponent. Fortunately, his acting skills could rival those of a Hollywood star, his countenance calm as a mountain before an impending storm. Though he remained unaware of the sudden change in the envoy leader, Ming gazed earnestly at him. Reality extends beyond mere survival. It encompasses poetry and distant horizons. If you wish to express gratitude, then live well. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the crowd with an enigmatic silhouette. The envoy leader shuddered, profoundly affected. He gazed in awe at Ming's retreating figure, as if beholding a majestic mountain. After savoring Yang Ming's culinary delights, he reflected on his past. In those years, he had dreamed of wielding a sword and bringing peace to the world. He had once been wild and free, believing that dreams were within easy reach. Yet, the idealistic visions clashed painfully with harsh realities. In the face of survival, he had altered too much, to the point of no longer recognizing himself. Reality extends beyond mere survival. It encompasses poetry and distant horizons. The envoy leader murmured, his eyes rekindling a brilliant light. It was the glow of rediscovered faith. Reverently, he bowed 3 times to Yang Ming's silhouette, then resolved to leave money on the table, departing with his companions. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a path, and although they observed the tear-streaked faces of the envoy and his companions, no one uttered a word of mockery. Many among them had also been touched by Yang Ming's culinary artistry. In this world, if I must admire anyone, it is solely boss Yang Ming. One diner remarked with heartfelt emotion. Indeed, another diner nodded in agreement, recalling how a simple ice cream had salvaged his marriage during a quarrel. Boss Yang Ming is truly a blessing for Konoha village, one diner summarized. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, a young girl glared angrily at the envoy and his group. Humph, it is entirely your fault for causing me to wait in line for so long, only to be deprived of Yang Ming's exquisite culinary delights. Upon my return, I shall certainly report you to my father. After a while, as the little establishment concluded its hours of operation, the remaining patrons in line were left with no choice but to depart in disappointment. Once the last customer had exited, Yang Ming securely locked the door and turned his gaze toward the system. Hidden task: conquer the appetites of the envoys. Task description: the journey toward becoming a culinary master is fraught with challenges, as one encounters a myriad of individuals. As a culinary deity, one must possess the resolve to satisfy the appetites of all. Task reward: the puppet of Chunin combat prowess shall be upgraded to that of a special jonin. With the task completed, the reward was promptly dispensed. With a mere thought, the puppet stored within the system materialized within the room. The once plump puppet had not undergone significant alterations in appearance. It remained much the same, yet it now exuded a more menacing and terrifying aura. Its surface was adorned with spikes, each the length of a finger, and one could easily imagine the agony inflicted should they penetrate human flesh. Moreover, the puppet possessed a remarkable attribute: the potency of venom. The multitude of spikes glimmered with an ominous green hue, unmistakably infused with lethal toxins. As Yang Ming observed the puppet, pertinent information materialized before him. Name: the chubby one. Rank: special jonin abilities, poison spike hell, unerringly precise, rapid fire barrage. Ability description: the puppet initially releases smoke bombs, followed by a barrage of steel needles targeting the enemy. Hell of infinite spikes. Ability description: the puppet instantaneously unleashes all its spikes, causing widespread devastation. Hungry ghost hell: 1,000 arrows pierce the heart. Ability description: the puppet opens its abdomen, ensnaring the enemy within, then drives all its spikes inward, achieving the goal of strangling the foe. In contrast to the previous singular ability, the puppet now wielded a far more formidable arsenal. The Hell of Infinite Spikes boasted a significant advantage over Poison Spike Hell, as it could release its attacks at a rapid pace in every conceivable direction, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. As for the ability of Hungry Ghost Hell, it reminded Yang Ming of Kanjiro's puppet. He pondered who would emerge superior in a comparison of the two. In truth, Yang Ming possessed a considerable advantage. The puppet did not require him to manipulate it with chakra threads. A mere thought would suffice, allowing the puppet to act autonomously with remarkable freedom. However, it did have its drawbacks. Even if Yang Ming became a master puppeteer, he would be unable to modify the puppet, and at present, he could only utilize a single puppet. Facing a seasoned puppeteer would undoubtedly lead to an unfortunate predicament, as he would find himself outnumbered. At this moment, Yang Ming's primary concern revolved around a singular question: why had the system's initial task yet to be fulfilled? He had begun to discern the patterns of the system's tasks. Presently, tasks were categorized into 4 types: mainline tasks, hidden tasks, sequential tasks, and achievement tasks. Hidden tasks would only trigger upon encountering specific events, offering varied rewards. In contrast, achievement tasks were inclined to reward ninjutsu. The sequential tasks remain elusive for now, as only the first one has been triggered. Yet, this initial task has already granted a coveted Sharingan, leading Yang Ming to speculate that the rewards may be inclined towards the bloodline limit. As for the main quest, it remains unfulfilled, defeating the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Task: defeat Ichiraku Ramen and become a renowned establishment in the Hidden Leaf Village. Task hint: as the supreme culinary deity of the future in the Naruto world, how could you possibly ascend without facing a few monsters for experience? Task rewards, to be determined by the host's ultimate achievements. However, Yang Ming has already vanquished Uncle Ichiraku. Why has he not yet received a completion notification? Moreover, given the abundance of rewards from other tasks, one cannot help but wonder what the main quest's rewards might entail. Anticipation swells within Yang Ming. He inquires, "System, when will my main quest be considered complete?" Host: the system replies with utmost seriousness. Your small shop must achieve a reputation that surpasses Ichiraku Ramen, and daily patronage must significantly exceed that of your competitor. Only after maintaining this status for a week will the system recognize your victory over Ichiraku Ramen. Enlightenment dawns upon Yang Ming. Thus, defeating Uncle Ichiraku merely opens the door to his shop's recognition. It seems that by tomorrow, he may fulfill the conditions for claiming his rewards. Time flies swiftly. Before long, the sun sets, marking dinner time once again. In the past, villagers would gather in twos and threes to enjoy a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen. Now, they have a second option: Yang Ming's small shop. Like a comet, it has shone brightly, transforming from an unremarkable establishment into a renowned venue that rivals Ichiraku Ramen almost overnight. As the proprietor, Yang Ming has become the most sought-after chef in the Hidden Leaf Village. Early in the morning, a long queue forms outside his shop, creating a picturesque scene alongside Ichiraku Ramen. The two esteemed establishments are humorously dubbed the Twin Dragons playing with pearls by the villagers, who revel in their own jest. After all, waiting in line is no small feat. One may have to endure several hours before their turn arrives. When it comes to queuing, Yang Ming's shop is perhaps the most challenging. An unwritten rule dictates that lunch and dinner are served for only 2 hours, and once the time is up, the doors close. Yet, despite this, villagers flock to sample the legendary dishes said to bring joy. At the very least, there is always Ichiraku Ramen. This has led to a surge in business at Ichiraku Ramen, much to Uncle Ichiraku's delight, further solidifying his belief in marrying off his daughter, Shobu. As Yang Ming opens the shop door, villagers rush in like a tide, each eager to stake their claim. "Boss, I'll have a serving of fried rice and ice cream." Amidst the throng, a crisp voice rings out, akin to a refreshing spring in a forest, bringing a sense of comfort. Yang Ming turns his gaze towards the source of the voice and is instantly captivated. What a charming little girl. She stood gracefully, her posture proud and elegant, adorned in a resplendent purple silk robe that exuded an air of opulence. Her delicate, oval face hinted at the early signs of beauty, accentuated by a beauty mark at the left corner of her mouth, which bestowed upon her an allure that transcended her years. At that moment, she sat upon a stool, her expression one of impatience as she glanced at Yang Ming, her lips slightly puckered, adding to her charm. Anyone who beheld such a beauty would find their spirits lifted, and Yang Ming was no exception. However, he had long since mastered the art of composure, merely responding, "Very well, please hold on." With that, he turned and entered the kitchen. This left the young girl in a state of confusion. She had presumed that, irrespective of her identity, her striking appearance alone would afford her preferential treatment. To her astonishment, Yang Ming treated her as he would any ordinary guest. Did he not notice how stunning she was, allowing her to wait alongside a group of older gentlemen? The little girl lamented internally, her beautifully arched eyebrows knitted together in discontent as she maintained a distance from the surrounding patrons, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Were it not for her desire to savor Yang Ming's culinary skills, she would never deign to share a table with these commoners. How utterly revolting. It was akin to a form of obsessive cleanliness. She felt that merely sitting there made her feel as though she hadn't bathed in years. As the surrounding diners, captivated by such an adorable little lady, approached her with idle chatter, she dismissively ignored them, rendering their attempts futile, as they felt they had encountered a formidable iceberg, only to be admired from afar. Soon, the dish she ordered arrived. She scrutinized the egg-fried rice critically. The grains were plump and round, resembling a mountain of sand. The fried rice shimmered like gold, each grain enveloped in a golden egg coating, appearing almost luminescent under the light, radiating an enticing hue. The little girl wrinkled her nose in discontent. How can there be no aroma at all? This deserves a poor review. Her gaze betrayed a captivating disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, She considered that perhaps the hype surrounding this quaint establishment had been exaggerated. After all, the renowned imperial chefs were among the finest in the nation, and their fried rice surpassed this in flavor. With her mind brimming with complaints, she scooped a spoonful, opened her cherubic mouth, and took a bite. To her astonishment, she suddenly lost grip of the spoon, which clattered onto the table, scattering rice across the surface and even onto the floor. As she regained her composure, her eyes widened in alarm. She disregarded the decorum expected of a lady, hastily retrieving every grain of rice, even those that had fallen to the ground. Without a second thought for the dirt, she consumed all the fallen rice, savoring it with unabashed delight. Delicious. Oh, it's simply divine. The little girl was utterly absorbed in the exquisite taste of the fried rice, akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, unable to extricate herself from its embrace. Even the finest chefs in the imperial residence could not craft such a dish. The fried rice was not devoid of fragrance. Rather, its essence was intricately woven into each grain, subtly concealed, yet profoundly impactful. As the little girl stirred with her ivory-white teeth, crunching the rice grains like grinding beans, the rich aroma within exploded in an instant, reminiscent of fiery projectiles that splattered forth a formidable fragrance. The flavor of the fried rice was exquisite, reaching a sublime realm. Too firm, and it would be overly tough. Too soft, and it would lack substance, achieving a golden ratio that was truly irreplaceable. Yet, astonishingly, Ming managed to accomplish the unthinkable, perfecting each grain of rice to its utmost texture. To bring a single grain of rice to such heights is the mark of a mediocre talent. To master half a bowl is the hallmark of genius. However, to elevate an entire plate to such perfection transcends mere genius. It is a marvel of nature's artistry, as if divinely inspired. In this moment, the little girl had long since stowed away her discontent, shedding any semblance of ladylike decorum as she seized her spoon, voraciously devouring the fried rice, as though fearing it might be snatched away. Even at home, in the presence of renowned chefs, she had never lost her composure as she did today. If one were to insist, it could be said that the dishes prepared by Master Ming were so delectable that she fancied marrying him one day, dreaming of indulging in such culinary delights daily. After finishing a plate of egg fried rice, the little girl let out a satisfied burp, never having imagined that dining could bring such joy. At home, her illustrious father often instructed her to embody the essence of a lady, advocating for small bites, careful chewing, and limiting herself to portions of each dish, all to maintain an air of elegance. The entire dining experience became a torment, transformed from a meal into a mere social ritual meant to showcase her superiority. Yet now, liberated from societal constraints and free from admonition, she reveled in the sheer pleasure of gorging on food, savoring its exquisite taste. This was sublime happiness, the pursuit she had long desired. In the small eatery, two regular patrons exchanged glances, sensing the moment was ripe, and thus began to converse loudly. Have you heard? The Land of Waves has unveiled the legendary kitchenware. Oh, what is so remarkable about this kitchenware? You don't know? It's said to be the very utensils once wielded by the legendary sage of Six Paths, possessing incredible powers. Their elevated voices, combined with the novelty of the topic, indeed captured the attention of those around them. The renowned chef's daughter curiously leaned in, her face a mask of skepticism. Are you telling a story? I've never heard of such a thing. The initiating patron smirked dismissively, replying, believe it or not, I do. Receiving such a retort, the little girl stamped her foot in annoyance and decided to retreat for ice cream. At that moment, Ming encountered a peculiar task from the system. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Investigate the whereabouts of the legendary kitchenware. Task description. In the vast and bounteous world of the Hidden Leaf, where remarkable individuals dwell, it is said that the powerful sage of Six Paths left behind 4 types of kitchenware in the mortal realm. As the future culinary deity, it is your duty to seek their locations. Task reward. Recipe for dompa pork. Contemplating the rewards of this task, although Ming found it somewhat perplexing, he approached the two diners. He addressed them, please elaborate on this matter. The two patrons exchanged discreet glances, secretly elated that what they perceived as trivial had indeed captured Ming's attention. Thus, they began to recount their tale. It transpired that a merchant convoy from the Land of Thunder, while traversing the Land of Waves, encountered turmoil within the latter's borders. Not only were the convoy's goods seized, but its members were also ruthlessly slaughtered. This incident, while tragic, was not particularly extraordinary. Such occurrences transpire daily across the globe. However, what no one anticipated was that this particular convoy was among the top 3 esteemed merchant fleets in the Land of Thunder. And the leader of this expedition was the sole heir of the fleet's proprietor. This revelation stirred a hornet's nest. The merchant's owner immediately offered a substantial bounty on the black market for the perpetrators, explicitly stating that in addition to the reward, the stolen goods would also be returned, accompanied by a detailed inventory of the items lost. Among these goods were numerous military rations and ninja tools, including a weapon that rivaled those wielded by the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Notably, a renowned culinary tool was also among the items, albeit less conspicuous in its significance. Though Yang Ming still found the situation bewildering, the system had issued a task, suggesting that there was indeed merit to the matter. After all, Kishimoto had never claimed that the Sage of 6 Paths was incapable of culinary artistry. The tools he had utilized might possess some extraordinary qualities. At that moment, Kakashi entered with a group. "Big brother, I'm back," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Yang Ming. "I'm thrilled to tell you that I can finally embark on a mission tomorrow." "Oh," Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. "Then I extend my congratulations." "Hee," Naruto beamed, nearly wagging his tail in delight. "I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been abroad before and have no idea what the Land of Waves is like." Yang Ming was intrigued. "You are heading to the Land of Waves?" "Yes," Naruto pointed, and Yang Ming then noticed an elderly gentleman standing beside them. "This feast is courtesy of Uncle Dazna. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to indulge like this." "Dazna, you say?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yang Ming's eyes, and he feigned nonchalance as he inquired, "What will you be having?" "I want one of everything," Naruto declared exuberantly. "I'll stick to my usual." "I'd like a meat bun," Kakashi chimed in. "I want ice cream and fried rice," Sakura added, her mouth watering. "TCH. Sasuke, still irked with Yang Ming, coldly remarked, "I'll have one of everything too." With each dish they ordered, Dazna felt a pang of pain in his heart. A bowl of beef ramen for 128 yuan. A scoop of ice cream for 250 yuan, a meat bun for 666 yuan, and a serving of fried rice for 998 yuan. Am I seeing this correctly? What kind of extortionate establishment is this? Dazna gasped in disbelief. He repeatedly admonished himself to remain calm, composed, and collected. The future of the Land of Waves rested upon Team 7. Heavenly pity. They scrimped and saved just to afford hiring a ninja, a sum not meant for extravagance. Now, Dazuna deeply regrets ever suggesting a meal on the house. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. At that moment, Yang Ming delivered a sharp remark. "Uncle, what would you like to order?" Dazuna longed to shout, "I don't want to eat. A mere dry ration will suffice." Yet, with the guest already present, he felt compelled to order something. Otherwise, he would lose face, which would be utterly embarrassing. It mattered little if he felt embarrassed himself, but he dreaded the thought of others linking him to the impoverished people of the Land of Waves, believing them all to be destitute. It was akin to a resident of a certain province stealing manhole covers, resulting in nationwide notoriety, leading to the stigma that followed them wherever they went. What a humiliation that would be. Thus, Dazuna, trembling, pointed at the menu, swallowed hard, and said with great difficulty, "I'll have a bowl of beef ramen." As those words escaped his lips, he felt as though his very spirit was drained, collapsing wearily onto the chair. That seemingly trivial statement had unknowingly consumed a significant portion of hard-earned money. It is vital to note that the wage levels in the Land of Fire far surpass those in the Land of Waves for the same work. The pay in the Land of Fire is 4 times that of the Land of Waves. Such is the lament of a small nation. "It's all right. As long as we can drive away Kato, everything will improve," Dazuna reassured himself. Although the world of ninjas does not subscribe to the notion that one must first build roads to achieve wealth, the wisdom of the working populace is boundless. A truth Dazuna understood all too well. Thus, he resolved to fulfill the bridge construction task and elevate the Land of Waves. This was a simple yet noble aspiration, echoing the sentiment that the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. When a bowl of beef ramen was finally placed before him, Dazuna's mind wandered aimlessly. He thought of his deceased son, his struggling daughter-in-law, and his grandson. Overwhelmed by worry, even though Yang Ming's beef ramen was delightful, it felt to him like chewing on wax. He simply lacked the spirit to savor the culinary delight. Dazuna, akin to gnawing on dry rations, swallowed the ramen hastily, barely chewing, and consumed it without relishing its flavor. In his heart, Only one thought lingered. Drive away, Kato. It must be said that Dezuna's failure to appreciate Yang Ming's culinary artistry was indeed a personal regret. The following day dawned bright and clear, bathed in sunshine. The third Hokage leisurely puffed on his small pipe, joyfully skipping along. Today, after finally completing his official duties, he had managed to slip away, eager to visit Yang Ming's little shop for a hearty meal. Along the way, he took in the vibrant village, a testament to the peace he had helped create. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. This was also why he preferred not to travel using ninjutsu, as it deprived him of the chance to fully appreciate the scenery. What shall I order today? Fried rice? No, that's too costly. Beef ramen seems fitting for my age. Perhaps I could also indulge in a scoop of ice cream? With a heart full of joy, the third generation dashed towards Yang Ming's small shop. However, he was soon taken aback. Where is everyone? At this hour? There should be a long queue outside, but now not a soul could be seen. In stark contrast, the long line forming in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop was glaringly obvious. The third generation approached a patron of Ichiraku ramen and pointed towards Yang Ming's shop, inquiring, "Why is there no one at Yang Ming's today?" Upon recognizing the third generation, the patron immediately bowed respectfully, his face twisting into an expression of barely contained frustration. A sense of unease gripped the third generation's heart, leading him to ponder if something serious had transpired. Although he had previously taken stern measures to eradicate a group of pests due to issues at the supermarket's lower level, could it be that they sought revenge against him by targeting Yang Ming? Despite the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, the third generation maintained a benevolent demeanor and asked, "Please, enlighten me about this situation." The patron pointed towards Yang Ming's shop, appearing at a loss for words. Finally managing to say, "You will understand once you see the notice posted there." The third generation felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that something truly unfortunate had occurred? Thus, he graciously expressed his thanks while bearing a heavy heart as he approached the shop's entrance. Upon seeing the notice taped to the door, goosebumps erupted across his skin, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. At that moment, words failed to articulate his thoughts. For there, in bold letters, the notice boldly proclaimed a leave of absence. Below it, Yang Ming elaborated on his reason for the leave. Due to recent obligations requiring him to gather material, he would be away for an unspecified duration. As for when he would return, he humorously admitted, "To be honest, I have no idea," shrugs. Aware that this would likely displease many, he suggested, "Well, you can dine at Ichiraku Ramen across the street to express your dissatisfaction, truly." Upon finishing the notice, the third generation felt as if the primal force within him was on the verge of exploding. Just as the renowned author at Chijian once expressed, provoking readers to the point of wishing to send the author a knife is quite simple, just stop updating. Now, the third generation felt akin to an avid reader who had recently savored Yang Ming's culinary delights, only to find, upon yearning for a return visit, that the updates had ceased. How could he possibly endure this? For the first time, he was consumed by rage. The sensation of craving something unattainable was akin to a carrot dangled before a hungry horse, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. Observing the third generation's dazed expression, the patron silently shook his head. He too had been agitated by Yang Ming's notice that day. Yet now, witnessing someone else share in his misfortune brought him an unexpected sense of satisfaction, despite his efforts to remind himself that such thoughts were inappropriate. Watching the third generation's retreating figure only whetted his appetite further. Deciding, he resolved to indulge in another bowl of Ichiraku ramen later on. At this moment, Mike Guy, as usual, walked along the street upside down while heading towards Yang Ming's small shop. Lunchtime approaches once more, and I can already sense the fervor of youth bubbling within me. Mike Guy, uttering cryptic words that elude comprehension, moves with a swiftness that rivals the speed of walking. To him, the streets seem to retreat rapidly. Before long, he spots the third Hokage standing alone at the entrance, an image of desolation. Oh, has Lord Hokage also arrived? Faced with the third, Mike Guy dares not show the slightest hint of negligence. He straightens his posture and approaches with utmost seriousness. It's you, Guy? The third Hokage remarks, puffing listlessly on his pipe. Have you come for a meal as well? Indeed. Mike Guy, still oblivious to the situation, exclaims with fervor. I can feel the meat buns calling to me. The third Hokage, already well acquainted with Mike Guy's exuberance, responds with a weary expression. Perhaps you should first take a look at the notice posted on the shop door. As expected, after reading it, Mike Guy's demeanor shifted dramatically. Suddenly, He let out a wail of despair. My youth. It is often said that when one is down on their luck, finding others in the same plight can bring a peculiar sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the third Hokage shared this sentiment. However, as the leader of the village, he could only stifle his laughter and calmly pat Mike Guy on the shoulder. Guy, I believe we should convene a meeting upon our return to establish a rule for the village's shops. They must notify ahead of time when they intend to close. You speak truthfully. Mike Guy, with tears in his eyes, replied, We cannot allow others to take after my brother, closing without any notice, leaving everyone unprepared. Meanwhile, young Ming, accompanied by Team 7, journeyed toward the land of waves. Midway through their travels, he suddenly sneezed several times. Wiping his nose, he jested, It must be my fault for being too handsome. I wonder which young lady is longing for me. No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi averted his gaze, pretending to admire the scenery, while Sasuke and Sakura twitched at the corners of their mouths. Only Naruto, increasingly resembling a fervent admirer of young Ming, nodded in agreement, stating, It must be because you possess such charm. Yang Ming gave a thumbs up. You truly have an eye for talent. At this moment, the group sat jostling in their vehicle on the bumpy road to the land of waves. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared to notice something, casually glancing at the puddles ahead, a subtle smirk hidden beneath his mask. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided that Team 7's members were still too young and had not yet faced real battles. It was time to impart a vivid lesson. Thus, he set aside any thoughts of action and chose to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Yang Ming completed his first main quest. Defeat Ichiraku Ramen and become a renowned establishment in Konoha. Quest hint. As the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto universe, how could you possibly advance without a few minions? Quest reward. Invincible defense card, 22. Upon seeing the reward for his main quest, Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. An invincible defense card? What on earth is that? Just then, a golden card materialized in his hand. Much like a VIP card used for shopping at a supermarket, the golden card dazzles with its opulent hue, capable of blinding the eyes of onlookers. When Yang Ming focused his attention on the card, its remarkable abilities were immediately revealed. The Invincible Defense card, 22 for 1 minute. It grants immunity to any attack, with 2 usages remaining. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled, undoubtedly. This was an exceptional trump card for survival. The claim of immunity to any attack implied that even the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan could be negated. This was extraordinary. Hastily, Yang Ming secured the golden card close to him, treating it as a treasured possession. At that moment, as the vehicle carrying the group passed by a pond, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 2 ninjas, clad in peculiar attire and adorned with forehead protectors, seemingly appeared out of thin air, leaping from the shallow pond, which was hardly large enough to conceal a person. Yet, the world of Naruto defies the laws of nature. Clearly, the 2 ninjas had utilized ninjutsu, laying an ambush within the pond, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Evidently, the members of Team 7 had yet to undergo the trials of fire and blood. They stood there, bewildered. The iron chains launched by the enemies struck with the swiftness of 2 venomous serpents, encircling them from both sides with a swift hiss through the air. Kakashi, caught unawares, displayed a look of utter vulnerability and was easily ensnared by the weapons of the Ghost Brothers. In an instant, the chains seized Kakashi, binding him tightly. Then, before the horrified expressions of his comrades, they unleashed their strength. With a sickening sound, Kakashi was torn apart. The scene was gruesomely tragic. Kakashi-sensei. It was as if the heavens had collapsed and the earth had crumbled. Naruto and Sakura emitted cries of despair. They had never anticipated that their formidable teacher could perish in such a manner. However, their sorrow was not afforded time to linger, for the enemies pressed on. The first one, the Ghost Brothers, sneered, as if they had casually dispatched an insignificant creature. Without the need for communication, their lethal coordination seemed instinctive, ingrained within their very essence. With a swift turn, they disregarded Kakashi's lifeless form and advanced toward the others, their disdainful gazes suggesting they were not pursuing human prey, but rather lambs awaiting slaughter. Their next target was Naruto. 2 murderous glares locked onto Naruto, piercing through him like sharp daggers. The overwhelming aura of death descending upon him like a mountain, rendering him paralyzed in icy dread. In that moment, he found himself rooted in place, terror-stricken. What should I do? Is this the life of a ninja? Such intense killing intent. Am I truly to perish here today? No, I refuse to die. I aspire to become a ninja greater than all the Hokage before me. Yet, despite the roaring defiance within him, his body remained numbed and immobile, helplessly witnessing the serpentine chains swiftly advancing. Just as he was about to meet the same gruesome fate as Kakashi, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Sasuke. To think that this was the so-called genius who had often irked him. With exceptional martial prowess and a calm demeanor, Sasuke swiftly surveyed his surroundings. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he executed a sweeping kick towards the two iron chains. Crack! Crack! The sound reverberated as the serpentine chains abruptly altered their trajectory, plunging into the neighboring trees. But that was not all. It is better to sever a single finger than to injure all 10. Clearly, Sasuke understood this principle well. He deftly reached into his tactical pouch with both hands, retrieving sharp kunai, which he launched in pursuit of the chains. Whoosh! Whoosh! Clink! Clink! Each kunai struck true, akin to targeting the vulnerable spot of a snake, threading through the gaps in the chains and pinning them firmly to the trees, unyielding and resolute. The Ghost Brothers, in disbelief, tugged at the chains, yet they remained immovable. Cursed brat! The duo growled in low voices, infuriated that they had fallen prey to a boy they had underestimated. Moreover, it was evident that their adversary was merely a novice genin, which made their embarrassment sting all the more. They were, after all, the notorious Ghost Brothers, feared assassins from the village hidden in the mist. Sasuke's actions not only thwarted their attack, but also dealt a significant blow to their pride. If word of this spread, how could they continue to operate or accept missions? Their blood boiled, and a murderous aura enveloped the air. The Ghost Brothers held nothing back, propelling themselves forward with renewed vigor. To the untrained eye, they seemed to vanish in an instant. How swift! Sasuke was equally startled, hastily grasping a kunai, adopting a defensive stance. But alas, it was too late. Like a sudden burst of speed, the Ghost Brothers appeared before Sasuke, their legs striking out in unison, akin to the crack of a whip, generating a resounding clap as they struck him. Bang! Like a cannonball, Sasuke seemed utterly unprepared, his defenses shattered in an instant, and he was sent hurtling backward until he crashed against a large tree. Gasp! Clutching his chest, Sasuke felt his insides churn violently, unable to withstand his injuries any longer, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the blood spilled forth, it was as if all his vitality was drained away, rendering his complexion pale and ghostly, akin to a blank canvas. At that moment, Naruto, too, found himself in dire straits, even more so than Sasuke, as he was kicked away, landing precariously on a tree branch. The Ghost Brothers felt a sense of catharsis as they approached the remaining three with sinister smiles. Uncle Tazuna's face turned ashen, filled with despair. Sakura trembled as she picked up a kunai, only to awkwardly hold it backward in her anxiety. The elderly and the young were mere trifles in the eyes of the Ghost Brothers. As for the last individual, young Ming remained composed, observing the scene with an air of detachment. However, to the Ghost Brothers, young Ming exhibited neither a formidable presence nor the vigilance of a strong warrior. He appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, ample enough for them to eliminate him 100 times over. The Ghost Brothers, now unhurried, wore predatory grins upon their fierce faces. Let us now relish in the spectacle of your despair. What manner of demise do you prefer, steamed or braised? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow at the self-satisfied duo, remarking, "Your prattle is excessive." What did you say? The ghostly brothers were taken aback, astonished that even at such a critical juncture, someone remained defiant, especially one who appeared as feeble as Yang Ming. However, despair soon descended upon them, and this time, they were the intended victims. In the past, the ghostly brothers had assassinated countless individuals. Through their relentless slaughter, they developed a peculiar penchant for tormenting their victims with bizarre methods, relishing the sounds of pleas for mercy and anguished cries as they ushered others into the abyss of despair. This occasion was no exception. They anticipated savoring the struggles of Naruto and Sasuke in their final moments, delighting in the tender freshness of Sakura. Alas, all their plans were thwarted by a singular presence. Behind the ghostly brothers, a mound of earth suddenly emerged, followed by an unexpected transformation. A grotesque puppet materialized before them. The brothers had no time to react, for the adversary moved with extraordinary speed. The puppet's front abruptly opened, revealing a pitch-black void, akin to a black hole, which swiftly engulfed the ghostly brothers. In the midst of their terror, the doors sealed tightly. Bang! Like a sturdy cage, darkness surged towards them. Cursed be it. The brothers were not ones to submit easily. They each employed their skills to escape from within the puppet. Yet, what truly plunged them into despair was the astonishing resilience of this puppet. Though it appeared to be an ordinary wooden construct, no matter their efforts, it was as if they had struck an impenetrable barrier. Thank you, Boss Ming. At that moment, a figure emerged behind Ming, none other than the deceased Kakashi. Ming rolled his eyes. You could have handled this yourself. Do not mind such trifles. Kakashi waved his hand, adamantly refusing to admit that he had been secretly watching Intimate Paradise. Kakashi-sensei, is that really you? Sakura gazed at Kakashi in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. The events of the day had utterly shattered her previous worldview. The brutalities among ninjas resembled a dance upon the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead one into the depths of hell. Every moment, the suffocating grip of death tightened around one's throat, rendering existence a torment. In contrast, the so-called training exercises at the Ninja Academy seemed trivial, akin to child's play. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke approached, disheveled. Naruto was the first to voice his complaint. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive, yet you didn't lend a hand. Kakashi bore no ill will towards his rudeness, merely surveying the surroundings with a grave expression. As a ninja, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Your performances just now, with the exception of Sasuke, were utterly inadequate. Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips moved, clearly feeling indignant and eager to retort. However, recalling the paralyzing fear he felt in the face of their enemies, he was overwhelmed by an urge to bury himself in the ground out of sheer embarrassment. It was truly humiliating. He still dares to proclaim his aspiration to become Hokage. After the reprimand, Kakashi turned to Dazna with a serious expression. Mr. Dazna, encountering ninjas in this mission clearly categorizes it as being of B rank or higher, far exceeding your task's level. I regret to inform you that our team is unable to fulfill your request. As an elite jonin, Kakashi could easily complete such a task alone. However, his primary role now is as the instructor of Team 7, dedicated to nurturing Naruto and his companions. It is evident that the three of them lack the requisite strength to undertake this mission. Judging by their earlier performance, their immaturity was glaringly apparent. Apart from Sasuke, they showed little capacity for resistance against adversaries. Faced with Kakashi's scrutiny, Dazna appeared grave and speechless. Sakura recalled the precarious battle they had just endured, her heart still racing with unease. Kakashi-sensei is right, and Sasuke is injured. He should be taken back for medical attention. Sasuke, with an air of arrogance, turned his head away in silence. If Naruto and Sakura could match his prowess, he would not mind continuing with the mission. However, the reality was disheartening. Naruto's shortcomings alone could spell disaster for the team. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Naruto hung his head, fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. Despite his relentless efforts, why must he be outshone by that annoying Sasuke? He yearns to become a ninja who surpasses all previous Hokages. How could he even contemplate surrender? The memories of scornful gazes and his own arduous struggles surged within him, forming a tumultuous knot in his chest that demanded release. Suddenly, with fierce determination, Naruto glared with intensity and drew a kunai from his tactical pouch. To the astonishment of everyone present, he plunged the kunai into the back of his hand. In an instant, blood flowed freely, staining his hand crimson. With unwavering resolve, Naruto addressed his companions. I swear upon the pain in my left hand, I will use this kunai to protect the old man. Let us continue the mission. In that moment, Naruto shed his previous despondency, radiating an unwavering tenacity that transformed him utterly, exuding an undeniable charisma. Kakashi observed Naruto with a sense of pride. This is the son of a true teacher, he mused. As the leader, Kakashi held the authority to decide whether to proceed with the mission. Considering Naruto's fervor, he resolutely declared that the mission would continue. To gather information about the enemy, Kakashi led the group to the front of the puppet. Fortunately, the puppet was quite hefty, accommodating two robust men within it. With a thought, Ming opened a hole in the puppet's belly, perfectly aligned with the eyes of the Ghost Brothers. What? It's you. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Upon seeing Kakashi in scathe, the Ghost Brothers were struck with disbelief, as if confronted by a specter. Kakashi smiled at them. Whether I am alive or not is inconsequential. The real question is, do you wish to survive? The Ghost Brothers sensed that beneath Kakashi's sunny demeanor lay a lurking devil, no matter how bright his smile. A chill enveloped them. The two individuals understood all too well the dire consequences of failure, yet they dared not voice their apprehensions. For looming behind them was a formidable deity. Thus, they resolutely declared, "Step aside, old man. We shall not acquiesce to your desires." Kakashi, maintaining his inscrutable smile, regarded them with a hint of amusement and remarked, "What a pity." He then turned to Yang Ming and stated, "My dear Yang Ming, I will require your assistance shortly. Do not hesitate to eliminate them." With a resigned shrug, Yang Ming acknowledged Kakashi's words, fully aware of the implications. After all, in certain circumstances, the dead can be more revealing than the living, for under special ninjutsu, they harbor no secrets. Yang Ming cast a sympathetic glance at the ghostly brothers and remarked, "To flaunt one's lack of skill is to invite misfortune." With a flicker of intent, Yang Ming commanded the puppet to seal its gaping maw, and suddenly, the poisonous spikes embedded in its surface thrust inward with a vengeance. In an instant, anguished screams echoed as crimson blossoms erupted upon the ground. Under the relentless onslaught of the hungry ghost realm, the ghostly brothers met their inevitable demise. Although the scene was gruesome, it imparted a vivid lesson to Naruto and his companions. The ninja world is devoid of mercy. As Yang Ming's puppet opened its abdomen, discarding the lifeless forms of the ghostly brothers, they were seen adorned with grotesque poisonous spikes, their faces a haunting blend of regret and rage, a truly harrowing sight. A palpable stench of blood assaulted the senses of all present, jarring their nerves. Sakura, encountering such brutality for the first time, quickly turned pale and retreated, unable to suppress her nausea. Naruto fared little better, his complexion betraying his discomfort, while the only one of Team 7 remaining unshaken was Sasuke. Having witnessed bloodshed at a tender age under the tutelage of his family's warriors, it left him largely unaffected. Kakashi observed the unfolding chaos with an air of indifference. Saying nothing, he was not the caretaker of Team 7, tasked with coddling them at every turn. Young hawks must learn to soar independently to relish the thrill of the skies. Once he noted that Naruto and the others had regained their composure, Kakashi approached the bodies of the ghostly brothers to extract information using a specialized ninjutsu. This process, however, was even more gruesome, as Kakashi opted to transport the corpses to a secluded area for his work. In the meantime, Yang Ming approached Naruto with concern, asking, "Naruto, extend your hand for me to examine." Naruto complied, revealing a wound that had once pierced his palm, now miraculously healed, leaving only a faint scar and remnants of dried blood. While Yang Ming's expression remained stoic, tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Is this the terrifying power of the Nine Tails chakra? How astonishingly swift the healing. Truth be told, the world of Naruto is profoundly inequitable. Despite being human, the disparities are vast. Over the past week, Yang Ming had diligently trained alongside Li, finally beginning to shed his frail physique. Yet, even now, should Yang Ming find himself in a predicament akin to Naruto's, the recovery would span over a month. For Naruto, however, such injuries seemed as trivial as mere sustenance. Upon Kakashi's return, fatigue etched upon his features, he announced, "Let us rest here for a moment." Others were naturally eager to agree, and as the sky began to darken, they divided tasks among themselves, erecting tents, gathering firewood, and kindling the fire. At that moment, Naruto, with a gluttonous expression, remarked, "Big brother, why not prepare a delicious dinner for everyone tonight?" As he spoke, he patted his flat stomach, adopting a pitiful demeanor. The others perked up, abandoning their quest for provisions, and gazed at Yang Ming with eager anticipation. Yang Ming, however, appeared troubled. Would he confess that he lacked culinary skills? "Please, don't pressure me," he lamented internally. Just then, the system chimed in, announcing the activation of a hidden quest. A transmigrator must master outdoor cooking. The task description read, "In days of yore, those who traversed realms thrived on their outdoor cooking prowess, charming maidens, and ascending to the pinnacle of life." The reward was a basic knife skill. Yang Ming was rendered speechless. How could it be that he was awarded a culinary skill? This was not the time to falter. Yet, there was a dilemma. He truly had no experience in outdoor cooking. Wait a minute. Who said one must be adept in culinary arts to prepare a meal outdoors? Was there not a legendary dish that could be enjoyed even without cooking skills? The beggar's chicken. With this thought, Yang Ming assigned tasks to the others to hunt for wild chickens and gather spices. Meanwhile, he instructed his puppet, the rotund figure, to dig a hole in the ground and awaited the return of his companions. The efficiency of ninjas was remarkable. particularly when Kakashi, now indulging his inner foodie, showcased his elite skills. The pace was astonishing. Before the puppet had finished digging, Kakashi returned, one hand holding 2 wild chickens, the other carrying a bulging bag filled with mushrooms. Following Yang Ming's instructions, Kakashi swiftly dispatched the chickens with his kunai, meticulously plucking their feathers. He then expertly removed their innards, using a water technique to cleanse them thoroughly. Subsequently, he applied the same method to the mushrooms, washing them clean before chopping them into pieces with precision. Yang Ming watched in amazement. He had not anticipated that ninjas possessed such skills. No wonder the system constantly reminded him of the necessity for chakra and ninjutsu. The answer lay here. Compared to traditional methods, employing ninjutsu was undoubtedly more convenient and impressive. What should we do next, Boss Yang Ming? Kakashi inquired eagerly, interrupting Yang Ming's train of thought. Yang Ming pointed to the ground and instructed, stuff the spices into the chicken's cavity, then use the water technique to moisten the earth and cover the chickens completely with the soil. Although this method seemed rather dubious, an improvised concoction from memories of years past, Kakashi, having developed blind faith in Yang Ming, proceeded without hesitation. As the soil became soft and emitted a greenish aroma upon contact with water, it was hardly pleasant. Nevertheless, Kakashi, cradling the mud, followed Yang Ming's directions, even as he felt something was amiss. When Naruto and the others returned, they happened upon the sight of Kakashi squatting in the dirt, playing with mud. Naruto, the mischievous child, unafraid of anything, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is hilarious. What do I see? Teacher Kakashi, at such an age, is still playing in the mud." Although Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, their expressions betrayed them, clearly conveying their thoughts that Kakashi was rather unreliable. Whoosh! Even Kakashi, with his gentle demeanor, could not tolerate Naruto's antics. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dark shadow hurtled towards Naruto's face. Bang! Ouch! Lost in his own amusement, Naruto was caught off guard and struck squarely. Feeling something cool on his face, he curiously touched it and wondered, what is this? At that moment, witnessing Naruto's predicament, Sakura doubled over with laughter, holding her stomach. Observing the sticky mud on his hands, Naruto instinctively knew he must look quite foolish. Enraged, he shouted threats at Kakashi and charged forward. However, with Naruto's current skills, he stood no chance against Kakashi. In a mere moment, Kakashi evaded to Naruto's rear, crouched down, and formed a peculiar stance with his hands together. With the onlookers wearing expressions of confusion, Kakashi unabashedly unleashed his ultimate move. The lethal technique, 1,000 Years of Pain. In an instant, Naruto was defeated. With Naruto no longer a distraction, Kakashi swiftly smeared the mud onto the wild chickens, as directed by Yang Ming, tossing them into the prepared hole, covering them with earth, and stacking firewood atop. A swift fire jutsu ignited the pile. The group watched in silence, thinking to themselves, in half an hour, they could indulge in a feast. The anticipation for the meal felt akin to waiting for a beloved during a date, filled with anxiety and eagerness. Crackle, crackle. The firewood crackled and popped as they sat there, entranced, their minds already conjuring images of delectable dishes. What would it taste like? As Naruto wiped the drool from his mouth, he imagined the flavors, perhaps crispy and tender. Certainly, anything prepared by Yang Ming would be delicious. As the minutes stretched, feeling both lengthy and fleeting, Naruto sensed a shift, and Yang Ming approached, pushing aside the burning firewood. Time to eat. Naruto surged forward, disregarding the scorching hot earth, and began to dig with his hands. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amidst Sakura's teasing laughter, Naruto excavated fervently, finally unearthing the mud-wrapped beggar's chicken, though his hands had turned bright red from the heat, threatening to blister. With a sudden jolt from the heat, Naruto dropped the chicken, which fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Sakura became furious. Hands on her hips, she pointed at Naruto and declared, "Naruto, if you ruin the dish made by Yang Ming, I will not forgive you." Sakura scolded him until he repeatedly apologized. Meanwhile, Yang Ming crouched down, surveying his culinary creation. Before long, the layer of mud enveloping the beggar's chicken had hardened from the heat, its surface marred with cracks resembling a spider's web. When Yang Ming struck it with a stone the size of his fist, the mud shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Others gathered curiously, but upon seeing the chicken's charred appearance, their appetites waned. Yang Ming, undeterred by the humble conditions that had led to such a state, turned to Kakashi and said, Next, I would appreciate your assistance in cleansing it with your water technique. Not a problem, Kakashi replied, quickly forming hand seals. A stream of water materialized, flowing gracefully over the beggar's chicken. Under Kakashi's expert control, the water washed away the exterior grime without soaking the chicken itself. Once the cleaning was complete, the chicken remained warm, seemingly untouched by the process. Unfortunately, the high expectations of the group for Yang Ming's culinary skills dampened considerably after this. Naruto, truly hungry, disregarded any hesitation and tore off a chicken leg, taking a hefty bite. Scalding. The first thought that struck him was the intense heat. Then came the delightful crunch. The skin, having been braised and roasted, was remarkably crisp. With a mere bite, it shattered with a satisfying crack. As he broke through the skin, his teeth sank into the tender meat, delivering a silken texture, exquisite in taste. Subsequently, the juices contained within the meat burst forth with an explosion of unimaginable flavor upon chewing. Concentrated essence. These juices encapsulated the most exquisite parts of the wild chicken, which had been raised naturally without any feed, embodying the very essence of nature's bounty. Once the entire chicken leg was consumed, Naruto's appetite surged, yearning to devour the entire bird. Alas, he was still too young and naive. Kakashi, observing Naruto's greasy face illuminated with satisfaction, understood that the beggar's chicken must indeed be delectable. Without hesitation, he swiftly snatched a whole chicken for himself, disregarding its scorching heat, and began to feast. Kakashi first bit into the belly, the most tender and delectable part, just above the rear. The spices nestled within the belly were in close proximity, and upon his first bite, an explosion of flavor filled his mouth. The wild mushrooms, finely chopped and mixed as seasoning, released an intoxicating aroma, enveloping Kakashi like a fragrant cloud. In an instant, his palate was overtaken by the robust scent, which surged through his throat and into his nostrils. Astonishingly fragrant. Overwhelmed by the aroma, Kakashi paid no mind to the redness of his hands from the heat and devoured the chicken with abandon. Sasuke and Sakura, a moment too slow to react, could only watch in dismay as Kakashi polished off the entire beggar's chicken. Determined not to be outdone, they raced towards the last remaining bird, intent on claiming it for themselves. That's mine. However, Naruto had anticipated their move and snatched it first, flaunting it triumphantly before Sasuke and Sakura. Humph. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke's intent was merely to intimidate Naruto, thus he expended minimal chakra. This resulted in a fireball no larger than a fist, radiating intense heat as it hurtled towards Naruto's face. You bastard. Unaware of Sasuke's sudden aggression, Naruto hastily tossed the roasted chicken aside and dodged. Whoosh. In a flash, Sasuke seized the chicken. However, the ground beneath him gave way, and an iron hand, resembling an eagle's claw, grasped his ankle. Earth style? Decapitation technique. Kakashi's shadow clone caught Sasuke off guard, dragging him underground, while the original swiftly snatched the chicken. Seeing only Sasuke's head protruding from the earth, Sakura was momentarily paralyzed by the recollection of the terror experienced during survival exercises. In contrast, Naruto remained undeterred, immediately forming seals to employ the shadow clone technique. With the vast chakra within him, what would have been a mere shadow clone transformed into a multitude of clones. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Narutos emerged amidst a puff of smoke. This is mine, he declared, launching a collective assault. Kakashi, unperturbed by such trivial antics, leisurely navigated through the throng of Narutos while munching on a chicken leg. His movements flowed with effortless grace as he swept and struck, effortlessly defeating clone after clone. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The earth cracked beneath Kakashi's feet, and a hand abruptly emerged. Haha, got you. Naruto, hidden underground, laughed heartily, relishing the satisfaction of returning the favor. So naive, Kakashi, a seasoned veteran, was well aware of the decapitation technique's shortcomings. Although the situation was indeed sudden, he remained calm, deftly evading Naruto's strike with a well-timed step. Moreover, he retaliated with a kick, pinning Naruto's hand beneath his foot. In mere moments, Team 7 faced utter defeat. This spectacle left Tazuna, the old man, dumbfounded, as if his worldview had been shattered. The world of ninjas was truly terrifying. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths for a mere roasted chicken? Hidden task. The traveler must master outdoor cooking. Task description. In the past, Those who traversed dimensions relied on their outdoor cooking skills to charm dragons and win over maidens, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Task reward. Knife skills. Beginner. Task completed. Reward has been issued. As usual, the system spoke with its characteristic seriousness. Like always, the information was directly implanted into Yang Ming's mind. However, upon receiving the information, Yang Ming realized he had been somewhat deceived. The so-called knife skills, beginner, could hardly produce intricate carvings, merely allowing for more adept vegetable cutting. Nevertheless, given the simplicity of this task, it was only natural that the reward was somewhat disappointing. This led Yang Ming to speculate about the system's task issuance. Perhaps the quality of rewards was linked to the difficulty level. Days later, dense fog enveloped the surroundings as a solitary boat navigated upstream. Through the dense fog, Yang Ming and his companions beheld a magnificent bridge rising majestically above the water, stretching infinitely before their eyes, an awe-inspiring sight. Following this bridge would lead them to the land of waves. The ferryman turned back, a look of regret on his face, and said, "I can only take you this far. If Kato discovers that I have brought you here, my family and I will be doomed." Is Kato truly that formidable? Naruto, still inexperienced, expressed skepticism. To him, no one could rival the power of the Hokage. Dasna, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Allow me to elaborate." As if recalling a haunting memory, he spoke gravely. Kato is one of the world's wealthiest individuals, ostensibly operating a shipping company. However, beneath the surface, he employs thugs and ninjas to serve his interests, trafficking in goods banned by various nations, and even resorting to the usurpation of foreign territories and enterprises. He is a man of unmitigated villainy. Dasna's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he continued. Recently, Kato commanded his subordinates to rob a merchant convoy from another nation, going so far as to eliminate all witnesses, which incited a furious response, leading to a bounty on Kato's head. Oh, Yang Ming pondered thoughtfully. Could the legendary kitchenware I seek have been seized by Kato? What an extraordinary coincidence. Upon returning to land via the waterways, Yang Ming surveyed his surroundings, which revealed a desolate landscape. At that moment, under Dasna's guidance, they proceeded toward his home. Along the dirt path, lush trees surrounded them, creating a serene atmosphere. Naruto cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, harboring resentment. In recent days, their limited resources had led to insufficient servings of the prized beggar's chicken, forcing Team 7 to compete fiercely for their share. Kakashi seemed to relish this rivalry, believing it to cultivate their combat skills, resulting in a win-win situation. However, Naruto found it quite frustrating. Each time he managed to seize a portion of the beggar's chicken, Sasuke would snatch it away, leaving him feeling humiliated. This time, I must seize the opportunity to shine, Naruto thought, fueled by determination. Gripping his shuriken tightly and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, an instinctive alert surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto flung his shuriken towards the source of his unease. Thud! To everyone's astonishment, he had indeed struck something. As the group approached cautiously, on high alert, they were petrified to discover it was merely a rabbit. In that moment, a cacophony of crows seemed to fly through their minds, collectively exclaiming, "Fool!" Sakura instantly erupted in anger, hands on her hips, scolding, "Naruto, you idiot! Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Wait, was it really just a rabbit?" Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, perplexed, for he had distinctly sensed a presence there. Kakashi, however, appeared less optimistic. Observing the rabbit, he fell into contemplation. Is this a snow rabbit? If memory serves, snow rabbits change the color of their fur depending on the duration of sunlight exposure. White is the color of winter when the sun sets early, yet we are currently in the height of summer. In other words, this is a snow hare nurtured in a sunless indoor environment, specifically employed for the art of substitution. Upon realizing this, Kakashi felt an unusual predicament. From the Ghost Brothers, he was aware that the enemy had another formidable ninja. If it were just him alone, it would not be a problem. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. However, considering the 7th Squad, which lacked independent combat capability, and the task of protecting Uncle Dazuna, it was already quite a headache. Although there was also the enigmatic Yang Ming in the team, Kakashi dared not place his hopes on others. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A long blade suddenly descended from the heavens, akin to a celestial being, spiraling rapidly at an unbelievable angle, resembling a grim reaper. as the sound of rushing wind echoed in the air. Quick! It was far too swift. Almost everyone had not anticipated that upon setting foot on the land of waves, they would be met with such a life-threatening assault. Before the massive blade even drew near, everyone felt the suffocating threat of death wash over them like a tidal wave. Fortunately, there was still Kakashi. Thud! Just as the moment seemed perilous, with the crowd on the brink of decapitation, Kakashi leaped forward, pushing everyone to the ground, narrowly evading the fatal strike. After the blow, the group remained shaken, feeling as though death had brushed past them. That sensation was indescribable to those who had never experienced it. Ming felt his mind go blank, his limbs cold, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to the reality that he was in the world of Hokage, a realm where one danced on the edge of a blade. Here, without strength, one would inevitably become cannon fodder. Snap! The sharp sound jolted Ming back to reality. He looked up to see a towering figure, akin to a colossal tree piercing the heavens, standing majestically atop a massive blade, which lay across the branches, its fierce aura subdued beneath his feet. How magnificent! This was precisely what Ming thought at that moment. With half of his face wrapped in bandages and eyes as fierce as a ravenous wolf, he stood a head taller than an ordinary person, wielding a weapon that was nearly his height. Everything about this figure reminded Ming that he was face to face with the notorious rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, Zabuza Momochi. It was truly unexpected to encounter such a significant figure in the small nation of the Land of Waves. Zabuza looked down upon the crowd, showing no sign of intimidation despite being outnumbered, and calmly said, "Am I correct? The copy ninja Kakashi, who possesses thousands of jutsu." As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. In an instant, the entire forest trembled, and countless birds took to the sky. As if heralding the awakening of a primordial beast, Zabuza stood upon the executioner's blade, resembling a harbinger of death, emanating an abyss-like aura of killing intent. Unfathomably deep and oppressive. Gazing down at everyone, the wolf-like eyes of Zabuza glimmered with a hint of brilliance. "So, Kakashi, abandon that filthy old man, and I may spare your lives." Without hesitation, Kakashi unsheathed his kunai, revealing his Sharingan as he assumed a battle-ready stance, resolutely declaring, "There is absolutely no possibility." A flicker of disappointment crossed Zabuza's eyes. If there were any chance, he truly preferred not to confront Kakashi. After all, his opponent was an elite jonin, not just any ordinary foe. "Heh, then don't blame me." Zabuza chuckled darkly, and without any visible movement, he leaped into the air, retracting his great sword. Standing poised atop the water's surface, he then pointed one hand to the sky while forming hand signs with the other. "Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique." As the words left his lips, mist began to materialize out of thin air, enveloping Zabuza's figure entirely. In mere moments, the visibility of the onlookers was severely compromised, leaving them only able to discern vague silhouettes nearby. Without the need for Kakashi's command, the teachings of the past few days had borne fruit. Team 7 quickly separated, forming a triangular formation to protect Tazuna and Ming at the center. "Ha ha ha, 8 positions." Zabuza's eerie and ominous voice echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern his location. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, and subclavian artery. How would you prefer to meet your demise? In the thick fog where visibility was nearly non-existent, the unseen enemy's whispers sounded like a demonic proclamation, sending chills down their spines. Previously, Ming had regarded the hidden mist technique as merely impressive while watching anime. Yet, now, immersed in the experience and feeling the mist dampening his skin, waves of ominous energy washing over him, coupled with Zabuza's chilling whispers, he felt as though his very soul might freeze. That is, Ming swallowed hard. Stammering, "I'm just here to tag along, really." The others paused, as even the faintest murmurs seemed to be affected, suddenly halting. What a splendid opportunity. In a contest of skilled adversaries, the slightest edge matters, especially in light of Zabuza's apparent blunder. Kakashi seized this rare moment, pinpointing the last location of Zabuza's voice, and suddenly hurled several kunai in that direction. Whoosh! The dark kunai sliced through the air as if intending to tear through the void, piercing the dense mist with force. Thud! A muffled grunt resounded, and a splash of crimson erupted amidst the fog. But before Kakashi could pursue, the fleeting figure vanished once again into the thick haze. It was then that everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Naruto gazed at Yang Ming with admiration, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're incredible." Just a single utterance forced the opponent to reveal himself. Kakashi, too, expressed his admiration, giving Yang Ming a thumbs up and sincerely stating, "Your tactic is truly remarkable." Kakashi could not help but concede. After all, facing the dense fog, he too struggled to devise a strategy. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yang Ming had indeed demonstrated exceptional skill, coaxing Zabuza into revealing a flaw. Although this flaw was minor, in life-and-death confrontations, such nuances can be the difference between victory and defeat. Amidst the praise from his companions, Yang Ming maintained a calm exterior, though internally, he felt an overwhelming urge to vent his anxieties. Truth be told, he was facing such a situation for the first time, and he was quite frightened. His earlier words were undoubtedly heartfelt. Why do you not believe them? Alas, in these times, even honesty is met with skepticism. Thus, Yang Ming could only look up to the heavens in silence, questioning fate. Who has ever been spared by the divine? Yet, his demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if he were above engaging, sending out a subtle signal that seemed to convey, "I have faith in you all." The atmosphere within the arena suddenly grew tense, as if a chilling malevolence had transcended time and space, descending upon Yang Ming like a dark omen. In an instant, Yang Ming felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, his body frozen in place. A flash of steel gleamed ominously. The strike was nothing short of masterful. Unexpected and executed from an implausible angle, aimed directly at Yang Ming's head. In the eyes of the assailant, the scene of Yang Ming's blood staining the battlefield was already vividly imagined, a cruel smile curling upon his lips beneath the veil, emanating silent mockery. He resembled the harbinger of death, declaring that if he willed it, one could not escape their fate. Yet, unexpectedly, a rotund figure materialized out of nowhere, fortuitously positioned to intercept the lethal blow, thereby preserving Yang Ming's life. With a horrifying sound, the puppet, akin to an aluminum alloy shell, emitted a mournful cry as it was torn apart by the overwhelming force of the decapitating blade, revealing the menacing hidden weapons within. Yang Ming, regaining his composure, was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation. With a mere thought, the puppet unleashed a counterattack of unprecedented ferocity. Countless concealed projectiles raining down like a torrent upon the assailant, determined to vanquish him on this very spot. The assailant's pupils contracted to pinpoints. With a leap, he exhibited astonishing agility, dancing on the edge of danger as he narrowly evaded the onslaught of projectiles. Suddenly, cold sweat trickled down his brow. In that instant, the violent intent surged like a tempest. The assailant's wolf-like gaze fixed upon Yang Ming, betraying the fervor of his murderous intent. It was a near miss. He could have been killed just moments ago, and by someone who appeared so utterly unremarkable. The uncle could endure, but the aunt could not. Moreover, without the hidden weapons, the puppet was akin to a toothless tiger, utterly devoid of menace. The assailant moved with purpose, brandishing the towering, decapitating blade as if he were an ancient warrior, a solitary figure standing against the tide of an army. This strike bore an overwhelming force, seemingly rending the very fabric of the void, as if it sought to cleave the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. This blow encapsulated the essence of the assailant's spirit, a divine force that would obliterate gods and demons alike, unmatched in the realm. As the blade descended, Yang Ming was struck with awe, experiencing firsthand the pinnacle of power in this world. The specter of death loomed, tightening its grip around his throat, rendering him breathless. Just as Yang Ming retrieved his golden card, intending to activate his invincible defense, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Kakashi. At that moment, this figure, not particularly imposing, seemed monumental beneath the impending strike of the blade. Kakashi's eyes were shut tight, yet the exposed Sharingan gleamed with unwavering resolve as he declared, to slay Boss Yang Ming, "You must first pass through me." With remarkable swiftness, Kakashi formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground. Earth style? Earth flow wall. A robust earthen wall erupted forth, shattering the tension. Yang Ming's puppet stood before him, yet it was easily shattered. The blade of Zabuza, insatiable and thirsting for blood, sought a worthy opponent. In the early days of the Naruto world, the shadows of formidable power were seldom seen, allowing the elite Jonin to reign supreme. Zabuza's strike descended like a collapsing sky, unstoppable in its momentum. Neither Kakashi's earth-style wall nor Yang Ming's puppet could withstand its ferocity. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Before the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Zabuza advanced with unyielding force, his blade breaching defenses with alarming ease. At that moment, Zabuza's figure resembled a resurrected deity of destruction, exuding arrogance and invincibility. Even Kakashi dared not confront the onslaught directly. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he pulled Yang Ming away to safety. Boom! The decapitating blade crashed down, splitting the earth itself and leaving a fissure half a meter wide. One could only imagine the devastation had that strike connected with a human body. Such a blow was indeed terrifying. Huffing and puffing after his strike, Zabuza's wolf-like gaze fell upon the retreating Yang Ming. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he withdrew into the dense mist once more. That was perilously close. Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He excelled in ninjutsu but abhorred such raw confrontation. Given a moment longer, he could have employed a more potent earth release technique. Alas, Zabuza's blade was too swift and powerful. Kakashi had no time to channel his chakra and was forced to resort to the comparatively weaker earth-style wall for defense. Though Yang Ming maintained a facade of calm, a tempest raged within him. In his previous encounters with the anime, he had not grasped the true extent of Zabuza's might. Only now, facing him directly, did he comprehend the legendary prowess of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It is well known that in this timeline, even elite jonin could rival the shadows of small nations, serving as pillars of strength in larger countries, revered as national treasures. Rumor has it that when the 7 ninja swordsmen unite, they possess the capability to assassinate shadow-level warriors. It appears that such rumors hold a kernel of truth. Yang Ming gazed at the puppet in the distance, now cleaved in two, its exterior comparable to aluminum alloy, utterly incapable of withstanding Zabuza's strike. Previously, when the Ghost brothers were trapped within the puppet, even their ninjutsu could not breach its defenses. Yet now, the puppet, boasting formidable protection, had been effortlessly severed. The wound smooth and seamless, as if it were crafted by nature itself. One could only surmise how effortlessly Zabuza wielded that blade, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, devoid of any resistance. Gasp! Observing this, the members of Team 7 inhaled sharply, their faces drawn with shock. They had never anticipated encountering such a fearsome adversary. Even the enigmatic Yang Ming had nearly met his demise here. In that instant, Zabuza commanded their fear. Cackling, he taunted. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, kidneys, heart, carotid artery, or subclavian artery. How shall you choose to perish? Amidst the dense fog, the sinister whispers of a demon echoed once more. Chilling words laced with murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. In light of such a terrifying track record, no one dared to disregard Zabuza's presence. For a moment of carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. This was no mere child's play, where one could whimsically surrender. At that instant, Naruto and his companions found themselves ensnared in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Their hearts raced, cold sweat trickled down their brows. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, some were ablaze with fervor. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. He had always believed that a refined establishment deserved a formidable guardian at its door. Who better to assume this significant role than Zabuza himself? Not only did he possess a fearsome appearance and formidable strength, but he also held a notorious reputation. More importantly, if Yang Ming were to reclaim Zabuza, he could seamlessly bring in Haku as well. This was a splendid 2-for-1 opportunity. Regarding the seemingly pure Haku, Yang Ming had long harbored curiosity about their true gender. Regardless of the answer, Haku would undoubtedly enhance the aesthetic appeal of his establishment as a server. Imagining Haku clad in a server's attire, gracefully navigating between patrons with a tray in hand, was a vision too exquisite to resist. With this thought, Yang Ming clutched his golden card tightly, perhaps relying on this invincible defense card. He then boldly called into the fog, "Zabuza, come guard my door." His words reverberated like thunder, startling not only Zabuza into silence, but also leaving the members of Team 7 in shock. Gazing at Yang Ming as if he were a madman. Did I hear correctly? The proprietor wished for Zabuza to guard him? Was it I who was insane? Or was the world turned upside down? Kakashi's mind reeled, his gaze unfocused. Just moments ago, Yang Ming had narrowly escaped death at Zabuza's hands. Could it be that Yang Ming possessed such confidence in subduing Zabuza? Kakashi's disbelief was palpable. After all, this was an endeavor bordering on the impossible. Why had Zabuza become a rogue ninja in the first place? Was it not due to his failed assassination attempt on the Mizukage? Consider this. Even shadow-level warriors struggled to tame Zabuza, illustrating his fierce defiance. Such a character, regardless of one's strength or kindness, resembled a treacherous wolf, poised to strike at any moment. As Yang Ming's words escaped his lips, the system emerged at an opportune moment. Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest. Zabuza, come guard my store. Task description. As the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world, how could a modest establishment be without a worthy guardian? Simply obtaining Zabuza's verbal agreement would suffice to complete the quest. Quest reward. Ensuring Zabuza's eternal loyalty to the host. Upon witnessing the system's announcement of the hidden task, Yang Ming could not suppress a subtle smile. Indeed, hidden quests could be actively triggered. Until now, he had passively accepted hidden tasks, and he was curious about how they were initiated. Now, he was certain that triggering a hidden quest required specific conditions. Simultaneously, the description of this task is rather intriguing. It appears that merely refraining from verbally agreeing constitutes the completion of the assignment. It seems even the system acknowledges that one should not overly estimate Zabuza's integrity. After all, surviving in exile for so many years as a rogue ninja and still thriving, Zabuza is certainly not an ordinary character. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Zabuza was instantly consumed by fury. This impudent boy dares to ask me to act as his doorkeeper. Is he attempting to reduce me to the status of a mere watchdog? Zabuza's grip tightened around his executioner's blade, the veins on the back of his hand bulging ominously. A wave of terrifying, murderous intent erupted, sweeping forth like a tornado, rustling the air, even dispersing the recent dense fog to reveal his true form. Zabuza's bloodshot eyes opened, resembling a malevolent specter poised to devour its prey, emitting a voice akin to a devil from the abyss. You insolent brat, do you wish to perish? At that moment, Zabuza's killing intent surged like an unstoppable force. It was as if a peerless demon had unleashed a torrent of lethal energy. Under such overwhelming pressure, the heavens and earth shifted and the winds roared. Every creature in the woods trembled in shock, hastily fleeing as if a primordial beast had awakened. Even Naruto and his companions felt as though they were encased in ice, their limbs frozen, rendered utterly motionless. The most unfortunate was Dazna, the ordinary man. The poor, elderly gentleman, having crossed 60, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of terror. At that moment, Dazna was filled with regret, never anticipating that the trouble he had invited in Kado could summon such a fearsome ninja. Had he known this day would come, he would have never summoned a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Amidst the dreadful aura of murder, Yang Ming stood proudly, like a rock resisting the might of a great wave, unwavering. This scene did not escape the notice of the members of Team 7, who gazed at Yang Ming with profound admiration. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Yang Ming's back. I will become as powerful a ninja as my brother. Yet, Naruto was blissfully unaware that Yang Ming was nearly paralyzed with fear, merely feigning composure. That terrifying murderous intent was palpable, slicing through the air like a blade, causing his skin to prickle painfully. If given the choice, Yang Ming would prefer to avoid facing Zabuza directly. However, the stronger Zabuza became, the more intense Yang Ming's desire to subdue him grew. Although he currently possessed only the chakra of a lowly genin and lacked formidable jutsu, sometimes one could feign strength. Yang Ming smiled calmly and extended his middle finger towards Zabuza. Zabuza, I will stand here and let you attack me for 1 minute. Let us see what you can do. Upon this declaration, astonishment engulfed the arena. What is arrogance taken to the extreme? Yang Ming embodies it. My brother is truly impressive. Zabuza's hand trembled, fueled by rage. His wolf-like eyes bore into Yang Ming, a fleeting glimmer of brutality flashing within. When had he, Zabuza, ever been so openly disregarded? Even the former Mizukage would never dare to boast of allowing him to attack for a minute. He vowed to himself that he would shatter this audacious brat into 1,000 pieces. A terrifying aura of murderous intent stagnated in the air, akin to a repressed storm that, once unleashed, would shake the heavens. In the face of it all, Yang Ming appeared oblivious. Speaking to himself, if you cannot slay me within a minute, then... A smile crept across Yang Ming's lips. Come and guard the door for me. With a sharp stomp, the ground beneath Zabuza shattered. Never before had anyone dared to belittle him in such a manner. The murderous intent within him surged uncontrollably, followed by an indomitable spirit of battle. Kill, kill, kill. In that instant, Zabuza transformed into a demon, wielding a gigantic blade taller than himself as he stepped forth through the mist. A glint of coldness flashed in Zabuza's eyes. What does it matter if I agree to you? As the words fell, the colossal blade descended. This strike was a straightforward one, devoid of any technique. Driven only by sheer, unadulterated power. The blow descended like the weight of Mount Tai, suppressing all defiance in the world. Whether one was an ordinary person or a formidable shadow-level powerhouse, Zabuza believed that even-tailed beasts would be cleaved in half by this strike. No one could withstand it. As if the heavens themselves were collapsing, the blade shimmered, causing the very colors of the world to shift. In the eyes of the onlookers, who could hardly bear to witness it, the blade fell straight down, as if in the next moment, Yang Ming would be bisected, blood splattering across the battlefield. Yet, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Yang Ming remained standing. Indeed, Yang Ming was still alive. It was simply unbelievable. He extended 2 fingers, as if ensnaring a wolf with bare hands, and effortlessly caught the descending blade. Shock. Utter shock. Even Kakashi acknowledged that had he been unprepared, he would have been unable to withstand Zabuza's strike using mere physical prowess. How is this possible? Zabuza thought, fully aware of the might of his own strike. Perhaps only the Raikage would dare to confront it head-on. Yet, even the Raikage could not do so with such ease. Why then? Could this seemingly ordinary person block his blade with just 2 fingers? Zabuza refused to believe it. Exerting force, Zabuza was horrified to discover that he could not withdraw his blade. In an instant, Zabuza's expression darkened. Could it be that this person before him was a disguised tailed beast? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Seeing Zabuza's reaction, Yang Ming smiled nonchalantly, uttering words that made Zabuza's face contort with embarrassment. There's still 50 seconds left. Please continue your efforts. Zabuza's face turned nearly green with rage as he growled in a low voice. Did you not say you would stand still for me? Why are you defending yourself? Oh, I forgot, Yang Ming replied, releasing his fingers and adopting an air of indifference, further infuriating Zabuza, who was now beside himself with fury. Humph, you seek your own demise. The blade swung, resembling the scythe of death, tearing through the void and shattering the skies as it aimed mercilessly at Yang Ming's waist. A horizontal slash. One could see just how intense Zabuza's fury towards Yang Ming had become. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the blade struck Yang Ming, instantly ripping a gash in his clothing. As Yang Ming stood on the precipice of doom, even Kakashi found it difficult to restrain himself. Yet, recalling Yang Ming's unfathomable strength, Kakashi ultimately refrained from intervening. The fleeting moment of satisfaction flickered in the eyes of Zabuza. He thought, let your arrogance reign, let your bravado flourish, and witness your own demise. However, what transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. The executioner's blade was inexplicably halted. No, it would be more accurate to say that the blade could not descend. Yang Ming's body was as resilient as diamond, no matter how fiercely the blade struck. It made no impression whatsoever. What manner of being are you? Zabuza was left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at this extraordinary spectacle in disbelief. Yang Ming cast a regretful glance at his tattered clothing and sighed. He had purchased that outfit for merely $5, and it had succumbed to ruin so easily. Truly shoddy craftsmanship. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the invincible defense card would prove so inadequate, able to shield his body but failing to protect his belongings. In his heart, Yang Ming voiced a grievance that would incite laughter. I must lodge a complaint with the system. Turning his attention back to Zabuza, he declared, of course, I am human. However, you have less than 40 seconds remaining. You ought to make the most of your time. The words were spoken with a tone reminiscent of a woman teasing her partner, casting doubt upon Zabuza's very masculinity. If one is a man, how can one endure such taunts? Zabuza's face contorted with rage, his murderous intent boiling over. Yet this time, he had learned his lesson. He distanced himself from Yang Ming, preparing to employ ninjutsu against him. After all, in the vast world of ninjas, there existed a myriad of peculiar jutsu. Zabuza surmised that Yang Ming must have invoked some bizarre technique to render himself impervious to harm. With unwavering confidence, he believed that under the might of his formidable ninjutsu, his opponent would surely be obliterated. The world of Naruto was vast and steeped in history, having birthed many extraordinary talents and an array of extraordinary techniques. Although Zabuza had never witnessed a jutsu that rendered one impervious to blades, he had heard whispers of such abilities in the underworld. To him, Yang Ming's audacity in daring him to attack for a full minute suggested he had misjudged Zabuza's capabilities, mistakenly believing him to be merely a swordsman. But was this the reality? As a rogue ninja who had survived countless assassination attempts by the Umbu dispatched by the Mizukage, Zabuza was far from simple. He retracted his executioner's blade, leaping back to create distance, his wolf-like gaze piercing through Yang Ming, radiating a sharp glint akin to a blade's edge. Prepare to experience my true prowess. Yet, to Zabuza's astonishment, Yang Ming feigned interest in an ant, completely disregarding him, even uttering words that ignited Zabuza's fury. There are still 35 seconds left. Do not waste your time. Zabuza's chest heaved with a deep breath. As an elite jonin, he understood that at such a critical juncture, he could not allow the enemy to dictate the pace. With a resolute expression, Zabuza swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In an instant, a vast amount of chakra surged from within him, augmented by the water from a nearby pond, amplifying the technique's power nearly twofold. Boom! Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal dragon erupted from the pond with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the water from the entire pond was drawn into the water dragon, augmenting its formidable presence. Visually, the dragon towered as high as a 10-story building, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. At that moment, Zabuza felt an emptiness within, turning to Yang Ming with a sinister grin. His eyes ablaze with the thrill of vengeance. Die! He exclaimed, and as the words left his lips, the dragon swung its tail, crashing toward them. No one could remain calm in the face of the dragon's assault. The dragon's head alone was as large as a truck's cabin, and as it hurtled forward, the sheer force it generated was utterly despairing. It resembled a mythical beast from ancient tales, bearing an indomitable power as it surged forth, shaking the earth and leaving a gaping chasm a horse's width wide in its wake. Although this was merely a water technique, and the dragon's form was somewhat indistinct, no one at that moment dared to dismiss it as a mere illusion. Like a voracious entity devouring the sky and sun, the water dragon opened its gaping maw and swallowed Yang Ming whole. It continued its relentless momentum, propelling itself a mile away in one swift motion. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon slammed into the bridge's support column, causing the girder, as thick as a man's embrace, to shatter explosively into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Ha ha ha! Let us see how arrogant you can be now. Zabuza laughed heartily, exhilaration coursing through him. In the past, such a scene would have been inconceivable. It is important to note that Zabuza was a butcher, with blood on his hands from countless lives taken. Yet never had he felt such a fervent desire to kill as he did today. Perhaps the instincts honed in the sea of blood had alerted him to the tragic fate awaiting him should he fail to eliminate Yang Ming. Big brother. Naruto gazed at the desolate scene, where nothing remained but a profound ravine stretching a mile away, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that the big brother who had cared for him so deeply, unconcerned with the opinions of others, would meet his demise here. While others looked upon him with scornful eyes, ridiculing him as the weakest link, only Iruka-sensei and Yang Ming treated him as an equal. The way Yang Ming regarded him was not as a monster, but as a person. That alone was enough for Naruto. Yet now, Yang Ming had vanished. Suddenly, an uncontrollable rage surged within him. Boom! Scarlet chakra erupted explosively from Naruto's body. It was as if he were celebrating his escape from a cage. The Nine-Tails chakra pulsating with vigor, even his eyes transforming to resemble those of the beast. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Naruto charged forward, targeting Zabuza. Shadow Clone Technique. Right away, Naruto unleashed his signature move, and with the mighty enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra, he summoned thousands of shadow clones in an instant, covering the landscape like a vast sea. Yet, at times, sheer numbers alone proved futile, particularly when confronted with Zabuza's formidable prowess, which loomed as an insurmountable chasm for the Naruto of today. As Zabuza raised his decapitating blade, he moved through Naruto's clones with an ease reminiscent of a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. His arms flowed with grace as the massive sword danced wildly, embodying the ferocity of a deity, sweeping through the ranks of foes with unmatched power. Thud! Thud! Thud. One by one, the Naruto clones surged forward like an unending tide. But Zabuza was no mere rock. He was a mountain, shattering the incoming waves with his might. At that moment, Naruto's true self attempted a stealthy strike amidst the clones, only to be met with Zabuza's fierce elbow, sending him crashing back, spitting out a mouthful of warm blood, even with the protective aura of the Nine-Tails chakra surrounding him. Naruto was gravely wounded by Zabuza's blow. He felt a tumultuous upheaval within, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Then came a voice familiar to Naruto, stirring tears in his eyes. "Zabuza, who gave you the audacity to strike my little brother?" As those words resonated, the crowd gasped in unison, their gazes turning to reveal Ming approaching, seemingly unscathed. No, it would be inaccurate to claim he was entirely unharmed. His clothes were tattered, soaked through with water, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, the onlookers disregarded these details, their minds preoccupied with the thought, how is Ming still alive? For Ming, however, this was a moment of triumph. With a calm demeanor, he regarded Zabuza, stating, "A minute has passed, and you have agreed to my terms. From now on, you shall guard my establishment." Zabuza responded with a cold smile. "What of it?" "I agreed, but it changes nothing." In that instant, Zabuza felt the depletion of his chakra, and the urge to retreat surged within him. He had no intention of remaining any longer. Casting a venomous glance at Ming, he made a slashing motion across his neck, declaring, "Pray that you do not cross paths with me again." With that, he turned to leave. "Can you truly depart?" Ming remarked with a glimmer of amusement as he noticed the completion of his system task. Hidden task: Zabuza shall guard my shop. Task description: as the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto universe, how could my establishment possibly lack a capable guardian? Simply verbal agreement from Zabuza suffices to complete the task. Task reward: ensure Zabuza's unwavering loyalty for eternity. Can you really leave? As Ming's words fell, a barely perceptible glimmer of light erupted from within him, swiftly merging into Zabuza's being. In an instant, Zabuza felt a wave of discomfort surge within him, akin to Sun Wukong being bound by a tightening spell, leaving him deeply unsettled. His instincts screamed that this was the work of Ming. Turning sharply, Zabuza's wolf-like eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, "What did you just do to me?" "Nothing much, merely ensuring you uphold your end of the bargain." Ming replied with a serene smile. Though his exterior appeared calm, to Zabuza, he resembled a devil poised to devour. Zabuza scoffed derisively. "You think you can make me adhere to our agreement? Dream on. Is that so?" A smirk played on Ming's lips. He had just learned from the system that the reward entailed Zabuza's absolute loyalty. This is absolute loyalty from soul to body, even if he were to perish. Resurrected through the foul earth reincarnation technique, he would still prioritize his allegiance to Ming. Such is the tyrannical nature of the system's task rewards, utterly devoid of reason. Ming extended his hand and gestured downward, commanding, "Zabuza, lie down." "What?" Upon hearing Ming's words, the onlookers, already numbed by his series of astonishing actions, were suddenly jolted into a state of disbelief. Oh heavens! This is no mere commoner, but the elite Jonin Zabuza. He is the one who dared to assassinate the Water Shadow. How could Ming have the audacity to issue such a command? To speak to Zabuza in a tone akin to that used for a pet? Has he lost his mind? Or has the world itself gone mad? Just when the crowd was in a daze, questioning their own hearing, Zabuza performed an utterly astonishing action. He, in fact, lay down on the ground. Shock, dismay. No words could adequately encapsulate the thoughts of the crowd. It seemed that such mundane vocabulary would only diminish the gravity of the moment. Even the widely experienced Kakashi could not resist activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the situation closely. Throughout his ninja career, Kakashi had witnessed jutsu that could obliterate entire cities and techniques capable of ignoring spatial distances to teleport individuals directly. Yet, he had never encountered a jutsu that could compel an elite jonin to submit merely by the utterance of a single phrase. This seemingly ludicrous scene, upon deeper reflection, was chilling. If even an elite jonin could be subdued in such a manner, did that not imply that Ming possessed the ability to command even shadow-level warriors? Imagine the Third Hokage lying prostrate at Ming's feet. The imagery was too exquisite to behold. It was no wonder Kakashi's mind raced with such thoughts. After all, he belonged to the direct lineage of the Hokage and bore the responsibility of protecting the village of Konoha. Yet, despite his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Kakashi scrutinized for an extended period and still found nothing. This led to a gaze directed at Yang Ming that was suffused with boundless astonishment and a profound respect hidden deep within his eyes. After all, in the world of ninjas, strength commands respect. Only the powerful can earn the admiration of others. Zabuza, lying on the ground, was filled with indignation, resentment, and even a fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Having dominated the ninja realm for so many years, he had dared to confront even shadow-level warriors. Yet now, this seemingly ordinary individual, Yang Ming, loomed over him like an immovable mountain, rendering him utterly powerless. In this moment, Zabuza resembled the rebellious Monkey King's son Wukong, who, upon encountering the Buddha, was instantly subdued, trapped beneath the five-finger mountain, forever unable to escape. Zabuza strained with every ounce of his strength, sweat pouring down, roaring in frustration, desperately attempting to rise from the ground. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself ensnared in futility, remaining in a prostrate position. With great difficulty, he raised his head, his wolf-like eyes bloodshot and filled with a malevolent glint, instilling terror in all who beheld him. "What have you done to me?" The final few words seemed to exhaust all of Zabuza's remaining strength, as he bellowed them out with fervor. Upon uttering this phrase, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an enigmatic force, crashing to the ground. This time, he could not even lift his head. Witnessing the once fearsome Zabuza reduced to such a pitiful state, all present were struck with trepidation, and a flicker of sympathy arose within them, Yang Ming included. He had merely wished to indulge in a playful experiment, never anticipating that the system's task reward would wield such overwhelming power, startling even himself. This transcended the realm of ninjutsu. It was something of a higher order. However, Yang Ming chose not to dwell on it. He turned to Zabuza, urging him to rise. As soon as he received Yang Ming's permission, Zabuza felt an unexpected lightness, as if a colossal weight had been lifted, and he sprang to his feet. Unfortunately, one's nature is hard to change. With Zabuza's ruthless temperament, how could he let Yang Ming's treatment go unpunished? As he looked at Yang Ming, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. "You insolent brat, seeking death." In a bid for a surprise attack, Zabuza even discarded his beheading sword, opting instead for a kunai. With a swift step, he launched himself like a cannonball, thrusting towards Yang Ming. The dark, sharp tip of the kunai appeared almost blinding at that moment, aimed directly at Yang Ming's heart. Had Kakashi been present, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, his opponent was Yang Ming. Just as the kunai's tip approached within mere inches of Yang Ming, as if it encountered an unfathomable barrier, it suddenly froze, suspended in midair. "Move." Zabuza's forehead veins bulged as he exerted all his might, but his body would not obey, remaining immobilized. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised to find himself in such a predicament. Truly, a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. Moreover, the system's description seemed somewhat misleading. "System, this can't be right. Wasn't it said that Zabuza would be completely loyal to me? How could he turn against me?" The system provided an explanation. Due to the target's formidable strength, it would take at least a month for him to fully pledge his loyalty to the host, it stated with a serious tone. Yang Ming twitched his mouth in annoyance, realizing that the system was indeed subpar. Setting that aside, Yang Ming glared at Zabuza, commanding, "Zabuza, lie down." In an instant, Zabuza found himself once again in a tragic state, crashing to the ground. This time, Yang Ming would not show him mercy. He would likely remain on the ground for quite a while. At that moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared, donning a mask and exclaiming, "My lord, please show mercy. My lord, spare him." Accompanied by a delicate voice, the masked figure descended, seemingly a member of the Umbu. Yang Ming had long anticipated that someone would emerge to intervene as he pressured Zabuza, yet he had not expected it to be Bai, who had remained so composed until now. Perhaps this reflected Bai's confidence in Zabuza, believing it to be merely a trivial ruse of Yang Ming. Bai anticipated that Zabuza would swiftly extricate himself. However, the unfolding events astonished Bai, as Zabuza failed to escape from Yang Ming's grasp. Consequently, Bai could no longer remain passive. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he sought to rescue Zabuza. A chilling voice resonated from beneath the mask, indistinguishable in gender. "Esteemed sir, I am from the Umbu of the Mist Village. Zabuza is a rogue ninja who has evaded capture for many years. I implore you to surrender him to me." "Oh," Yang Ming chuckled, regarding Bai with a gaze that seemed to penetrate his very essence. stirring an unsettling sensation within Bai. Is this your basis for claiming him? Yang Ming's expression was laden with meaning, as he reveled in the disparity of information, determined to toy with his adversary. Observing Yang Ming's composed demeanor, Bai felt an urgent impulse to unleash his frustration, nearly cursing aloud. However, to uphold his facade as a member of the Mist Village's Umbu, Bai strove to maintain an air of professionalism, regarding Yang Ming with an icy stare. Sir, do you wish to stand against the Mist Village and the esteemed Mizukage? His tone dripped with a hint of menace, aiming to dissuade Yang Ming from his course of action. In the original narrative, Kakashi had momentarily fallen prey to Bai's acting, only to later realize the truth, missing the prime opportunity to eliminate Zai Bujan. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai, his true identity had long been revealed to his opponent. Yang Ming tilted his head skyward with an air of indifference, uttering words that would provoke Bai to the brink. The stars are plentiful today. What a splendid day it is. Stars indeed. Bai seethed internally, exasperated by the absurdity of the conversation. Can we not discuss matters more seriously? Furious beyond measure, Bai's mind raced with indignation, yet for the sake of Zai Bujan's rescue, he endured. Taking a deep breath, Bai reminded himself, this is all for Mr. Zai Bujan. He inhaled sharply, bolstering his resolve. Fortunately, the mask concealed his expression, otherwise, Yang Ming would surely have noted the vivid turmoil on Bai's face. Sir, the Mizukage does not appreciate jest. I urge you to treat this matter with the gravity it deserves, lest the relationship between the Mist Village and the Leaf Village be jeopardized. Astoundingly, Bai had elevated the capture of Zai Bujan to a national concern, placing an immense burden upon Yang Ming. Yet, he was faced with Yang Ming, who simply replied, I am but a chef, wherever I go. I am merely preparing meals for others. With a flourish, Yang Ming disregarded Bai, commanding Zai Bujan to perform frog jumps on the ground, much to Bai's chagrin. As he watched the beleaguered Zai Bujan leap in frustration, Yang Ming clapped and exclaimed, yes, just like that. 1 step, 2 steps, a minion, the march of the devil. Observing his idol, Zai Bujan, reduced to such indignity at the hands of the seemingly demonic Yang Ming, Bai could no longer contain himself. The moment for restraint had passed. 3 silver needles were suddenly hurled by Bai, forming a character resembling the letter Ren in midair, glinting with a chilling light as if to tear through the void, targeting Yang Ming's eyes and mouth. It was evident that Bai's hatred for Yang Ming was boundless, akin to the vastness of rivers and seas. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Yang Ming remained unfazed, for there was one who moved faster than the silver needles. It was Zai Bujan. In Bai's astonished gaze, Zai Bujan wielded a kunai, sweeping through the air with precision, effortlessly intercepting all of Bai's attacks. In disbelief, Bai exclaimed, Mr. Zai Bujan. The moment the words left his lips, he realized he had made a grave error. He hastily accelerated and grasped Zai Bujan's arm, attempting to pull him away. However, the immense strength emanating from Zai Bujan left Bai empty-handed, causing him to feel a wave of confusion, as if he were trapped in a dream. Wondering if the figure before him was truly Zai Bujan. Bai, there is no need for speculation. Zai Bujan is now my loyal guardian. Yang Ming's voice echoed, his tone suggesting that Zai Bujan had always been under his command, rendering Bai's efforts futile and igniting a furious tremor within him. Nonsense. How could Mr. Zai Bujan possibly become your guardian? With the facade shattered, Bai felt no hesitation, even though he could not comprehend how the other party knew his identity. Amused, Yang Ming pointed to Zai Bujan. Doubt it? Feel free to inquire. Bai eyed Zai Bujan suspiciously. Mr. Zai Bujan, is what he says true? Do not listen to Yang Ming's nonsense. I am not his guardian. Zai Bujan internally screamed in protest. Yet, under the influence of a mysterious force, his body betrayed his thoughts. Indeed, I am his guardian. No, you are not. Bai's expression was one of disbelief as he frantically launched hidden weapons, aiming to obliterate the despicable impostor posing as Zai Bujan. The barrage of projectiles surged forth like a tempest, daunting and relentless. However, Zai Bujan appeared unfazed, lifting his executioner's blade and effortlessly sweeping it forward. Boom! In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight flooded the scene. With a single strike, Zai Bujan neutralized Bai's assault, as if an adult were effortlessly overpowering a child. How is this possible? Bai stood there dumbfounded, his worldview shattered as he witnessed the surreal spectacle. Could it be that this individual was truly Mr. Zai Bujan? How could such a phenomenon exist? Yang Ming approached, patting Bai on the shoulder. From today onward, Zaibu Zhan will serve as the guardian of my shop. How about you join him in working for me? With that, Yang Ming turned to Zaibu Zhan. You should persuade Bai as well. Zaibu Zhan's forehead throbbed, and his lips quivered as he struggled to articulate a response. Yet, compelled by the mysterious force, he found himself obeying Yang Ming's command and stepping forward. If you do not wish to become a useless tool, come work for the boss. It was an excellent proposition, truly in line with Zaibu Zhan's character. Upon hearing those words, Bai's shoulders quivered, as if shedding the doubts that had weighed heavily on his heart. Indeed, what a divine assist. Yang Ming silently applauded Zaibu Zhan, unable to suppress the curiosity that had long been festering within him. Bai, are you truly a boy or a girl? In his heart, Yang Ming fervently hoped for the latter. For him, the question of Bai's gender held immense significance. When he first watched the anime, Bai, adorned in a kimono, had left him utterly mesmerized. The beauty reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, both dignified and elegant, was simply intoxicating. Thus, the question lingered, was Bai truly a girl? Prior to the emergence of Tsunade, Bai had always been Yang Ming's dream goddess. Since Zaibu Zhan had broached the topic, Bai felt a weight lifted from his conscience. Noticing Yang Ming's anxious demeanor, he could not help but smile gently. Suddenly, he removed his mask. Beneath it appeared a visage of striking beauty. What a countenance it was! Beautiful beyond measure. Any word in existence seemed inadequate to capture such splendor. Bai's beauty felt ethereal, as if it belonged to a realm beyond this one, evoking a sense of unreality, akin to encountering a stunning maiden in a dream. Bai's skin was as white as snow, yet it was not the artificial pallor of cosmetics. It was a natural and exquisite whiteness that was pleasing to the eye, evoking an irresistible desire to touch. Bai resembled a sprite from a snowy landscape. With an oval face, a delightful nose, a petite mouth, and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Two elegantly arched eyebrows further accentuated his charm. Moreover, Bai's figure was perfectly proportioned, with long, straight legs and a slender waist that seemed delicate enough to grasp. When Bai resumed his usual voice, it rang out like the melodious call of a oriole, exceptionally pleasing to the ear. I am a boy. The delightful sound echoed. Yet the content of his words left Yang Ming momentarily stunned. A thunderous shock reverberated within him. What? Yang Ming's voice involuntarily rose, his astonishment palpable. You are a boy? After all the vivid descriptors, to have such a revelation was utterly disheartening. In that moment, Yang Ming felt his spirit crumble. Without needing to calculate, he could clearly sense the vast shadow looming over his heart. Although Bai did not comprehend Yang Ming's extreme reaction, he understood that they would soon be working together. So he refrained from commenting further. Instead, he tilted his head back, gesturing to his immaculate neck, exclaiming, Look, I have an Adam's apple. Though it was small and nearly imperceptible, it nonetheless confirmed Bai's identity as a boy. Yang Ming exclaimed, What the heck? How is this possible? At that moment, had Kishimoto been present, Yang Ming would have felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Why depict Bai with such beauty and bestow upon him such a feminine name? Don't you realize how many hearts will be shattered from this revelation? In the depths of his heart, Yang Ming felt a surge of urgency, prompting him to inquire of the system. Is there a reward within the mission that could transform a boy into a girl? Perhaps something akin to a gender-bending potion? The system, taken aback by such an unconventional query from its host, found itself momentarily at a loss for words, a testament to the peculiar nature of Yang Ming's character. After a considerable pause, it finally responded, stating that the hidden task triggered by the host offered a mere 0.01 chance of acquiring such an item. The system spoke with a gravitas that was both serious and solemn. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Ming felt as though the system regarded him with a sense of disdain befitting a king. Feeling a profound sorrow, Yang Ming pondered the striking visage that was so near to him, his heart aching with an unbearable pang. How could one so exquisitely beautiful, capable of embodying a goddess, be constrained to the identity of a boy? A sudden thought struck him. If Bai donned the attire of a waitress, who would suspect that he was a handsome young man? It was akin to certain content creators on Bilibili, who, despite appearing as unkempt middle-aged men on screen, would don women's clothing and take selfies to captivate their audience. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite their eccentricities, a multitude of viewers were drawn to them. Similar novels had also gained immense popularity, leading one to ponder if societal morals had indeed declined. It was not surprising that many emperors of your had indulged in such whims, and the present fascination of the masses mirrored that sentiment. With this thought, Yang Ming cast aside the clouds of doubt that loomed over him. The adage joy shared is joy doubled resonated within him, and thus, he resolved to have by wear a delightfully alluring maid outfit. Let more people be ensnared in this narrative, bearing witness to the charm of a boy in the guise of a girl. Indeed, this idea was rather splendid. He mused that when the truth came to light, many hearts would surely shatter. At that moment, the members of Class 7 regained their composure and approached him. Kakashi regarded Yang Ming with admiration, saying, "In the past, I only knew of your formidable prowess, yet now I comprehend the disparity between us. It is truly awe-inspiring." He could not help but give Yang Ming a thumbs up. Although Sasuke harbored resentment towards Yang Ming for mentioning Itachi, the fervent desire to grow stronger ignited a flicker of warmth in his gaze directed at Yang Ming. Perhaps he could assist me in my quest for vengeance? Sasuke contemplated inwardly. Uncle Dazna also approached, casting a wary glance at Zabuza, whom he perceived as a formidable beast. Despite Zabuza having reigned in his murderous intent, Uncle Dazna remained haunted by the lingering terror that enveloped him. Turning his attention to Yang Ming, he was astonished to discover that this seemingly unremarkable chef was, in truth, a master of remarkable skill. How unfortunate that he had not recognized this sooner, having spent so much time in Yang Ming's presence without realizing his true capabilities. Regret washed over Uncle Dazna, as he lamented the missed opportunities to flatter him. Yet it seemed that perhaps it was not too late. Observing Yang Ming's disheveled appearance, Uncle Dazna suppressed his overwhelming joy and remarked, "Mr. Yang Ming, it is quite late, and my home is not far from here. Surely, you must wish to change into a fresh set of clothes. Let us hasten there." In truth, Uncle Dazna was eager for Yang Ming to arrive at his abode, hoping he would witness the dire circumstances faced by the people of the Land of Waves and be moved with compassion to rescue the nation and its inhabitants from their plight. Naruto, patting his emaciated stomach, chimed in, "Yes, brother, let us hurry. We are on the verge of starvation." Their words jolted Yang Ming to the realization that he felt a sudden chill. Glancing down, he was horrified to find that his trousers were nearly torn. How could I allow my ancient self to be revealed? With that, Yang Ming had no objections, and accompanied by his two newly acquired subordinates, he followed the group to Uncle Dazna's home. Upon their arrival, Yang Ming and his companions were struck by the stark poverty of the Land of Waves. It felt as though they had traversed from a first-tier city to a third-tier one. The disparity was painfully evident. An invisible chasm seemed to divide these two realms, creating two entirely distinct worlds, one a paradise, the other a hell. As Yang Ming journeyed through the streets, he noticed the sparse foot traffic. The few passers-by appeared gaunt and hollow, their eyes dull and devoid of hope, embodying a sense of despair. There were no bustling markets, no mischievous children, and not a hint of vitality. It was as if this city were a graveyard, silent and hollow. As a prominent figure in the Land of Waves, Uncle Dazna's living conditions were relatively favorable, a sanctuary away from the chaos, enjoying a semblance of tranquility. In comparison to the average citizen, at least his home seemed habitable, spacious enough to shield from the elements. Upon returning home, Uncle Dazna was greeted with delight by his daughter-in-law, Tsunade, who exclaimed, "You're back." Upon seeing the group in their ninja attire, her eyes welled with tears of excitement. "Esteemed guests, please come in." With a gentle demeanor, this amiable homemaker welcomed them inside with utmost humility. Uncle Dazna boisterously declared, "Make yourselves at home. Do not stand on ceremony." He then turned to his daughter-in-law, "Quickly, prepare a meal for our guests and fetch the fine wine I have cherished for many years. Tonight we shall indulge." "Of course, I shall attend to it immediately," Tsunade replied, nodding with grace. Before bowing slightly in apology to the guests, "Please bear with us for a moment. Dinner will be ready shortly." Naruto, with a childlike lack of decorum, plopped down without regard for guest etiquette, exclaiming, "I hadn't realized how hungry I was until you mentioned food." Eagerly, Yang Ming perked up at the prospect of a meal. "I shall assist, and perhaps observe the local culinary specialties." However, Tsunade was reluctant to allow him to help, as they had matters requiring their attention. Regrettably, Yang Ming was insistent, and with Tsunade's gentle coaxing, he accompanied her into the kitchen. Upon entering, Yang Ming observed the kitchen's simplicity. Lacking an array of exquisite kitchenware, there existed merely a cutting board, a knife, and a pot. Furthermore, even the essentials of rice, oil, and salt were in short supply. After lingering for quite some time, Yang Ming noted the conspicuous absence of any condiments. Jin Naimei lifted the lid of the rice jar, only to discover a disheartening truth. There was insufficient rice. The quantity in the jar was barely enough for 7 people, and with Yang Ming's unexpected presence, it was evidently inadequate. The situation was undeniably awkward. Jin Naimei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. In the past, she could have ventured out to purchase rice. But circumstances had changed. Ever since Cardo's arrival, the already scant resources of the Kingdom of Waves had dwindled further, making even the procurement of rice a formidable challenge. With the market offering little to sell, if it were not for Yang Ming and his companions, Jin Naimei could have managed with a single portion of rice to prepare porridge, which she could then cool and slice into chunks for her family to consume. Yang Ming, sensing her unease, approached her, absorbing the entire scene. No rice. Allow me to fetch some. Without waiting for Jin Naimei to object, he dashed out of the Dazna household and made his way to the market. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Yang Ming was struck by the desolation that enveloped the city. The expansive market, with its wide thoroughfare flanked by vendors, was devoid of the usual bustling noise, amplifying its desolation. As he surveyed his surroundings, his lips twitched in disbelief. The vendors selling vegetables displayed wilted leaves, infested with large caterpillars. How could they dare to sell such wares? Moreover, those offering meat products seemed oblivious to their own image. As a foul stench emanated from afar, flies were swirling around the meat, forming what could only be described as a battalion. Was this meat past its prime? What was the meaning of all this? The sight was utterly unappetizing. Yang Ming fled the lifeless marketplace, taking a deep breath as if to expel the suffocating air from his chest. Now, the question loomed, what would they eat for dinner? Ever since acquiring the culinary god system, Yang Ming had become rather discerning about food, unwilling to settle for anything less than satisfactory. Additionally, this was a city, and the nearest forest was quite distant. Even if he wished to prepare beggar's chicken, a round trip to the closest woods would take 2 hours, leaving him famished by the time he returned. At that moment, the system chimed in with a taunting message. Congratulations, host. For triggering a hidden mission, the glutton is capable of anything. Mission description: as a glutton, whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground, when hungry, anything can be consumed. Mission reward: chakra control reaches the level of tree climbing. This mission, its description, and its reward were beyond absurd. What did it mean that a glutton was capable of anything? Did they think gluttons were divine beings? Yang Ming felt a strong sense of sarcasm from the system. Nevertheless, this reminder did spark an idea in Yang Ming's mind. Yet, to be honest, he was reluctant to act on it. Although the cooking methods for the suggested dishes were simpler and tastier than beggar's chicken, the crucial point, emphasized thrice, was that they constituted dark culinary creations. That dish surpasses those so-called dark cuisines, such as Laogan Ma ice cream or gazing at the starry sky, shattering the conventional wisdom of most individuals. Yang Ming can hardly fathom the impact of presenting this dish. Will the populace's worldview collapse? This culinary marvel requires no monetary expenditure, merely a bit of time to procure from nature. Fortuitously, it is now midsummer, the prime season for gathering these delicacies. Of course, some may inquire whether subsisting solely on this dish can satisfy one's hunger. Yang Ming can assert with confidence, indeed, it can. This dish is rich in nutritional value, boasting a dry protein content exceeding 70, with approximately 7 fat, and an abundance of vitamins and beneficial trace elements, surpassing that of ordinary meat products. It can rightfully be deemed the king of protein in contemporary food. Its nutritional benefits even outshine those of seafood. Moreover, this dish possesses remarkable medicinal properties. For those suffering from ailments such as impotence or premature baldness, regular consumption can alleviate symptoms and potentially lead to complete recovery. Even more astonishing is the fact that this dish is commonly found, practically ubiquitous and inexpensive. However, the question arises, why, despite its myriad advantages, is it still regarded as a dark cuisine? The answer lies in the fact that such a dish is beyond the imagination of the average individual. Only those from the legendary culinary paradise of Guangzhou dare to indulge in it. After all, ordinary people are unlikely to embrace the risk of having their worldview shattered for the sake of tasting this dish. As the evening breeze wafts through, a refreshing chill fills the air. Near the Dazina family residence, several figures suddenly emerge, flitting through the trees like butterflies. Their movements are agile, reminiscent of monkeys, as they deftly gather brown insects into their cloth bags. Naruto, while stuffing the insects into his sack, feels a twinge of discomfort as he gazes at the wriggling creatures. Truth be told, when Yang Ming announced he would cook that evening upon returning, Naruto was genuinely pleased. For Yang Ming's culinary skills have stood the test of time and earned the approval of many. Yet, as he looked down at the trembling insect in his hand, he felt a wave of nausea and instinctively let it slip from his grasp. Stop slacking. What are you doing? Sasuke approached with an icy demeanor, swiftly reclaiming the insect and placing it back into the bag. Naruto's heart raced, and he retorted irritably, "What is it to you?" "Humph." Sasuke turned his head, seemingly nonchalant, and remarked, "If you fail to complete the task, you won't have dinner tonight." Naruto was taken aback, surprised by Sasuke's unexpected kindness. Just as he was about to respond, Sasuke had already turned away, striding off into the darkness with an air of arrogance. "TCH, what a pretentious guy," Naruto muttered, his lips curling into an involuntary smile, a realization he was blissfully unaware of. A similar scene unfolded with Haku and Zabuza. Haku delicately pinched the insect with her slender, jade-like fingers, her brows furrowing in mild annoyance before she forcefully tossed it into the bag. She turned to Zabuza, a hint of complaint in her voice. "Mr. Zabuza, are we really going to eat such things later? This thing is utterly revolting, though I usually find it rather endearing. The mere thought of swallowing it sends my stomach into convulsions." Zabuza furrowed his brow. "Do you think I wish to consume such a thing?" He silently raged within. Yet, bound by Yang Ming's orders and his own stoic demeanor, Zabuza spoke with an unruffled tone. "As a ninja, one must learn to endure harsh circumstances. Indeed, under normal circumstances, that would hold true, but with this insect, it is an entirely different matter." Zabuza mused inwardly, paying no mind to the fact that he had just deceived Bai. However, Zabuza had long since established himself in Bai's mind as a figure of great stature. Bai straightened his posture and earnestly declared, "Yes, Mr. Zabuza, I shall strive to overcome it." Upon glancing down, it was as if this insect were a formidable adversary, igniting a fierce determination in Bai's eyes. At the Dasna household, Kakashi wore an expression of exasperation as he addressed Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, I implore you, please refrain from creating such dark culinary concoctions. I would rather starve than consume that." Beside him, Sakura fervently nodded, playfully adopting a cute demeanor. "Yang Ming, dear brother, could you please refrain from making such dishes?" Her various endearing tones made the typically unflappable Yang Ming feel somewhat uneasy. Indeed, the notion of a lady could hardly be applied to Sakura. Yet, despite their pleas, Yang Ming remained unfazed, as if their words passed through one ear and out the other. Kakashi felt defeated. After half an hour of trying to persuade Yang Ming, they were still met with this dismal outcome. Truly, Yang Ming was quite obstinate. With no other choice, Kakashi withdrew a grand sword from his pocket. No, not that, but rather a tome of delight. Within books lie treasures untold, and within their pages, culinary wonders await. Kakashi resolved to indulge in novels tonight. As for that insect, I have no need for it. I shall immerse myself in the ocean of thought. Yang Ming reclined comfortably in his chair, observing Sakura as she playfully clung to him, even affectionately wrapping her arm around his. He found himself silently amused. "I am destined to be Tsunade's man. How could I possibly be swayed by such a little one?" Nevertheless, it must be said, the women in the world of Naruto possess an unearthly allure. Despite their youth, they have already blossomed so. In a rare moment of childlike humor, Yang Ming jested, "Sakura, if you were to give me 1,000 back rubs, I might just consider your request." "Really?" Sakura's heart raced, astonished that Yang Ming would actually acquiesce. Yang Ming nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, a gentleman's word is his bond." "Wonderful." Sakura was nearly brought to tears with joy. As for that snake, that insect, they were utterly detestable. Sakura was determined to hastily complete her task and rescue Yang Ming from his perilous thoughts. "I absolutely refuse to eat such things." With a fervent fist pump, Sakura was filled with passion and resolve. Acting swiftly, Sakura struck Yang Ming's shoulder with the force of a cleaver. "Ouch! Are you giving a back rub or committing murder?" Yang Ming was speechless, feeling as if he had just sustained 1,000 points of damage. As Yang Ming spoke, Sakura awkwardly raised her gaze to the heavens. Feeling embarrassed as she murmured, "I apologize. It is my first time giving someone a shoulder massage." Yang Ming felt a surge of anger. Did she truly consider him a mere experiment? He retorted, With your behavior, how could any husband possibly tolerate you if you were to marry in the future? The impact of his words struck her like a sudden epiphany, delivering a crushing blow to Sakura. She imagined the day she would marry Sasuke, envisioning a scenario where, in her eagerness, she might inadvertently dislocate his shoulder with excessive force. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over her, prompting her to soften the pressure of her hands. Feeling the delicate fingers, akin to scallions, rhythmically kneading his shoulder, Ming reveled in the comfort. Indeed, this was the privilege one ought to enjoy as a traveler from another realm. As Sakura reached the count of 999, her arms feeling detached from her body, Naruto and the others returned. Ming abruptly opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but coo, "Brother Ming, what about your promise to me?" Ming rolled his eyes. "What promise?" At that moment, Sakura realized she had been deceived. A flock of crows seemed to swarm in her heart. Yet, in a bid to avoid further conflict, she endured. With a strained smile on her face, she insisted, "Brother Ming, you clearly promised that if I massaged your shoulders 1,000 times, you would refrain from preparing those ghastly dishes." Ming looked skyward. "Oh, what splendid sunshine today. I should hang out the laundry." Sakura retorted, "Are you blind? We are at Uncle Dasna's house, and it is evening. Where do you see glorious sunshine?" In that moment, Sakura deeply felt Ming's obstinacy. However, Ming was in no mood to indulge her. He took several strides toward Naruto and the others, noticing the bulging bag they carried, a smile creeping onto his face. To Naruto and his companions, this smile seemed devilish. Once they returned, Ming took the bag from their hands and entered the kitchen. Following his earlier instructions, the cicadas inside the bag were still alive, restlessly moving about, making the bag appear to have numerous points jostling within. Ming first brought water to a vigorous boil before abruptly dumping the contents of one bag into the pot. With a splash, dozens, even hundreds of cicadas plunged into the scalding water like a dark river. Swiftly, he covered the pot with a lid. The cicadas, driven by their instinct for survival, emitted sharp sounds as they struggled against the boiling water. Nevertheless, they were too fragile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a while, the cacophony within the pot gradually subsided into silence. At that moment, Ming quickly lifted the lid and extracted the cicadas from the boiling water, transferring them into a larger basin. After their immersion in the hot water, the cicadas were mostly lifeless, having been cleansed of the impurities both inside and out. After cleansing the dust and dirt from his body, one could observe that these cicadas exhibit distinct insect characteristics, possessing 6 legs and a pointed proboscis at the front of their mouths. They are entirely brown, adorned with black and yellow patterns on their backs, which at first glance may seem quite unappetizing. It is difficult for the average person to fathom that these creatures are indeed edible. In truth, many who avoid consuming cicadas do so out of fear of their appearance, while others deem them unclean. The latter viewpoint is one that Ming cannot abide. It is essential to recognize that cicadas, when hungry, utilize their sharp appendages to suck the sap from tree trunks, making them far cleaner than omnivorous creatures. Moreover, they possess significant nutritional value and can even serve as medicinal ingredients, rendering them a gourmet gift from nature to humanity. As for those who claim that eating cicadas lacks compassion for animals, such sentiments stem purely from an overly sentimental disposition, which Ming finds laughable. It is noteworthy that our culinary heritage, dating back thousands of years, includes the consumption of cicadas. The earliest record of cicada consumption can be found in the text of Zhuangzi, which recounts an encounter between Confucius and a hunchbacked man who adeptly captured cicadas with a bamboo pole as if reaching into a bag. When asked if he had a philosophy, the hunchback explained that he practiced balancing a small object on the pole without it falling, gradually increasing the number until he could successfully capture cicadas with ease. Although the story emphasizes the importance of focus, it also highlights the cicada's deliciousness. Otherwise, there would be no need to exert such effort in capturing them. During the Qing dynasty, a special organization was established for capturing cicadas, resembling a clandestine group. However, as skilled servants, their purpose may have been to ensure a peaceful afternoon nap for the emperor by curtailing cicada noise. Indeed, our culinary culture has reached its zenith, placing us at the pinnacle of the food chain. Subsequently, Ming applied the same method, using boiling water to scald the remaining cicadas in the bag, then removing their heads, limbs, internal organs, and wings before placing them on a plate. Fortunately, Yang Ming had previously completed a hidden task and acquired basic knife skills, which enhanced his efficiency, allowing him to complete the task swiftly. Next, he discarded the boiling water, rinsed the pot, refilled it with water, added several bags of salt, brought it to a boil, and then introduced the cicadas for a brief cooking period before draining them. In fact, all of the aforementioned steps constitute the preliminary preparation for this cicada dish. The subsequent methods of preparation vary according to personal preference. Speaking of this, one cannot overlook our ancestors. The text of Xuanzi states, to lure cicadas, one must kindle a fire and vigorously shake the tree. By creating a fire beneath the tree and shaking it, the cicadas will willingly leap into the flames, where they can be consumed once charred. In addition to this method of grilling, cicadas can also be steamed, blanched, or used in soups and broths. In the Qiming Yaoshu, there is a recipe by Cui Hao detailing the preparation of cicada meat. Pound them, roast them until cooked, finely shred, and mix with vinegar. Processed cicada meat can be steamed, finely chopped with cilantro, and served atop. It can also be briefly plunged into boiling broth and served, alongside cilantro and other seasonings. Clearly, different preparation methods yield diverse flavors. However, due to the limited ingredients available at the Dezina household, and since this is not a recipe transmitted by the system, Yang Ming had no choice but to keep things simple. Firstly, Yang Ming cracked several eggs, discarding the yolks and leaving only the egg whites in a bowl. In another bowl, he poured in half a bowl of starch. He then heated the oil in a pan until it reached a moderate temperature. The discarded heads, limbs, entrails, and wings were dipped in the egg whites and starch before being placed in the hot oil. The sizzling sound echoed, resembling moths drawn to a flame, as they stirred up splashes of oil, with some even erupting in scalding droplets. It was imperative to avoid using high heat during frying, as this could easily lead to overcooking and charring, severely affecting the texture. Given the light nature of these ingredients, they floated atop the oil, making it easy to discern when they were fully cooked. When the morsels turned a golden, crispy hue, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, signaling that it was time to remove them from the oil. At this moment, the exterior was crispy while the interior was nearing the same delightful texture, offering a satisfying crunch akin to that of potato chips, perfectly suitable for snacking. While Yang Ming was frying in the kitchen, he remained unaware of the enticing aroma filling the room, which left the waiting crowd hungry. Naruto stretched his neck, desperately inhaling the delightful scent wafting through the air. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at him, admonishing, "Get a grip, don't embarrass us. You're ruining the reputation of Team 7. Who are you calling out?" Naruto retorted, inadvertently glancing towards the kitchen just in time to see a shadow sneak in. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the kitchen. "Kakashi, you scoundrel! Who granted you permission to steal food? Zabuza, get in here now." Zabuza, who had been lounging comfortably on the sofa, was jolted upright by Yang Ming's command and dashed into the kitchen. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke stared in disbelief as they witnessed the wall connecting the kitchen to the hall being demolished. With Kakashi the glutton dispatched, Yang Ming proceeded to prepare the next dish, sautéed cicadas with garlic. This was even simpler. Yang Ming cut the cicadas into chunks, careful not to chop them too finely, lest the texture suffer. He heated the pan, allowing the oil to reach the right temperature, then added minced garlic, filling the kitchen with an explosive aroma. Finally, he tossed in the cicada pieces, stirring them vigorously. In the searing pan, flames danced as the cicada chunks fluttered about, akin to sprites in the fire, performing a tantalizing dance at the cost of their lives. The cicadas caught by Naruto and his friends, after Yang Ming's culinary artistry, transformed into exquisite dishes, one fried, the other sautéed. As the steaming cicada feast was served, the rising vapors drifted upwards like a celestial being exhaling clouds, and the irresistible aroma burst forth like a dam breaking, reminiscent of Beethoven's captivating melodies, stirring the deepest desires within. "I want to eat. I crave it so." This longing emanated from a profound pursuit of beauty. It is often said that the most enchanting sight is one half hidden. Yet Kakashi believed that this unabashedly bold fragrance was the most alluring of all. Even Kakashi, at this moment, set aside his previous words and cast aside the notion of a paradise of intimacy. The allure of literature, rich with exquisite beauty, paled in comparison to having a delightful companion at hand. The written word may offer culinary delights, yet none could rival the delectable dishes crafted by Yang Ming. Kakashi gazed upon the meals prepared by Yang Ming, akin to a famished wolf entranced by a captivating beauty, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Before him lay cicada bodies, meticulously stripped and enveloped in a delicate mixture of egg and starch, then fried to perfection, resembling treasures encased in amber. Their golden, glistening surfaces shone like gold, instantly igniting one's appetite, prompting a momentary disregard for the fact that this was indeed a part of a cicada's body. He picked up a piece, golden and crispy, seemingly a cicada wing, thin and translucent like a gossamer veil. Through the radiant outer layer, the other side flickered with an enticing glow under the light, as if calling to the gold seekers. Kakashi could no longer contain himself. Saliva pooled at the corners of his mouth as he opened wide. Crunch! How delightfully crisp! As he broke through the outer layer of crunchiness, the tender cicada wing revealed itself, succumbing to the gentle caress of his tongue, disintegrating into fragments. In an instant, Kakashi was enveloped in a refreshing aroma, a veritable delicacy of the mortal realm. With just one bite, Kakashi fell in love with this culinary marvel. His hands moved in a blur, conjuring a dazzling array of illusions, swiftly stuffing a handful of the delicacies into his mouth before anyone could react. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Whether it was the legs or wings of the cicada, everything was remarkably crisp. Kakashi hardly needed to exert force. Upon closing his jaws, the amber-like morsels effortlessly split in two. So crisp, so fragrant. These two attributes alone were sufficient to intoxicate Kakashi. It was akin to a drunkard discovering his cherished wine or a long single soul finding his beloved. It was simply magnificent. Observing this, the members of Team 7 exclaimed in unison, "Kakashi-sensei, you're being deceitful again." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged knowing glances, as if telepathically connected, and joined the fray, heedless of the greasy mess they were making. "Hey Naruto, that's mine," Sasuke exclaimed, having just snatched a portion, only to be ambushed from behind by Naruto's shadow clone, which seized the spoils from his grasp. Unexpectedly, the clone did not return the prize to the original Naruto. "Haha, this is mine now," the clone joyously proclaimed, swallowing it whole. Sakura, observing the dark expression on the original Naruto's face, sighed and shook her head, lamenting. The original is a fool, and even the clone is a fool. Meanwhile, Sai glanced at the cicada feast, swallowing nervously. Could such a thing truly be consumed? Surely, it was not a jest? Yet recalling the words spoken by Zabuza earlier, he steeled his resolve, snatched a piece of the delicacy, closed his eyes, and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. The sensation was peculiar. What initially appeared repulsive turned out to be surprisingly delicious once it graced his palate, akin to the unexpected joy of winning a lottery. Sai extended his adorable tongue to lick the residual grease from his lips, joining the scrum for more. In the midst of the revelry, Uncle Dazna's grandson, Inali, observed the jubilant crowd with a burgeoning sense of curiosity. Could it be that cicadas were truly so delectable? Yet, the fried portion was fiercely contested, leaving Inali unable to secure a taste, compelling him to shift his gaze towards the garlic-sautéed cicada meat. In contrast, the appearance of the sautéed cicada was far less appealing, akin to a divine artifact shrouded in dust, neglected and forlorn in a corner. Indeed, it seemed that superficiality reigned supreme, as members of the Aesthetic Association were ubiquitous. As Inali pinched a piece of cicada meat, he noted its diminutive size, hardly larger than a fingertip, barely sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. The cicada meat lacked the ostentation of gold, instead exuding a subdued essence, refined through the passage of time. However, when Inali brought the cicada meat closer to his nose, a pungent aroma of garlic surged forth, overwhelming his senses like a tempest, filling his nostrils with a potent fragrance. Unaccustomed to such intensity, he hastily popped the cicada meat into his mouth and began to chew slowly. How to describe it? The cicada meat was delightfully tender and soft, reminiscent of the texture of an egg yolk or a glutinous rice ball, yet possessing its own unique character. As the cicada meat broke apart within his mouth, a subtle fragrance wafted forth, almost imperceptible unless one savored it carefully. With each bite, Inali's initially indifferent expression gradually transformed into one of appreciation, evolving into sheer ecstasy. This was indeed a culinary gift bestowed upon humanity by nature. It inevitably stirred memories of days spent with his father. In those times, amidst the vast expanse of rice fields, under a canopy of stars. While listening to the chorus of frogs and cicadas, it felt as though they were privy to a private concert. In that boundless realm, It was just he and his father. The sounds of frogs and cicadas formed a harmonious ensemble, creating a lingering melody as they lay carefree on their rooftop, seemingly frozen in time, a memory that still radiated warmth and serenity. Yet, as Inali returned to the present, he was jolted by the harshness of reality. The father he once idolized as a hero had perished resisting Cardo, and those tranquil days could never be reclaimed. From that moment onward, Inali began to question the essence of life. Do heroes truly exist? His father, once a towering figure, appeared so formidable, yet before the overwhelming might of Cardo, he had been crushed like an ant, effortlessly obliterated. How could heroes possibly exist? A disdainful curl of his lip betrayed his skepticism. Yet a solitary tear glistened at the corner of his eye. When did the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas transform into mere memories? What had been lost was not only youth, but also Yanali's once-cherished dreams. Heroes do not exist, he muttered to himself in frustration, while his hands busily continued to consume the cicada meat. Though it was fragrant in his mouth, each bite grew increasingly distasteful. Without his father, the endless rice fields and the starry sky held no significance. Inali felt as though the cicada meat he swallowed was a burial of the future sounds of frogs and cicadas. In the land of Bo, in recent days, Yang Ming and his companions have taken residence in the home of Dazuna. Although Zabuza and Haku have been subdued by Yang Ming, Team 7, true to the original narrative, has been summoned by Kakashi for intensive training to hone their chakra control. Thanks to Yang Ming's culinary prowess, the Dazuna family has savored an unprecedented array of exquisite dishes. As an elite of the land of waves, Uncle Dazuna has ingeniously discovered a means to alleviate the nation's poverty through the humble cicada, a delightful and affordable delicacy. Isn't the land of waves impoverished? Aren't the resources scarce? Not to worry. We can indulge in cicadas for our 3 meals a day. What is that? You say the cicadas will be consumed entirely? Fear not. The imagination of the populace knows no bounds, especially among a crowd of hungry commoners. If cicadas can be eaten, what else cannot? Thus, with Uncle Dazuna's fervent promotion, his doorstep has become a bustling hub. A plethora of ragged, gaunt individuals have flocked to his home, approaching Yang Ming with reverence akin to pilgrims seeking wisdom in the art of culinary darkness. Among them was an adorable little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, with a ponytail and sparkling big eyes. Clutching a black bag, she gazed at Yang Ming with admiration and asked, "Big brother, are snails delicious? How should I prepare them?" As she spoke, she revealed the contents of her bag, exposing a collection of snails, some as large as stones, others merely the size of her thumb. Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's quite simple. Clean them thoroughly, slice them into shreds, and stir-fry them. Do remember to add spices to eliminate the fishy taste." "Thank you, big brother." The little girl, clearly starving, ran home with gleaming eyes. Another woman, plump yet obviously malnourished, approached Yang Ming with a basket of vegetables. "Sir Yang Ming, do you think these are edible?" she inquired, glancing at the caterpillars writhing atop the leaves. The sight of the long, squirming pests made Yang Ming's lips twitch slightly. He finally comprehended why Kakashi and his team often ventured out. It would be unbearable for anyone. To express his gratitude to this woman, Yang Ming looked at her earnestly. "Rest assured, the presence of caterpillars indicates that these vegetables are free from pesticides. They are organic. These caterpillars contain a modicum of protein and can be consumed raw." Originally, the remark about eating them raw was merely a jest. To his astonishment, the woman took him seriously and promptly consumed the raw vegetables along with the caterpillars, smacking her lips and exclaiming, "Indeed quite delicious, though a tad bland." "Well, you truly are remarkable." Yang Ming found himself in awe of her. Following her, many more impoverished souls arrived, each more peculiar than the last. From slugs to flies to earthworms, there seemed to be no limit to the grotesque. Although Yang Ming insisted that slugs were a delicacy enjoyed by the people of a certain nation on Earth and were quite delightful to eat, he couldn't fathom why they would present live slugs, their bodies writhing, which alone sent chills down his spine. Exhausted in both body and spirit after bidding farewell to the impoverished, Yang Ming reclined on the sofa, his expression one of utter defeat. Indeed, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from concocting such bizarre dishes in the future. The nausea is overwhelming. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Ming, the results of his endeavors in recent days far surpassed his expectations. The once desolate streets began to buzz with life once more. Most people hurried along, clutching burlap bags and wielding hoes, hastening toward the wilderness. Occasionally, familiar faces would cross paths, exchanging pleasantries before diving straight into the matter at hand. Are you also off to hunt for wild game? Indeed, I aim to provide some nourishment for the children at home. So, are you planning to dig for worms or catch cicadas? I intend to go for something substantial. Perhaps I shall try my hand at catching some toads. It appears the esteemed young Ming has not imparted such knowledge. No matter, let it be a venture into the unknown. Compared to the past, the inhabitants of this place seemed transformed, brimming with vigor, albeit of a rather peculiar kind. Years later, the land of waves would proudly proclaim itself the capital of dark cuisine, with its citizens taking great pride in indulging in such culinary oddities, becoming a unique phenomenon in the world of Naruto. Under the guidance of generations of dark cuisine chefs, this culinary art experienced a renaissance, giving rise to bizarre delicacies such as stir-fried snails, which left Boruto, Naruto's son, in awe. Let us rewind the timeline to just an hour after Yang Ming and his party set off on their journey. In a location known as Cardo, the diminutive figure of Cardo, clad in a tailored suit and wearing glasses, bore a ferocious gaze that shattered his otherwise sophisticated demeanor. At this moment, this influential figure, capable of shaking the very foundations of the commercial world with a mere tremor, was respectfully pouring tea for a cloaked figure. A glance around would reveal that all of Cardo's hired hands lay sprawled on the ground, each with wounds inflicted in a single, fatal blow. Cardo cautiously cast a glance at the mysterious figure, who showed no intention of removing their mask, and whispered, "My lord, I am willing to offer you everything I possess, including my entire fortune, if only you would spare my wretched life." Huh. The cloaked figure regarded Cardo with interest. Are you truly prepared to part with all your wealth? Cardo wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, grasping the dagger at his waist, weighing the disparity in their strengths. He ultimately realized that regardless of his struggles, his fate was sealed. Swallowing hard, anxiety overtook him. No amount of money could outweigh the value of life. Of course, he hastily replied, "If you would grant me mercy, I would willingly relinquish my assets worth over 100 million. Excellent. I appreciate a businessman who knows when to be sensible." With the cloaked figure's approval, Cardo donned a sycophantic smile and hurried to a hidden chamber, presenting the entirety of the cash stored there. The cloaked figure, having received the money, indeed spared Cardo's life. The skies darkened, the air thickened, and a storm seemed imminent. A gust of wind swept through, slightly lifting the hood of the cloaked figure, revealing a mask adorned with an orange spiral pattern. Only one eye was visible through the eye-hole, subtly exposing a three-tomo Sharingan. He stood alone atop a lofty mountain, surveying the vastness beneath him, the wind causing his dark robe to billow dramatically. In one hand, he held a suitcase containing 1 million in cash, gazing into the distance, contemplating whether this sum would suffice to entice that formidable individual. Such delicacies capable of enhancing chakra must surely be under my dominion. The land of waves is a minuscule nation, its climate and terrain less extreme due to its proximity to the land of fire. As night fell, the starry sky shone brightly, resembling a beautiful pattern woven upon silk, captivating all who beheld it. After a day of rigorous training, Naruto and his companions returned to Uncle Dazna's home, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Ignoring their hunger, Naruto and Sasuke collapsed onto their beds, instantly falling into a deep slumber, emitting loud snores. Outside, the continuous chorus of cicadas played like a lullaby, lulling them into sleep. When they awoke, dinner had long since passed. Naruto blinked his sleepy eyes, his stomach rumbling thunderously in protest against its negligent master. Turning to Sasuke, he inquired, "I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" To which Sasuke rolled his eyes in response, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" The pangs of hunger felt like the greatest torment from the heavens, a sharp pain akin to being cut by a knife, with his stomach occasionally cramping, incessantly jabbing at his nerves. "I need food." At that moment, even a simple cup of instant noodles would seem like a feast fit for royalty. It is only when one experiences loss that they learn to cherish what they had. It is only in moments of hunger that the value of satisfaction is truly understood. Clutching his stomach, Naruto paced restlessly within the room, his brows knitted tightly together. Observing this, Sasuke scowled. "You're such a hindrance. Can't you be quiet?" Naruto shot him a challenging glance. "Aren't you hungry?" Just then, Sasuke's stomach let out a thunderous growl, abruptly revealing the truth. At that moment, he wished he could dig a hole and hide his head in it. What a disgrace. Sasuke turned away in a haughty manner, feigning indifference, yet his flushed ears betrayed his profound embarrassment. Naruto, squinting thoughtfully, suddenly had an idea. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Why don't we ask Big Brother for some food?" "Suit yourself," Sasuke replied, standing with his hands behind his back, appearing nonchalant. But when Naruto actually set off to find Yang Ming, he obediently followed. By now, the night had deepened. The cicadas outside sang even more loudly, creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. Naruto approached Yang Ming's room, where he was deeply asleep, lost in dreams. Without hesitation, Naruto rudely shook him awake. Yang Ming, who had been dreaming of a golden-haired maiden beckoning him, was abruptly jolted from his reverie by a sudden clap of thunder that seemed to strike from the heavens. As Yang Ming struggled to open his eyes, a youthful visage greeted him. Upon seeing the face, Yang Ming couldn't help but retort, "Naruto, what brings you here?" For anyone else, the dream would have been a celestial rendezvous, basking in the divine delights. Only to be abruptly interrupted, especially by someone who was neither a stunning beauty nor an enchanting maiden. The sensation was akin to wearing a garish green hat. That he refrained from losing his temper was, by all accounts, quite commendable. Naruto, with an awkward smile, implored, "Brother, I'm so hungry. Could you possibly whip up a dish for me?" As he spoke, the rumble of his stomach echoed, reminiscent of a bomb-laden aircraft, reverberating through the air. With bleary eyes and a hearty chuckle, Yang Ming, overwhelmed by fatigue, resolutely declined. "No way, I need to sleep." "Brother, how can you be so heartless? Can you really bear to see me faint from hunger?" As he spoke, Naruto adopted a pitiful expression. It is said that women may turn wicked for wealth, while men may resort to cuteness for food. Truly, the truth rings clear. Yang Ming found himself at a loss for words. "Come on, you're the main character. You're destined to conquer the heavens, the earth, and the world itself. Is this truly the path you wish to tread?" Just then, the system interjected with its meddlesome presence. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. A chef who cannot prepare a midnight snack is not a good chef." Quest description. In a day, there are 5 meals: breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and a midnight snack. As the future supreme culinary deity of the Naruto world, how could one be incapable of crafting even a midnight snack? Quest reward. Chakra control reaches the level of water walking. This quest was clearly a ploy by the system to prevent Yang Ming from sleeping. As an aspiring chef with lofty ideals, Yang Ming resolutely declared his compliance with the system's directives. However, he knew he could not simply acquiesce to Naruto's request, lest it set a troublesome precedent. His thoughts whirled momentarily in his mind. Thus, Yang Ming adopted a serious demeanor, appearing deep in contemplation, radiating a vibe that kept others at bay. Seeing this, Naruto's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Yang Ming might refuse to cook for him. Alas, apart from instant noodles, Naruto possessed little culinary skill, so he placed all his hopes upon Yang Ming. Just then, an unrelenting growl emanated from Naruto's belly, akin to a truck revving its engine, much to the annoyance of those around. The wait was excruciating, stretching time to feel like both a fleeting second and an interminable century. Finally, Yang Ming broke the silence. "All right, coincidentally, someone brought me some ingredients today. I shall use them to prepare a midnight snack." At this, Naruto's heart skipped a beat. "Brother, you're not referring to those people from this morning, are you?" "Indeed," Yang Ming replied, casting him a curious glance. "Is there a problem?" Naruto, with his head lowered and a hint of embarrassment, murmured, Brother, you're not planning to make some dark cuisine, are you?" The mere thought of those dreadful ingredients sent shivers down Naruto's spine. With a proud smile, Yang Ming declared, "Of course not." Naruto sighed in relief. "That's a relief. As long as it is not an abominable dish, anything prepared by Yang Ming is met with no objections from Naruto. Perhaps it is a trait inherent to ninjas. But Kakashi and Zabuza have always maintained a half-awake state, perpetually attuned to the sounds around them. Upon hearing that Yang Ming was to prepare a midnight snack, they all gathered, including Zabuza, who is typically no exception. Just the thought of Yang Ming's culinary creations, with their tantalizing aromas and exquisite textures, is simply divine. Zabuza mused that his past existence had been wasted. Only by savoring Yang Ming's meals could he truly experience life. Yang Ming cast a helpless glance at these gluttons. Realizing that they were beyond redemption, he proceeded to the kitchen, where a basin was filled with the ingredients for tonight's late-night feast. This bounty was gifted to him by the audacious woman who dared to consume raw vegetable worms, as a token of her gratitude. Of course, Others had also contributed in varying degrees, but their offerings were so repugnant that Yang Ming graciously declined and returned them. Now, it was time to prepare the midnight snack. For those who often work late shifts, indulging in a midnight meal is the ultimate pleasure. Imagine the serenity of a quiet night, complemented by a steaming dish to reward oneself for a hard day's toil, soothing frazzled nerves and rejuvenating one's spirit for the following day. Typically, those who partake in late-night meals often resort to instant noodles for various reasons, such as laziness or financial constraints. After all, instant noodles are economical and convenient, providing a temporary satisfaction for hunger pangs with just a single packet. However, for true food enthusiasts, this is far from sufficient. There exists an equally economical late-night delicacy, stir-fried river snails. Unlike their sea snail counterparts, river snails are characterized by their thin shells and meaty interiors. When sautéed with a fragrant herb known as perilla, they yield a peculiar flavor that is both spicy and sweet. This dish is not commonly prepared in most households. Although people have attempted to use chili, garlic, and fermented black beans as seasonings for stir-fried river snails, they have consistently failed to eliminate the muddy odor, leaving a sense of disappointment. In truth, this dish is remarkably easy to prepare. It requires no culinary expertise, only a modicum of patience. This morning, the woman who consumes raw vegetable worms graciously gifted Yang Ming a basket of fresh river snails as a token of appreciation for his insightful guidance. These snails were exceptionally fresh, having been harvested directly from the fields. In this world, devoid of pesticides, these river snails are free from the pollutants and harmful substances prevalent in urban areas. Upon receiving them, Yang Ming promptly placed the snails into a large basin, filled it with clean water, and stirred them gently with a wooden stick, utilizing the friction between the snails to wash away the stubborn mud. It is crucial to exert a gentle touch during this process. Too much force could result in the demise of the snails. If they perish, well, congratulations. You will be faced with a dish reminiscent of excrement. Cleaning the river snails is a tedious process, necessitating frequent water changes and repetitions, truly testing one's patience. However, as the foul, muddy odor gradually dissipates, one cannot help but feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. After the thorough cleansing, there remains one final step, a crucial moment that often determines whether the escargot retains any muddy or fishy taste. Once Yang Ming has scrubbed the surface of the snails clean, he transfers them into a large basin filled with fresh water, adding a few drops of oil before allowing them to sit for a while. This is the piece de resistance. The objective is to expel the mud from the snails' interiors. Given that the snails expel mud slowly, the addition of a touch of oil accelerates this process. Ideally, sesame oil would enhance the aroma, imparting a subtle fragrance to the snails. After soaking in the water throughout the day, the snails effectively purge their insides, leaving the basin again stained with sediment. Yang Ming cleans the basin thoroughly and rinses the snails one more time with fresh water before commencing the stir-frying. With a hot wok, he pours in the oil. As the oil begins to sizzle, Yang Ming tosses in a handful of snails, giving them a quick stir. The moment the slightly moist snails hit the pan, they create a cacophony of splattering sounds, with even the oil bubbling up in response. Unfazed, Yang Ming deftly grips the handle of the wok and begins to stir-fry vigorously. Flames dance around the snails, resembling a fiery serpent, belching forth fierce heat. Yet, regardless of the flame's ferocity, they cannot withstand the vigorous shaking of the iron wok. Once the snails are half-cooked, Yang Ming adds a handful of perilla leaves and chili peppers, enhancing the snail's natural flavors. Instantly, a remarkable transformation occurs, akin to a meteor striking the earth, releasing an intense aroma that captivates the senses. Gurgle, gurgle. The enticing fragrance wafts through the air, causing those eagerly waiting at the kitchen door to feel their stomachs rumble. Naruto wipes the drool from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "It smells so delicious. I can't wait to taste it." Kakashi pretends to be engrossed in a romantic drama, yet his keen eyes continuously scan Yang Ming's culinary creation, calculating how to seize a bite before anyone else. The group has gained considerable experience, knowing that Yang Ming's dishes are invariably exquisite, often requiring them to act swiftly to secure a taste. In this regard, the lower-ranked ninjas have suffered significant losses against Kakashi and Zabuza's overwhelming prowess. Fortunately, they are not foolish. After several lessons, they formed an alliance comprising Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and even Haku. Yes, Haku has joined their ranks. How could one miss out on such culinary delights? They even named their alliance the Foodie Club. Admittedly, their naming skills leave much to be desired, but it suffices. As the steaming escargot is served, the sight is breathtaking. The dark snails, vibrant red chilies, and lush green perilla leaves create a stunning visual tableau. A feast for the eyes. Coupled with the aromatic steam wafting upwards, it is enough to make anyone's mouth water. Unable to resist any longer, they all plunge into the fray to secure their share. Naruto employs several shadow clones to divert Kakashi's attention, allowing the members of the alliance to swiftly snatch a handful of snails. Ouch, that is hot. A few eager souls, unable to resist the allure of hot delicacies, hastily reached for the steaming delicacy, only to scald their fingers in the process. Yet, with such culinary delights before them, who could afford to hesitate? Naruto, yearning to indulge, suddenly found himself at a loss. The petite, delicate morsel of snail meat, akin to a bashful sprite, withdrew into its shell, revealing only a tantalizing glimpse that beckoned yet frustrated him, stirring both affection and ire within. With determination, Naruto directed his mouth toward the exposed meat, clumsily attempting to suck and nibble at it. Alas, the snail meat proved stubborn, akin to an immovable wooden post, refusing to budge. He gazed forlornly at the snail in his hand, as if sensing its mockery. No matter your clever tricks, I shall not yield. Naruto was not alone in his plight. Others shared his bewilderment. At this moment, their respective intellects shone through. Kakashi, ever resourceful, drew forth a shuriken and deftly inserted its tip into the snail meat, twisting it expertly until he extracted the delicacy, savoring it with delight. As for Zabuza, his approach was bluntly forceful. He clasped the snail in his palm, applying pressure until with a resounding crack, the shell shattered, allowing him to retrieve the meat within. Naruto and the others, eager to emulate their companions, attempted their own methods. However, Naruto, clumsy as he was, failed to replicate Kakashi's finesse or Zabuza's strength, often crushing the snail meat beyond recognition, rendering its flavor unattainable. In a moment of desperation, he cast a pleading glance toward Ming. What could be more torturous than a student falling just short of the score needed for acceptance into a prestigious university? Or a middle-aged man, yearning yet unable to feel the spark of attraction? Or the agony of a food enthusiast, gazing at a tempting dish yet unable to partake? In that very moment, Naruto sensed the world's cruel indifference. With a snail in hand, he found himself unable to relish its taste, no matter how formidable the Nine-Tails chakra, or how intimidating his lineage. He was thwarted by a mere snail. The sensation was akin to being in the presence of a beautiful woman, with every means at his disposal, yet rendered powerless. How utterly infuriating. Naruto looked at Ming with a pitiable expression. Brother, how does one eat this snail? Ming chuckled, surprised to see Naruto stumped by such a question. Yet, it was understandable. For most, preparing snails was a cumbersome task, and even the act of eating them could be fraught with difficulty. Without the proper technique, one could toil in vain, never truly tasting the snail's exquisite flavor. Moreover, one might spend so much time fumbling that by the time the meat reached their lips, it had cooled, greatly diminishing its appeal. However, once the method was mastered, Ming was confident that one would undoubtedly grow fond of this culinary delight. Watch how I do it, and you shall soon learn, he said, taking the snail from Naruto's hand. The tiny escargots, slightly larger than a thumb, glisten with moisture at their openings, coated in a delectable, sweet juice that provokes a salivary response. Consuming these escargots requires a modicum of technique, devoid of any elegance. Ming deftly places the tail of the snail to his lips with his thumb and forefinger, first drawing out the savory liquid, then with a swift tug, he extracts the flesh, rotating the shell to suck in the head, effortlessly consuming the entire morsel in mere seconds. This seemingly slow process transpires in the blink of an eye, as the succulent meat is drawn into his mouth. The initial sip of juice floods the palate, awakening the taste buds with an explosion of flavor. Unlike the briny essence of seafood, this flavor carries a hint of earthiness, complemented by a subtle bitterness and a piquant kick from chili, presenting a unique taste experience. As the tender flesh meets the tongue, it is skillfully rolled and entwined, swiftly torn apart by his pearly white teeth. With each bite, the richness of flavor unfolds, combining savory and sweet, spicy and fragrant. in an intricate dance akin to a melodious refrain that leaves one yearning for more. The escargot is succulent and delicate, boasting a delightful taste, rich in protein, vitamins, essential amino acids, and trace elements, making it a quintessential high-protein, low-fat, calcium-rich natural health food. For those fond of maintaining a slender figure, escargot is indeed a gourmet delight tailored to their desires. A modest serving suffices, especially when shared among friends, accompanied by a bowl of rice, ensuring a satisfying meal. However, as the adage goes, excess can lead to adverse effects. While the escargot is delectable, moderation is key for individuals with fragile constitutions or allergies. Excessive consumption may lead to discomfort. It is also imperative to savor escargot while warm. Once cooled, the meat becomes tough and unpalatable, akin to chewing on pebbles. A most unpleasant experience. Observing Yang Ming's effortless technique, others quickly emulate him. Contrasting sharply with Kakashi's use of shurikens to extract the meat or Jean's brutish method of crushing the shells. Yang Ming's approach resonates particularly with Bai, a fastidious young man with a penchant for cleanliness. Bai, emulating Yang Ming, brings his cherry lips close, meticulously sipping the escargot's juices. The experience is remarkably unique, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity for someone accustomed to upheaval. What could it be? Bai lifts his head and surveys his surroundings. Under the soft yellow glow of the lights, everyone gathers around the table, hands grasping escargots, savoring the moment together. Each person mimics Yang Ming's technique, creating a symphony of slurping sounds, reminiscent of a delightful orchestral performance that lingers in the memory. It is hard to fathom that two adversaries, once embroiled in fierce conflict, now share a meal together, exuding warmth and camaraderie under Yang Ming's influence. If Kishimoto were present at this moment, he would surely be taken aback. Perhaps it was due to the camaraderie shared over dinner, Bai thought. If someone had told him in the past that he would reclaim such a tranquil and harmonious life, he would have vehemently denied it. For many years, ever since his father led the villagers to slay his mother and intended to take his life as well, his heart had been extinguished. From that fateful day, Bai believed that a serene existence had bid him an eternal farewell. Were it not for the arrival of Zabuza, which rekindled his sense of purpose, he would have likely become a mere shell of a man, existing in a state worse than death. As he observed his surroundings, Kakashi was unabashedly indulging in the feast, while Sasuke and Naruto engaged in a playful scuffle over the snails they each held. Sakura, seizing the opportunity amidst their quarrel, stealthily pilfered their snails. Bai's gaze softened at the sight. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the enigmatic Yang Ming, the architect of this newfound reality, his admiration turned fervent and reverent. It was Yang Ming who had restored Bai's peaceful life. In his heart, Bai's admiration for Yang Ming had long surpassed that for Zabuza, reaching heights unimaginable. As the group savored their meal, immersed in the ocean of culinary delight, they remained oblivious to the fact that the once boisterous chorus of cicadas had fallen silent. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. Even the croaking frogs and chirping cicadas had vanished, silence descending like a harbinger of impending dread. Two men stood at a distance, peering through the window at the gathering within. Clad in flowing black robes emblazoned with blood-red clouds, they were unmistakably members of the Akatsuki organization, an entity currently obscure, yet destined to stir the tides of fate in the near future. One of the men exaggeratedly hunched over, clutching his stomach, likening himself to a lobster as he exclaimed, "I am famished." The aroma wafted from afar is irresistible. In an abrupt shift, his tone turned cold and sinister, harboring intentions of annihilation. On this dark and blustery night, a harbinger of death loomed. Just as Yang Ming and his companions were relishing their late-night repast, calamity struck unexpectedly. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Accompanied by a sharp command. A fireball descended upon the dwelling. Instantly, like a spark that can ignite a vast inferno, the fireball expanded, resembling an ancient crimson dragon, spewing forth terrifying flames that consumed everything in its path. In the pitch-black night, the scarlet blaze was blindingly vivid. It surged forth like a monstrous tsunami, engulfing all. As the flames enveloped the entire house, in the blink of an eye, the once tranquil existence was shattered, plunging into a perilous abyss. The searing inferno churned, encroaching upon Yang Ming and his party. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As the impending doom loomed, both Naruto and the uncle they sought to protect Tazuna, faced the grim prospect of suffocation amid the fiery tempest. Kakashi and Zabuza were the first to react. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. As Kakashi and Zabuza simultaneously shouted, an immense reservoir of chakra within them was swiftly depleted. Despite the absence of a water source and the intense heat evaporating the surrounding moisture, their efforts bore remarkable fruit. Outside, as if conjured from thin air, two towering 3-meter water columns surged forth, resembling dragons with their claws outstretched, charging toward the blazing inferno. The crimson sea of flames clashed with the icy blue water dragons, akin to a celestial collision, neither side yielding an inch. Boom! The two forces collided. Water and fire in a fierce embrace, generating a cloud of steam that enveloped the vicinity, obscuring the unfolding scene. Within the mist, 3 shadowy figures gradually materialized. The wind swirled, dispersing some of the fog to reveal their forms. One figure stood tall and striking, bearing an exaggerated 3-sectioned scythe slung over his shoulder, its length prompting doubts about his combat capability. Another figure, reminiscent of Kakashi with his mask, revealed only a pair of profound eyes, exuding an air of subtlety. The last was decidedly peculiar, adorned with a mask akin to that of Umbu, yet lacking any semblance of humanity. His rotund figure bore crimson lips and an entirely dark exterior, evoking a sense of revulsion. Upon seeing each other, Kakashi and Zabuza's expressions hardened. When did such figures emerge within the ninja world? As the saying goes, kindred spirits recognize each other, and instinctively. Both Kakashi and Zabuza sensed the extraordinary nature of their opponents. They could not help but tense their bodies, regarding one another with caution. Kakashi, his expression grave, pondered the identities of these individuals, wondering if they bore any grievances with one another. While contemplating, he discreetly tightened his grip on a kunai, prepared to strike should they make a move. What mattered was not their identities, but the imminent threat. Before Kakashi could finish his thought, a kunai sliced through the night, akin to a shooting star, aimed directly at the throat of the masked figure. Simultaneously, Zabuza surged forward, wielding a massive beheading blade, embodying the ferocity of a demonic warrior. Swiftly, in the blink of an eye, from Kakashi's throw of the kunai to Zabuza's assault, mere moments passed. Though they had never fought as partners, their frequent private sparring sessions had fostered a deep understanding between them. This synchronized attack required no verbal communication. Everything was understood without words. Kakuzu, displaying a hint of resignation, remarked on the rudeness of the youth. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice his eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Clang! A shadowy figure abruptly intervened before Kaku, using its body to absorb Kakashi's surprise assault. The kunai embedded deeply within its form, quivering violently, a testament to the force behind the throw. But it was futile, for it was the earth grudge fear. At that moment, Zabuza's blade descended. There was no finesse, no embellishment, only a direct, brutal assault that epitomized raw force. Like a white line dividing the world, the beheading blade cleaved down with the might of a mountain. Kakuzu, beneath his mask, arched an eyebrow, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Fire release. Head-hardening technique. Unexpectedly, the opponent unleashed a formidable ninjutsu from such close proximity. The fireball erupted, rapidly expanding in midair before exploding with a resounding boom. The crimson glow illuminated the entire night sky. A tremendous roar reverberated, stirring a fierce wind that rustled the branches around. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zabuza withstood it steadfastly. In the bewildered gaze of Kakuzu, he stood alone with a single blade, akin to a deity descending upon the earth, effortlessly cutting down all obstacles in his path. With a flash of his sword, the raging flames were cleaved in two, and the onslaught continued. Fire release. Masked monster, extinguish. Kakuzu gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "How dare you!" Emerging from the searing inferno, Zabuza's surface was charred black. His mask burned away, revealing his resolute visage. A cruel smile tugged at his lips, and his wolf-like eyes radiated an overwhelming intent to kill. Although he had been inexplicably subdued by Yang Ming, it did not equate to his inner satisfaction. Who was he? The ghost of the mist. Kakuzu and his companion's ambush had merely ignited a powder keg. Buzz. Zabuza responded to Kakuzu with a singular purpose: slaughter. With his executioner's blade sweeping through the air, it resembled autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, accompanied by unmatched vigor that stirred a tempest. Just as Kakuzu seemed destined for demise, a figure beside him sprang into action. Bang! The sound echoed like a clash of bronze vessels, producing an ear-piercing noise. Haiden's three-bladed scythe intercepted Kakuzu's position, forming an insurmountable barrier that thwarted Zabuza's assault. Haiden gazed at Zabuza with a flippant demeanor, taunting, "Come on, if you have the skill, kill me," as if seeking to intensify the provocation. He pointed to his own head, daring Zabuza to attack. Ordinary individuals would steer clear of Zabuza, and even regular ninjas would think twice. Yet Haiden treated him as merely an inconspicuous cockroach, his derisive gaze igniting ire even within a seasoned warrior like Zabuza. However, before Zabuza could react, Kakuzu snapped, "Get out of the way, and don't forget your mission." Haiden fell silent, realizing this was not his concern, as it was Kakuzu who sought to earn extra rewards. Kakuzu shot him a fierce glare, reminding, "Don't forget the money from your last stitching job that you owe me." Upon hearing this, Haiden was at a loss. He directed his attention towards Yang Ming inside the building, boasting, "Boys, wait for me to collect your heads." Witnessing the two engage in their casual banter infuriated Zabuza. He brandished his executioner's blade, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, tearing through the void. Zabuza versus Kakuzu. At this moment, Yang Ming and his companions had arrived outside the building. Observing the adversaries that had appeared, Yang Ming felt a surge of astonishment. How could Kakuzu and Haiden appear at this juncture? What was truly happening? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, yet his thoughts were tangled like a chaotic web, unable to find clarity. As Zabuza charged towards Kakuzu, Naruto and the others remained optimistic. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head, adopting a demeanor of amusement as he inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Bai rolled her eyes, asserting with undeniable certainty, "It must be Mr. Zabuza." No sooner had she spoken than Zabuza unleashed a series of swift strikes, advancing upon Kakuzu. Just as Bai wore a proud expression, Haiden's scythe abruptly intercepted Zabuza's assault. Observing this, the onlookers lost their interest in the spectacle, and the inclination to mock Bai vanished, for they were acutely aware of Zabuza's prowess. An elite jonin. In the early days of Naruto, without the emergence of shadow-level powerhouses, the jonin reigned supreme. In a smaller ninja village, an elite jonin could easily assume the role of village leader. Even in larger nations, elite jonin served as the backbone of their forces. Yet, the two individuals opposite them seemed to engage in casual banter, suggesting to Naruto and his companions that they were at least of elite jonin caliber. However, for Yang Ming, who was familiar with the narrative, it was clear that they were gravely mistaken. Kakuzu was undoubtedly a shadow-level powerhouse. Having attempted to assassinate the first Hokage and successfully escaped his grasp, showcasing his formidable skills. As for Haiden, Yang Ming regarded him as a half-shadow. What is a half-shadow, you ask? It refers to an entity that excels in certain aspects, posing a threat to shadow-level powerhouses. Haiden exemplifies such strength. Although his ninjutsu and jinjutsu are relatively subpar, his enigmatic curse techniques are sufficient to eliminate a shadow-level opponent unaware of his capabilities. Moreover, Haiden possesses the unique trait of immortality, rendering him a veritable anomaly within the ranks of the Hokage. In the original narrative, had Shikamaru not acquired intelligence on Haiden, he likely would not have been able to devise an effective strategy to seal him away. At this moment, Haiden charged toward them. What did this signify? It implied that, without intervention, Naruto and his companions faced imminent annihilation. Realizing this, Kakashi could not stand idly by, just as he prepared to intervene. He was suddenly confronted by two Earth Grudge Fear creatures. Meanwhile, Zabuza was locked in a fierce battle with Kakuzu and the two Earth Grudge Fear entities, leaving him unable to divert his attention. This meant that Naruto and his friends had to rely solely on themselves. Damn it! Kakashi cursed inwardly, revealing his Sharingan, his eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Given the circumstances, they would have to engage in a fierce battle. Elsewhere, Haiden sprinted towards Yang Ming, laughing maniacally, weep, wail, and then perish in despair. As he spoke, Haiden hurled his three-section scythe, skillfully controlling its trajectory with the attached rope, launching an attack toward Yang Ming. To harm my boss, you must first get past me. Bai, standing amidst the rising steam, exuded an air of elegance as she swiftly formed hand seals. Ice shield. Ice rock wall. With her words, a sudden chill enveloped the area, and visible tendrils of cold air began to emanate forth. Soon, Naruto and the others were astonished to witness a formidable ice wall materialize, standing resolutely before the scythe. Crash! Crack! As Haiden's weapon, the three-section scythe was anything but trivial. Although the icy wall obstructed the scythe's advance, its substantial weight, under the influence of acceleration, abruptly shattered it, creating spiderweb-like fissures. It crumbled. Subsequently, the scythe, lacking further momentum, fell from the air. TCH. Haiden shot an irritated glare at Bai, but fortunately, he had seized this opportunity to close the distance to the others. Bai's expression was grave, his demeanor icy as he regarded Haiden. For Bai, a tranquil and serene life was a coveted dream. Yet, this rare existence had been disrupted by a group of inexplicable individuals. Uncle could tolerate it, but Aunt could not. In that moment, even a kind-hearted person like Bai felt a flicker of murderous intent. Even if it meant death, I must protect Boss Yang Ming. Bai resolved within himself and turned to Naruto and the others, saying, I will hold them off with my ninjutsu. You all take Boss Yang Ming and retreat first. No. Naruto steadfastly met Bai's gaze, asserting that their elder brother would never agree, for they were comrades, and how could they abandon him here alone? Sasuke and Sakura remained silent. Yet their actions spoke volumes as they stood resolutely beside Bai. Suddenly, a warm current surged into Bai's heart. This feeling was comforting and soothing. Naruto was right. Yang Ming looked at Bai and said, Furthermore, do not underestimate me. All right, this pressure, Yang Ming gave himself full marks. Who said he was merely a mediocre fighter skilled in shadow clone and body replacement techniques. Before such a charming boy, he could not afford to be timid. Oh, why did that sound somewhat peculiar? At that moment, Haiden had already retracted his scythe, approaching with an air of nonchalance, entirely dismissing Yang Ming and his companions. Haiden raised his head high, as if a deity surveying the world, his gaze cold and devoid of humanity. He regarded Yang Ming with a disdainful smile. Haiden never expected that such an unremarkable individual could be worth millions. Was there really such an excess of wealth among the affluent? Yet for him, no amount of money mattered. It was far better to gain the favor of the Dark God. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bai and Naruto exchanged glances, quickly forming hand seals. Ice release. Ice crystal mirror. A chill enveloped Haiden, and in the blink of an eye, a shield of ice encased him, erecting a 5-story-high prison. Subsequently, Team 7 surged forward. Shadow clone technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto utilized numerous shadow clones to divert Haiden's attention, followed by Sasuke launching a fireball that struck Haiden squarely in the face. Boom. A direct hit. But that was not all. Bai swiftly maneuvered through the ice crystals, unleashing a torrent of shuriken. Like a tempest, countless shuriken descended upon Haiden, utterly overwhelming him. Had he perished? Naruto and the others watched with bated breath as smoke billowed in the center, obscuring their view. Haha, I am right here. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh erupted from the edge of the ice crystals. Bang! A shard of ice shattered, and Haiden escaped from his prison, swinging his scythe before Yang Ming could react, grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Haiden smirked arrogantly at Yang Ming, taunting, So, how do you wish to die? Ha ha. I've obtained your blood. His derisive laughter echoed across the battlefield, inciting fury in Naruto and his companions. Inwardly, Bai seethed, how dare he harm Boss Yang Ming? Haiden brought the scythe closer, extending his crimson tongue to lick Yang Ming's blood, drawing it into his body. He then used Yang Ming's blood to create a grotesque artwork on the ground, his face adopting a pious expression, reminiscent of a devoted acolyte. As foes, whatever Haiden sought to accomplish must not be allowed to succeed. Although Naruto and the others were unaware of Haiden's intentions, they would not stand idly by. Come on, let's take him down. Naruto led the charge, with hundreds of clones echoing his battle cry, creating a tumultuous uproar. It was as if a legion of warriors surged forth, a cloud of dust rising behind Naruto's army. With fists, feet, and kunai, they unleashed their full might, even using their teeth, surrounding Haiden from all sides. This was a complete encirclement. Countless attacks enveloped Haiden, targeting his head, limbs, and even his lower body, which Naruto particularly focused on, an act so treacherous it defied description. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Haiden remained unfazed, continuing his artwork as if viewing Naruto's army as mere insects, easily crushed. Let me show you my strength. Naruto, brimming with pent-up rage, aimed a powerful punch at Haiden's handsome face, intending to leave a mark. However, Haiden deftly tilted his head, evading the strike. Naruto, undeterred, charged forward, only to collide with one of his own shadow clones, creating an absurd moment. Sasuke's lips curled in disbelief as he muttered, "What an idiot." Yet, his body was swift to respond, hands forming seals. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A torrent of chakra surged forth, erupting from Sasuke's mouth in a dazzling blaze. The flames illuminated the battlefield like a beacon piercing through the darkness. The fire surged forward at high speed, akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, its rapidity overwhelming. The intense heat vaporized the moisture in the air, creating a thick mist in its wake. Along the path, numerous Naruto clones were obliterated, shattered by the ferocity of the attack. This strike was relentless, bearing the ferocity of a venomous serpent. Yet, astonishingly, Haiden did not evade. Boom. The attack struck Haiden squarely. It was not that he could not escape. Rather, he willingly collided with the flames, using his flesh and blood to shield the crimson design beneath him. To Naruto and the others' astonishment, as the smoke cleared, Haiden appeared unscathed, still engrossed in his grotesque artistry. No, one cannot say he is entirely unscathed. At the very least, the garment he wore has been reduced to ashes by the searing heat. Naruto surveyed the others, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed, "What are we to do? This fellow is quite formidable." Frustration welled within Sasuke, wishing fervently for a greater reserve of chakra. Just moments ago, in a bid to amplify the potency of his jutsu, Sasuke had depleted the majority of his chakra. Although he could still employ his techniques, their effectiveness would significantly diminish. After all, they remained mere genin, with limited resources at their disposal. Sakura observed the unfolding chaos, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Despite excelling academically, her repertoire of jutsu was scant, leaving her unable to provide any meaningful support. Resolutely, she vowed to herself that upon returning, she would endeavor to master more powerful techniques. At that moment, Haiden had completed his ritual. A sinister pattern emerged on the ground, composed of a circle and a triangle, its crimson hue exuding an ominous aura. After reciting his prayers, Haiden turned to Ming with a cold, bloodthirsty grin. With arms outstretched as if to embrace the heavens, he fervently declared, "Today, I shall offer your blood to the great evil deity." "Is that so?" Ming replied calmly, gazing at him with unwavering composure. "Are you absolutely certain that you possess the capability to slay me?" His words struck a decisive blow to Haiden's faith, igniting fury in his eyes, and he vowed retribution. "I am already quite dashing. I require no further embellishment," Ming retorted with a dispassionate demeanor, continuing to provoke Haiden's nerves. He then gestured for Naruto and the others to retreat, drawing closer to him. "Haiden, I am quite eager to witness the true extent of your so-called immortality. Come, attempt to kill me." Ming regarded Haiden with utmost seriousness, as if contemplating a scientific inquiry. Haiden's cruel smile widened. "You seek death? Then do not hold me accountable." With that, he produced a pitch-black spear and plunged it into his own chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering violently. The vivid crimson liquid flowed freely, saturating Haiden's charred body, rendering him a grotesque sight. Haiden gazed at Ming with arrogance, relishing the excruciating agony coursing through him. Yet, Ming remained unfazed, standing there as if nothing had transpired, for he had activated the last opportunity of his invincible defense card. In this fleeting moment, Ming possessed a full minute of invincibility, his prime opportunity to showcase his bravado. Nearby, Naruto remarked with incredulity, "Is this guy out of his mind? Inflicting harm upon himself. How amusing can that be?" Sakura responded earnestly, given the recent trends within the ninja world. It seems the number of mentally unstable ninjas is on the rise. Even the typically stoic Sasuke chimed in. He could certainly use some medication. Bai, feeling sympathetic, interjected, "You shouldn't speak so harshly. It is quite pitiful to be mentally unwell. We ought to show respect to those with disabilities." "Did you just label Haiden as disabled? Bai, are you criticizing him or defending him?" Haiden stood there, utterly bewildered. "Impossible, this cannot be." Fade Wan, unyielding in his defiance, continued to pierce his own wrist with a spear, driving it into his leg. But, this is of utmost importance, hence the repetition." Ming remained unscathed. "I refuse to believe it." Fade Wan could not reconcile the reality before him. It must be an illusion conjured by the enemy, a scheme devised by his foes. Clinging to this belief, he resolutely plunged the obsidian spear into his own flesh. With a tearing sound, even Ming felt a chill beneath him. and a wry smile graced his lips as he thought, "This must be excruciating." As the saying goes, to aspire for success, one must first undergo self-sacrifice. Was Fadewan truly so desperate for victory? With a silent moment of mourning for Fadewan, Yang Ming defiantly raised his middle finger, apologetically stating, "Sorry. My little brother is still intact." Upon hearing this, Fadewan felt a surge of anger rise within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The night deepened, exuding a palpable chill. Yet for Fadewan, nothing could be more agonizing than this moment. He had drawn Yang Ming's blood and invoked the cursed technique of death through blood. In the past, this strategy had swiftly led his enemies to defeat. Yet now, whether he shattered his heart or inflicted self-harm, even resorting to self-castration, all proved futile. Despair etched on his face. Fadewan gazed skyward and lamented, "Oh, God, why is that detestable wretch still unharmed?" Yang Ming stood calmly in the night breeze. Resembling an indomitable war god, his stature regal. However, in truth, he was merely a mediocre chef, unworthy of such a grand title. A smirk curved Yang Ming's lips as he teased, "Would you like to know? Let Daddy enlighten you." "Brat." Fadewan seethed, "Who is my father?" Yang Ming continued to provoke his ire, saying, "Such a good son, calling me Daddy." The sight of Fadewan's face paling with rage elicited amusement from Naruto and Sakura, who joined in the mockery. "Come on, call him Daddy." Fadewan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, glaring at Yang Ming. "You shall pay for this." In the next moment, Fadewan raised his scythe and struck it heavily against his own neck. It appeared that he remained unyielding. He was resorting to a self-destructive attack, one that would injure him while potentially harming his foe. Once his head was severed, though he would not perish, it would be a significant blow in the rapidly shifting battlefield. Yet Fadewan could contemplate nothing further. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of breaking bone, his head was completely severed from his body. Crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Ming remained unscathed. This was the true horror. Fadewan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. Internally, his faith in the evil god was violently shaken, leading him to question his very existence. Despite having prepared himself, witnessing Fadewan's dismemberment caused a tumultuous reaction within Yang Ming and the others, as if their insides were churning violently, an impulse to retch overwhelming them. Naruto and Sakura's faces turned a sickly green, their brows furrowing in distress. In contrast, Sasuke and Haku exhibited the utmost composure, their eyes merely rippling with emotion. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, Yang Ming addressed Haiden, remarking, "My dear son, with such a disheveled appearance, you ought to return home for your medication." Haiden, incensed, retorted, "You fool, I am not your son." Witnessing Haiden's head tumble to the ground in fury, it was hard to imagine that he was once the formidable adversary who had compelled Naruto and his allies to join forces without success. There was a touch of dark humor in the moment. Indeed, as Yang Ming's words registered, Naruto and the others visibly relaxed. Although Haiden had been decapitated, his threat had significantly diminished, and Yang Ming seized the opportunity to inquire, "Who hired you to kill me?" Haiden, defiantly glaring at Yang Ming, replied, "I shall not disclose that." Yang Ming, unfazed by Haiden's obstinacy, turned to Naruto and asked, "What should a parent do when a rebellious child refuses to listen?" Naruto, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, suddenly clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Spank them." What a splendid idea, Yang Ming thought, silently commending Naruto. As anticipated, upon hearing Naruto's suggestion, Haiden's previously arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by an expression of sheer rage and terror. "Though one may kill me, they shall not humiliate me. If you dare, go ahead and kill me." Haiden glared at Yang Ming like a cornered beast, his eyes burning with a fury that could have slain 1,000. One must remember, Haiden was an S-rank rogue ninja. Though not particularly renowned in the ninja world, he held a prominent position within the Akatsuki organization. The thought of being spanked was unbearable, as he could already envision the mockery he would face from his comrades. Fortunately, the tide of the battle shifted. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the center of the battlefield. Following that, it was as if 1,000 birds were singing simultaneously, the sound piercing like needles. Chidori. It was Kakashi's Chidori. At that moment, Kakashi was fiercely engaged with 2 earthbound demons, seizing the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. A dazzling beam of light shot forth, tearing through the darkness like a rift. Clutching a Chidori that resembled a ball of lightning, Kakashi surged forward with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of fire, striking one of the earthbound demons directly in the heart. Boom. A lethal blow. The remaining earthbound demon was no match for Kakashi, who swiftly dispatched it with ease. At this point, only Kakuzu and the other two earthbound demons remained. However, Zabuza was not faring well, as the disparity in strength was stark. His body was charred by lightning, and even the edge of his decapitating sword had been shattered. This indicated the severity of the battle that had just transpired. Kakuzu cast a glance at Haiden, noting his head innocently lying on the ground while their target still breathed, and silently cursed his misfortune. Being a decisive individual, he wasted no time in summoning one of the earthbound demons to engage Kakashi while the other continued to duel with Zabuza. As Kakuzu made his swift retreat, he hastily retrieved the lifeless body of Haiden, preparing to make his escape. Ming did not attempt to impede Kakuzu. Not only had his absolute defense card been exhausted, but given his current abilities, he was also incapable of stopping him. Even the combined efforts of Kakashi and Zabuza would prove futile. This exemplifies the prowess of a shadow-level warrior. As he departed, Kakuzu cast a lingering glance at Ming. Astonished to discover that someone could disregard Haiden's curse, this intelligence must be reported to the organization. Haiden's head, cradled in Kakuzu's embrace, continued to glare menacingly at Ming. A silent promise that their next encounter would undoubtedly end in Ming's demise. Ming pondered silently. Should he encounter Haiden again without the absolute defense card, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, while one may lose a person, one must not lose face. And besides, Ming had not truly lost this time. He extended his middle finger towards Haiden, adopting an expression of a wayward mentor, saying, "Son, remember to take your medicine when you get home." Haiden, Kakuzu, what the hell? Why does your father look younger than you? Indeed, the best of friends often make the worst of foes. Kakuzu's quip struck true, akin to a critical hit. As the two figures faded into the distance, a ray of dawn emerged from the far east. The day had broken. Upon reflection, Ming realized that he had been in the land of waves for quite some time. It was indeed time to seek out the legendary culinary tools and fulfill the task assigned by the system. Meanwhile, Kato had been restless for days. For reasons unknown, he felt an incessant twitch in his left eyelid. He recalled a similar occurrence many years ago when he clashed with a sworn enemy over commercial territory. That confrontation had been brutal, shaking even the local daimyo. It was that very encounter that solidified Kato's current empire. Kato, with an alluring woman draped over his arm, sipped his drink aimlessly. Despite the stunning beauty beside him, he was neither in the mood nor possessed the vigor to indulge, as age had begun to take its toll. Just then, the door to the room burst open. A lackey rushed in, panic etched across his face, stammering, "My lord, Zabuza has returned." Bang! In a fit of rage, Kato hurled the bottle of liquor, shattering it upon the lackey's head, shards flying everywhere amid the cries of shock. Kato's countenance darkened. That accursed Zabuza had finally deemed it worth returning after all the money he had expended. Even with his head bloodied from the bottle, the lackey remained steadfast, stuttering, "No. My lord, what is it?" Kato roared, cutting him off. "Fear not. On my territory, I have plenty of wealth. Regardless of who it might be, if they are a tiger, they shall kneel. If a dragon, they shall coil." At that moment, Kato embodied the spirit of a proud dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance and affluence. Little did he know the true identity of his adversary. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed against the door, violently smashing it open. Impudence. Kato, akin to the king of beasts, sensed an intrusion into his territory and fixated his gaze upon the entrance, seething with anger. Where are those worthless fools? How could they allow anyone to breach my domain? Amidst a cloud of dust, several figures sauntered forth. "Kato, who gave you the audacity to speak of me in such a manner?" Zai Bujan, wielding a colossal executioner's blade, tilted his head slightly, his fierce eyes glaring at Kato like a vengeful deity, radiating an intimidating aura. Suddenly, Kato felt an overwhelming wave of palpable murderous intent wash over him, piercing like needles and instilling dread. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. His 100-odd subordinates were nowhere to be found. "Zai Bujan, do not forget that you have accepted my payment. What are your intentions?" Kato struggled to maintain a facade of calmness, asserting, "Do not forget, if you betray your master, no one will dare to employ you again." Zai Bujan offered no reply. Instead, a chilling voice interjected. I apologize, but Zai Bujan is now my employee, Yang Ming stated in a tone that was infuriatingly nonchalant. You. Kato scoffed at the youthful Yang Ming, incredulous. Where did this wild brat come from? It's not that I look down on you. It's just that I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. What gives you the right? Kato roared, unleashing the pent-up fury of recent days. What right? Yang Ming smirked. I'm sorry, but you are unworthy. The words unworthy echoed in Kato's mind, reverberating like a haunting refrain. How long had it been since such words were uttered to him? Perhaps only in his childhood, during times of war, when he was reduced to begging. Had he ever been subjected to such disdain? Kato's lips moved as if to articulate a response, but a blade was already pressed against his throat, resembling the scythe of death, its ominous presence looming. No one can escape the terror of death, not even Kato. You. Kato glared at Zai Bujan, filled with rage and disbelief. You dare. Zai Bujan's lips curled into a cruel smile as he pressed the blade closer, drawing a line of blood. What is there that I would not dare? Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. Kato, the audacious magnate who regarded life as trivial, had lost control of his bodily functions. Before death, all stand equal. No one can refuse the invitation of the Reaper. Observing the puddle on the ground, Yang Ming furrowed his brow and said, Kato, where are the spoils your subordinates recently acquired? Hand them over. In that instant, Kato appeared to age decades, the once vibrant spark in his eyes extinguished, and his posture hunched. With a desperate glimmer of hope, he looked at Yang Ming. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Certainly, Yang Ming affirmed with conviction. Subsequently, Kato divulged the truth. I have finished speaking. Can I leave now? Kato pleaded pitifully. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Kato lowered his head, revealing a sinister smile. I only said I would spare you, but I never promised that Zai Bujan would. As soon as Yang Ming's words fell, Zai Bujan sprang into action, his blade flashing as it severed Kato's head. In his final moments, Kato's eyes widened in fury, his face frozen in disbelief. He could not comprehend how someone like Yang Ming could exist in a world where powerful beings were supposed to honor their word. Had he known that Yang Ming was merely a mediocre chef adept in the arts of shadow clones and body doubles, he would have died with lingering regret. Yang Ming's ruthlessness was not born of malice, but rather stemmed from a childhood grievance, having found Kato to be insufferably arrogant and dismissive during his days of watching anime. Thus, fate had long since sealed Kato's doom upon encountering Yang Ming. Once the matter was settled, Yang Ming, Zai Bujan, and Bai ventured outside, heading towards the outskirts. Kato, being astute, understood the wisdom in the saying that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He had instructed his subordinates to divide the spoils of their robberies into several batches and conceal them amidst the sparse forest. The areas that Kato had his men guard closely were merely a ruse, filled primarily with mundane treasures. Although these items were of great value to ordinary folk, they were not the most significant treasures. The contraband, military rations, and the kitchen utensils Yang Ming sought were hidden in the wilderness. Kato had also taken precautions with his men, wrapping these treasures in bags of rice to create a false sense of insignificance. Had Yang Ming not boldly ventured forth, it would have taken an eternity to uncover the legendary kitchenware, one by one. As dusk approached, the trio arrived at the entrance of a cave in the outskirts. This cavern, likely once a bear's den, had a notably large opening, revealing nothing but an abyss of darkness, with signs of human craftsmanship surrounding it. Yang Ming felt a surge of emotion at the sight. Traversing from the city to this spot had consumed an entire day, and the desolate surroundings within a 5-mile radius made for an excellent hiding place. Inside the cave, which could accommodate up to 10 individuals, the walls bore clear signs of human carving, appearing quite smooth. The deeper they ventured, the more humid it became, punctuated by the occasional sound of dripping water. With a torch held aloft, Yang Ming navigated through the flickering flames, probing ahead. To his surprise, the cave was far deeper than he had anticipated. After navigating a winding path, the 3 of them arrived at an underground cavern. Not far off was a pool of water, beside which lay neatly arranged several boxes. Without needing further prompting, Zai Bujan took the lead, using his formidable blade to pry open one of the boxes. However, upon being opened, the box seemed to trigger a mechanism and suddenly exploded. A loud bang echoed as the box was sent soaring into the air, causing several adjacent boxes to erupt as well. The cacophony of explosions ensued, and the treasures within were nearly obliterated. This was the treacherous trap left by Kato. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like mere tiles. Yang Ming's lips curled in a knowing grimace. He had anticipated that matters would not unfold so simply. Had Yang Ming approached the box unguarded moments ago, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. As the smoke cleared, all that remained was a scene of utter devastation. Without hesitation, he decided to send Zabuza to investigate further. For the sake of his own safety and to ascertain if Kato had any additional traps laid out. As a ninja, Zabuza possessed the physical resilience and reflexes necessary to ensure his survival. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zabuza proceeded cautiously. Perhaps Kato had underestimated the situation. For Zabuza encountered no obstacles and turned over every box, revealing a plethora of shattered porcelain and other fragile contraband, all obliterated in the explosion. At long last, Zabuza discovered an object that appeared relatively unscathed, a weapon. It measured 7 inches in length, slender as 1,000 blades, and was entirely devoid of luster, appearing rather inconspicuous. Accustomed to wielding a massive executioner's blade, Zabuza found this diminutive weapon unappealing. Nevertheless, he presented it to Yang Ming. Upon seeing this peculiar armament, akin to a hidden weapon, Yang Ming's eyes gleamed with desire. He sensed that this weapon was perfectly suited for him. In response, Yang Ming, pleased to indulge him, said, "If you fancy it, take it." Zabuza, suppressing his inner joy and feigning indifference, replied, "Boss, is that truly appropriate?" Yang Ming's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased, "Of course. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you agree to don a maid outfit, it's yours." After all, the mere fact that this weapon survived the recent blast unscathed spoke volumes about its inherent value. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's face flushed crimson. Yang Ming had broached the subject of the maid outfit several times before, yet his demand felt somewhat excessive. The outfit in question was a short skirt that barely reached the waist, complemented by pink stockings. One could only imagine the embarrassment it would provoke, even for a handsome boy like Zabuza. However, upon glancing at the weapon, Zabuza felt an undeniable pull, an overwhelming urge to possess it. He bit his lip, torn between conflicting emotions. After a moment's contemplation, Zabuza resolved, his expression firm. "All right, boss, I shall wear the maid outfit. Here, it's yours now." Yang Ming's face broke into a triumphant grin at the thought of Zabuza in a sultry maid outfit, envisioning the chaos it would unleash among single men. He couldn't help but anticipate how many straight men would be turned upside down should the truth come to light. Turning to Zabuza, Yang Ming inquired, "Did you find anything else besides this?" "No," Zabuza replied succinctly. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed. Kato had clearly stated that the kitchenware was located here. Scanning the vacant surroundings, he saw no place to conceal anything. Wait, the sink. A spark of realization lit up in Yang Ming's eyes as he pointed and directed, "Zabuza, check beneath the sink to see if there's anything there." Understood. Without hesitation, Zai Bujan took several swift strides and leaped to the edge of the pool. There. He beheld the box quietly resting at the bottom of the water. Puzzled, Zai Bujan wondered why Kato had gone to such lengths to throw the box down there. At that moment, Yang Ming's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Zai Bujan, have you found it?" Nodding affirmatively, Zai Bujan replied, "Yes, I have found it. I will retrieve it now." With that, he plunged into the water. Unexpectedly, a sudden twist of fate occurred. From the depths beside the pool, a shadow emerged. And before Yang Ming and Bai could comprehend the scene, the figure swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water prison technique. A torrent of chakra surged forth. And with Zai Bujan submerged in the pool, the combined effect was exponentially greater. The entire pool roiled violently, transforming into a watery cage that ensnared Zai Bujan within. "Damn it!" Zai Bujan exclaimed, glaring at the figure before him, who wore an intricate mask of the Umbu, his eyes radiating an ominous killing intent. "Are you sent by the Mizukage?" To his surprise, the figure paid him no mind. Simultaneously, another mysterious figure dawned, and an Umbu mask appeared. He approached silently from the cave entrance, and had he not spoken, neither Yang Ming nor Bai would have noticed his presence. Fixating on Yang Ming, the masked man's intense gaze pierced through the disguise. "Yang Ming, the esteemed, I have long heard of your reputation. Today, meeting you is truly a fortuitous occasion." Yang Ming's lips twitched in response. "I hardly feel the same." Ignoring his remark, the stranger continued, "Do you realize how extraordinary it is to create delicacies that can enhance chakra? Such an ingenious invention. Do you remember Miyamoto Musashi?" The stranger paused, expecting a reaction from Yang Ming, but was met with his calm demeanor, which only fueled his disappointment. To think that, were it not for the vivisection I conducted on him, I would have never believed that a once mediocre, hopeless genin could actually ascend to the rank of chunin. The man spoke with an unsettling fervor, suddenly declaring, Yang Ming, hand over the secret recipe for your culinary delights, and perhaps in a moment of whimsy, I might spare your life. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion. Are you from Root? The stranger's laughter abruptly ceased. To think you are aware of Root. It seems I cannot allow you to live any longer. With that, his murderous intent surged forth. For a ninja, the bodies of the deceased held countless secrets waiting to be unearthed. Inside the cave, the mysterious ninja from Root emanated a terrifying aura, akin to an ancient beast awakening, instilling dread in all. Suddenly, his hands became entwined in a layer of blue light, resembling flames of azure fire. Witnessing this, Yang Ming gasped, Chakra scalpel? It appears you possess considerable knowledge, Yang Ming. The stranger replied with a chilling smile, not elaborating further. With a powerful leap, he surged forward with the swiftness of a leopard, intent on claiming Yang Ming's life. You'll have to step over my corpse first. I roared, hastily forming hand seals. Water release. 1,000 killing water surge. Due to the dampness within the cave, a significant accumulation of moisture has enhanced the potency of this technique by at least 30%. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of water vapor coalesced before Bai, forming thousands of projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cave, barely 3 meters high, was instantly obscured by this deluge, raining down upon the enemy and sealing off every possible escape route. A bombardment from all directions. Bai was convinced that this strike would inflict severe casualties upon the opposition. Yet, to his astonishment, the adversary remained utterly unfazed. With an air of nonchalance, he deftly evaded the impending onslaught of projectiles, either sidestepping, leaning forward, or blocking, effortlessly navigating through the torrent as if conquering trials with ease. His physical prowess was astonishingly formidable. Bai's pupils constricted in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. The Root ninja coldly scoffed. Leaping into the air and descending like an eagle swooping down on its prey, hands thrust forward. The blue chakra enveloping his hands radiated an oppressive and overwhelming aura, reminiscent of the grim reapers of fate. Swiftly, the opponent's speed was staggering, leaving no time for evasion. Bai, unwilling to surrender, positioned himself in front of Yang Ming and swiftly formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice rock fortress. A chilling gust, reminiscent of the farthest northern realms, erupted as a massive ice structure, nearly 2 meters tall and half a meter thick, surged from the ground, shielding both Yang Ming and Bai. Futile, the Root ninja scoffed. Harnessing his downward momentum, he surged forward with unstoppable force, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, striking the ice wall with tremendous power. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the very stones of the cave, causing debris to rain down like hail. Bai pondered, has it held? But to his dismay, crack! A sharp sound pierced the air as a fissure suddenly appeared between the Root ninja's hands and the ice wall. More cracks swiftly followed. Crack! 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 Like a spider's web, the fracture spread across the surface of the ice wall, rendering it riddled with holes. Boom! With a powerful thrust, the Root ninja shattered the ice wall into fragments. Both Bai and Yang Ming silently cursed their misfortune. It was evident that their foe possessed exceptional physical skills and medical ninjutsu, making him a formidable adversary. If they could just keep the opponent from breaking free, they might still have a chance to fight back. Perhaps, if Yang Ming's invincible defense card were still in play, he might intimidate the enemy into retreat. But now, danger had truly arrived. Moreover, it was clear that their opponent had come prepared. Die! The Root ninja sneered coldly, his palms thrusting forward with sudden ferocity. In that moment, the air thickened with the scent of death, suffocating like a drowning victim. Not a chance. Facing such a formidable foe, Bai roared defiantly. Resolutely, he drew the weapon Yang Ming had previously bestowed upon him, confronting this overwhelming adversary head-on. Indeed, the enemy was undeniably powerful. However, within Bai's heart, there resided not a hint of fear, but rather a resolute determination, fervently unwavering. It was the advent of Yang Ming that afforded Bai the tranquil life he had long yearned for. Thanks to Yang Ming, he and Zaibu Zhan could finally escape the life of evasion and concealment. To safeguard Yang Ming, Bai would sacrifice everything, even his very existence. Whoosh! The slender weapons, akin to 1,000 delicate threads, seemed to sense their master's indomitable spirit and trembled slightly, a dim yellow hue flickering across their surface. Subsequently, Bai stood his ground, displaying no inclination to retreat. With a spirit of self-sacrifice, he launched a fierce thrust toward the enemy's palms. Boom! Bai's strike found its mark on the enemy's hand, yet the ninja's other hand narrowly evaded disaster, suddenly crashing against Bai's chest. Bang! Bai, unable to withstand the enemy's assault, was sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the mountainside, exacerbating his injuries as he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just as the ninja contemplated pursuing the advantage, he abruptly sensed something amiss with the hand that had been struck. Upon glancing down, he discovered a dark spot nestled at the center of his porcelain-like palm, rapidly spreading outward like a virus, threatening to engulf his entire hand in darkness. The ninja's complexion shifted drastically, exclaiming, "Deadly poison?" He dared not underestimate the threat, immediately retreating to commence healing with medical ninjutsu. After all, in his mind, Yang Ming was already his prey, and there was no need to expend unnecessary effort. Initially, he believed it to be a mere ordinary toxin, one he could easily dispel. However, to his astonishment, it was only after exhausting over half of his Jounin-level chakra that he managed to expel the venom from his hand. Hiss, 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 as the toxin was forced out. It dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding the earth into a pockmarked terrain, releasing a wisp of green smoke, creating a scene of sheer terror. Had he not been masked, Yang Ming would have observed that the ninja's face had turned ghostly pale, as if rendered translucent. This was due to both the excessive consumption of chakra in a short span and the sheer fright he experienced. Had he not been so cautious of his life and tended to his injuries promptly, continuing to engage in fierce combat would have allowed the toxin to spread throughout his body at a horrifying pace, leading him only to death. The ninja regarded Bai's weapon with trepidation, astonished that such an unassuming instrument could be laced with deadly poison. It was indeed not to be underestimated. He silently mused. It seems prudent to avoid direct confrontation with him. Seizing the opportunity while Bai tended to his wounds, he rose from the rubble, feeling two of his ribs shift, accompanied by waves of pain. Bai had witnessed the scene of the ninja being afflicted by the deadly toxin. Glancing down at the weapon in his hand, Bai felt a sense of pride that rivaled that of others. It is important to note that weapons endowed with special abilities typically reside in the hands of renowned powerhouses, such as Zaibu Zhan with his decapitating blade. Could this indeed be the weapon he had previously heard about, one that rivals even the decapitating blade? In that moment, wielding such a potent weapon, Bai was imbued with an unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish his foe. Inside the cavern, two figures swiftly closed the distance, engaging in close combat, producing a series of resounding thuds. The root ninja felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite his superior strength compared to White, he was compelled to wield kunai in battle, cautious of the lethal poison in his opponent's weapon. Had it not been for the main combat force in their team being eliminated by a mysterious figure while seeking Kato, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. This thought deepened the root ninja's vexation. It is worth noting that in the effort to counter Yang Ming and acquire the culinary secrets that could enhance a ninja's chakra, Danzo had invested heavily. Their team was a quintessential ninja unit, comprising main forces, support, and all elite jonin. With such a team, they could easily stir chaos within the ninja world. Moreover, with Yang Ming's extraordinary talents in Konoha, news of him had spread far and wide through the spies of various villages. Today, Yang Ming was indeed a household name. One could only imagine how many ninja villages and ambitious individuals sought to seize Yang Ming's culinary secrets, for the ability to augment chakra was of paramount importance. Consider the scale of the Fourth Great Ninja War. How many ninjas were involved? How many souls inhabited the entire Hokage world? If the ratio of ninjas to ordinary citizens in a major nation could reach 1 to 10, then that great ninja village would possess the power to dominate the world. Though this notion may seem extreme, it certainly presented a tantalizing idea. For the ambitious Danzo, Yang Ming's existence was merely a means to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. However, within Konoha, due to the Third Hokage's interference, Danzo found his hands tied. It is crucial to remember that Danzo had once plotted to assassinate the Third Hokage, only to fail and still be entrusted with significant responsibilities. How much more would this apply to Yang Ming, whose potential could bolster the village's strength? He was a prized asset. Thus, to circumvent the Third Hokage, Danzo meticulously orchestrated a plan, willing to forsake numerous promises to gain Kato's assistance, aiming to lure Yang Ming out for an ambush. Unfortunately, fate had other designs. Danzo never anticipated that Obito would visit Kato and fortuitously encounter the Root Ninja. Consequently, an inevitable clash ensued, and the Root Ninja proved no match for Obito. Swiftly being dispatched. In the heat of battle, White suddenly emitted a sharp cry, seizing the opportunity to launch himself forward. With weapons as slender as 1,000 blades, he struck with the cunning of a venomous serpent, targeting the lower body of the Root Ninja at an extraordinary angle. In the realm of combat, distinctions of good and evil dissolve. White had already discerned that his opponent was hesitant to act due to fear of his weapon, which emboldened him to take such a daring risk, recklessly pressing the attack to strike his enemy. Should White land a blow on the Root Ninja's subordinate, could he possibly stand idly by? The answer was glaringly evident. Outraged by the audacity of his opponent, the Root Ninja fumed at the sheer shamelessness displayed. Yet, the battlefield is a realm of rapid change, where victors reign and the defeated are vilified. Even in his fury, he could only swallow his pride in silence. Before White could close the distance, the Root Ninja chose to retreat swiftly. However, he retreated, yet driven by an unyielding force, pressed forward like a lone warrior. Reminiscent of 1,000 soldiers, intent on annihilation. With a heart full of resolve, he relentlessly pursued. You madman! The Root Ninja felt a surge of dread. He had no intention of sacrificing his life for Danzo's mission. After all, he was a Jonin, not a brainwashed pawn blindly loyal to Danzo. Even if he betrayed Danzo and aligned himself with the Third Hokage, he would still find favor. Under such dire circumstances, he retreated again and again, until there was no path left to escape. Bang! Suddenly, the Root Ninja found himself cornered against the wall, with no further retreat available. Yet continued his advance. His spear aimed directly at the Root Ninja. Beneath the mask, the Root Ninja revealed a terrifying expression. You leave me no choice. So be it. Let us see who meets their end first. Once he resolved to fight, the Root Ninja cast aside all fear, his keen eyes fixed intently on Bai's movements. Without warning, he charged forward. Utilizing exceptional taijutsu, he maneuvered with awkward precision, narrowly evading the crisis of his comrade being struck. Then, he thrust forth his right hand, ablaze with blue flames, delivering a crushing blow to Bai's abdomen. Bang! In that instant, Bai's complexion turned ghastly pale as a wave of devastating power surged within him, akin to countless blades tearing through his insides, causing excruciating pain that resonated in his mind. Subsequently, he was propelled like a cannonball, arcing through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. Bai, upon witnessing this, both Yang Ming and Zabuza shouted in unison. Ha! 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 Zabuza's chest heaved violently, his wolf-like eyes bloodshot and fierce, a visage of a demon ready to devour. For Zabuza, Bai was not merely a tool, but a comrade. He would not permit anyone to treat Bai in such a manner. Ah! Suddenly, within the water prison, Zabuza unleashed a primal roar akin to a wild beast. His arms bulged with veins, resembling serpents coiling around his limbs, leaving an indelible impression of shock. Then, Zabuza brandished his executioner's blade, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Breakthrough. This strike, infused with Zabuza's unwavering determination, seemed to challenge even the gods themselves. Meanwhile, the Root Ninja, employing the water prison technique, prepared to mock Zabuza. But as the blade glimmered, he widened his eyes in disbelief, witnessing the once impenetrable water prison shatter. Bang! Water splashed everywhere, drenching the Root Ninja's mask. Yet, he was rendered speechless. You shall pay. Zabuza glared at the Root Ninja before him, his murderous intent bursting forth like a dam unleashed. Buzz! With a single stroke, as if to cleave the heavens in two, he unleashed a tremendous force, slicing through the sky like lightning, and decapitating him completely. As he approached the brink of death, he remained perplexed as to why the technique of the water prison had been shattered. It can only be said that there exists no invincible ninjutsu, but rather invincible ninjas. Upon vanquishing his foe, his bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a famished specter, fixated upon the remaining Root Ninja. In an instant, the soul of the Root Ninja surged with dread. Who would dare engage in combat with such a terrifying adversary? Ignoring the need to detoxify, he hastily retreated. Observing this, Zabuza ceased his pursuit and instead hastened towards the pale figure of Haku. It was apparent that Haku was on the brink of death. With a thunderous crash, Zabuza's fist struck the ground, creating a small crater. Drip, drip. The immense force had caused his knuckles to fracture, blood cascading forth and forming a crimson puddle upon the earth. One can only imagine the depth of Zabuza's regret at that moment. In his earlier years, when Zabuza had fled from the hidden mist village, he had ventured into the world alone, an image of solitary bravado. Yet, in truth, prolonged solitude often breeds affliction. Zabuza was no exception. To vent his frustrations, he would unleash a rampage, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling terror with his merciless slaughter. Fortuitously, he encountered Haku, who too was marked by solitude. Haku's kindness and understanding gradually thawed Zabuza's once icy heart, which craved bloodshed. Unbeknownst to him, the world of ninjas had lost a bloodthirsty demon, only to gain a cold-blooded assassin. Now, witnessing Haku's fading breath, Zabuza's heart ached intensely, as if a thorn lodged in his throat, unable to be expelled. After all, without the aid of a medical ninja, Haku's life hung precariously in the balance. The injuries inflicted were the result of ninjutsu, and even the most skilled physician would be powerless to heal Haku. This meant that Haku was indeed perilously close to death. Ming also felt a tumult of emotions, his countenance darkening. Had he not exhausted the uses of his invincible defense card earlier, Haku would not have risked so much for him. This realization dawned upon Ming, emphasizing the necessity of always having a trump card at the ready to avert such dire situations. At that moment, the system cheerfully chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Save the employee. Quest description. As a good boss, one must not only pay wages on time, but also cherish one's employees. Quest reward. Shop renovation level 2. Ming's lips twitched as he inwardly lamented to the system. System, I possess no medical ninjutsu. This quest fills me with despair. The system promptly offered a friendly reminder that locating the legendary kitchen utensils would yield delightful surprises. With the system's guidance, Ming wasted no time and commanded Zabuza to retrieve the treasure chest from beneath the water. With a crisp sound, the chest opened without a hitch. Inside lay a purple clay pot. Incredible! Ming exclaimed. It appeared that the Sage of Six Paths had quite the flair, utilizing a purple clay pot. All Ming could say was that the urban dwellers certainly knew how to indulge in their creativity. Hidden task: investigate the whereabouts of the legendary cooking utensils. Task description: in the vast and rich world of Naruto, legends speak of the powerful Sage of Six Paths, who left behind 4 culinary tools for future culinary gods. As the destined culinary deity, it is your duty to seek them out. Task reward: recipe for dompa pork. Task completed. Reward has been issued. The recipe remains unchanged, preserving its original flavor. A surge of information flooded Ming's mind, causing a sensation of pressure. Fortunately, Ming was well prepared and did not falter. Holding the Zisha pot in his hands, he felt a sense of awe and inquired of the system. System, what purpose does this item serve? No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, surged from within Ming and entered the Zisha pot. Detection of a suitable embryo for the culinary god set is complete. Please collect it, host, the system stated with its customary seriousness. Indeed, when Ming checked his personal attributes, he discovered some changes. System goal: assist the host in becoming the supreme culinary god of the Naruto world. Host: Ming. Gender: male. Age: 12. Chakra level: Genin. As the culinary god in the Naruto world, future cuisine will undoubtedly require chakra. Young 1. Strive onward. Culinary talent: heart of a chef's skills, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, substitution technique. Shadow clone jutsu items: none culinary god set. Wanbao Zisha pot culinary god comprehensive score. Beginner: the journey to becoming a culinary god has just begun. Follow the system's guidance to become a man at the pinnacle of the food chain in the Naruto world. Due to the puppet's demise at the hands of Zabuza, the item section had become blank. As Ming focused on the Wanbao Zisha pot, a line of information appeared. Wanbao Zisha pot, originally an ordinary cooking utensil used by the Sage of Six Paths. It has been transformed by the system into a miraculous tool capable of cooking any dish with medicinal properties. Impressive, my system. Has no one informed you that you are, in fact, the greatest bug in the game? To create such a cooking utensil, I can only bow to the system. Yet, a dilemma arose. How does one utilize the Zisha pot? Furthermore, what exquisite dishes can it prepare? Yang Ming found himself utterly perplexed. However, gazing at Bai Junxio's face, Yang Ming recalled that he had risked his life to protect him, disregarding his own safety, which had led to the current life and death situation. In that moment, Yang Ming felt profoundly shaken. He had never imagined that he would hold such significance in Bai's heart without even realizing it. To respond to Bai's unwavering determination, no matter how arduous or exhausting it might be, Yang Ming resolved to save Bai. Now was the time to race against the clock. After all, this place was desolate. Even if he wished to return to the city, it would be too late, and everything would be in vain. Yang Ming paced back and forth, deep in thought. What could he possibly prepare? Century egg and lean pork congee was both foolish and simple, but alas, he lacked the ingredients. Would Huangmin chicken suffice? Perhaps he could catch some wild chickens nearby, but would there be enough time? Ideas flowed through Yang Ming's mind, one after another, only to be discarded in quick succession. Meanwhile, time slipped away unnoticed. Frustrated, Yang Ming tugged at his hair, murmuring to himself, "What simple and convenient dish can I prepare?" At that moment, his gaze fell upon the introduction of the Wanbao purple clay pot, a miraculous kitchenware capable of transforming any culinary creation into a dish imbued with medicinal properties. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Yang Ming. He finally knew what he wanted to cook. He called Zai Bujan, who looked utterly despondent, and explained his plan, assigning him the task of gathering ingredients. As expected, Zai Bujan's face was filled with skepticism. "Boss, is this really possible? Why do I feel like this is utterly unreliable?" It was no wonder Zai Bujan found it absurd. The unassuming purple clay pot, capable of producing dishes with healing effects, made him feel as though the world had gone mad. Yang Ming's expression flickered momentarily with unease, but he quickly masked it with a serious demeanor and commanded, "Go and do as I say, no more questions." Yes, with heavy doubts weighing on him, Zai Bujan vanished from Yang Ming's sight. In less than 10 minutes, he returned, having sprinted with remarkable speed, covering a half-hour journey in record time. All for the sake of saving Bai. "Here, boss," Zai Bujan said, handing Yang Ming a bag of wild mushrooms and a pouch of water. Indeed, the dish Yang Ming intended to prepare was quite simple: mushroom soup. Do you recall the explanation of the Wanbao purple clay pot's capabilities? It could transform any dish into one with healing properties. This meant that even the simplest of recipes could possess curative effects. The ensuing steps were straightforward: ignite the fire, boil the water, and brew the soup. Within 10 minutes, the process was complete. Yet, Bai's breaths had grown increasingly faint, his limbs stiffening, and his complexion turning a ghastly pale. It must succeed. Yang Ming silently prayed as he cooled the soup and brought it to Bai's lips, gently prying open his cherry-like mouth to pour the liquid inside. Zai Bujan, standing anxiously to the side, clenched his fists and thought, will this really work? Although Yang Ming had accomplished many extraordinary feats, the notion of saving someone with food was a first for Zai Bujan. In a moment of anxious anticipation, Zai Bujan suddenly noticed a change. Bai's complexion began to regain its color. With a gasp, Bai opened his eyes wide, arched his back, and expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood. As the blood left his body, Bai let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yang Ming quickly inquired, "How do you feel? Is it better?" Bai clutched his abdomen and shook his head, replying, "My stomach still hurts terribly, and my 2 ribs are still not healed." "Then you must finish the remaining soup," Yang Ming urged, presenting the Wanbao purple clay pot. "Drink soup?" Bai's face was a portrait of confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be treated? Why was he being asked to drink soup? This wasn't how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Amused by Bai's bewilderment, Yang Ming replied, "Don't you believe it? Just moments ago, you were on the brink of death, and it was this very soup that brought you back to life." Bai expressed his astonishment at the extraordinary events he had witnessed. Regardless of his skepticism, his body remained obedient as he accepted the Zisha pot and drank the remaining broth in one swift motion. The soup, having been cooled by Yang Ming's breath, was pleasantly warm. The soothing liquid flowed down his throat, gradually warming his stomach, evoking a sensation akin to basking in the winter sun. The fragrant essence of the wild mushrooms permeated the broth, enveloping Bai's palate in a rich aroma, reminiscent of a butterfly dancing amidst blossoms, surrounded by delightful scents. After savoring the soup, Bai, still yearning for more, playfully extended his tongue to lick his lips and turned his gaze toward the remaining mushrooms. Although the wild mushrooms appeared diminutive and their caps were modest in size, Bai paid them no mind. He delicately plucked them with his slender fingers, akin to green onions, and tossed them into his mouth. As they rolled upon his tongue and were chewed by his teeth, Bai discovered that despite their small appearance, the mushrooms, having absorbed ample broth, were remarkably succulent. With each bite, the hidden liquid burst forth, saturating his tongue and awakening his taste buds with an exquisite flavor. Most astonishingly, after consuming the dish, Bai felt a tingling sensation in his chest. This sensation was familiar to him, a sign that his wounds were beginning to heal. Even the pain in his abdomen, which had felt as if it were being stirred by a knife, gradually transformed into a mild ache. To his surprise, the outcome was beyond expectation. Bai stood up, moved his body, and exclaimed in awe, "How marvelous!" "Just average," Yang Ming replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as if unconcerned. Witnessing this, Bai's admiration for Yang Ming surged like an unending stream. At that moment, Zai Bujan approached, carrying the severed head of the root ninja he had slain. "How shall we handle this?" he inquired. Frankly, Yang Ming was equally curious about the identity of this root ninja. He stepped forward and removed the mask, revealing a face that had been utterly disfigured. It was as though this visage had been deliberately marred to render it unrecognizable, with scars etched deeply into the skin and signs of burns from fire. Even a familiar relative would likely fail to identify him. Seeing Yang Ming's troubled expression, Zai Bujan spoke softly, "Boss, should we?" What Zai Bujan intended to say was to extract information from the head using a particularly brutal ninjutsu. Although it was bloody and inhumane, one could not afford to show mercy to an enemy. This principle had been ingrained in Yang Ming since childhood when he witnessed an elderly beggar snatch bread from him. Moreover, Yang Ming was curious as to why Danzo was targeting him. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly permitting Zai Bujan's actions. "Rest assured, boss," Zai Bujan replied with a cruel smile, taking the head to a secluded area, confident in his abilities as a former member of the Umbu of Kirigakure. Who could have anticipated that amidst the execution of the ninjutsu, an unforeseen calamity would ensue? Bang! The head of the root ninja suddenly exploded, scattering countless fragments of flesh in all directions. Damn it! At this moment, Zabuza finally realized just how cunning the enemy was. Moreover, this concealed adversary was utterly cold-blooded and unscrupulous, having sealed such a secret technique within the minds of his subordinates. It was utterly inhumane. Initially, Zabuza believed himself to be sufficiently ruthless, yet when compared to Danzo, he felt like a mere novice. After failing to extract intelligence, Zabuza approached Yang Ming with a countenance shrouded in gloom and said, "I apologize, boss, an unexpected incident has occurred." Yang Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What sort of incident?" Subsequently, Zabuza divulged everything he knew. Yang Ming furrowed his brow, marveling at Danzo's reputation as a hidden boss. However, this meant that Yang Ming would have to contend with Danzo's relentless schemes in the future, which posed a considerable challenge. Should I seek the protection of the Third Hokage? That thought was quickly suppressed by Yang Ming. For one, the Third Hokage would not dismiss Danzo, a venerable elder, merely to protect Yang Ming. It is essential to understand that while the Hidden Leaf Village appeared formidable, it was, in truth, a transitional phase. With the elder generation of strong warriors on the brink of departure, and the new generation still in the process of maturing. This elucidates why Danzo's assassination attempt on the Third Hokage had failed, yet the latter still chose to overlook him, turning a blind eye to the disbandment of Root while remaining loyal to Danzo. Each shadow-level powerhouse was a crucial instrument for the Hidden Leaf Village's deterrence against neighboring nations. However, this did not imply that Yang Ming would concede. He had already devised a method of response. Upon returning to the city, Kato had met his fate, and Yang Ming's group decided to take their leave. Naturally, Uncle Tazuna and his family expressed their heartfelt gratitude, which I shall not elaborate upon here. This journey to the Land of Waves had proven remarkably fruitful for Yang Ming. Not only had he acquired Zabuza as a formidable ally, but he had also gained a charming boy, Haku. The journey back was devoid of any ambushes, proceeding in tranquility. In just 3 short days, the group returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. As they stepped through the village gates, Yang Ming was struck by an odd sensation, experiencing for the first time a profound sense of returning home. Team 7, needing to report the details of their mission, quickly parted ways with Yang Ming. Heading to the Hokage building, Yang Ming, accompanied by Zabuza and Haku, strolled leisurely, unhurried to reach the shop, instead opting to explore the streets. The thoroughfare was bustling with traffic, throngs of people, lively and animated. However, it wasn't long before Yang Ming was recognized by a familiar face. A frequent patron of Yang Ming's small establishment, originally perusing street food such as grilled sausages, was now furrowing his brow and sighing. Accustomed to Yang Ming's culinary creations, he found such pedestrian fare difficult to swallow. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled delicacies was irresistible. At that moment, his eyes lit up as he suddenly spotted Yang Ming passing by. This excitement was palpable after an entire 3 weeks. Initially, he believed that Yang Ming would only take a brief leave of 2 or 3 days. However, to his astonishment, Yang Ming was absent for an entire 3 weeks. For a true gourmand, this was akin to enduring a torturous hell. Had he known Yang Ming's whereabouts, he might have resorted to sending him a blade in frustration. With an urgent stride, he seized Yang Ming by the shoulder, tears glistening in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Boss Yang Ming, you have finally returned. I have waited for you until the flowers withered." As he spoke, he donned an expression reminiscent of a forlorn maiden, his gaze imbued with a profound sorrow. Such a demeanor, if embodied by a beautiful woman, would evoke a smile that could enchant 100 hearts. Yet, when assumed by a middle-aged man, it was utterly repulsive. In the spirit of their platonic camaraderie, Yang Ming instinctively took a large step back, his lips twitching as he replied, "Well, you see, I am a very pure individual. Kindly refrain from regarding me with such an expression." However, the boisterous call from this patron drew the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances their way. Even more patrons, filled with indignation, shouted, "Get back to cooking, you scoundrel! Do not neglect your duties." In that moment, Yang Ming found himself rooted to the spot. Did you think he would feel moved or ashamed? Quite the contrary. At that instant, Yang Ming lamented inwardly, "Heavens, how much money have I lost?" As if in response to the patron's desires, Yang Ming strode purposefully back to his little shop, a throng of followers in tow. Resembling a magnificent dragon making its way to Yang Ming's establishment. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yang Ming was taken aback to discover that the shop had undergone a significant transformation. The once shabby facade now appeared revitalized, and it seemed considerably larger. A vibrant array of flowers now adorned either side of the entrance, resplendent in hues of purple and red, creating a captivating sight. Yang Ming surmised that this improvement was a reward for completing a previous system task that had elevated the shop's renovation to level 2. With anticipation swelling within him, he opened the door. Instantly, his eyes widened with delight. The former establishment, which had housed a mere 2 tables and corresponding stools, had expanded its interior to accommodate a total of 10 tables and their respective seating. However, Yang Ming could not help but express his dismay. The walls remained stark and unadorned, revealing no signs of enhancement. No proprietor would wish to see their establishment remain so rudimentary, and Yang Ming was no exception. He pondered the system's intricacies, questioning, what levels of renovation does the shop entail? To his chagrin, the system replied sternly, "The host, due to a low level, is not authorized to receive an answer." This response was exceedingly systematic, leaving Yang Ming with a sense of frustration welling up within him. Just then, as lunchtime approached, he hastened to the kitchen. At that moment, the elder of the thousand-hand copper shop, having heard of Yang Ming's return, hurried over without a second thought. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find a brawny figure, akin to a terracotta warrior, standing guard at the entrance, resembling a formidable guardian that would intimidate any ill-intentioned individual. The elderly gentleman from Tongjian was indeed a man of discernment, quickly recognizing that the establishment he was about to enter was quite extraordinary. However, his primary purpose for visiting the small restaurant was to enjoy a meal, so he did not dwell on it too much. As he hurriedly stepped into the eatery when his turn arrived, his eyes were suddenly dazzled. A beautiful young woman clad in a kimono glided gracefully among the patrons, serving dishes with the elegance of a butterfly dancing amidst flowers. Her poise and expression were reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, utterly enchanting. Many diners had long forgotten their original intentions for dining, their gazes fixated on by, as if entranced. In truth, had Yang Ming not been pressed for time and unable to order a maid outfit, he would not have permitted Bai to don the kimono. Yet, it seemed that Bai was inherently suited to wear such attire, exuding a refreshing and ethereal charm that delighted the onlookers. The effect was unexpectedly splendid. The seasoned Tongjian elder, perceptive as he was, noted by S' somewhat stiff demeanor and the forced smile that accompanied it. He mused to himself, perhaps this young lad was merely anxious, being a first-time server. However, the discomfort extended far beyond mere nerves. If a girl were subjected to the intense scrutiny of so many ardent male gazes, she too would feel quite self-conscious. It was even more pronounced given that Bai was, in fact, a young man, and the awkwardness was nearly overwhelming. Had he been 30 years younger, the elder might have exhibited a countenance akin to that of a smitten fool. Yet the passage of time had long since dulled such impulses. Turning his attention to the menu affixed to the wall, the elder was taken aback. Oh, it appeared that young Ming had introduced new offerings. Upon seeing the prices, even at over 70 years of age, he felt a surge of indignation. A plate of dompa pork, priced at 2,888 yuan, was quite the shock. Nevertheless, having not tasted Yang Ming's cooking in quite some time, and being financially comfortable, he waved his hand grandly and instructed Bai, "Bring me a serving of dompa pork." "Certainly," Bai replied with a sweet smile. The other diners, upon hearing that a wealthy patron had ordered the dompa pork, cast various looks of admiration towards the elder, as if venerating a man of great fortune. In the realm of social interactions, was it not all for the sake of face? At that moment, the elder felt as though his expenditure was justified. Furthermore, since Yang Ming had dared to set such a lofty price, the dish must surely be exquisite. With eager anticipation for the culinary delight to come, the elder awaited his meal. As for dompa pork, it is a dish known far and wide, much like the author himself. Also known as braised pork, rolling meat, or dompa braised meat, it is a traditional specialty of the Jiangnan region. Legend has it that dompa pork was created by the northern song poet Su Dompa, with its origins tracing back to Shuzhou, Jiangsu. The prototype of dompa pork was the Shuzhou return meat, one of the 4 treasures of dompa. Su Dompa took great pleasure in it, even composing a poem titled Ode to Pork. Clean the pan, add little water, and let the smoke from the wood not rise. Do not rush it to cook. When the time is right, it will be splendid on its own. The pork from Huangzhou is as cheap as dirt. The wealthy refuse to eat it, while the poor do not know how to cook it. Rise early and prepare 2 bowls, and let your household not concern itself with the rest. It is not hard to imagine that Su Dompa, one of the 8 literary giants of the Tang and Song dynasties, is indeed a paragon among us food enthusiasts. How magnificent it is to belong to the realm of gastronomes. Naturally, due to cultural variances and differing culinary traditions across regions, dompa pork has various preparation methods. Some are boiled before being braised, others are boiled then steamed, while some are simply stewed until the juices are reduced. However, the primary ingredients and presentation remain largely consistent, featuring pork with an equal balance of fat and lean meat, arranged neatly into squares reminiscent of mahjong tiles, glistening in a ruby hue akin to exquisite agate. Many who have savored dompa pork may initially assume that such a delectable dish must be complex to prepare. In truth, this is a grave misconception. Who was dompa pork originally made for? The common people. Thus, it is not a refined delicacy, but rather a delightful dish that has graced the tables of ordinary households. Therefore, this recipe is remarkably simple. The pork belly, also known as 3-layered meat, is located in the abdominal region of the pig, rich in fatty tissue interspersed with muscle, thus earning its name. This particular cut of lean meat is the most tender and juicy, with the finest pork belly coming from the front belly section near the forelegs, where the ratio of fat to lean meat is most harmonious, exhibiting a lovely pink hue. Yang Ming extracted the pork belly from a mid-tier pig spirit beast, meticulously removing the skin and fur. He then washed the pork belly and boiled it in water for 5 minutes. The steam wafted through the air, releasing a distinctive aroma of pork. Through the transparent lid, one could observe the once vibrant red meat gradually changing color. From bright crimson, it softened to a paler shade, eventually taking on a whitish tint. It is crucial to avoid overcooking the pork to prevent the outer layer from becoming too done, which would compromise the final texture and flavor. After blanching, Yang Ming cut the pork belly into neat cubes, akin to mahjong pieces, and bound them with a thin string. Of course, the string is not essential. It merely serves to keep the pieces together during cooking. Yang Ming felt fortunate to have completed his task and received a wanbao purple clay pot, which is ideal for cooking dompa pork, allowing the dish's authentic flavors to shine through. He lined the bottom of the pot with scallions and ginger slices to prevent the pork from sticking. lest it become a culinary embarrassment. He then arranged the pork belly neatly on top, adding rock sugar, light soy sauce, and dark soy sauce. Most importantly, he included the indispensable wine. To Yang Ming, adding the wine was a stroke of genius, akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, elevating the pork belly to sublime heights. In the past, Yang Ming had enjoyed pork belly braised with Shaoxing wine, and he knew that once added, the effect would be far greater than mere addition. However, lacking Shaoxing wine this time, he settled for the yellow wine of this world. While it may not match the quality of Shaoxing wine, it still produces a delicious outcome. He poured the yellow wine over the pork belly, ensuring it was submerged, and then began the cooking process. When the vigorous flames bring the pot to a boil, releasing a thick plume of aromatic smoke filled with the rich essence of wine and meat, one may then lower the heat, allowing it to simmer gently. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the ingredients, it does not require an extended period. Merely half an hour later, upon lifting the lid, Yang Ming effortlessly pierces the surface of the pork belly with chopsticks, indicating that the meat has become tender. At this point, much of the alcohol has evaporated, leaving only a small pool of thick, dark liquid quietly resting at the bottom of the pot. The originally pale pork has transformed dramatically, infused with the seasonings, akin to a downtrodden youth blossoming into a wealthy gentleman. The pork belly boasts a delicate, glistening skin, reminiscent of red agate set in a crown. A gentle nudge with chopsticks causes it to wobble like jelly, exuding an irresistible allure. Its perfectly balanced proportions reveal a stunning beauty, with the middle layer presenting a soft yellow hue, resembling a gentle satin ribbon that encircles it, rendering it less corpulent. The bottom layer, dark and lean, is coated in fragrant seasonings, akin to the humble farmers who support the ornate layers above. The pork belly, with its lustrous red, eye-catching yellow, and delectable black, harmoniously contrasts, creating a feast for the eyes. The initial intense aroma has melded into the skin and meat during the gentle simmering, stripping away any ostentation, leaving only the essence, quietly awaiting its moment to shine. Yang Ming retrieves a stack of gleaming silver plates, placing the pork belly atop them, while deftly untethering the string. Finally, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, he sprinkles finely chopped green onions as a delicate garnish. At this moment, guests are not overwhelmed by the sight of the abundant fat, instead experiencing a refreshing visual delight. Soon after, as Bai presents the plate of pork belly from the kitchen, all diners stretch their necks, peering with curiosity. Observing the unique appearance of the dish, an insatiable itch arises within their hearts, akin to a cat's yearning, compelling them to snatch it from Bai's hands and indulge in hearty bites. Indeed, feasting on meat and drinking copiously is the epitome of true satisfaction. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Old Copper, with a proud chest, sits upright like a venerable pine, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After waiting 3 weeks, he is finally able to savor Yang Ming's culinary creations. Such anticipation has not come easily. Bai gently places the plate down, speaking in a warm tone, "Please enjoy your meal." His voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, endears him to Old Copper. Overcome with joy, Old Copper rewards Bai with a generous tip of 1,000 yuan, exclaiming, "Child, you've worked hard." Momentarily taken aback by such unexpected generosity, Bai, with a charming smile revealing 2 delightful dimples, sweetly responds, "Thank you." Many diners, captivated by Bai's angelic smile, feel their hearts flutter as if they have encountered their first love. As the dompa pork is presented, Old Copper is momentarily stunned. On the silver plate lies the dompa pork, its flame-red tenderness instantly capturing his gaze. Before him lay the dompa pork, resplendent with a skin as radiant as agate, and a silken layer of yellowish-white fat enveloping the thick, dark meat. Such a remarkable presentation was truly unprecedented. At that moment, the only means to articulate his feelings was through a poetic line, crimson and tender, dripping with richness, yellow like agate, gleaming and bright. His mouth watered at the thought, as he mused that this flavor could only be likened to the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall. In an instant, the elderly gentleman felt as though, despite his many years, he had lived in vain. With such an extraordinary appearance, what could the taste possibly be? With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he grasped his chopsticks. As he gently pinched the dompa pork, it quivered like jelly, appearing remarkably endearing. The elder opened his mouth wide and took a bite. As the pork touched his tongue, He was immediately struck by a flavor distinctly different from any other pork he had tasted before. Initially, he had assumed that the considerable thickness of the skin and fat would render it tough and unpalatable. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. With his still healthy teeth, he bit down, encountering the remarkably elastic pork skin. To his surprise, it offered little resistance, allowing him to easily penetrate the protective layer and delve into the sumptuous fat beneath. This soft, fluffy fat enveloped his teeth like cotton, yielding to the relentless advance of his biting. Finally, as his teeth met the tender meat, a harmonious explosion of rich and sweet flavors ensued. The elder was about to exclaim how delicious it was when a burst of juices erupted, glistening at the corners of his mouth. He quickly closed his lips and savored the moment. The dompa pork was unexpectedly easy to chew, delightfully so, compelling him to continue indulging. Astonishingly, even at his age, he could still relish it. Truly remarkable. Moreover, the distinctive structure of the dompa pork created a multifaceted texture, the smooth elasticity of the skin, the rich tenderness of the fat, and the firm, aromatic meat combined to transport the elder into a fantastical realm, where he felt the grandeur of an epic tale. Once he finished a piece, he smacked his lips, still yearning for more. Nearby, another diner, observing his enjoyment, could not resist approaching to inquire, "Elder, how does the dompa pork taste?" Noticing the eager expression on the man's face, the elder felt a secret satisfaction. Yet, being wise with age, he pondered that after waiting so long for the dish, it was possible the preparation was quite intricate. If many sought to partake, he might find himself waiting an eternity. Thus, he feigned a sigh and replied, "It is quite unpalatable." The diner was taken aback by such an unexpected response, momentarily bewildered. Yet, recalling the elder's earlier enjoyment, he sensed a contradiction. Thus, he found himself at an impasse, to eat or not to eat. Ultimately, he resolved to indulge, declaring, "I too shall have a portion of dompa pork." In the world of gastronomes, the days are never devoid of delightful delicacies. This is especially true at the quaint establishment owned by Ming, where a multitude of food enthusiasts congregate. As a fresh serving of dompa pork graces the table, one eager diner, starved with anticipation, eagerly snatches it up with chopsticks and devours it voraciously. The moment it touches his palate, he is met with the tender, melt-in-the-mouth texture of the pork, imbued with a sweet and savory flavor that is simply unparalleled. In an instant, he realizes he has been deceived by the venerable copper room elder. How could anything be unappetizing when it is, in fact, exquisite? The dompa pork not only boasts a thin, succulent skin and a vibrant red hue, but it is also rich in flavor, juicy and tender without disintegrating, and delightfully fragrant without being cloying. Upon finishing, the lingering taste beckons him to indulge in another piece. As he emerges from this culinary reverie and raises his gaze, he finds himself locking eyes with the copper room elder, whose profound gaze seems to convey an unspoken understanding between them. In a moment of mutual accord, they nod in agreement. They resolve that when asked about the dompa pork, they shall uniformly declare it unpalatable, all in an effort to diminish competition. With this silent pact, the diner shifts his attention to other variations of dompa pork. Truth be told, while the dompa pork is indeed delectable, its appearance is rather fatty, causing the diner to fret over potential weight gain. Yet, some medical journals suggest that consuming fatty meats can, in fact, aid in softening blood vessels and facilitate digestion. Although this diner remains oblivious to such facts, the prospect of gaining a few extra pounds does little to deter a true gourmet's desire for exquisite flavors. Just as he prepares to indulge recklessly, he suddenly remembers the need to feign disdain for the pork, lest he reveal his true enjoyment. With great effort, he suppresses the rumblings of his stomach, savoring each bite with exaggerated slowness, occasionally contorting his face and pausing theatrically, all the while maintaining an air of sophistication. Internally, however, he is seething with frustration, yearning to devour the dompa pork in a single bite. This dissonance, compounded by the exquisite taste of the pork as it dissolves in his mouth, creates a tumultuous blend of love and disdain within him. After the meal, the copper room elder departs from Yang Ming's modest eatery, sensing an unusual change within his body. As one ages, like the copper room elder, calcium deficiency becomes a common affliction. In the past, he dutifully supplemented his calcium intake, yet to little avail. Just yesterday, he had inadvertently injured his left wrist while using the restroom. Yet now, he feels as though his left hand has miraculously healed. Could it be that the culinary delights of Yang Ming's establishment possessed the power to enhance a ninja's chakra? Surely, such a notion is not entirely unfounded. However, it is a grave misconception to assume that foods capable of elevating ninja chakra yield immediate results. They require consistent consumption for significant effects. Conversely, foods with healing properties can rescue allies on the battlefield, wielding immense benefits in a brief span of time. Once one reflects upon it, it was precisely due to Tsunade's establishment of the medical unit that Konoha village was able to continuously aid the valiant ninjas fighting on the front lines, even when surrounded by enemies, effectively exhausting their adversaries' resolve. Prior to this, under the protection of the Third Hokage, Danzo and the leader of the Umbu were hesitant to brazenly conspire against Yang Ming. However, should the Third Hokage become aware of the current situation, would he still extend his protection to Yang Ming? In a hidden base of the root, nestled underground, one would expect an atmosphere of darkness and despair. Yet, at this moment, the dimly lit corridor was adorned with flickering white candles, their flames dancing like will-o'-the-wisps. The sound of polished shoes scraping against the ground echoed through the narrow passage, reminiscent of raindrops creating ripples that reverberated off the stone walls. As the darkness receded, one's gaze was immediately drawn to the Umbu leader, who had previously made numerous attempts to trouble Yang Ming. Beneath his mask, his countenance appeared grim, akin to a darkened pot, emanating an aura so chilling that it deterred any approach. As he traversed the shadowy corridor, he emerged into a vast underground cavern. The individual he sought was leisurely seated, half-closed eyes suggesting a state of drowsiness. Observing Danzo's demeanor ignited a surge of anger within the Umbu leader, who growled in a low tone, "Danzo, mind your tone." Suddenly, Danzo's eyes flew open, radiating a piercing glare akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, sending a shiver down the spine. "Huh, your subordinates are quite the inept, unable even to eliminate that chef, Yang Ming." The tension escalated as Danzo clenched his fists tightly. With a sardonic retort, he shot back, "If you possess such capability, then send someone out." The Umbu leader responded, "He wishes to deploy his subordinates as well." However, the true power within the root lies with the Third Hokage. His subordinates are not as blindly loyal as those in the root. They remain steadfastly devoted to the Third Hokage. If the Umbu leader foolishly dispatched his own men, they would promptly betray him to the Third Hokage. It is not unusual, even in reality, for such traitors to exist. This is the true reason the Umbu leader seeks a deal with Danzo. With a deep breath, the Umbu leader steadied himself, feeling a sense of relief as he calmed his rising fury. In a low voice, he inquired, "The Chunin exams are approaching. On which side do you intend to stand?" Danzo, reclining comfortably in his seat, maintained a composed and inscrutable demeanor. He regarded the Umbu leader with a knowing glance, his aged visage softening as if to smile. Hiruzen has grown old. It is time for him to exit the stage of history. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they perceived the burning ambition reflected in each other's gaze, declaring in unison, "All sacrifices are for the sake of the village." Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings approached rapidly from outside. Shortly thereafter, a jet-black bird flew in and alighted on Danzo's shoulder. Tuanzong indifferently retrieved a scroll from beneath his feet, casting a hurried glance over it. "Only Tuanzong and dogs are forbidden entrance?" Upon reading Yang Ming's words inscribed on the paper, Tuanzang's countenance shifted dramatically. Fortunately, he was adept in the art of temperance, and in less than a second, his expression reverted to its usual stony facade, as if nothing had transpired. However, his other hand had secretly exerted such force that it snapped a corner of the chair's armrest, reducing it to fragments. This demonstrated the extent of his fury. Truly, while one can endure, the other cannot. How could Tuanzong not be enraged at being compared to a dog by Yang Ming? Even more infuriating was that Yang Ming had affixed the note to the door, intending for the entire village to be aware of it. Tuanzong had been humiliated to an abysmal degree. Nevertheless, he was no ordinary man. His anger surged swiftly, yet he quelled it just as rapidly. Moments later, with a composed mindset, Tuanzong glanced at the note once more. This time, he was taken aback by the startling revelation hidden within this seemingly mundane account. The outer member from the root had been unable to tear down the note that Yang Ming had attached to the door. Although this member was merely a low-ranking ninja, and not particularly formidable, no matter the attempts made, the note remained intact. The implications were chilling upon further contemplation. At that moment, Tuanzong recalled the elite squad of 3 Jonin he had dispatched earlier, who had yet to return or send any word. Among them was a medical ninja whom Tuanzong had always valued highly. It was through this ninja that he had successfully transplanted the Sharingan. After all, Tuanzong had many unsavory dealings he wished to keep from the Third Hokage, compounded by the scarcity of powerful medical ninjas. It was evident how significant the loss of this medical ninja would be for Tuanzong. Indeed, overthinking can be a perilous endeavor for anyone, Tuanzong not excluded. Is this a warning directed at me? Tuanzong narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of icy light flickering in the narrow slit. A chilling aura, reminiscent of a deep abyss, began to emanate from him, causing the temperature to plummet. The leader of the Umbu shuddered, casting a deep glance at Tuanzong, puzzled as to what circumstance could evoke such a reaction from this seemingly immortal figure. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, he hastily took his leave from the root base. After departing, the Umbu leader circled the village several times, ensuring he was not being followed before heading directly towards a single-story building. Upon opening the door, a kunai was suddenly thrust towards him, pressed firmly against his neck. The Umbu leader, unfazed, spoke in a low tone. "It is I." "Ah, it is you, esteemed sir, my apologies." A somewhat flippant voice responded, revealing a bespectacled young man emerging from the side of the door. It was none other than Do. The Umbu leader swiftly closed the door, his impatience palpable as he inquired, "When will the secret techniques promised to me by that esteemed individual be delivered?" Do adjusted his glasses, a flash of brilliance reflecting off the lenses. "As long as you can divert the personnel from the Umbu when the time comes, you will acquire what you desire." Beneath the mask, the Umbu leader revealed a flicker of hesitation. Yet, upon contemplating the formidable ninjutsu crafted by Orochimaru, his heart ignited with fervor. After all, this was not the first time. He silently resolved within himself. "Very well." The Umbu leader gazed down at Do. "However, my authority only permits the withdrawal of a quarter of the Umbu. Any more would alert Lord Hokage." Do smirked, a bemused expression gracing his face. "Agreed." Long after the Umbu leader departed, Do could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. These foolish individuals had truly been deceived by Lord Orochimaru. They still naively believed that he had returned for vengeance. Do's smile widened, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. "In truth, we are here to annihilate Konoha." In Konoha, at the tailor's shop, Bai was trying on an array of maid outfits, leaving onlookers dazzled. At that moment, he could only be described by a single phrase. In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. A single glance can topple cities, another can overthrow nations. Her beauty comparable to that of sinking fish and falling geese, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. Alas, Bai was a boy. Those unaware of his true nature could never guess his gender based solely on appearance. His skin was fair and radiated a healthy glow, with a delicate complexion and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that held a hint of dreamy allure, reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters. His subtly arched brows and dainty red lips were perpetually pursed in a teasing smile. Though not particularly tall, Bai possessed an elegant and graceful demeanor. When he donned a black sheer-made outfit, adorned with a white lace hem and a red bow at the collar, he appeared utterly adorable. The short skirt accentuated the graceful curve of his rounded backside, while his long, proportionate legs were clad in pink stockings, capturing the eye instantly. Below, he wore charming black leather shoes, exuding a youthful essence, while the girlish charm lent him an unsettling allure. Yet, the truth remained, Bai was a boy. "Boss," came Bai's voice, delicate as a whisper, "is this acceptable?" Yang Ming turned to see him bowing deeply, his face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. Amusement flickered in Yang Ming's heart. It was undeniably entertaining. Indeed, beautiful boys seemed to shine most brightly in women's attire. After appraising Bai for a moment, Yang Ming remarked, "Bai, you are truly stunning." Bai retorted, "I am a boy. Do not use the term stunning." Whether it was fortune or misfortune to have Yang Ming as a boss was uncertain. Bai felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and an indescribable shame merely standing in the maid outfit. It was as if life had become unbearable. At that moment, Zabuza emerged, donning his custom-made attire. Remarkably, the tailors of the Hokage world were truly exceptional, producing finished garments with astonishing speed. When Yang Ming beheld the sight of Zabuza, he nearly erupted in laughter. It was not without reason. Yang Ming had whimsically decided to design a costume for Zabuza, inspired by the legendary Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms era. At that moment, Zai Bujan was adorned in a verdant brocade battle robe, topped with a green hat, complemented by a towering executioner's sword slung at his back, exuding a striking resemblance to the valiant Guan Yu of yore. As for the green hat, perhaps it was best not to dwell on that detail. Boss, I feel invigorated in this outfit, Zai Bujan exclaimed, admiring himself in the mirror, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Initially, he had feared that he might fall victim to Yang Ming's antics like Bai had. To his astonishment, Yang Ming had shown genuine concern for him, crafting such a stylish ensemble given Zai Bujan's tendency to fight bare-chested. Particularly, the green hat conveniently concealed his unkempt hairstyle, enhancing his imposing stature. Deep within, Zai Bujan felt an unexpected surge of gratitude. A warrior is willing to die for his confidant. Yang Ming scrutinized Zai Bujan from head to toe. It's all green, utterly green. Especially when his gaze fell upon the oversized green hat atop Zai Bujan's head. An inexplicable sense of humor washed over him. Observing Zai Bujan's delight, Yang Ming felt a pang of guilt about revealing the truth. Otherwise, Zai Bujan might very well be driven to the brink of fury, as Yang Ming led the two to settle the bill. The tailor's eyes widened in disbelief upon spotting Bai, as if he had been enchanted, utterly distracted. Yang Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What if you knew Bai was a boy? Would that change your perspective? However, he suddenly noticed the oppressive aura emanating from Bai, prompting him to hastily conclude the transaction. On their way back, Bai's maid outfit sparked quite a commotion among the villagers. Regardless of gender, they gawked with wide eyes, as if beholding a rare treasure. Their gazes fixated on Bai. Even as the trio departed, the villagers remained abuzz with excitement. Who is this beautiful girl? If my wife were even a fraction as lovely, I would be content. You don't know Bai? She's the new employee at Yang Ming's little shop. Yang Ming's shop? I've heard of it, but never visited. It seems I must make a trip tonight, even if it costs me dearly, just to see Bai? Count me in. For Bai? Hearing the distant shouts behind them, Yang Ming felt a twitch in his stomach. Though he maintained an air of composure, the corners of his mouth had already begun to curl upwards, his heart bursting with laughter. As for Bai, the focus of the villagers' admiration, she wished fervently for a pair of wings to escape the clutches of Yang Ming's antics. With her head bowed low, Bai quickened her pace, leaving Yang Ming and Zai Bujan far behind. As she approached a narrow alleyway, two figures emerged from the opposite end, colliding with her before she could halt her stride. Bang! Under normal circumstances, Bai would never have made such a blunder. Yet today, under the humiliating pressure of the maid outfit, she faltered. She struck the chest of one of the individuals, abruptly rousing him from his stupor. Apologies. I did not intend for this to occur. Bai, being a well-mannered young man, immediately expressed his regrets. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village? How audacious. A somewhat arrogant voice interjected, igniting Bai's temper despite his generally amiable nature. Curiosity piqued, Bai raised his gaze to discern the source of such brashness. Before him was a face that appeared slightly rotund, adorned with purple markings, clad in a black bodysuit, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain, as if he were looking down upon an insignificant insect. Yet, upon catching sight of Bai's unparalleled beauty, Kankuro felt an unexpected stir within his heart. It had been many years since he had immersed himself entirely in the study and practice of puppet techniques, dismissing the affections of numerous girls in Sunagakure, focusing solely on his technical prowess. However, in that moment, Kankuro realized his grave error, not due to any shortcomings of those girls, but simply because he had yet to encounter the right person at the right time. At this instant, notions of puppet techniques and secret missions faded into oblivion. In Kankuro's heart, there was only Bai. Then, under the astonished gazes of Yang Ming and others, Kankuro audaciously uttered a shocking proposition. Miss, would you be my girlfriend? What is it like for a boy to receive a confession from another boy? At that moment, Bai's mind raced with countless thoughts, akin to a frenzy of chaotic creatures. However, being the kind-hearted person he was, he found it difficult to reveal the truth, that he was, indeed, male. Thus, Bai resorted to his ultimate move, employing a divine strategy reserved for goddesses. I'm sorry, you are a wonderful person, but I am not ready for a relationship at this time. Upon hearing these words, Kankuro was momentarily taken aback. How could it be that he, a future pillar of Sunagakure, was dealt a good person card? It was unfathomable. Kankuro forced a smile that was more painful than tears, awkwardly insisting, No, I believe I am your ideal partner. I will surely bring you happiness. I wish to shout. Do not speak to me of happiness. It is simply impossible for us. He longed to roar these words, hoping to awaken Kankuro from his delusion. Fortunately, at that moment, Zabuza appeared to rescue the situation. With a hum, a large blade descended from the heavens, slicing through the air with alarming swiftness. Thud! The colossal sword struck the ground between the two, creating a small crater and fracturing the earth like a spider's web. That was close. Kankuro gazed in shock at the scene. The blade's sudden arrival had been too swift for him to react, leaving him a mere spectator to its descent. In truth, had Zabuza intended to strike, Kankuro would have been cleaved in two. My apologies, my companion has interrupted your conversation, exclaimed Temari, also drenched in a cold sweat. She realized that Kanjiro had hit a dead end and quickly stepped out to apologize, dragging the still dazed Kanjiro away. Shumaru, what are you doing? Let go of me. Kanjiro protested as Shumaru pulled him by the collar, feeling quite disgruntled. His goddess was so close, just a hair's breadth away from success. Or so he thought. Frustrated, Shumaru delivered a heavy punch to his head and exclaimed, You fool! We are not here to dawdle. Do not forget our mission. To her surprise, Kanjiro replied unusually, No, I must find my goddess. In the past, he had always prioritized his research on puppetry and the completion of tasks, but now he had finally discovered something more meaningful. That was to win over Shiro. When a tech-savvy individual resolves to change the world must tremble. If he desires to woo his goddess, she must yield. Seeing this, Shumaru was left speechless. One Gaara was already enough of a headache for her, and now Kanjiro was turning into a troublesome child as well. How could they enjoy themselves like this? Shumaru sighed deeply, lamenting her misfortune. Nonetheless, since the secret mission assigned above was still early, it would be best to deal with Kanjiro first. With this thought, Shumaru led Kanjiro away, returning to their residence. With a serious expression, she looked at her partner, who resembled a lovesick fool, and said, If you truly wish to pursue that girl, do you know what you ought to do? Kanjiro gazed at Shumaru in confusion. Pursuing a girl, wasn't it simply about liking her? It seemed rather complicated. Well, forgive Kanjiro, the tech aficionado who had never experienced romance. Observing this, Shumaru sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of her plight. Fortunately, having already encountered Gaara's experiences, this self-pitying sentiment was quickly suppressed. With her hands on her hips, Shumaru adopted an elder-like demeanor and said, Let me tell you, to pursue a girl, you at least need to investigate her details, understand her preferences, and then tailor your approach accordingly. Kanjiro still appeared bewildered. At this moment, his mind was solely occupied with Shiro, her ethereal beauty completely captivating him. Alas, you are hopeless, Shumaru thought, feeling an overwhelming headache as she slapped his head and declared, In that case, why not send her 99 roses? She will surely understand your feelings. As soon as she finished speaking, Kanjiro's eyes brightened. Of course, why didn't I think of that? He couldn't contain his excitement and dashed out of the room, heading straight for the flower shop. Oh, this fool, Shumaru muttered, rolling her eyes before following him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a flower shop. A girl with a pure and lovely appearance emerged, her light blonde hair styled in a ponytail, looking quite refined. Yamanaka Ino politely inquired, Excuse me, do you need anything? We have lilies, chrysanthemums, and all varieties available. Without a glance at the vibrant blossoms within the shop, Kanjiro nonchalantly pulled out his wallet, producing several $1,000s, and proclaimed with grandiosity, I would like 999 roses, and I require them promptly. Behind him, Tamaki, who had been following closely, stumbled upon hearing this declaration, nearly losing her balance. What on earth is 999 roses? I only asked you to purchase 99, you fool. Yet it was too late. Kanjiro had already entrusted the money to Inoue. As the bundles of cash were tucked into her embrace, Inoue felt as if she were in a dream. Even the sight of Kanjiro's somewhat peculiar face appeared more handsome than usual. Indeed, it seems that the affluent are most appealing to the fairer sex. Accepting the money, Inoue's tone became increasingly submissive as she said, Dear customer, please hold on for a moment. I will immediately summon someone to retrieve the goods. Kanjiro, with an expression of impatience, urged, Make haste. Inoue swiftly began to make arrangements, for acquiring 999 roses was no trivial task that could be accomplished in an instant. Motivated by the allure of wealth, Inoue exhibited an enthusiasm exceeding 200%, and soon, a cart brimming with roses approached slowly. Upon witnessing the vibrant red blooms, A hint of envy and longing flickered in Inoue's eyes. When will my idol present me with such a cart of roses? Kanjiro climbed aboard the cart, feeling invigorated. As if he were a prince on a white steed, his spirit elevated. But wait. Suddenly, Kanjiro recalled that he did not even know his own name or where he resided. How awkward. For a moment, he was frozen in place, unable to decide whether to leave or stay, utterly bewildered. As his companion, Tamaki swiftly discerned Kanjiro's predicament. Fortunately, she had conducted preliminary inquiries and said sharply, "Let us go to Yang Ming's shop. Remember, that girl's name is Bai." Following Tamaki's guidance, the cart sped towards Yang Ming's shop. Inoue watched as the dust was kicked up by the racing cart, pondering, Yang Ming's shop? It seems that something quite interesting is about to unfold. Thus, she tidied up the flower shop and hurriedly followed suit.